Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, Chapter 51-95, The Hierophant's Advice. 1,679 words. As Sojiro sat next to Ren, he couldn't help but let out a loud chuckle as he heard him tell his story. Throughout their entire conversation, Sojiro continued to ask questions until he got a clear picture in his mind. Asking even questions that appeared completely irrelevant, but with each answer, Sojiro nodded his head wisely. Honestly, kid. You are just like me when I was younger, except you are clueless about it. I swear, you spend so much time lost in thought that I thought you had it all figured out. Sojiro said with a loud laugh, after which he sipped his drink. Ren, looking at Sojiro's smug smile, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in question. Takamaki, Suzue, Najima, and soon enough that Okumura girl. Honestly, who knows who else should be on that list? Sojiro muttered to himself as he shook his head, unable to hide the proud smile on his face. Oh, Ren couldn't help but let out as Sojiro made the list, slapping his face in realization. Hearing him, Sojiro began laughing once again before speaking. Look, Ren, Sojiro started, his voice taking on a more serious tone as the laughter died down. Navigating relationships isn't like brewing coffee. You can't just follow a recipe and expect the perfect result every time. It's more nuanced than that. Ren found himself leaning in closer to focus on Sojiro's words. Though he had a lot of experience dealing with people, it was mostly with criminals or people who asked for his boss. He hadn't lived long enough to experience an actual relationship. There are two ways to do this. One is to choose one person and ensure that nothing else will happen with the rest. The other, well, that one is a bit more complicated. But it is something I have worked out in the past. The other one is to try to have multiple relationships at once. Sojiro said as he adjusted his glasses. First off, honesty is key, Sojiro continued, locking eyes with Ren. You've got to be honest with yourself and with them. It's the foundation of any relationship. But when it comes to being involved with multiple people, he paused, choosing his words carefully, transparency becomes even more critical. Ren nodded his head, his mind drifting back to Tartuffe, Igor, and the scalpel. They were secrets he was keeping because he wasn't sure what to think of them, especially after his talk with Maruki. It was simply easier not to bring attention to them. Secondly, respect. Each person has their own feelings, desires, and boundaries. You need to respect those, always. It's not just about what you want, it's about what's best for everyone involved. After a brief moment to let Ren process the information, he continued. But listen, and I mean really listen, to what they have to say. This isn't something to rush. And remember, each person is different. What works for one might not work for another. Ren took mental notes of everything. It was a short explanation, but it was also quite intricate. It was clear that Sojiro had probably learned it the hard way with how heavily he was emphasizing it. And lastly, Sojiro added, be prepared for all outcomes. Not everyone might be open to the idea, and you have to be ready to accept that. The most important part of all this is to ensure everyone's happiness, including your own. So, honesty, respect, and preparedness, Ren repeated, trying to etch the advice into his memory. Yet as he did, Sojiro burst out laughing. Jesus, I really threw everything on you, didn't I? He said with a chuckle, his seriousness vanished, replaced with a nostalgic smile. You haven't even had your first girlfriend, and here I am telling you how to have four. Chuckling along with Sojiro, Ren nodded his head. No, I appreciate it. Shaking his head with a smile, Sojiro looked at the clock before standing up. Just take it slow, kid, and remember what I told you. Don't worry about trying to start everything all at once, just go with the flow. I'm sure that Takamaki girl will act a bit uncomfortable next time you meet, but just give her some space and don't make it weird. I'm sure she is trying to figure out things as well. He said, walking to the door and opening it, turning around for one final comment. Just remember, I'm here if you ever need to talk. Sojiro said with a supportive smile before turning serious. But don't go messing with my daughter. She's doing better thanks to you, but I'll beat you up if you break her heart. With that, he left LeBlanc, leaving Ren to chuckle slightly as he cleaned up the cups and went to bed, thinking back to what Sojiro had told him. The next day, Ren received a message from Futaba that she had hacked the billboards in Japan, as well as some of the top news websites in Japan, making sure not to leave a single trace to follow. With their infiltration route and billboards ready, that meant one final thing. It was time to deliver the calling card. So, as a last group meeting before their infiltration, Ren sent out a message for the group to meet in LeBlanc. Ruju was the first one to arrive in LeBlanc, followed shortly thereafter by Shiho and Anne. While they waited for Makoto and Morgana to arrive, they all sat down at one of the tables to eat some food Ren had cooked. At first, Anne seemed a bit embarrassed and wouldn't look Ren in the eyes, but after Ren gave her a warm smile and a cup of sweet coffee, she seemed to relax slightly. Now that she was more relaxed, she noticed that Ren wasn't acting strangely around her. She had been worried that after pushing him away and fumbling over her words, she might have made things awkward between them, but noticing that the only difference was an extra smile here, and they're directed towards her, she was able to relax and act normally. In the back of her mind, she knew that they would have to eventually address the elephant in the room. But for now, she decided to change her focus on the few sample calling cards she had prepared. Shiho, on the other hand, kept exchanging subtle glances between Ren and Anne, almost as if deep in thought. She nodded and shook her head to herself from time to time, as if having a conversation with herself. It wasn't until Ren sat next to Ruji, and gave her a curious look that she seemed to snap back to reality. Shiho, are you okay? Ren inquired, a hint of concern in his voice as he noticed Shiho's distant demeanor. The question seemed to ground Shiho back to the moment, a slight flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, as she brushed her hair back. She began, hesitating as she gathered her thoughts. I've been talking with Cersei. After our initial attempts to connect with our personas didn't work out, I continued trying. Then, yesterday, after, well, I managed to make contact. It's not like a full conversation, but she's been speaking to me ever since. Shiho shared, her confession drawing astonished looks from the group. Her words caused the group's eyes to widen with surprise as they stared at her. For real? What's she saying? Ruja leaned in, his curiosity piqued by Shiho's breakthrough. With a bit of awkwardness, Shiho cleared her throat before elaborating. Nothing much. It's difficult to hear her clearly unless I'm really focusing. It feels like there's static that fades away only when we are in the metaverse. Anne, equally taken aback by Shiho's revelation, murmured in response. I should probably try to reach out to Carmen too. But I fall asleep almost right away every time I try. Ruji, feeling a tad sheepish, admitted to his own lack of effort. Man, I haven't tried at all since we all tried together, he said, scratching his head. As the group delved into discussions about their personas, the atmosphere in LeBlanc shifted with the arrival of Makoto and Morgana. Morgana had been diligently monitoring Kaneshiro's movements, ready to trail behind the Yakuza man if he appeared again. While Makoto was momentarily preoccupied with her responsibilities as the student council president. With the phantom thieves now fully gathered, Ren sent a message to Futaba, and began a phone call, putting her on speaker, so that she could hear what the group was discussing. So, we all have our sample calling cards, right? Makoto initiated, producing several notes from her bag. We'll need to remake one using gloves to avoid leaving any DNA or fingerprints, but we can decide on the best one among these. Ruji, upon hearing Makoto's prompt, nervously laughed as he presented his own calling cards. Crafted with a certain dramatic flair, they resembled the classic look of a ransom note, meticulously pieced together from magazine cutouts. I forgot to wear gloves when making these ones, so we can't really use them, he sheepishly admitted, his voice tinged with disappointment over the oversight. Morgana couldn't help but respond with a burst of teasing laughter. Well, at least some of us were paying attention. His mocking was cut short as he caught Ren's side eye, prompting him to focus on the mission. Well, never mind. What do you all have? Shiho and Anne followed suit, carefully presenting their own contributions to the group's discussion, each laying out a few notes they had prepared. The table became a canvas of creativity and strategic thought as the phantom thieves leaned in, their heads together, scrutinizing the various options laid before them. They finally decided on their final version, one that they would send the very next day, making the date of their heist May 21st. The same day the phantom thieves would make their first public appearance. Confidence. Sojiro Sakura, the Hierophant, Rank 4. Chapter 52, The Bank Heist. 2,787 words. Upon entering his lavishly adorned club, Junior Kaneshiro's brows were knitted in a mixture of frustration and contemplation. The day's profits had fallen short of expectations, necessitating an unwelcome dip into his own reserves. This is just a temporary setback, he murmured to himself, a mantra to soothe his discomfort. Once the elections are behind us, the sacrifices will pay off. His mind wandered to Akira, the audacious young man who had promised to impress him and then vanished without a trace. Kaneshiro couldn't shake off a gnawing irritation at the boy's absence. Recently, the idea of creating a right-hand man he could trust had taken root in his thoughts, yet none of his current underlings seemed to possess the requisite edge. This realization only served to deepen his disdain for them, casting them in his eyes as nothing more than useless, expendable tools. Striding toward his favorite seat with a scowl etching deeper into his features, Kaneshiro prepared for his customary ritual of lavish spending to quell his unrest. There was a peculiar comfort in the act of spending money to momentarily forget one's troubles. However, as he settled into the plush leather, an unexpected sight caught his eye. A solitary crimson letter perched ominously atop his briefcase. With a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, he seized the letter. Looking at it, he saw a meticulously crafted letter that used magazine cutouts as letters. The message was clear and menacing. Sir Junior Kaneshiro, the money-devouring sinner of gluttony. You indulge in scamming others with horrendous methods that target minors exclusively. We have decided to make you confess all your crimes with your own mouth. We will take your distorted desires without fail. From The Phantom Thieves. A surge of unease momentarily gripped Kaneshiro, quickly giving way to a simmering anger. Fucking useless bastards can't even stop someone from sneaking into our hideout, he said as he grabbed the letter and threw it in the trash. The next moment calling Taro to see if the people outside had noticed anyone suspicious. Bathed in the ethereal glow of a full moon, the floating bank stood out against the night sky. The phantom thieves, shrouded in the cover of darkness, infiltrated the seemingly impenetrable fortress with ease, even amidst the high security level. The golden ticket provided by Kaneshiro to Ren rendered the elaborate security measures futile as they moved unhindered. The guards all followed Ren's commands as he positioned them out of the way, ensuring their escape route once the palace began to collapse. Within the half-hour mark of their infiltration, the group now stood in front of the elevator that would take them down into the treasure room. Under Ren's strategic guidance, the guards unwittingly secured their own demise, clearing the way for the thieves' eventual escape. Merely half an hour into their mission, they found themselves before the gateway to their goal. The elevator to the treasure room. Without a sound, the group descended into the heart of the vault. Yet, anticipation turned to dismay as they were confronted not by their prize, but by an imposing barrier. A gigantic steel vault door. Rouge's frustration was palpable, his voice echoing off the walls. Damn it, how are we going to get to it now? His gaze turned to Ren, searching for a sliver of hope. Do you think your security pass can open it? Ren's silent head shake was answer enough, prompting Mona to consider a more direct approach. But before action could be taken, the room was filled with the echo of Kaneshiro's voice, a mixture of disappointment and resignation bleeding through the speakers. I should have known. The group looked around the room as they heard the sounds of hydraulics fill the room. The massive vault door opened to reveal a massive piggy bank-shaped robot, on top of which Kaneshiro stood. Everyone is either useless or a traitor, isn't that right, Akira? His accusation sliced through the air. The room was bathed in a sinister red from the emergency lights, and the loud alarms followed right after. Ren, noticing the direction this was heading, tried to speak once again too. Come on, Kaneshiro. I don't want to fight you, but I need to take your treasure. It's for your own good. I wouldn't lie to you. After all, I look up to you. His bow, a gesture of feigned respect, did little but fan the flames of Kaneshiro's rage. Kaneshiro's retort was a tempest. His trust eroded to nothing. That's enough. You have made it clear enough that I can't trust anyone. The only thing I can trust is myself and the money I possess. As his declaration thundered, the vault transformed into a battlefield of floating bills, which coalesced into formidable origami guardians, ready to defend their creator at any cost. As he shouted, his body began to convulse. His expensive suit split open to reveal wings akin to those of a fly. His face morphed disturbingly, and his eyes now mirrored the multifaceted gaze of an insect, making him look like a hybrid of human and insect. Amid the ensuing chaos, Ren, grasping the gravity of their situation, summoned KUMO-AUDIOBOOK with a sense of urgency. KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, now, he commanded, attempting to disrupt Kaneshiro's metamorphosis with a targeted wave of lightning. However, the piggy bank fortress, bristling with concealed armaments, unleashed a volley of gunfire in retaliation. Dismissing the attack, the thieves jumped out of the way, narrowly evading the deadly barrage, as Kaneshiro's voice boomed through the vault, laden with menace. I will devour all of you and turn you into my slaves. I'll squeeze you for every penny that you are worth. And you, Akira, make sure you learn that messing with me doesn't come for free, Kaneshiro declared, his voice echoing ominously as he vanished into the depths of the piggy bank behemoth. Surrounded by a legion of origami guards, the thieves exchanged glances, a silent pact of unspoken words and shared resolve. There's nearly infinite money here, so he can probably continue summoning the guards. Let's try to find a way to penetrate the piggy bank's defense. Once we do, Kaneshiro will have nothing protecting him, and the battle will be over. Ren shouted as his gaze started analyzing the robot. Then, turning to the group, he quickly made a decision. Siren, Panther, Mona, you three keep the guards in check. Queen, Skull, try to find a way in. Ren started his attack by calling forth KUMO-AUDIOBOOK once again. As he unleashed his persona's fury with lightning, fire, and psionic energy against the towering steel adversary, his efforts proved futile, each attack harmlessly bouncing off the robotic monstrosity. Shiho, acknowledging her role, stepped forward to cast a series of crowd control spells. When her abilities showed no effect on the paper constructs, her determination only deepened. Damn it, it's useless. I'll watch your backs, she announced, shifting her focus to augment the team's capabilities with a succession of skills, enhancing their combat effectiveness. However, as Shiho's concentration peaked, a barrage of rockets launched from Kaneshiro's fortress targeted her directly, sending her flying backward into the midst of the origami onslaught. Shiho! Anne's shout pierced the cacophony, as she directed Carmen's flames towards the encroaching guards. As each guard ignited, the victory was short-lived, for every adversary reduced to ash, another swiftly took its place, a relentless wave of paper soldiers. Makoto, observing the flow of battle with a strategist's eye, issued commands to shift the tide after noticing Ren was focused on dodging a barrage of missiles headed his way. Panther, Mona, work together to create one of the fire hurricanes. They might be infinite, but if we create a wall of fire we can slow them down. She shouted, her voice firm and clear cutting through the ringing of the alarms. Once Ren got a window of opportunity, he called forth Eligor. Jumping atop the spectral horse and weaving through the battlefield with the grace of a knight, his gaze scanned for any opportunity to turn the battle in their favor. Following Ren's lead, Makoto weaved through the countless guards atop Joanna, her eyes looking for any weakness in the robot while keeping an eye on the rest of the group in case they needed reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ryuji, embodying the spirit of a charging bull, propelled himself towards the metallic behemoth. Captain Kidd, materializing with a crackle of electric energy, slammed into the fortress, leaving a small dent in the practically impenetrable fortress. Kaneshiro's voice, booming and contemptuous, echoed through the vault. You brats don't understand the power of money. It's meant to be used and enjoyed. His taunt, however, was a prelude to a more sinister assault. The origami guards, previously a mere physical threat, began to glow ominously. Moments later, they detonated in a spectacular explosion, unleashing a maelstrom of elemental fury upon the thieves. Caught in the whirlwind of Kaneshiro's attack, the group had to brace themselves, as they faced a wave of elements exploding throughout the room. In the aftermath of the chaos, Anne, though battered and bruised, rose to her feet with resilience. Locking eyes with Mona, the two of them nodded with determination, as they called forth their personas. Carmen and Zoro appeared side by side, launching a wave of fire fueled by Zoro's sharp winds indiscriminately throughout the room. The flames, fueled by the scattered bills carpeting the floor, grew into a voracious inferno, threatening to engulf everything in its path. However, the more the fire devoured, the more out of control it grew. As the roaring fire began to slowly envelop the corners of the room, Makoto's gaze noticed something. Every time the weapons in the robot were used, they would briefly expose some of the interior panels of the robot. Attacking that weakness would mean disabling the robot's guns and possibly even creating a weak spot on the robot they could exploit to destroy it. Makoto's voice cut through the chaos, urgently sharing her insight on the robot's vulnerability, but her triumph was short-lived. A shiver of dread ran down her spine as the piggy bank robot suddenly propelled itself skyward, then crashed back to the ground with devastating force. The impact generated a massive shockwave, hurling Makoto from her persona and directly into the midst of flaming guards, which were ready to pounce and unleash their fury upon her. Ryuji, witnessing Makoto's danger from afar, let out a curse of frustration, realizing he was too distant to intervene directly. Without hesitation, he summoned Captain Kidd, steeling himself for the battle ahead, as he dashed towards Makoto, determined to aid her, launching waves of lightning towards the guards from a distance as he ran. Meanwhile, the fire, once a controlled weapon against their enemies, had grown into a rampant inferno, engulfing the vault's floor and threatening to consume the entire space in its voracious flames. Amid the escalating chaos that threatened to overwhelm the battlefield, Ren realized that the group had become disorganized and that if things continued this way, they would end up losing the battle. It was then that he sensed an unmistakable pull from two distinct objects bestowed upon him. The wishing star from Jose and the enigmatic scalpel given by Igor. In a moment of crisis, his instincts guided his hand to the wishing star concealed within his jacket. As Ren clasped the star, its luminescence intensified, casting a serene glow amidst the pandemonium. Holding it firmly, he felt an inexplicable bond with the cognitive world around him. With a deep, focused breath, Ren concentrated on his desire, his wish resonating with the power of the star. Closing his eyes for a moment to focus on his wish, he felt the world around him tremble, as the bills covering the ground began to crumble into grains of sand. Slowly, then, all at once, every single bill disappeared. Even the countless guards froze as they began to fall apart. The out-of-control flames also burned away, as their fuel source disappeared. As the wishing star radiated with a potent brilliance, signaling the transformation of Kaneshiro's cognition under Ren's will, the maw of the piggy bank robot opened. It unleashed a voracious suction force that consumed everything the star had created within seconds, causing the star to glow dimmer until Ren felt his connection to the world disappear. "Delicious, this is simply delicious," echoed Kaneshiro's voice, filled with triumphant malice, as the piggy bank robot shuddered, brimming with a newfound surge of power. In a display of terrifying strength, the robot launched itself into the air, its form radiating an ominous glow, as it readied to crash down once more, threatening to unleash devastation. "Stop!" Shiho shouted as she grasped the crystal of lust in her hand. The order coursed through the air, freezing the robot just mid-air mere inches above the ground, saving Ren, Makoto, and Ryuji, who were closest to the robot. However, with each moment, the glow of the crystal began to diminish. Knowing the danger the robot posed, the group sprang into action. Summoning their personas, they scrambled to put as much distance between themselves and the robot as possible. Despite their efforts, a colossal explosion erupted behind them, the force propelling them into the vault's walls. The impact was so severe that Ryuji and Makoto were rendered unconscious, slumped against the cold ground. Knowing what was about to happen, the group quickly acted, summoning their personas and trying to get as far away from the robot as possible. As they retreated, they felt a massive explosion behind them. The entire group crashed onto the walls of the vault, causing Ryuji and Makoto to fall to the ground unconscious. In the aftermath, the vault was enveloped in an eerie silence, the once blaring alarms now muted and the crimson glow of emergency lights flickering sporadically. The single, catastrophic attack had rocked the very foundations of the bank. Struggling to his feet amidst the rubble, Ren grimaced against the pain that racked his body. His ears were ringing loudly as his gaze swept over his fallen friends before settling on the robot, now embedded in the vault floor, with the glow of power it had just moments ago gone. Wincing from the pain, realization dawned on him as he pulled out the crystal of gluttony. To consume one attack to power up the next. Unfortunately for them, Kaneshiro had consumed the power from the star. Glancing over his shoulder, Ren's gaze found Shiho, her figure marred by bruises yet alight with determination, as she joined forces with Anne and Mona. Together, the three of them were desperately healing the unconscious members of their party. Thankfully, they had been far enough from the explosion that they had not suffered quite as much damage. The only reason Ren was still standing was because he had changed to a persona that resisted physical damage at the very last second. The throbbing pain in his head crescendoed along with the ringing in his ears, syncing with the increasingly insistent call of the scalpel within him. Facing the battered ensemble behind him, Ren exhaled a weary sigh, the burden of command and concern etched into his features. Looking up at the gigantic robot embedded into the ground, Ren's eyes narrowed as he saw a barrage of countless missiles heading their way. Lifting up the crystal of gluttony with his left hand, a voracious gravitational pull erupted from the crystal, rerouting the deadly projectiles into its core. After consuming the attack, the crystal pulsed with energy and began glowing. However, it also became so heavy that it forced Ren to his knees. On the ground, Ren looked as the piggy bank began to tremble as it tried to stand back up to finish the group. Everything had gone so smoothly during their infiltration that he had almost expected the heist to follow suit. Maybe he should have been more careful, maybe they should have spent more time in Memento's training, and maybe they should have seen this coming. Everything had gone downhill the moment Kaneshiro appeared. None of that mattered right now, as Ren took off the mask from his face and placed it on the cold floor. Holding the heavy crystal of gluttony in his left hand, as he summoned the scalpel on his right. As the scalpel materialized, a sense of innate understanding washed over Ren. He knew what needed to be done. With a solemn determination, he raised the scalpel above the mask, his voice breaking the tense silence with a single word. Theurgy. The moment the words left his mouth, he plunged the scalpel towards the mask. Chapter 53, The Phantom Thieves. 2,617 words. As the scalpel made its fateful descent, it punctured the mask with a subdued crack, a sound faint yet foreboding. From this breach, a flood of pitch-dark shadows began to seep forth, expanding slowly at first, then with a sudden violence, the mask shattered. In the aftermath of this explosion, the essence of Tartuffe emerged, a manifestation of voracious darkness, unfurling tendrils and arms crafted from the night itself. These shadows caressed Ren, with an almost tender gentleness, as a fog began to cloud Ren's mind. You have neglected my counsel of late, forsaking the boon of my companionship. Dost thou not recall? I am thou, and thou art I, intoned Tartuffe's voice, a presence neither wholly male nor female, echoing within the caverns of Ren's mind as reality faded to black. We are joined in the grand spectacle of life, yet I find myself dismayed by thy performance. Permit me, then, to instruct thee in the art of true theatrics. As Makoto and Ruja stirred from their unconscious state, the relief among the thieves was palpable. They quickly turned their attention to Ren, intending to extend their healing to him as well. However, the sight that met their eyes froze them in place. Ren was enveloped in a miasma of shadows, a spectacle that drew a collective gasp. Ren? Their voices meshed in a chorus of alarm and fear. Before their astonished gaze, Ren's form rose, not with the stiffness of someone injured, but with an elegance draped in a shroud of dense, inky darkness. Responding to their cries with a grace that seemed out of place in the dire moment, Ren's body pivoted towards them. His bright golden eyes shone with a playful joy as he looked at them. What followed was a bow, not just any bow, but one that carried the weight of centuries, refined and practiced, echoing the manners of a bygone era. An audience. How lovely. Given that concealment is now beyond our means, it would only be fitting to regale you with my performance. Tartuffe proclaimed, his voice a mixture of mirth and solemnity, as he straightened from his bow. Then, just as suddenly as he had spoken, a pair of familiar black wings sprouted from his back, that of Arsene's. With a flap of the wings, Tartuffe was launched backward, turning mid-air, as he focused on the gigantic robot. For a fleeting moment, bewilderment painted the faces of the phantom thieves, as they witnessed this perplexing transformation. Yet, their hesitation was brief. With a shared resolve, they surged forward towards Ren. Tartuffe, exhibiting a grace that belied the darkness enveloping him, arrived at the robot with a winged flourish, positioning himself precisely where the machine's weapons would typically emerge. As if on cue, the robot brandished its guns, aiming with deadly intent at Ren. In an unexpected action, Ren's hand morphed, turning into a paw that resembled that of Cerberus, which pierced through the robot's weak spot to its very core. A surge of electricity cascaded into the machine, causing the gun in front of him to malfunction. With his arm now deep into the circuits of the robot, Tartuffe focused as a strange dark mist began emitting from it. Once the rest of the phantom thieves had arrived closer to the robot, he took his arm out of it and jumped off. Landing with the poise of a seasoned actor, he offered another blow, theatrically deep. In the wake of his gesture, the shadows ensnaring Ren's form dissipated, a dramatic conclusion to an unsettling performance. As the mask appeared back again on Ren's face, a massive wave of pain and discomfort coursed through him, which was almost unbearable. Causing him to fall to the ground, gasping for air in an attempt to quell the overwhelming discomfort. Shiho was the first one to react to the change. She called forth Circe and began bathing Ren in a healing light, trying to cure the pain she saw on his face. Noticing the group was distracted by Ren's sudden change, Makoto quickly took over the position of leader. Even though she was also worried and had countless questions in her mind, she knew that now was not the time to get distracted. Focus on the robot. Siren can take care of Joker. Whatever he did seemed to have damaged it, so just aim towards the weakness near the guns. Makoto commanded, observing the robot's reactivation with a strategic eye. At her beckoning, the thieves regrouped, their resolve hardened as the machine before them shuddered back to life. The robot finally managed to exit the hole it had formed, and after taking a few wobbly steps, it fell to the ground once again. In a twist no one saw coming, the door on its face swung open, unleashing a sinister fog that seemed to crawl through the air. From within the opening, Kaneshiro jumped out, his landing marred by desperation and devoid of the grace his wings might have offered. Followed closely by a few gigantic bars of gold that crashed loudly onto the floor. The bars of gold glowed brightly with an ethereal light, indicating that they were Kaneshiro's treasure. After Kaneshiro had landed on the floor, he quickly began scrambling away from the robot, his face filled with dread. As he looked back and forth, it was as if the phantom thieves didn't exist, his eyes focusing solely on the robot behind him with fear as he tried to escape. Skull! Makoto shouted, commanding Ruju to take action. The moment he heard the command, Ruju unleashed Captain Kid, who sailed through the air to cut off Kaneshiro's retreat in a heartbeat. Cornered and overwhelmed, Kaneshiro collapsed, his cries filling the air. I surrender, I surrender. Just don't make me go back in there. Still keeping her guard up in case Kaneshiro was trying to trick them, Makoto approached him after calling forth Joanna and motioning for the group to surround him. After a few seconds, Kaneshiro seemed to snap out of his fear. Looking around in confusion before letting out a dejected sigh. I guess this is it, isn't it? He chuckled, surrendering with raised hands. Damn it, if only I had stayed in my Pigatron, he mused. From now on, you are going to be spending the rest of your days where you belong. Somewhere you can make amends for the rest of your life. Makoto said defiantly, the roar of Joanna's engine punctuating her declaration. Kaneshiro's laughter, bitter and resigned, filled the air. Jail, huh? I guess that's what I get. I got played from the very beginning, he admitted, his mood shifting from amusement to indignation. But that's not fair, I'm the victim here. My whole life, I've been used, and just when I was about to get what I have been working for this whole. Ruju couldn't hide his outrage. You think you're the victim here, he exclaimed, disbelief and anger lacing his words. Anne's fury was palpable as she followed. How many people have you taken advantage of? How many girls have been forced into working for you? How many have lost their future because of you? She demanded, her voice rising with each question. Faced with the raw truth of his actions, Kaneshiro's defiance crumbled. You're right. I'm nothing but trash. But what does it matter? The moment you take my treasure, I'll change. So why bother regretting anything now? Seeing the angered expressions of the phantom thieves, Kaneshiro let out one last chuckle. You all are such a waste. I bet you don't even know how valuable your power is. You could be selling your services for so much money that you could live in so much more luxury than me. Makoto, her patience worn thin by his provocations, leveled her pistol at him, her voice a mix of inquiry and threat. The Black Mask, what do you know of them? She demanded, striving to sound menacing. Oh, so you all already know of him? Kaneshiro asked as a smile formed on his face. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You are nothing compared to him. If he ever crosses your path, that will be the end of your stupid group. His body began to glow as he prepared to vanish, yet before he did, he let out one final laugh. I'll see you all in hell. His final words, a chilling farewell, echoed ominously as he vanished from sight, leaving behind a silence that was quickly shattered by the onset of the palace's collapse. The urgency of their predicament was underscored by the sight of Shiho cradling Ren's weakened form, his discomfort evident in every tremor that shook his body. Makoto's gaze then shifted to Mona, momentarily distracted by the lure of treasure, until a stern call from Makoto redirected his focus to their escape. Sorry, it's hard to hold myself back whenever I am in front of a treasure. Morgana confessed sheepishly. Makoto noticed that they would probably not have enough time to escape through the massive amount of stairs and elevators. But after she looked at the hole the Pigatron had created, she noticed a few rays of light escaping from it. Rushing close, she looked through the few gaps in the floor the massive explosion had created, as an idea formed in her mind. Commanding the rest of the group, they all launched a barrage of attacks at the cracks until a sizable gap was formed, leading to the exterior. While Ruji and Makoto were attacking the floor, and had loaded the treasure into Morgana, who had turned into a bus in preparation for their escape. And after quickly loading the rest of the thieves into the cat bus, Mona took a leap of faith down the hole they had created, being in free fall for a few moments before they felt the world around them twist. In the bustling heart of Shinjuku, a young fortune teller was nestled among the chaos, her cards spread before her, forecasting the unseen. As she flipped each card, her usual calm demeanor was replaced with growing unease. The reversed tower, the moon, the reversed emperor, the devil, and the reversed judgment laid bare before her. Each card was steeped in ominous significance, yet their exact message eluded her grasp. Before she could ponder the cards' warnings, the world around her shifted dramatically. The vibrant billboards that dotted the skyline of Tokyo bled into a uniform crimson, arresting the attention of everyone in sight. The busy thrum of city life came to a standstill, the air thick with anticipation. As the crowds made their way through the busy streets of Tokyo, their attention was caught by the sudden change of all the billboards. Every single one of the hundreds of billboards turned a crimson hue. Dear people of Tokyo, echoed a voice, warped and carrying through every speaker, drawing the gaze of hundreds, if not thousands. The busy streets of Tokyo, usually filled with thousands of moving pieces, paused for a moment. The voice continued, its message clear and chilling. For far too long, we have seen people suffer both at the hands of criminals and under the hands of the law. We have waited patiently, but today, that changes. Within the serene confines of a well-appointed meeting room, a woman with striking crimson hair sat, her elegance undisturbed by the chaos unfurling outside. Clad in a long white coat over her dark attire, she sipped her tea with an air of calm detachment until the urgent entrance of a man disrupted the peace. Miss Kiriho, something's happening in the news, he announced, a note of urgency in his voice. As she placed her drink on the glass table, the crimson-haired woman took a few moments to look at the moon, which bathed Tatsumi Port Island in a silver light. Her gaze lingered on the full moon for a few seconds before the woman accepted the tablet he offered, which played a video on a loop. The corruption in the world weighs heavily in our hearts. So we have decided that as our first act, we will clear the filth that is corrupting the youth, proclaimed the voice, its intent as sharp as a blade. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office of a government building, a silver-haired prosecutor stared at a daunting pile of discarded cases on her desk. Each file represented a battle fought and lost, not in the courtroom, but in the corridors of power where her efforts were systematically undermined. She recognized this pattern as an obstacle intentionally placed by the director to halt her advancement, a familiar plight in her predominantly male profession. The worst part was the constant carrot the director dangled in front of her, with his constant promises of a promotion. Yet, she remained undeterred. To her, the game was rigged from the start, so the only way to succeed was to cheat, to do whatever was necessary. As she contemplated the dismissed cases, a resolve hardened within her. She vowed to keep her next case under wraps, progressing in silence until presenting it once she had all the evidence she needed, leaving the director with no choice but to acknowledge her. I should head home soon. Makoto is going to start to worry again. She muttered to herself, opening the news app on her phone before leaving, only to be met with video playing. In the streets of Shibuya lies a plague that is slowly draining the hope of the future of Japan. Blackmailing them into what amounts to slavery, forcing girls into selling their bodies and men into becoming their cash cows, the disembodied voice declared, its message a beacon for the lost and a challenge to the oppressors. Basking under the same moon, a young woman wearing a velvety blue outfit wandered through the city. Her quest had been long and fruitless, many years had passed since she had begun her path, yet so far, she didn't have much to show for it. Her golden eyes, however, let out a strange glimmer of hope as she watched the commotion in the distance. This is our announcement to the world. We are the Phantom Thieves, and we have the power to take down those who see themselves as untouchable. This is only the beginning, the voice promised, a vow of upheaval and justice. Deep within the heart of Tokyo, the video's grave implications found their way to a secluded office, where anxiety and strategy collided. Sir, what do you think? It's playing all over Tokyo right now, a concerned worker inquired. The response was dismissive yet tinged with underlying concern. What do I think? This is clearly just another group of hackers looking for attention. They'll be forgotten in a few weeks, the man retorted. We haven't kept any records online, so they shouldn't be able to find anything actually incriminating. We need to keep our focus on the elections. However, a pause betrayed his apprehension. Send our team to try to find out who it was, in case they try anything funny again. I don't want them causing a mess during my campaign, he added, the threat of disruption looming large over his political aspirations. The video's relentless loop, echoing through the heart of Tokyo for nearly an hour, left an indelible mark on the city's psyche before it finally vanished from the screens. Yet, the disappearance of the footage did little to quell the waves it had stirred. In that brief window, a new name had woven itself into the fabric of Japan's collective consciousness. The Phantom Thieves. Chapter 54, The Truth. 1825 words. I took the day off from writing yesterday, cause I wrote a double-posted chaps to a total 5k words last time. Also, with this chap we finally hit 100k words. The group collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. Miraculously, they had managed to wrench themselves from metaverse just in time to avoid the full impact of their jump, yet their landing in the real world was anything but gentle. The thieves could hear the crowds of people wandering through the city just outside of the alley, yet thankfully, no one had noticed the commotion they had made. Since Ren was currently recovering, Makoto took the lead in sending a message to Futaba, urging her to hijack the billboards now that the job was done. Once their message began playing on the billboards, Ren had spent enough time recovering to be able to peel himself off the ground. However, his headache was only getting worse and worse as he began moving. However, he gritted his teeth and decided to deal with it until they were in a safer location. Ren, what the hell was that? Shiho's voice sliced through the air, tinged with alarm and disbelief as she watched Ren rise. Her eyes widened, a flicker of confusion, or was it concern? Passing over her face as she murmured, your eyes, they are yellow. The group instantly gathered around him as they heard her words, but before they could ask any questions, Ren spoke. Let's talk in LeBlanc. Beneath the glow of the crimson billboards, the group made their escape, weaving through the crowds until they found sanctuary in the cozy embrace of the warm cafe. Collapsing into a booth, they allowed the familiar surroundings to soothe their frayed nerves. Ren battled with the pain that clutched his head, a relentless grip that eased only slightly when he made some of the tea Haru had given him. Yet even with the pain, he made sure to prepare enough for the whole group. Ruji, noticing his discomfort, spoke up. Dude, if you want to take a rest or something, that's fine. We can probably do this tomorrow. No, I might as well do it now since everyone is here, Ren replied, his voice steady despite the pain. You guys have probably noticed, but every once in a while, I use personas we haven't encountered before. Yeah. I think we all just assumed that was just part of your power. Since you could hold many personas at once. And chimed in, with the group nodding in agreement. Ren shook his head, a grimace of pain crossing his face as the headache worsened. Well, you're technically correct. It is related, he admitted. When I first awakened to my persona, I was taken to another place. A place called the Velvet Room. Morgana, intrigued, leaped onto the table, his ears perked with interest. Wait. You asked me about it before, didn't you? His surprise was evident, a connection sparking in his mind. Ren's eyes glowed briefly, a hint of the power that lay within as he looked back at Morgana. It's strange, but you gave me a similar feeling to the people there, but it was so faint I wasn't sure. Morgana, lost in thought, tried to grasp at the fleeting memories, his ears twitching as if straining to remember. There is a man in the Velvet Room, his name is Igor. Morgana interrupted, a flash of recognition crossing his features. Yes, Ren confirmed, equally surprised by Morgana's sudden insight. Morgana fell silent, closing his eyes in concentration, but no further memories surfaced. Ren decided to continue, unveiling more about the Velvet Room, hoping to jog Morgana's memory further. As Mona said, there is a man named Igor in the Velvet Room. He grants the power of the wild card, which allows me to hold more than one persona. With the Velvet Room's aid, I can fuse and strengthen my personas, with the help of his assistants. Lavender. No, Laura, la. Mona interjected, trying to remember the name that was in the tip of his tongue. No, Caroline and Justine. A pair of twins. Ren corrected him, causing Morgana's ears to droop with disappointment. So, this man can help you strengthen your personas. Is that what happened in the bank? Makoto probed further with a serious tone. Not quite. Ren said as he made the scalpel appear in his hand. Placing it on the table. I used this. The group leaned in, their interest piqued by the scalpel's unusual appearance. Makoto, intrigued by the object, picked it up for closer examination. The blade is strange, it looks almost ethereal, she observed, her voice tinged with awe as she turned it over in her hands. Ruji, cutting through the growing intrigue with his characteristic bluntness, asked. So there's a weird dude that gives you powers. Then, as a sudden realization struck him, he added, wait, is that where the metanav comes from? I always wondered how the heck we got the app. Hearing Ruji's shout, the group's eyes widened with realization as Ren nodded. Why did you never mention this before? Did he force you to keep silent? Is he making you do things? Anne's concern was palpable, her voice echoing the unease that had settled over them. Dude, just give us the word, and we'll take him down for you. We've got your back, Ruji jumped in and declared, prompting a chuckle from Ren. No, it's nothing like that, Ren reassured them, the amusement fading from his voice. It's strange, honestly. It's like he wants me to do things, yet he can't directly ask. He'll begin to request something, then abruptly stop with an annoyed expression, and then change the topic. Turning to address Anne's earlier question, he continued with a weary sigh. As to why I never brought it up. I don't know. I just felt like I shouldn't. I'm sorry. Makoto, thoughtful, returned the scalpel to the table as she asked. So, this knife. Given your current state, it must exact a toll whenever it's used, right? Did you also receive it from that place? Ren nodded, a shadow of resignation in his eyes. After we defeated Kamoshida, he awarded it to me. I believe he wants me to become an attendant in the Velvet Room. So, every time I use it, I become more akin to them. A moment of silence fell before Shiho, connecting unseen dots, ventured a question. Is that why your blood results were unusual? The doctor mentioned it was a good thing, no? Ren nodded in response, his voice carrying a weight of resignation. I think so. From what Igor implied, it's supposed to be beneficial, but the transformations are far from pleasant. The air was charged with questions, and the group was on the cusp of delving deeper when Anne intervened. She had caught on to the shadow of pain and discomfort that flickered across Ren's face every time he answered. All right, that's enough, Anne declared, her voice firm yet tinged with concern. Ren needs rest, and we are just bombarding him with questions. He's got his reasons, and he'll share more when he's up to it. Let's call it a night, okay? It's late, and we could all use some rest. Tomorrow is Sunday, we can catch up then. Are we all good with that? Her intervention was a wake-up call, prompting sheepish smiles and nods of agreement from the group. In a sudden rush of movement, orchestrated by Anne's gentle yet insistent urging, they found themselves being steered towards the door. Get some rest. Call us if you need anything, she said, her parting words laced with a blend of care and resolve, as she and the group made their exit. Well, I guess that leaves just the two of us. Morgana remarked, a thoughtful tone to his voice as he trailed behind Ren up to his room. Collapsing onto the bed with a weary sigh, Ren was barely settled when Morgana broached a topic close to his heart. Hey, about my memories. Do you think it's possible for me to enter the Velvet Room with you? I must have some connection to it, right? Letting out another tired sigh, Ren answered. I'll ask, but I can't make any promises, he replied, the promise lingering in the air as he closed his eyes, seeking the solace of sleep. Hey, Ren. Thanks for saving us. And thank you for trying to help me remember. As the ethereal melody of a piano wove through the air, Ren's eyes fluttered open, revealing their newfound golden hue. In that brief, half-awake state, he glimpsed faint threads weaving around him, only for them to disappear as quickly as they had appeared. Welcome, trickster. The deep, resonant voice of Igor filled the space, as tangible as the music that preceded his words. Igor, Ren greeted, his voice steady, accompanied by a respectful nod that seemed to amuse the keeper of the Velvet Room. Usually, those without a contract are incapable of learning of the Velvet Room, but as a show of good faith, I have allowed your allies to discover our secrets, he revealed as he tapped on his table softly. Think of it as a reward for accomplishing your mission. Igor's words lingered in the air, imbued with a sense of gravitas and mystery. Though they are flawed outcasts of society, those bonds will become the wind beneath your wings. The show you are working so hard on would be incomplete without their help, he remarked, a deep chuckle following his statement. Ren, absorbing the weight of Igor's words, ventured the question his feline companion had asked him. Speaking of bonds, what do you know about Morgana? A wide grin appeared on Igor's face as he answered. It is nothing but a failed experiment, vanished from my Velvet Room before it could taint it. It is good that you found it useful, trickster. However, you must no longer speak its name here, Igor declared, his tone final. Ren's eyes widened as he heard the words. He opened his mouth to speak yet closed it without knowing what to say. Igor watched Ren's reaction with an amusement that bordered on delight, tapping his desk thoughtfully. Yet, as quickly as it had appeared, his amusement faded into an expression of mild annoyance. It seems our time is almost up, trickster. Igor announced, signaling the end of their encounter. Allow me to congratulate you for your efforts before you depart. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle. You have created quite a stir in the hearts of many people in Tokyo, and have successfully made a place for yourself in the collective unconscious. May you continue devoting yourself to creating a magnificent show, trickster. Confidence. Igor, the fool, rank 5. Morgana, the magician, rank 4. Chapter 55, the day after the heist. 1920 words. I just hired the artist for the Futaba, Pharaoh mask art from Chap 47, so we should have that pick in about a week. It was a bit of a challenge finding someone who wasn't too crazy expensive yet was also good, but depending on how the picture turns out I might ask him for another illustration. Let me know if there are any other moments in the future you all think would look pretty cool as a drawing. Can't promise anything since it costs money, but I would like to do a few things like it in the future. Shout out to John Redsea for the idea. And hey, if anyone reading knows how to draw, I would love to see anything you can come up with. Waking up the following morning, the discomfort that had plagued him vanished, leaving in its wake a peculiar change. As he observed his reflection, he noticed his eyes had transformed into a vivid golden hue. Surprisingly, this change brought with it a surge of energy, more potent than he was accustomed to. Stretching, he detected subtle changes in his physique. However, without a practical test, these differences remained speculative. Mona had exited through the window earlier, intent on keeping surveillance on Kaneshiro, promising to return by afternoon. This left Ren to navigate the peculiar situation of his altered eye color on his own. Despite his apprehensions that this sudden shift might draw unwelcome attention, his descent downstairs proved otherwise. Sojiro's greeting was as warm and customary as ever, and even the familiar faces of their Sunday clientele didn't seem to register any anomaly. After thinking for a few moments, he theorized that it was probably similar to something he had already experienced. Only those who had been to the metaverse and had heard Morgana talk could understand him in the real world, otherwise they would only hear a regular cat's meow. Having sent a message to the group that he was feeling better, they were all going to meet up in LeBlanc before making any more plans. Their previous infiltration had shown them just how underprepared they truly were. Their weekly group exercise sessions might as well have been for nothing. Yo, Ren. Could you lend a hand with the shop until your friends arrive? Sojiro inquired upon noticing Ren's distant gaze. With a nod, Ren promptly washed his hands and donned an apron, his face lighting up with his customary customer service smile. As the door swung open, admitting a new patron, Ren's attention was drawn to her. A woman entered, her long blue hair and somewhat androgynous appearance striking an intriguing contrast with her elegant grey suit. Her stoic demeanor was evident as her gaze swept across the cafe, absorbing every detail before she settled at the bar and took a seat. Hello, is there anything I could get for you? Ren inquired, his smile reaching the sophisticated woman as he approached her. Upon taking the woman's order, she shifted her attention towards the television, which was broadcasting the news on mute. Her gaze intensified as she noticed the vivid crimson billboards dominating the screen. Would you mind turning up the volume? I'm trying to stay informed on the local news, she requested, her focus unwavering from the screen. Acknowledging her request, Ren promptly grabbed the remote and increased the volume. The news was predominantly a recap of the previous evening's events. Futaba had done an absolutely stellar job, as she had not only hacked the billboards, but every single news website, and practically every major screen in Tokyo. Ren, too, seized this opportunity to catch up on the aftermath, since he had been feeling too sick to listen to anything before. The broadcaster seemed to dismiss the spectacle as a mere publicity stunt by an audacious group of hackers. Yet, Ren couldn't suppress a grin, thinking ahead to their forthcoming announcement. During this first hack, Futaba had made sure to hide a small backdoor into all of the sources she had hacked. In fact, that was the reason it had taken her so long to prepare. Their plan to embed themselves into the hearts of the masses was not as simple as one simple announcement of their existence. They would need to show proof that they had actually kept their word. Once Kaneshiro was arrested and confessed to all of the information he knew, and once everything that was to be discovered was found, they would speak up again. They would show the proof that they had indeed kept their promise of cleaning the streets of Shibuya. Especially knowing that the director of the Special Investigation Unit was their enemy, they had to make sure that their show wasn't buried by the news. What's your take on them? The woman inquired, casually sipping her coffee. The question caught Ren off guard as he turned to her. Well, he began, yet he caught the subtle narrowing of her eyes, causing him to act clueless instinctively. Can't really say much, since I don't know much about hacking. But at least it is interesting. Her interest seemed to wane with his response, and she returned her attention to the television. However, after a few minutes, her gaze sharpened once again, though she chose not to voice her thoughts. The woman continued to consume her coffee and meal in relative silence, lost in contemplation, until her phone rang. She hesitated for a moment, letting out a sigh before finally answering. "Shirogane speaking," she announced, her tone flat as she absorbed the details from the other end of the call. After a brief pause, she nodded in understanding. "Understood. Please inform Miss Kariho that I'll arrive in about 30 minutes, she concluded, a hint of exhaustion seeping into her sigh as she ended the call. Rising from her seat, she settled her bill and swiftly exited the cafe. Her departure coincided with the arrival of some of the phantom thieves. As they did, they all made their way to Ren's room to have some privacy from the rest of the customers. "Wow, what's with all the greenery?" Ruji exclaimed, taken aback by the transformation of Ren's room. What was once a stark, somewhat empty space was now vibrant with life, adorned with numerous ornate flower pots scattered around, each nurturing the beginnings of sprouts. "Oh, that," Ren replied, his smile gentle. "I might have gone a bit overboard with planting. I was gifted a packet of seeds that turned out to have a bit too many, so I ended up getting more pots. I thought it'd brighten up the room." The room, indeed, felt more inviting, a sentiment echoed by an surprised observation. "It really adds a nice touch. What kind of flowers are they?" "Poppy flowers," Ren shared, his smile lingering. As the room filled with the remaining members of the group, the atmosphere shifted from curiosity about the flora to a more somber tone. No one had asked any more questions about the Velvet Room, so Ren began by addressing their recent mission. "We managed to clear another palace, which is great. However, we all saw how it went down." Ren began, the seriousness in his voice setting the tone. Makoto chimed in, her expression reflecting a mix of determination and regret. "We got too comfortable after the infiltration, leaving us unprepared for the actual confrontation," she admitted, her voice laced with self-reproach. And nodded in agreement, the disappointment evident in her response. "Mona and I had spent so long practicing our combined attack, but the chaos with the bills threw me off. I can control a good amount of fire thanks to Carmen, but I lost focus after I saw Shiho being attacked. It was mostly my fault." Mona added with his ears drooping slightly. "I miscalculated during the infiltration. Since I spent most of our infiltration working with you, Ren, it made me overestimate the strength needed for Anne's fire. Since your persona's fire intensity is different, my adjustment backfired, causing it to get out of hand. It's not just you. I've become overly reliant on my confusion and sleep spells. When they failed, I was caught off guard." Shiho confessed, her gaze dropping in self-reproach. Ren shook his head gently, accepting the weight of leadership upon his shoulders. "As the leader, the bulk of the responsibility for our missteps rests with me. If I had been more prepared, I could have given directions better during the battlefield. If I am being honest, I looked down on Kaneshiro. And that caused me not to prepare as much as we should have," he acknowledged, capturing the group's attention. "From the moment I first laid my eyes on him in the real world, I saw him as nothing more than a fake mobster. Every time I manipulated him in his palace, it only made me look down on him even more. With every will seed we picked up, it only confirmed my bias against him. That he was nothing more than a fraud, who had been carried to his position rather than a true criminal." Ren reflected, his tone imbued with regret. But Shiho tried to speak before Ren cut her off. "No buts. I was wrong, and my bias almost caused us to lose the fight. If I am being honest, I half expected us to steal the treasure without him even noticing. The encounter with the robot took me by surprise, but I assure you, it will not happen again," Ren said with a serious expression. Then, as he turned to Ruji, he added, "Honestly, the only one here that actually had his mind in the game was Ruji. From beginning to end, he was focused on his role as an attacker, keeping pressure on Kaneshiro, and drawing his attention. I didn't realize it at the time, but he had left some dents and traces of damage in the Pigatron. Had I been at the top of my game, I would have noticed it and commanded all of us to attack the same spot until creating a weakness in it, winning us the fight." As the group's eyes shifted to him, Ruji, with a hint of bashfulness, confessed. "Well, to be honest, I have really been enjoying fighting in the metaverse, and with my leg feeling better, I wanted to push myself a bit further. So, I might have been sneaking into mementos to practice fighting some shadows in my free time. I know it isn't smart to go alone, but I am making sure to keep to the first few floors. At Rouge's admission, Ren couldn't contain a burst of laughter, an idea sparking within him. We probably should have been doing that the whole time, Rouge. From now on, we will start venturing into mementos regularly. I know some of our schedules are a bit busy, but let's try to go down in groups of 2 or 3 from now on. We don't know what sorts of dangers might lie down in the depths. Upon hearing this, Makoto's demeanor brightened significantly. I can take on the task of creating a schedule for us, she offered eagerly. Organizing schedules has always been something I'm proficient at, so I'm confident I can arrange something that accommodates everyone. Somehow, Rouge's sheepish comment had been the spark that lit the fire in the group. Shifting their focus from blaming themselves to thinking as to how they could better prepare for their next infiltration. Chapter 56, The Game of Pool. 1,686 words. Posting a bit earlier than usual, but next chat won't be until tomorrow since I am going to start stockpiling for my trip. After devising a plan for their activities, the thieves ventured to Kichijoji to unwind at a quaint club known as Penguin Sniper. This venue, with its array of entertainment options like darts, billiards, and bowling, wasn't as crowded as expected, providing the group ample opportunity to indulge in the activities without the hassle of waiting. Rouge had recently proposed a new tradition, celebrating at a new locale following the successful completion of a palace. They had stopped at LeBlanc the first time, so to mix things up slightly, they would try a different place that he knew. This change of scenery offered a momentary respite, allowing them to relax before gearing up for the challenges ahead. With Haru's father potentially being their next target, and SAE's and the SIU director's palaces looming in the background, the group was mindful of the battles that lay ahead. Ren wanted to try to formally recruit Futaba into the thieves, given how helpful she had been with hacking the billboards, but he was waiting to hear back from her about her palace. It was something that she was still dealing with, and since she hadn't asked for help yet, Ren wouldn't intervene unless it was an emergency. Especially since the last time he saw her, her mask was on the brink of collapse. One of the main reasons he gave her so much space and time to process everything on her own was the arcana she represented. The hermit stood for introspection and solitude, a lone man walking through the world with only a lamp to light his path. It represented contemplation and self-discovery. Right now, the lamp that guided Futaba through her journey was the old journals her mother had left for her. Their exploration of the club was interrupted by Rouge's enthusiastic discovery of a photo booth. His excitement was contagious, as he began rifling through the assortment of props available. With a playful chuckle, he handed Ren a mask eerily similar to his phantom thief persona, along with a magician's hat. After having to model along with Anne, Ren's dislike of pictures had somewhat waned, so he placed the plastic mask on his face as he played along with the group. Try pulling Mona out of the hat, Rouge suggested, earning an eye roll from Mona as he began distributing props to the others. For Makoto, he chose a regal crown and received a pair of whimsical cat ears, and to Shiho, he handed a fake microphone and a fairy wand, apologetically noting the absence of a prop befitting a siren. Finding something for a siren was a bit of a challenge, no. Rouge remarked as he equipped himself with a pirate's eye patch and brandished a hook. Shiho, amused by the selection, embraced her assigned accessories. Holding the microphone, she spoke in a joking tone as she said, "I guess this only adds to my mystique." Huddling around the tiny photo booth, the group began to take pictures together. And held Mona to the sky, as if he were a lion king in a few pictures, before quickly hiding him away, as one of the workers walked by. Minutes slipped by until they had a handful of pictures in their hands, giving everyone a bundle of pictures to take back home. From one place to the other, the group wandered around the small club, and tried out everything it had to offer. As the group tried their hand at bowling, Ren slipped away to grab some snacks before spotting a familiar face playing pool by himself. A young man who had neck-length brown hair and reddish-brown eyes. He was wearing a surprisingly formal outfit for a casual place like the Penguin Sniper, a brown coat over his button-up shirt with a loose tie, accompanied by a pair of black gloves in his hands. "Are you the detective prince?" Ren asked with some curiosity, as he saw the brown-haired boy lift his head. Hearing someone call his title, the brown-haired man turned, his eyes widening in slight surprise before he let out a smile. "That is a title many have bestowed upon me." "Are you one of my fans?" he asked, putting on a charming smile. As someone who worked closely with the director of SIU, he was someone Ren would be cautious with. However, he would regret it if he didn't at least try to talk to him, since he might be one of the possible connections he had been looking for to learn more about the director and the conspiracy happening in the background. "I've seen you on TV a few times. I recognized you because I've heard some things about you from my friends." "You work with Prosecutor Najima, don't you?" Ren asked. The smile on Akechi's face became slightly more natural as he answered. "Indeed, I have the pleasure of working with Miss Najima. The friend you must be referring to is her sister, Makoto, if my assumptions are correct." With a nod, Ren answered. "I guess that's why they call you the Detective Prince," he said in a joking tone. Hearing the compliment, Akechi smiled slightly as he spoke. "Goro Akechi," he introduced himself, offering his left hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Ren Amamiya," Ren replied, engaging in the handshake. This simple exchange marked the beginning of an intriguing acquaintance. Looking at the pool table next to him, Akechi offered. "Would you care to join me for a game?" he suggested. Nodding his head, Ren quickly sent a message to the group that he would take slightly longer, as Akechi set up the balls in their place. "Please, take the first shot," Akechi gestured gracefully, cue in hand. As Ren gripped his cue, he felt an involuntary activation of his third eye, guiding his shot with unerring precision. The balls scattered seamlessly across the table following his strike. "How did you find your way into detective work? We are about the same age, after all," Ren asked as he stood out of Akechi's way and prepared for his turn. "Well, you could say it was all by chance," Akechi answered as he hit one of the balls. "A combination of luck and timing led me to solve my first case. That drew some attention, and things escalated from there. Hard work played its part, but I credit much of my journey to sheer chance." After completing his explanation, Akechi missed his intended shot, stepping aside for Ren. "What about you, Amamiya? I'm sure you must also have an interesting story." Ren, sinking a ball into a pocket, shared a snippet of his story. "Well, chance is something we both have in common," he reflected, recalling his encounter with Igor. Despite successfully potting a ball, his subsequent shot went astray, yielding the table to Akechi. As Akechi began to line up for his next shot, Ren finished his answer. However, using a different fragment of his past. "The main reason I am here in Tokyo is that I tried to help a girl who was being assaulted. I pushed some bald rich guy with a goatee, and the next thing I knew, I was on a train to Tokyo with a criminal record." Ren answered just as Akechi prepared to hit the ball. Using slightly too much force, the white ball flew off the table, causing Akechi to let out a slightly awkward chuckle. "Apologies, I attempted a trick shot I'd seen online. Clearly, it needs more practice," he admitted, retrieving the ball and stepping aside for Ren's turn. Akechi's mishap caught Ren off guard, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise as he prepared for his next move. "So, how is it working with Najima?" Ren inquired, smoothly pocketing a ball on the table. "It's rewarding. She's incredibly dedicated, though perhaps a bit too serious about her work at times," Akechi replied, his smile reflecting a mix of admiration and amusement. Ren, taking another shot and sinking it, mused. "I've only met her briefly, but she did strike me as someone who's quite intense from time to time." Akechi's response came with a soft chuckle. "Indeed, she has her moments." As he lined up his next shot, Ren muttered almost as if absent-mindedly. "It's funny, it's rare to see someone with reddish-brown eyes since they are usually just plain brown, yet both the detective and prosecutor have them. It must have been another game of chance," Ren said as he struck the next ball. Akechi's laughter was light as he absorbed the remark. "That's something I hadn't considered. But I am quite fond of my eye color since it is the same as my mother's," he shared, a hint of nostalgia in his voice before redirecting his focus to the game. "Although, if we are discussing unique eye colors, yours certainly stand out." I can't recall meeting anyone with eyes quite like yours. As Ren heard his answer, a slight smirk appeared on his face. Yet, acting as if he was too focused to hear it, he hit the final 8-ball into the pocket before standing up. Well, it seems you're more adept at this than I initially thought, Akechi remarked, observing Ren's skillful conclusion of their game. Ren, turning towards Akechi with a playful glint in his eye, proposed. I'm always up for a rematch. How about it? Akechi's response came with a light-hearted nod and a chuckle. Why not? I actually enjoyed this. Let's exchange numbers. I'll reach out when I get some free time. Though I should probably head back to work now. I bet it is quite a mess after the hack that happened last night. After exchanging numbers, Ren headed back to meet with the group, with Akechi turning to leave. Once Akechi was out of the building, Ren's smile widened. His golden eyes glimmered as he approached the group with some interesting news. Confidence. Goro Akechi, the Justice, Rank 1. Chapter 57, The Reversed Arcana. 1,670 words. Ren shared his encounter with Akechi with the group, highlighting Akechi's accidental reference to his unique eye color, a detail only discernible to those who have ventured into the metaverse. This inadvertent revelation implied that Akechi had, at some point, crossed paths with them within that alternate reality. It explained his slight surprise when he saw Ren at the beginning and his sudden willingness to invite him to play. However, the exact nature of Akechi's involvement in the metaverse remained a mystery, leaving the group wary of his true intentions. Akechi had a direct line with the director of SIU, so he would have been able to directly reporting them to him. But judging by the fact that they were not behind bars right now, or on the run only made them more wary. After all, they didn't know if they were playing directly into his game or not. With the evening drawing to a close, the group decided to disband for the night. As Ren made his way to the train station, his mind was abuzz with the implications of their interaction with Akechi. From now on, he would have to play a game of cat and mouse with him to learn more without revealing anything. However, for Ren, the strangest thing was the thread of fate that now connected the two of them. Just by looking at the frail and almost invisible string, he could instinctively know what Akechi represented, the Justice. A card that represented truth and honesty, cause and effect, law and order. Why would someone who represents such a card be related to the mental shutdowns? As the question hung in his mind, he decided that it was finally time to visit one of his forgotten confidants, the fortune teller in Shinjuku. If you had asked him before, he would have never believed in things such as fortune telling, but now that he was spending his weekends exploring cognitive worlds, everything seemed possible. And, as he thought back to her last reading, it had been eerily accurate. The Death, the Fool, and the Hanged Man. Upon entering the vibrant district of Shinjuku, Ren was immediately enveloped in the chaos of its bustling streets, illuminated by the glow of numerous billboards. Ignoring the sensory overload, he made his way to Chihire's booth, greeted by the familiar sight of the fortune teller. Hello, Ren greeted her with a friendly wave, only to be met with a look of mild annoyance from Chihire. Hello. First, you tell me that you are going to start taking classes with me, and then you vanish for a month. I spent so long preparing for the next class, only for it to never happen. Do you even know how excited I was about getting the chance to teach someone about tarot? She scolded, her disappointment palpable. Caught off guard by her reproach, Ren could only muster an apologetic response. Oh, about that. I'm sorry, he admitted, having completely overlooked the commitment amidst his chaotic schedule. Chihire's expression softened slightly, though her tone remained firm. So, what brings you back now? And don't tell me it's for another class. Ren hesitated, his initial response dying on his lips as he contemplated her question. After a moment of silence, Chihire declared. Double. The fee for the missed classes is now double. Ren, reaching into his bag to comply, was stopped by Chihire's sudden change of heart. Wait, never mind, I guess since you are willing to pay double, that means you are actually sorry. She said as she rubbed her forehead. Looking up to Ren, she gave a sigh before speaking again. The cards had already told me that you were coming today, so I had all day to be angry at you. I just wanted to see if you were actually sorry. Nodding his head apologetically once again, Ren answered. I have been quite busy, so I didn't have the chance to come back again. Trust me, a lot has been going on for me. Chihaya nodded her head in acknowledgement before grabbing the stack of tarot cards next to her. Before we dive into the lesson, let's see what the cards have to reveal today. Ren watched in anticipation as Chihaya concentrated on her craft, revealing the first card meant to symbolize his past. The Devil, she voiced out, her concern palpable. This card speaks to entrapment, material desires, and the shadow self. It warns of the consequences of the agreements you forge, Ren. Your past actions, shrouded though they may be, have set you on a path that's irreversible. Ren's eyes narrowed as he heard her reading before nodding his head. I understand. I'll be more careful in the future. Ren said as his mind drifted to the scalpel in his soul, an object that had forever changed him, for better or for worse. Hearing his answer, Chihaya nodded with approval before flipping the next card. The Tower, this card represents sudden change, upheaval, revelation, and the breaking down of structures or beliefs. She said, closing her eyes for a moment before letting out a sigh. It's strange. Every time I try to look into your fate, it is quite blurry. But something must have changed recently, no? Though I guess that makes sense since you are probably still going through puberty. She mused out loud. Ren remained silent, absorbing her words, as she moved on to the final cards predicting his future. And for your future, there are actually 2 cards calling to your future. One for the near future and one for the distant future. She muttered before grabbing the second card and placing it next to the first card. Flipping the first card, she said. The Star. This card symbolizes hope, inspiration, and renewal. Following the upheaval indicated by the Tower, the Star shines as a beacon of optimism and healing. That's quite the positive reading, especially after your past and present cards. And as she flipped her second card, she exclaimed again. The Fool. This card is about beginnings, innocence, and a leap of faith, but it also carries a warning of the pitfalls of naivety and the importance of being aware of one's surroundings. It means one day you will be able to start anew and heal the wounds of your past, she concluded, her smile warm and reassuring. Once the reading concluded, Chihaya began to teach Ren about the meanings of the reversed arcana. Each card has a unique meaning depending on its orientation, upright and reversed. When a card appears in a reversed position, it often signifies the internalization of the card's themes or challenges, a delay, or even the opposite of its upright meaning. For instance, while the Star upright signifies hope and rejuvenation, in reverse, it might suggest a period of despair or lost faith. Throughout Chihaya's lecture, Ren made several connections between the dual meanings of the arcana and his confidants. Intriguingly, he observed that as his bonds with his confidants strengthened, they increasingly embodied the positive, upright aspects of their respective arcana. The reversed hermit spoke volumes about Futaba's initial state of isolation and self-withdrawal, mirroring her struggles before joining the Phantom Thieves. The reversed priestess, symbolizing a disconnection from one's inner voice and a superficial existence, reminded Ren of Makoto's earlier actions, where she neglected her own judgment in favor of fulfilling others' expectations, notably in the case of ignoring Kamoshida's misconduct. Similarly, the reversed chariot, indicating aimlessness and aggression, resonated with Rouge's past as an ostracized student, stemming from the fallout with Kamoshida. However, the one that stood out the most for Ren was the one that represented Akechi, the reversed justice. Injustice and unfairness, lack of accountability, imbalance, and disharmony are all things the reversed justice symbolizes. As the lesson began winding down, Chihaya spoke up and said, Hey, after reading your past and present fortune, I wanted to introduce you to another service we offer. We have a holy stone that can protect you and keep you safe from bad luck. It is 100,000 yen, but it is well worth the price. Intrigued, Ren expressed his interest. May I take a look? With an encouraging smile, Chihaya revealed a pinkish stone, modest in size, and placed it before him. The moment the stone was in sight, Ren activated his third eye to look for anything out of the ordinary, but even through his special vision, the rock remained as unimpressive as ever. Compelled by a sudden hunch, Ren reached out, examining the stone closely, and then, in a moment of impulsiveness, he licked it. Chihaya recoiled, surprised by his action. "What in the world are you doing?" she exclaimed, reclaiming the stone with confusion. "Isn't that just rock salt?" Ren, equally puzzled, asked. Chihaya's expression soured slightly at the question. "Absolutely not. This is a sacred stone, imbued with energies meant to fend off bad luck and attract positive fortunes." Hearing her words, his skill activated once again. He looked for anything out of the ordinary, only to find nothing once again. "I think I will pass for now," Ren decided, his initial interest dampened by the stone's lackluster reality. "That's all right," Chihaya responded, somewhat deflated, as she stowed the stone away. "I suppose that concludes our session today, doesn't it?" The two of them spent a few moments saying goodbye, with Ren saying some final words before leaving. "Yes, thank you for the lesson. I will try to come back sooner next time. Confidence. Chihaya Myphune, the fortune, rank 2. Man, I love Chihaya lol. Before starting this story, I knew nothing about tarot. But it is honestly so freaking interesting, and it is thanks to our resident fortune teller that I am able to dive deeper into it and learn more. Hopefully, the chap didn't feel too info-dumpy, since I usually try to release information in a good pace. Let me know, and if it is, I'll try to pace it better next time. Chapter 58, The First Gymnastics Class. 1804 words. The next day, when getting ready to leave school, he was approached by Kasumi, who ran to catch up to him after she saw him leaving. "Ren? I'm sorry, I meant to send you a message, but my phone hasn't been working properly all day," she explained, a hint of frustration mingling with her urgency. Ren paused, turning to her with a curious tilt of his head. "Did you need something? I know I promised to teach you some gymnastics, but I've only really got the free time today. Are you free? We could go to the park for our first lesson. I could teach you a few of the basic moves," Kasumi offered. After nodding his head in approval, the two of them began wandering towards one of the local parks that had an open field. On the way there, the two of them began talking. "To be completely honest, I should be in the gym practicing. But my focus has been off lately. I thought maybe teaching might help me find my focus again," Kasumi confessed, her tone betraying a mix of doubt and hope as they navigated their way to the train. "Really? What's the problem?" Ren inquired, his voice laced with genuine concern. Kasumi sighed deeply. "It's just, I don't understand it. I've been following my training and diet to the letter, but it's like I've hit a wall. No matter how much I practice, I don't seem to make any progress. It's not that I'm physically tired. I just feel stuck," she confessed. As she did, the unnatural mask on her face began to glow slightly, which caught Ren's attention as he asked. "Do you feel like you aren't quite yourself?" he asked, and at the question, the mask began glowing slightly more brightly. "Yes. That's exactly it. Back before high school, I felt like I could do anything. But for some time I hit a slump, I hit a growth spurt, and ever since." She paused, hesitating. "Well, ever since I started high school, it feels like I'm in a body that doesn't quite belong to me. Do you know what I mean?" Chuckling slightly, Ren nodded his head. "You'd be surprised. I honestly know the feeling all too well." Hearing his answer, a soft smile appeared on Kasumi's face. "I had a hunch," she murmured, more to herself than to Ren. "When we first met, I sensed something familiar about you. It was hard to pinpoint at first, but the more we talk, the more it makes sense to me," she said, her voice tinged with a mix of relief and sadness. "Not so long ago, I was in a pretty bad spot. I fell into a bit of a depression, and stuff got pretty bad for a bit. That's when I met Maruki," she said, with her eyes losing focus slightly as she thought back to the past. The mask on her face grew ever brighter before losing its luster. "I can sort of understand," Ren admitted. "I was also a bit lost before talking to Maruki," he answered. Hearing Ren's response seemed to anchor Kasumi back to the moment, her smile reappearing. That's one of the reasons I was excited to start practicing gymnastics with you. When you think about it, we have a lot in common. It's hard to explain, but I feel that if I stick around you long enough, I might be able to find that part of me again. The confident part that makes me, well, me, she said, her smile now full of hope and anticipation. Ren couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected turn their conversation had taken. Well, that's a bit out of the blue, he remarked with amusement, noticing Kasumi's slight pout before he added. But I'm all in. I'll do my best to support you. Stepping off the train, they made their way to the park, where Kasumi paused to mentally prepare herself, slapping her cheeks lightly before adopting a determined, cheerful demeanor. She started the session with some basic warm-up exercises and stretches. Ren was taken aback by his own flexibility, which seemed enhanced compared to his past attempts at exercise with the group. It was a pleasant surprise, even for Kasumi, who noted that such agility was rare in someone not regularly practicing gymnastics. As they progressed, Kasumi embraced her role as a teacher, guiding Ren through the movements. Ren, for his part, was keenly aware of the changes within him. The scalpel's influence had made him stronger and more agile, qualities he was now fully appreciating as he mirrored Kasumi's instructions. Despite his novice status, Ren's earnest efforts and newfound physical capabilities made the learning process smoother than expected, drawing curious glances from passers-by as they saw the two of them repeatedly try different moves. As dusk enveloped the park, they found a bench to rest on, the day's activities behind them. I'm actually quite impressed by how quickly you picked things up. To be honest, I'm even a bit jealous, Kasumi confessed, her gaze drifting towards the fading sunlight, a tinge of melancholy in her eyes. Jealous? Ren asked, surprised by her expression. I literally ate dirt after failing the front handspring. He joked, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, I remember something similar happening to me when I was learning it. Kasumi chuckled, a wistful smile crossing her face. I will admit, that was a little funny. Yet, as Ren observed her, he noticed her attention was still fixed on the distant horizon, the enigmatic mask she wore subtly glowing. Everything okay? He inquired, concern coloring his voice. Kasumi seemed to snap back to reality, hearing the question, the glow from the mask fading. Yes, just reflecting on some advice my teacher gave me. She suggested I take a break from gymnastics to explore and clear my mind. If I am being honest, teaching you was fun, but even then, I still had that same nagging in the back of my head, she shared, her usual vibrancy dimmed. Do you want to try out something different next time? Ren offered, sensing Kasumi's lingering concerns. Really? Are you sure you'd be okay with that? I noticed you have a knack for gymnastics, and I'd hate to think I'm letting you down after you were so eager to learn. Especially considering how much you've supported me today. Ren, unfazed, encouraged her to explore her interests. What's something you've been wanting to try? Kasumi paused, considering, then shared. Cooking. I have always enjoyed cooking, and I have been meaning to learn more about it. Though my dishes have been tasting somewhat funny lately. Ren couldn't help but smile at her admission. Did you know I live in a cafe? Cooking's become a bit of a hobby of mine. Really? Kasumi's surprise was evident. Yeah, I end up cooking pretty often, especially when my friends come over. I've gotten pretty good at making a few dishes, though curry is my specialty. Best damn curry you'll ever taste. He joked. Kasumi's laughter filled the air, light and sincere. I'd love to learn how to make the best darn curry, then. It sounds wonderful, she said, her usual vibrancy returning in full force. As dusk turned into evening, they decided it was time to head home. Upon reaching his place, Ren felt his phone vibrate with a new message. Shiho, hey, Ren. I was wondering if you were free tomorrow. Things have been a bit crazy lately, and we were all pretty busy dealing with Kaneshiro, but now that we are done with that, I was wondering whether you would want to go to the art class tomorrow. Ren, laughing face. Ren, that sounds great. Send me the info, and we can walk over there tomorrow after school together. Shiho, smiley face. Shiho, actually, it is a bit later in the day. It would be kind of weird to go to the class still in our uniforms, so I was thinking of going home and getting changed before going over. Shiho, I was thinking that since the class is pretty late, we could grab some food before heading over. Ren, do you want me to cook? Shiho, laughing face. Shiho, I love your food. Black heart. Shiho, if you bring a bento box, we can eat at the nearby park. Shiho, the class is going to be led by a student of Madarame named Yusuke Kitagawa. From the reviews, he is a bit eccentric, but it should be fine. Ren, eccentric is part of the artist bundle, so there is nothing out of the ordinary there. After a few more messages, Shiho eventually sent all of the information. The class was going to take place in one of the museums owned by Madarame. They mainly stood as a way to showcase his art, but from time to time, he would open them for classes. Tossing her phone aside, Shiho's excitement bubbled over. She muffled a gleeful scream into her pillow, the thrill sending her heart racing. Yet, amidst the chaos of her emotions, a strand of calm wove its way in. She smoothed back her hair, a gesture towards regaining some semblance of composure, and reached for her phone once more. This time, she dialed Anne. The call barely rang once before Anne's voice came through. That's great, she managed, her words trailing off near the end. Shiho's excitement dimmed, replaced by a moment of seriousness, as she picked up on Anne's tone. Hey, Anne, I know you said you'd step back, but I had an idea. Well, technically, it was Cersei's idea, but that basically makes it my idea, no. Shiho ventured, her words tiptoeing into the conversation. There was a pause on the line, Anne's confusion palpable. Yeah, she replied, a mix of curiosity and apprehension in her voice. Shiho exhaled, a mixture of nerves and conviction strengthening her voice. It doesn't really matter whose idea it was, I guess. It's a bit out there, but what if we didn't have to choose? What if we could both? You know. There was a heavy silence on the other end of the line. Shiho could almost hear the gears turning in Anne's head, the weight of the proposal settling in. She hurried to fill the void, anxious to make her case. Listen, I've been doing a lot of thinking and talking with Cersei, and well, you've heard how ancient Greeks are. Confidence Kasumi Yoshizawa, the faith, rank 2. Yal, I don't know if I cooked or not at the end there, but I'ma just leave it, as it is because the next chapter turned out good lol. To be fair, I have been lying down hints about it for a few chaps now. Let me know your feedback lol. Chapter 59, The Art Class. 2,703 words. The next day, after school, Ren arrived at the park slightly earlier. As he wandered around, he found an open park picnic table. The park was a canvas of vibrant greens and florals, the sun casting a gentle warmth over everything. A few minutes later, approaching Ren with a smile, Shiho said, Hey, I hope I'm not too late. Time just flew by. Ren couldn't help but notice Shiho's transformation. Today, she radiated a different kind of energy, her usual reserved simplicity replaced by a subtle elegance. She had chosen a soft, flowing dress that complemented the spring day, and her makeup, though minimal, accentuated her features beautifully. No, not at all. I was just enjoying the view. Ren responded with a chuckle, his gaze subtly taking in her effort and the serene setting around them. As they walked towards the designated spot, the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and distant sounds of laughter and play from other park-goers. Sitting at the park table, Ren opened the bento box to reveal an assortment of homemade delicacies. Each compartment was filled with carefully prepared food, each made with special attention and care. Shiho's eyes lit up at the sight. Ren, this is amazing. You made all of this? Kind of. When Sojiro saw me cooking, he insisted on helping me, so I did get some help with it. Ren said with a chuckle, as he thought about the past few hours. Initially, he was going to go in one of his usual casual outfits, but the moment Sojiro asked him what the food was for, he sent Ren back up to the attic to choose a nicer outfit. After that, Sojiro stepped in and helped Ren cook up a better version of his usual curry. Hearing his answer, Shiho let out a slight chuckle before thanking him for the food and starting to dig in. The lunch unfolded into an easy conversation, laughter blending with the tastes of Ren's carefully prepared meal. You know, the volleyball team asked me to join back. Apparently, the new coach is a former teacher named Yamauchi, but he is not putting any effort into the volleyball team, and is only focusing on bringing back the track team. So they want us to try to join together, and show him that we can still play, even after everything that happened. Shiho shared that she had taken a few bites of the food. Do you think you'll go back? Ren asked. I don't know. I really like volleyball, but I would honestly rather just focus on trying out different things. Every time I step into the school gym, I become uncomfortable. The worst part is that as bad as Kamoshida was, he actually made all of us improve by force, so it would feel wrong to win because, technically, it was thanks to him. She admitted getting lost in thought. Hearing her words, Ren went silent for a moment. He wasn't quite sure how to answer, but with the meaning of the arcana still fresh on his mind, an idea appeared. He grabbed a few of the items he had brought and built a small tower, placing the bento boxes on top of 2 chopsticks. What are you doing? Shiho asked as she snapped out of her sudden daze. Well, it's a bit hard to explain. But imagine this is what you learned from Kamoshida, he said before gently pushing the small tower he had built using his finger. The boxes rolled on the chopsticks until one of the chopsticks fell behind, causing the tower to collapse. With the crazy schedule and all of the abuse, he might have been able to build something, but it was bound to collapse at some point. Either from the stress or simply because your body is not able to keep up anymore, he said. After which, he grabbed the boxes and placed them down first, placing the chopsticks at the top. Now you have the chance to build the tower yourself with whatever pieces you want. And this time, a bit more stable, he finished, tapping the bento box tower without it moving. Looking up at Shiho, he saw her smiling before bursting out into a soft laugh. You're weird, but I get it, Shiho said with a smile as she pushed some of her hair behind her ear. After talking for some more time, the two of them began making their way towards the museum. Their arrival at the museum marked a transition from the natural beauty of the park to the curated elegance of art and history. The museum, an imposing structure of classical design, welcomed them into its halls, filled with the quiet murmur of visitors and the soft, diffused light illuminating the artworks. As a museum dedicated to Madarame's works, the walls were filled to the brim with intricate paintings. Since they still had some time before the class started, the two of them wandered around, taking a look at the paintings. It's impressive how Madarame can capture so many different art styles, Shiho muttered as she looked at one of the paintings. Ren's golden eyes glowed slightly as his third eye activated, looking into each painting. Surprisingly, through his skill, he could see a few impressive things. Yeah, the brush patterns are completely different from painting to painting. If I didn't know better, I would assume they were done by different people, Ren said, his eyes wandering from painting to painting, unaware that his comment had caught the attention of their soon-to-be teacher. As the two of them continued walking, the soon-to-be teacher began following them in the background until they eventually arrived at a recreation of the Sayuri, Madarame's most famous painting. It had been stolen some time ago, so the best they could do was look at a copy that was created. So Ren, what do your artist's eyes see? Shiho asked in a joking tone, as she stood next to him. His eyes narrowed for a moment, looking at the painting closely. It's probably because it's just a copy, but it looks incomplete. Honestly, I don't really know enough about art to understand what I am seeing, Ren said, deactivating his skill. After wandering around the museum a bit longer, the two of them made their way to the class. The art class was set in a spacious room, with large windows offering views of the museum's manicured gardens. Canvases, paints, and brushes were neatly arranged at each station, inviting participants to unleash their creativity. Standing next to most canvases were groups of people of differing ages, all eagerly awaiting for the class to start, and just a few moments later, a young man with dark blue hair parted into bangs walked into the room. He was taller and skinnier than the average man, but judging by his appearance, he looked to be around the same age as Ren and Shiho. He wore a simple, clean, long-sleeve white shirt and black pants. He wore a neutral expression on his face, yet Ren could slightly notice that he would much rather be anywhere else but here. Welcome to today's art class, the man began, his voice calm and reflective. I am Yusuke Kitagawa, a pupil of Masquerade. Today, we shall explore beyond mere imitation, seeking the soul that art embodies. Please find a canvas, and let us begin. Ren and Shiho exchanged glances, their eyes a mixture of excitement and nervousness, before settling in front of a canvas. Yusuke walked among the students, his gaze keen and observant, offering insights and encouragement with a passion that belied his initial detachment. I think this is a more advanced class than what was advertised. Everyone here is way better than us, she said, holding back some laughter as she looked at the strange beginnings of her painting. Just go for it. I don't even know what to start with, Ren said as he looked at his empty canvas. Consider what moves you, what stirs your heart, and let that guide your hand, Yusuke instructed, pausing by Ren and Shiho's setup. Remember, the beauty of art lies not in perfection, but in expression. Let your canvas reflect your essence. Ren and Shiho shared an uncertain glance, each holding a brush with a tentative grip. Encouraged by Yusuke's words, they turned to their canvases, ready to embark on their artistic journey. Shiho decided to capture the essence of the park where they had lunch, her painting aiming to reflect the bright greens and the serene atmosphere. Her strokes were uneven, and the proportions somewhat skewed, but the joy and the warmth of that moment were palpable in her art. Ren, on the other hand, was drawn to the image of a blue butterfly, slightly unsure as to why. The butterfly's wings, a vibrant azure against the white canvas, were not perfectly symmetrical, and the background was a series of hesitant, overlapping brush strokes that aimed to depict the sky, but ended up as a somewhat muddled mix of blues and whites. Due to his newfound familiarity with the flower, he tried to depict the butterfly sitting on a simple poppy flower. However, that was easier said than done, as he struggled to make it look like anything more than a red blob. Throughout the entire time both of them were painting, Ren was too focused to notice the constant curious glances Yusuke passed his way, almost as if analyzing him for something. Some time later, Yusuke, making his rounds, paused to observe their work. Ah, a butterfly, he remarked, looking over Ren's shoulder. A symbol of metamorphosis, of change and beauty emerging from struggle. And you, turning to Shiho, have captured a sense of place, a memory. Both of you have shown admirable intent and emotion in your work. Their paintings, clearly the work of novices, carried a raw, unrefined charm. The art class wasn't about mastering techniques in one afternoon, but about exploring new ways of seeing and expressing oneself. As the session concluded, Ren and Shiho examined their paintings. Shiho's scene, though lacking in technical skill, was bright and cheerful, a fond memory captured in paint. Ren's butterfly, despite its asymmetrical wings and somewhat clumsy background, gave a strange yet familiar feeling. Thanks, Yusuke-sensei, Shiho said, a smile playing on her lips. This was quite an experience. Nodding, the blue-haired man responded with what sounded like a rehearsed answer. The journey in art, as in life, begins with a single step, or in this case, a single stroke. May you both continue to explore and express yourselves, Yusuke said reflexively. As they prepared to leave, Yusuke's voice cut through the murmur of the departing crowd, directed unmistakably at Ren. Excuse me, may I know your name? Ren Amamiya, why? Ren answered, slightly confused. Amamiya-san, would you consider being the subject for my next artwork? Yusuke inquired, his usual composed demeanor giving way to a noticeable intensity. He stepped closer, almost unconsciously, driven by a sudden inspiration. Ren, taken aback, shared a hesitant look with Shiho, uncertainty mirrored in his eyes. No. Yusuke's expression turned earnest, his plea laced with a fervor that bordered on desperation. Forgive my abruptness. It's just that, after observing you and your interaction with the Sayuri, an idea struck me, a concept profoundly different from anything I've pursued before. He paused, collecting his thoughts. You see, the Sayuri represents an ethereal beauty, an essence of humanity that's captivating. I've always aspired to capture something of equal significance. Initially, I believed it required depicting another form of beauty. However, upon reflection, especially after observing you while painting, I've realized there's a contrasting path. Yusuke's gaze fixed on Ren, with an intensity that felt almost invasive. In your presence, there's an anomaly, a divergence from the norm that's subtle yet profound. If the Sayuri illuminates the beauty within humanity, I seek to explore its absence. You, Amamiya-san, embody this concept. There's a detachment in you, an otherness that defies easy definition. Shiho's expression darkened, her protective instincts surfacing. What exactly are you suggesting? She asked, her tone sharpening. It's nothing alarming, Yusuke hurried to clarify, his enthusiasm tempering into a more thoughtful expression. It's not about casting shadows over one's character. Rather, it's about exploring the nuances of what makes us human and questioning the boundaries of that humanity. Amamiya-san's aura, especially the depth in his dark eyes, suggests a narrative far removed from the ordinary, almost as if he transcends the very essence of what we perceive as human. Hearing his answer, Shiho turned to look at Ren, who was quietly looking back at Yusuke with a slightly unsure expression. The main reason was the almost transparent thread that was beginning to form between them. He wasn't really interested in acting as a model again, yet the way Yusuke had phrased it had intrigued him somewhat. Judging by his use of dark eyes, he wasn't able to see their true color, but that only made it more intriguing that he could tell that there was something different about him. After a few moments of hesitation, Ren nodded his head with a sigh and said, "Sure. I am a bit busy at the moment, but I am sure we can figure out a day for it." "Excellent. I shall eagerly await when the day comes. Please send me a message when you have a moment. The painting is probably going to take a full day, if not slightly longer, but I will make sure to make the process as smooth as possible." Numbers exchanged in a flurry of anticipation, Yusuke's demeanor softened, his earlier intensity giving way to respectful acknowledgement. With a nod, he allowed them to part ways, his mind already adrift in the sea of creative possibilities that Ren's unique presence had stirred. Shiho, despite her initial annoyance at the interruption, couldn't help but smile as they left the museum. The day had been a rollercoaster of emotions, from the warmth of their dinner to the sudden request from Yusuke. "It looks like our date got a bit more interesting towards the end, huh?" Shiho said absent-mindedly, as they began making their way home. Ren chuckled at the comment as he answered, "I never wanted to be a model, but somehow, I keep getting hired as one. But hey, if we ignore that last part, it was a good day, a pretty good day." Their conversation meandered as they walked, touching on the day's events. Small laughter rang through the air from time to time, as they got closer to the train station. As they reached the point where their paths diverged, a comfortable silence settled between them. Today definitely had its surprises, but I loved every moment of it. Shiho reflected, her eyes bright with the day's memories. "Same here," Ren grinned, the echo of his laughter transitioning into a warm, genuine smile. "We should definitely do this again. But let's skip the unexpected modeling offers next time." I don't know. What if I start to get good at drawing and need a model?" Shiho teased, giving him a playful nudge. "Oh? You want to draw me like one of your French boys?" Ren joked, adopting an overly dramatic pose for effect. "OUI, monsieur," Shiho giggled, her laughter mingling with the evening air. Just as her train began to pull into the station, she leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper, "Ren, I've got a secret for you, come closer." Intrigued and still smiling, Ren leaned in, drawn by her playful tone. "What's the secret?" As he did, Shiho gently cupped his cheek, pulling him slightly closer to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. "Thank you for today," she murmured, her voice a mix of gratitude and affection. Without waiting for response, she turned on her heel, darting towards the train with a grace that left Ren momentarily stunned. She boarded just in time, the doors sliding shut behind her, but not before she cast one last, gleaming smile his way through the window. Confidence. Yusuke Kitagawa, the Emperor, rank 1. Shiho Suzue, the Tower, rank 6. Chapter 60, The Flowers on Mementos. 1583 words. I am back from my vacation, so now it is time for that writing grind. Here is the picture of Futaba that I commissioned. I am not spoiling anything, but there is another surprise coming in about 2 days. Enjoy the chap, and see YA later. A few days passed after their date. However, it was clear that it had meant a lot to Shiho, as she had become more affectionate ever since. She showed her affection with small gestures, like always making sure to sit next to Ren during the thieves' gatherings. Her playful nudges and smiles were sprinkled between their interactions. Surprisingly, Anne also followed her example. Her slight reservations were almost gone, as she made sure to snatch the seat to Ren's other side. On Friday, the thieves were planning on going to train in mementos. However, the only two available at the time were Ruji and Ren. Ren made sure to grab all of the leftover seeds from his shopping session with Haru before heading out to meet Ruji near the underground mall. He had asked Ruji to meet with him at the flower store so that they could pick up some flowers for Jose, the strange young boy. He had mentioned that drinking flowers would help him better understand humanity. So Ren decided to grab as many different types of flowers as both of them could carry, as well as some packets of seeds from each kind. Ren wasn't quite sure if the different flowers would have differing effects, but in the worst-case scenario, they would simply be wasting some money. He was also quite curious as to what Jose would think of the flowers he had grown in his room, but he would have to wait for at least a month before any of them sprouted. As he held the bag of different seeds, Ren's mind couldn't help but wander slightly. He wasn't really sure how fertile the collective unconscious would be, but it was at least worth a try. He was even somewhat optimistic that the plants that grew from it would be something special. This seems like an excessive amount of flowers, doesn't it? Ruji remarked, his arms wrapped around a group of different floral arrangements. Ren, balancing his own share, simply smiled. You'd be surprised. The last time I brought him some flowers, he turned them into a smoothie and drank them. Ruji, pushing a wayward flower from his view, frowned slightly. You know, the more I think about it, the more I question. What in the F is the deal with the kid? Ren raised an eyebrow at the question, causing Ruji to continue. I mean, I kinda shrugged it off, because we have a talking cat that turns into a bus and a whole world inside someone's head. But what the F is that kid? He has some connection to mementos, but he also looks pretty innocent. Is he related to that place you go to sometimes? Shrugging slightly through the bundle of flowers, Ren answered. He has the same golden eyes and silver hair, but he is also different. I wouldn't personally say he belongs to the Velvet Room, but he's probably related to them. Maybe he is Memento's assistant or something. He says he is on a secret mission, but he is pretty careful not to reveal too much. With their conversation trailing off, Ruji and Ren stepped into Mementos after finding a hiding spot. The boundary between their world and the next seamlessly blended. Within moments of their arrival, Ren felt an unusual stir within his pocket, the drained wishing star pulsating briefly, as if awakened by their descent. Moments later, the familiar glow of the headlights cut through the darkness, heralding Jose's arrival. The child's eyes sparkled with unbridled joy, as he noticed the bundles of flowers clutched in their arms. Wow! Are those all for me? Jose couldn't contain his excitement, his voice laced with wonder. Ren nodded, and with a simple gesture from Jose, the flowers levitated toward him, as if drawn by an unseen force. Among the enormous assortment, Jose waved his hand again, and made all of the roses glow slightly before they turned into a smoothie that landed on his hand. Jose sipped the floral concoction, his face lighting up with satisfaction. After a moment of bliss, he carefully stored the remaining flowers in his vehicle, saving them to enjoy later. Those ones taste weird. They taste like affection. Jose remarked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Ren couldn't help but chuckle at the observation. Roses are usually given as a gift between people who are in love with each other, so maybe that's what you are tasting. Jose nodded, his expression one of deep contemplation, as if piecing together a puzzle. Humans are quite complex. He mused aloud. Ruji cast a series of intrigued looks at Jose before retrieving a seed packet from the bag. Hey, Jose, was it? We've got something else here for you, he said, extending the seeds towards the child. With his curiosity visibly piqued, Jose eagerly accepted the packet from Ruji's hands. What's this? He inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. They are seeds. They are where flowers come from. Ren explained. A spark of wonder ignited in Jose's eyes, the sort usually seen when one stumbles upon something truly enchanting. So, from these tiny specks, whole flowers can emerge. That's incredible. I bet by planting them here, I can understand humans better. His excitement was palpable, as he delicately extracted a single seed from the packet, gently pressing it into the ground. That's not Ruju was going to explain how to plant the seed, but halted mid-sentence, his jaw dropping in awe as the earth immediately accepted the seed. Rapidly spreading roots soon gave rise to a slender, crimson flower stem. Observing his handiwork with a nod of approval, Jose turned back towards Ren, a smile on his lips. Could I take another look at the star? Upon receiving the dimmed wishing star from Ren, Jose closed his eyes and concentrated. Moments later, the star was revitalized, shimmering with a renewed golden light. There you go. The poor thing was all out of energy. I gave it a little bit more this time, but try not to use that much at once, otherwise it could break. Jose advised, handing the star back to Ren with a friendly grin. Announcing his plan to distribute the seeds throughout mementos, Jose expressed his gratitude for the thoughtful gift. He then climbed into his vehicle, beginning a slow drive across the strange landscape. As he went, he scattered seeds with a casual toss. The moment the seeds landed on the walls and the floor, they instantly began sprouting in all sorts of different colors. Ren couldn't help but chuckle slightly as he saw Ruju's expression before asking, "Are you ready to train?" As Ruju and Ren ventured further into the depths of mementos, they encountered an intriguing change in their surroundings. The initial sensation of pressure that had greeted them upon entering the second layer had dissipated entirely. It was as if mementos itself had shifted, now ushering them deeper into its enigmatic corridors with an unseen, welcoming gesture. Even the doors that once required the wishing star opened the moment the two of them approached. Their path down into the depths was covered in flower sprouts, planted just moments ago by Jose. They brought a stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere, bringing a sense of life and vibrancy into the collective unconscious. Maybe it was the weather, or perhaps it was the newly planted flowers, but even the slight fog that covered mementos was more manageable to see through. Navigating through the labyrinth, the two thieves engaged in relentless combat, each encounter more challenging than the last. This continuous battle tested their limits, driving them deeper into mementos until the shadows posed a genuine challenge. Ren, who had also spent some time in the Velvet Room improving his personas, found himself increasingly attuned to their abilities. A strange thing he noticed was that depending on the persona he had equipped, he would feel his body adapt slightly. Something that had never happened prior to his second use of the scalpel. Right now, as he used the blade-wielding humanoid cheetah, OSE, he felt more agile than usual. His movements were slightly more fluid, as he used the gymnastic skills Kasumi had taught him to dodge the attacks from a floating star with a human's head in front of it. Ruji, too, exhibited surprising agility and speed, running through attacks with ease. In a display of perfect coordination, he summoned Captain Kid at the precise moment Ren called upon OSE. Their combined assault was a spectacle of synergy, with Kid launching the adversary directly into the path of OSE's lethal blades, ensuring a swift victory. Having found the perfect floor for them to train, the duo spent what felt like an hour mastering their combat skills against formidable foes. However, while they were resting in preparation for their next fight, the two of them heard an unsettling sound pierce through the silence. A chilling wave of danger swept over them, prompting an immediate and instinctive readiness for what would come. The duo stood in preparation to either flee or fight back, as they heard the ever-approaching sound of chains. Confidence. Jose, the Eon, Rank 2. Chapter 61, The Reaper. 2,572 words. Remember that surprise I mentioned in the last chapter? Well, here it is. I got it a bit earlier than I thought. I wasn't entirely happy with the first image, so I found another artist. They drew something I really liked. Communication was great throughout, and I got constant updates. I went a slightly different route, but I loved how it turned out. They are going to be the artist I use from now on for any future illustrations. Here is Futaba v3 LOL. The sound of chains intensified with every passing moment, as well as the oppressive force that came with it. Ren's eyes glowed a bright yellow, a stark contrast to the dim, flickering lights of mementos. His gaze fixed in the direction of the danger, pupils narrowed, he sensed the malevolent aura growing stronger. We gotta get out of here. With just the two of us, we can't beat it. Hell, I doubt we could beat it even with the rest right now, Ren shouted to Ruji, who nodded, his face set in a grim line as he prepared to run. The air was thick with tension, a palpable dread that seemed to choke their very breaths. Just as Ruji was about to summon his persona, a chilling sensation crept up Ren's spine. Reactively, he called forth OSE, positioning the persona in front of Ruji as a protective shield. The air split with the sound of a gunshot, echoing ominously through the corridors of mementos. The bullet struck OSE with lethal precision, the impact sending the persona sliding backward on ethereal heels. A wave of discomfort washed over Ren, a phantom pain from the bond he shared with his persona. He breathed a sigh of relief as OSE dissipated, grateful for the persona's ability to nullify gun attacks. Otherwise, that single shot might have been enough to end their escape before it even began. The relentless clinking of chains grew closer, as the strange shadow approached. From the corner of his eyes, Ren caught the figure of a humanoid with its face shrouded in a blood-stained cloth sack, with only one white eye exposed to see its surroundings. It was wearing a dark leather outfit surrounded by chains that dragged behind the shadow. In its hand, massive revolvers aimed directly towards the two thieves. The only way to describe the shadow following them would be as death itself, as the Reaper. Ren and Ruji dashed through the maze-like floor of mementos, as the sounds of chains intensified. Flames licked at their heels as a massive fireball exploded just behind them, sending the two of them flying through the air. The heat was enough to burn and singe away at their outfits. As the two of them ran, Ren suddenly felt his hair stand up as static began coating his surroundings, foreshadowing the attack that was to come. Without a moment of hesitation, Ren called forth Narcissus. The persona appeared as a naked man with long blonde hair, a flower on his head, and a simple red cloth covering his private parts. The moment Narcissus appeared, a massive wave of lightning shot from the Reaper, letting out a deafening sound. In an instant, the lightning crashed against Narcissus. However, just as with OSE, the persona was able to entirely nullify the attack from the Reaper. Even then, the lightning was strong enough to make Ren feel as if he had just touched an outlet with metal. The moment the lightning's wrath dissipated into an eerie silence, Ren's hands danced through his pouch with urgency. In a fluid motion, he scattered smoke bombs at their feet. A dense, opaque cloud mushroomed around them, swallowing light and space, rendering them ghosts within the mists of mementos. As the smoke unfurled like a living entity, the Reaper halted, focusing pure energy around his body. Around the barrel of its revolver, a sinister halo of pure white energy coalesced, pulsating with the promise of destruction. With a gesture as deliberate as fate, the Reaper discharged a bolt into the heart of the smoke, creating an explosion that shook the floor. There was a moment of silence in the area before a golden light burst through the smoke. Following the golden light, the scenery around mementos changed. Pillars of sand began filling the room, and in the blink of an eye, rather than the gloomy atmosphere of mementos, the group was greeted by a massive, illusory desert. After throwing the smoke bombs, Ruji and Ren scattered behind some walls just in time to avoid the attack of the Reaper. Realizing that they would not be able to escape like this, Ren pulled forth the wishing star and focused once again. The star could temporarily hijack and take control of cognition in an area, which could be used to launch a devastating attack. Ren stood atop a towering sand dune, the winds howling around him, whipping his coat into a frenzied dance. Clutched in his hand was the glowing star, its radiance piercing the desolation of the desert. Rivers in the desert, Ren declared, his voice cutting through the roaring wind. As the words left his lips, a colossal wave of water, gleaming under the sun's relentless gaze, surged forth from the void behind him. Towering above the watery fury, Captain Kidd's majestic ship sailed, its sails billowing with spectral winds, a ghostly vessel riding the impossible tsunami. Below, the Reaper waited, an ominous figure shrouded in malevolence at the dune's base. Its silence was eerie, a stark contrast to the chaos unfurling above. Just as the tsunami threatened to engulf Ren in its voracious embrace, he summoned Tartuffe, morphing into the formidable silhouette of Arsène. With a mighty flap of its wings, Arsène propelled Ren skyward, granting him a bird's-eye view of the impending cataclysm. From this vantage point, Ren watched as the ship bore down upon the Reaper with unrelenting force. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ren's golden eyes narrowed with a flicker of concern. The Reaper stood unflinching, seemingly unbothered by the colossal wave and the ghost ship's imminent crash. As Captain Kidd's ship collided with the Reaper, the desert was swallowed by a deafening roar, a symphony of water, wind, and collision. Then, as swiftly as it had arisen, the chaotic landscape began to dissolve, the conjured sand and water fading into nothingness, leaving Ren and Rouge to confront the aftermath. The sand and water vanished, leaving the duo facing the Reaper, who had fallen against the ground. Yet before Rouge could process their fleeting victory, Ren suddenly grabbed him and snapped him back to reality. Summoning the Red Rider below them, a skeletal figure mounted on a crimson steed, they made their hasty escape. The rider, with its eerie poise, surged forward, its speed unhindered by the weight of its 3 passengers. Behind them, an explosion tore through the space they had just left. Rouge, clinging awkwardly to the spectral horse, cast a glance over his shoulder. The sight that met his eyes was a mix of disbelief and dread. The Reaper stood once again, its form barely damaged by their attack. "You gotta be effing kidding me. Get ready to jump off. We are nearing the stairs to the next floor." Ren's voice cut through the tension, a command laced with urgency as the outline of the stairs loomed ahead. Thankfully, even though the attack hadn't done as much damage as Ren had hoped, it had bought them precious moments to widen the gap between them and their relentless pursuer. Sprinting up the stairs, they refused to slow, their resolve hardening with each step. Behind them, the Reaper's fury manifested in relentless explosions, a barrage intended to halt their escape. Attack after attack, the Reaper continued to fire explosions at the duo, forcing them to stay on their toes and jump out of the way. Floor after floor, the two of them barely escaped the constant attacks until they reached the previous layer of mementos, which previously had a door to stop anyone from crossing through. Floor by floor, Ren and Rouge's desperate flight blurred into a relentless pursuit for survival. The threat of the Reaper's wrath propelled them forward, until they finally emerged into a layer of mementos safeguarded by a previously sealed door. In a stroke of quick thinking, Ren faced the place where the door once was. Lifting the golden star high, he managed to summon forth the intricate door once more. As the ornate gateway solidified, sealing the passage, the ominous sound of chains receded into silence, granting them a momentary reprieve from the nightmare chase. "That was a close one," Ren admitted, his breath catching slightly as he tried to regain his composure. "For real," Rouge echoed, his initial relief bursting into genuine laughter. The sound, rich with the thrill of survival and the absurdity of their recent ordeal, was infectious. Ren couldn't resist the pull of Rouge's laughter. Joining in, he felt a momentary release from the adrenaline coursing through his body. "Dude, I was in a massive effing pirate ship. That was amazing," Rouge exclaimed between his nervous laughter. "I saw that," Ren said with a smile as he collapsed next to Rouge. From the floor, he pulled out the star from his pocket. The glow from it was significantly dimmer than before. Yet, as he activated his third eye skill, he could see that it was slowly drawing energy from the surroundings to recharge. Unlike before, when it had been fully drained, this time, it had enough energy to begin charging once again. "Dude, I ran like a madman," Rouge said, his smile wide and unguarded. Pride laced his voice as he added, "Had that been a track meet, I would have probably gotten a new record." As he sat up, Rouge's hands unconsciously went to his leg, the memory of an old injury lingering in his touch. And the best part was that it didn't hurt to run. "If this had been a few months ago, I probably wouldn't have even been able to run away on the first floor without falling to the ground," he muttered, a note of wonder in his voice at the realization of his own recovery and strength. Ren, sitting up beside him, shared a warm smile. "For real," Ren echoed. "After using the scalpel, I felt my body became stronger, but even with my supernatural steroids, you were still running slightly faster than me." Hearing him, Rouge let out another chuckle. "Have you ever thought about joining the track team again?" I heard that the new coach is trying to focus on it. Ren asked. I dunno, man. I kind of want to, but at the same time, everyone there hates me. I mean, I don't blame them for hating me, but I am not sure if that's what I want to do again, Ruji confessed, his sigh heavy with the weight of past conflicts. The silence that followed was contemplative. Both of them were lost in their thoughts until Ruji broke it with a nod, a decision made. Well, I guess it's kind of stupid for me to be worried about that. With what just happened, it just goes to show that even when you think you are playing it safe, bad stuff can happen. I think I will actually go ahead and meet up with my old teammates again. That's great, and hey, if you need me to watch your back, all you have to do is ask. I can be the scary dude in the background to make sure no one tries anything stupid, Ren offered, half joking but entirely sincere, eliciting a hearty laugh from Ruji. Why no, there's actually something I was kinda embarrassed to try out on my own, but maybe you could check it out first and let me know how it goes. Well, Ruji began, a mischievous smirk crossing his face. I found a flyer for a maid service in my mailbox the other day. It says that a cute maid will come and do anything for YA. At this, Ren burst into uncontrollable laughter, the sound reverberating through the corridors of mementos. It took him nearly a minute to regain his composure. Really? That's what you're thinking about? Ren chuckled, gesturing towards the sealed door they had just closed. Next time we dodge death, I'll know your minds on cute maids, he joked, drawing another round of laughter from Ruji. Dude, you obviously haven't been to a proper maid cafe. Ruji retorted, playing along with the joke with a hint of embarrassment. Sure, I'll call the maid service. But it's gonna look pretty weird when they walk into LeBlanc only to find it spotless. As they talked, their laughter was suddenly interrupted by a curious, childlike voice. What's a maid? Jose's voice startled them as he peeked from a hidden nook, catching both off guard. It's someone who helps clean up, Ruji explained, his voice tinged with embarrassment upon noticing Jose stepping out into the open. Cool. Jose exclaimed, his innocence palpable. He then paused, a sudden recollection crossing his mind. Oh, yeah. I completely forgot to tell you guys about the Reaper. Thankfully, you managed to escape unscathed. I hadn't expected you to encounter it so soon. I tried to help, but I was too far away at the time to intervene. At the mention of the Reaper, Ren's demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. What was that thing? It's one of Memento's strongest guardians. It tends to appear when someone lingers on a floor for too long. Since the collective unconscious is so big, you usually won't cross paths with it. But when you stay on the same floor for a long time, you can catch its attention. So we don't have to worry about it as long as we keep moving. Ruji asked. With a nod of his head, Jose answered. For the most part, but the deeper you dive into mementos, the less time you can spend on each floor before you catch its attention. You should be fine here near the top unless you spend more than an hour on a floor. But I wouldn't recommend coming back down here for at least a week to make sure it goes back to the depths. After a few more minutes of discussion, Jose offered to take them to the exit. Guided by Jose's wisdom, and with the shadow of their encounter with the Reaper still looming over them, Ren and Ruja followed the small, knowledgeable guide through the winding paths of mementos. Jose, with his innate understanding of this vast labyrinth, navigated through the dimly lit corridors with ease. Their journey back to the entrance was uneventful, marked only by the echo of their footsteps and the distant, fading sounds of the cognitive world around them. Confidence. Ruja Sakamoto, The Chariot, Rank 5. Yo, if any of you have any cool ideas for a future Showtime attack, kind of like Rivers in the Desert, let me know in a comment. I'd love to hear everyone's ideas. It can be a combination of any two thieves, and if I end up using a suggestion in the future, I'll make sure to give the person a shout out. I already have one planned for the future, but it is really far off. Chapter 62, The First Patient. 1881 words. Ren arrived at Takemi's clinic early the next day. Under Takemi's careful supervision, he spent roughly an hour undergoing various checkups and testing different medications. After concluding their session, Takemi placed a blood sample into a machine, leaning back with a rare, contented smile on her face. Everything's moving along better than expected. I've developed a less potent prototype of the medication. Now, it's just a matter of refining the formula. Soon enough, we'll finally be able to cure Miwa. Takemi said with some excitement, and a surprisingly warm smile on her usually stoic face. What's Miwa like? Ren asked, which only increased the warmth in Takemi's smile. She's a sweet kid. She used to be full of energy, but she always made sure to follow any directions. She said she wanted to be a doctor when she grew up to help other people who were sick like her. Which is honestly pretty similar to how I became a doctor, she shared with a trace of nostalgia in her voice. However, Takemi quickly redirected her focus back to Ren. I guess I probably have my dear guinea pig to thank for, no. I just so happen to have lucked into the only person in Japan with freakish blood. I'll make sure to take you over to meet her once she recovers. Knowing her, she'll probably want to thank you herself, she said, her tone light-hearted yet sincere. Moving towards her medicine cabinet, Takemi began rummaging for something. You mentioned wanting to learn more about medical procedures, right? I've ordered various supplies for you to practice with. For starters, stitching can be quite simple, especially if you're already skilled at sewing, she explained, pulling out several items. Before she could continue, an urgent knock on the exam room door interrupted them. Takemi and Ren emerged into the waiting area to find a distressed father and his young daughter, who was visibly in pain, holding her chest. Doctor, please, I need your help. My daughter was diagnosed with bronchitis, but the medicine they gave her hasn't helped her at all, the father explained, urgency in his voice. Takemi hesitated, taken aback by the situation. I'm sorry, a larger hospital might be better equipped for a comprehensive evaluation. I cannot provide a thorough examination here. Yet, the father's desperation only intensified. Please. She has a fever, and she hasn't been able to eat properly in days. She is starting to lose weight from not eating. And when I took her to the bigger hospital, they weren't able to help her at all. They have a famous doctor doing the examinations, like he is on an assembly line, and all he did was recommend that we keep using the medication. A wave of conflict crossed Takemi's face upon hearing this. Ren looked at her, and he could tell that deep down she wanted to, but she was holding herself back. As Takemi struggled with her decision, the sound of the girl's pained groan cut through the hesitation. Takemi paused, clearly battling with her conscience until Ren intervened. He knelt beside the young girl, offering a reassuring smile. It's okay. Dr. Takemi will take care of you. She might seem a bit intimidating, but she's really kind, he reassured, lightening the mood momentarily until a coughing fit overtook the girl. Fine. All right, let's see what we can do, Takemi finally conceded, shifting seamlessly into her professional role. She knelt beside Ren, gently engaging the girl. She asked questions to her father, careful not to stress the girl further. After a brief examination and dialogue with the father, Takemi's expression melded into one of determination mixed with concern. Her face was slightly conflicted as she spoke up to her father. I believe I've pinpointed the problem. We have a couple of options. One is a medication that can lessen the symptoms, allowing us to observe and adjust treatment as needed. The other option is more radical, a treatment I've been developing. It's experimental, but could potentially offer a cure. The father's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope at her words. Really? Do you know what it is? What is the medicine? It appears to be a unique strain of an infectious condition. The medication I've been working on was originally designed for another disease, but I believe it could be effective here too. However, I must stress it's still in the experimental phase. The father's internal struggle was palpable, caught between hope and apprehension until Takemi's voice broke the silence. I might have been premature in mentioning the experimental treatment. We can start with the standard symptom-suppressing medication, she suggested, turning to Ren to ask him to grab it. But the father hesitated, then voiced his deeper fear. Do you really think that the experimental one would work? If there's a chance the experimental treatment could truly help her, I I can't stand by and watch her suffer any longer, knowing we didn't try everything. Takemi paused, weighing her words carefully. I do believe it should work. However, the treatment will be intensely uncomfortable for a moment. It's brief, but necessary for the medicine to work. After a moment of contemplation, the father gave a solemn nod of agreement. Ren, could you assist her to the bed? Takemi instructed before she hurried to prepare everything needed for the administration of the medicine. Ren gently guided the young girl to the clinic bed, and then assisted Takemi in setting it up. The girl's discomfort was evident, escalating until Takemi carefully produced a crimson vial and syringe. This will be tough for a bit, but I need you to be very brave, okay? Takemi reassured her with a compassionate tone, enlisting the father's help to keep the girl still during the injection. As Takemi administered the medicine, her concentration was palpable. She observed the young girl wince and make a series of soft grunts of discomfort. An intense focus etched onto Takemi's face. Soon, the girl's expression eased, her breathing steadied, and she slipped into unconsciousness, a serene calmness washing over her. Beside her, the girl's father watched anxiously. Takemi meticulously monitored her patient, prepared for any unexpected reactions. However, the situation remained stable, with no unforeseen complications appearing. Takemi, fully absorbed in her patient's care, frequently enlisted Ren's help for various tasks, from fetching to cleaning the medical tools. As the minutes ticked into an hour of vigilant observation, the girl began to awaken. Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing a momentary confusion as she took in her surroundings, and then her gaze found her father. Dad? Her voice was soft, laced with uncertainty. Her father leaned in closer, his voice laced with worry. Yuki, how do you feel? Is there still pain? With deliberate slowness, Yuki placed a hand over her chest, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled. A moment of silence passed as she assessed her condition. No, it doesn't hurt anymore, she finally answered, a smile slowly spreading across her face. The relief on the father's face was palpable as he embraced Yuki, a moment of pure joy between them. But soon, his concern shifted. How much do I owe for the treatment? He asked, turning towards Takemi. Takemi, momentarily lost in thought, redirected the conversation with a question of her own. Just out of curiosity, who was her previous doctor? The father, puzzled by the inquiry, replied. Shoichi Oyamada. A knowing smile quickly spread across Takemi's face. Is that so? Then consider the treatment on the house, she declared, a hint of mischief in her laughter. Are you sure? The father was taken aback by her generosity. Takemi confirmed with a nod. Please, just come by for a checkup every few days, or if any symptoms reappear. After a brief conversation with the father and daughter, they departed, leaving Ren and Takemi alone in the clinic. Ren couldn't suppress a chuckle at Takemi's visibly lifted spirits. The medicine worked, she said with a satisfied smile. I knew it was supposed to work, but it is an entirely different thing to seeing it in action. Not only that, but it worked on that bastard's patient, which means I treated his patient without their permission. How did it feel to treat a patient other than your resident guinea pig? Ren asked with a joking tone, as he saw Takemi's smile. Takemi offered a playful roll of her eyes at the question. Not too bad, though I could do without my guinea pig playing my spokesperson, she retorted, her attempt at feigned annoyance dissolving into a smile. But perhaps I'll let it slide this time, considering their usual cooperativeness. The conversation took a more serious turn as Ren sat down, revisiting a previously untouched topic. You mentioned you didn't want to talk about it before, but I assume the boss that kicked you out of your research is that Oyamada guy, no? The lightness faded from Takemi's expression, replaced by both sadness and anger. Yes, he wanted the credit for discovering the cure. So, he took over at the most critical point and rushed the process. Because it got rushed, the medicine ended up not working and instead put Miwa in a coma. Takemi said as a frown began to form on her face. Damn, Ren responded. The bastard took over and hurt my patient. Then, he quickly pushed all of the blame onto me since I was the lead developer before. So I lost my reputation, got fired, and ended up here, in a small clinic with the title of the plague. It was clear that Takemi had a lot of anger and resentment for the man, yet her expression became softer as she continued. But maybe it's all for the best. I'm on the brink of a real breakthrough now. This medicine, it's nothing short of miraculous. If it can cure Miwa, everything I've endured will have been worth it. I am glad I could help. Based on how much you care about her, she must really be something special. Ren said. Takemi seemed to drift into contemplation at Ren's words, her expression thoughtful. After a brief pause, she turned to Ren with a curious intensity. Hey, Ren. What are you? Ren was taken aback and unsure how to respond. What do you mean? Your blood, it's different every time you come here. Since the first time you came here after being attacked by your teacher, I have gotten something different every time I drew your blood. Takemi explained. Today, it was even more impressive than last time. Honestly, the only reason I was able to get the medicine to a working state today was that change. So, what are you? She asked, her eyes focusing on Ren's. Ren opened his mouth to answer, but no words came out. There was a moment of silence, as Ren tried to figure out the best way to answer the question, until Takemi spoke up again. Well, I guess that doesn't matter. What matters is that you were willing to help me. So, from now on, this will be our little secret, my guinea pig. Just don't go giving your blood to anyone else if you don't want to get caught. Confidence. Tai Takemi, The Death, Rank 4. Chapter 63, Sincerely, The Phantom Thieves. 2,603 words. Sae Najima's stride was decisive, her high heels echoing assertively, as she approached the interrogation room. Her presence was authoritative, a clear signal of her intentions, as she neared the door. Hello, Officer Masayuki, she declared, her voice firm, as she made her way to the entrance of the interrogation room. One of the officers turned to look at her with a surprised expression. Najima. What are you doing here? Najima's expression remained unwavering. I need to speak with the suspect. The details of my visit concern the entire precinct, she insisted, her tone indicating that no further explanation was necessary. But Najima, this case has been reassigned. You aware the director, he started, only to be cut off by Najima's interjection. All I need is an hour. You know you owe me one. I am cashing in that favor now. She said with an expression that left no room for argument. Make it quick, he conceded with a sigh, stepping aside to let her enter the interrogation room. Inside, Sae Najima placed her briefcase on the table, fixing the man seated across from her with a look that mixed professional disdain with determination. Now, would you care to explain yourself? I have here a dossier chronicling the offenses you've committed over recent years. It includes a written confession of your crimes and an array of documents that trace directly back to you. The suspect nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Najima to proceed. You claim there was someone backing your operations. Is that correct? Since you seem to be trying to redeem yourself, I'm offering you a chance to come clean. Who is behind this? Speak now. She said with a firm tone of voice, as she placed the first paper down. The police have been able to find and access your servers, but there wasn't any information there. So you can begin by telling me where we can find the paper trails, Kaneshiro. In a frenzy of panic and anger, a man in a tailored suit frantically searched his surroundings, scattering papers and objects in a desperate attempt to locate their missing records. Despite his efforts, only fragments of the crucial documents could be found. Since the incident with the billboard, we've kept constant surveillance on this building. How could any of you fail to notice our documents being taken? That fucking pig left empty-handed, so where are they? Everything was accounted for last night, he bellowed, issuing rapid orders to his subordinates to scour the area. As they quickly began searching through the room, Mona looked on from outside of the window with a smug and tired smile before jumping into a nearby building and vanishing away. Getting ready to go back to LeBlanc for some well-deserved rest. Mona had been diligently monitoring Kaneshiro, anticipating the moment his change of heart would occur. To aid in this surveillance, Mona was equipped with a cat backpack and a smartphone, a setup that would have attracted undue attention had Mona not kept to the shadows. Mona used every spare moment to watch Kaneshiro ever since the heist. As dusk set in, he noticed Kaneshiro leaving his stronghold with a look of unease. Seizing the moment, Mona dropped his phone out of the backpack and sent out a hasty group message. Mona, FJTGVHNBM, KA. To anyone else, the message would seem nonsensical, but the thieves understood its significance. It signaled Kaneshiro's change of heart. Mobilized by Mona's alert, the thieves sprang into action, their strategy reliant on the intel Mona had gathered through his stealthy reconnaissance. Mona had carefully mapped out a series of infiltration and escape routes over several clandestine visits, ensuring he left no evidence of his presence. Each and every time he snuck in, he would make sure to find any place in which records would be kept, and by now he had the entire plan in his mind. When Ren received the message, he altered his hairstyle and opted for inconspicuous attire. He stealthily entered a building adjacent to Kaneshiro's office, his movements untraceable thanks to Futaba's expert disabling of the surrounding security cameras. Looks like it's going to be a long night, Ren remarked as he watched Mona leap through the window, a folder brimming with documents in his grasp. Mona, placing the folder gently on the table, confidently declared, "Leave the rest to me. Stealth is my specialty, after all. Where would you all be without my expertise?" A hint of playful arrogance laced his words, followed by a light-hearted chuckle, as he vanished back through the window into the night. Kaneshiro was the kind of person who would check on stuff often, so had they begun stealing the records any other day, they probably would have raised some alarm. However, with Kaneshiro temporarily away, they were presented with a rare opportunity to act without immediate detection. Surveying the now silent room, Ren knew it was time to call in reinforcements for their next phase. "Caroline, Justine." He spoke into the stillness, his voice a beacon for the twins. In response, a deep blue door materialized from thin air. Deep within the labyrinthine depths of mementos, the rest of the phantom thieves stood vigil, a mix of anticipation and anxiety in the air. Clutching their backpacks, they paced near the entrance, awaiting a sign. Suddenly, a substantial stack of documents materialized on the ground before them. Caroline had simply placed the stack of folders in front of the door, and since none of the thieves had a contract with Igor, all they could see was the sudden appearance of the papers. Without missing a beat, Shiho sprang into action, her hands deftly sorting the heap of documents into organized piles. As soon as she finished a stack, Makoto stepped forward, her keen eye scanning the contents. She meticulously selected the critical documents, transferring them into a backpack designated for Ruju. Once the backpack was strategically packed with the necessary files, Ruju hefted it onto his shoulder and made his way out of mementos. His destination was An's place. Living alone, Anne was the perfect candidate to receive the documents without drawing unwanted attention. Upon arrival, she wasted no time, swiftly scanning the papers and forwarding them to Futaba for analysis. In the darkness of her room, Futaba began receiving file after file. Ever since Ren's last visit, she had been working on trying to dig through the memories that haunted her, realizing just how distorted her memories of the past had become. With each passing day, the distortion began collapsing until only a tiny fragment of the mask clung to her face. The once large headpiece was left as a simple fragment that covered her right eye. Cracking her fingers with a mischievous grin, Futaba began working on her computer. Her mind worked overtime as she prepared for the second announcement of the Phantom Thieves. On one of her monitors, she had a recording from the police station of Kaneshiro's initial confession. She also began to prepare to send an email in a secure and untraceable way. "I hope you are right about this one, Ren," Futaba muttered to herself. Exiting the interrogation room, Sae Najima felt the weight of the night's revelations pressing on her. The confrontation with Kaneshiro had been unlike any other in her career. She had worked with countless criminals like Kaneshiro, and none of them had looked as remorseful as him. Were it not for knowing what he had done, she might have almost felt pity for him. Navigating the dimly lit corridors toward her office, she mulled over the information extracted from Kaneshiro. While significant gaps remained, his testimony lent credence to her growing suspicion that the recent spate of mental shutdowns and psychotic breakdowns was far from coincidental. I see you're burning the midnight oil again, Miss Najima, a familiar voice called out, breaking her contemplation. Turning, she was greeted by the ever-smiling face of Goro Akechi. You do know lack of sleep is bad for your health, no? Akechi joked. You're aware of the stir at the station, aren't you? She said with a conflicted expression. The suspect I pursued months ago has just turned himself in. I had to go. Akechi's smile persisted, though a hint of seriousness crept into his voice. Yes, I heard. It was quite the shock. However, he leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper, the director's not pleased you intervened. You had been taken off the Kaneshiro case, so it wasn't your place to step in. Be careful, or the director might suspend you. SAE's determination didn't waver at the warning. I'll deal with the director later. For now, I have work to do. Did Kaneshiro reveal anything of note? Akechi inquired, his tone genuinely supportive. I'm here to assist in any way I can. If you have any leads or theories, I'm all ears. Somewhat, SAE exhaled deeply. Kaneshiro's claims were extensive yet largely unsubstantiated. However, I have a feeling that the phantom thieves were the ones behind his sudden change. It hasn't been so long since they announced that they would clean the streets of Shibuya, so they are my main suspects. Akechi's expression dimmed momentarily, only to quickly recover with his characteristic smile. That's a pity. I was hoping you had managed to get something the rest of the officers couldn't. But, on a related note, I have something to confess, though I hope it doesn't bother you. It is something of a good news bad news situation. SAE's expression mirrored Akechi's earlier seriousness, bracing for what was to come. The director has decided to team us up for the Phantom Thieves investigation. I'm aware that previous collaborations might not have been entirely positive for you. Still, please know my goal is to support your efforts, not to overshadow them, Akechi explained, his tone earnest. SAE let out a chuckle, a mix of surprise and resignation in her response. So after reprimanding me for investigating the case, he assigns it to me. So be it. I am going to work on the case. Are you going to stay late, too? SAE asked. Akechi's smile dimmed once again as he answered. I'm afraid I have another engagement tonight. I hope you don't think less of me for it. But rest assured, I'll be back first thing in the morning ready to assist. SAE, with a dismissive shake of her head, expressed her understanding. Don't worry about it. You're still too young to pull so many all-nighters. If you were my sister, I would actually ground you for staying up so late. Get some rest. I'll fill you in on the details tomorrow. As Akechi stepped away to make a call, SAE continued towards her office, her mind already on the tasks that awaited her. Settling into her chair, she booted up her computer, ready to dive into the night's work. Her focus, however, was quickly diverted by the ping of an incoming email. The message read, Your diligent pursuit of justice has not gone unnoticed. Soon, you will find comprehensive evidence of Kaneshiro's illicit activities. After meticulous consideration, we offer you this opportunity to enact your judgment. Demonstrate your commitment to justice, and this may be the beginning of a fruitful collaboration. Our goal is to dismantle the network behind the mental shutdown incidents, a task complicated by their extensive influence. We trust you will appreciate the need for our cautious approach. Sincerely, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. P.S. Be careful who you trust with this information. Not everyone you work with can say their hands are clean. As SAE digested the contents of the first email, another notification chimed. This message was more straightforward, intended for broader distribution within the police force, yet crafted to avoid attracting undue attention. In recognition of your early efforts to bring Kaneshiro to justice, we extend this evidence as a token of our readiness to collaborate with law enforcement. Enclosed is everything needed to secure his conviction. Sincerely, the Phantom Thieves. Pausing to reflect on the information, SAE's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of her office door swinging open. The meeting for my school project was unexpectedly cancelled, so I'm available to assist with the investigation tonight, Akechi announced, entering with a warm smile. Are you sure you're not too exhausted? Sae asked with a deadpan face as she looked at Akechi, making sure not to reveal anything. What sort of detective prince would I be if I took a break while my colleague pressed on with the case? Akechi joked, a slight chuckle escaping him. Shall I fetch us some coffee? It seems we might be in for a long night. Sae nodded in agreement. That would be great, thank you. With Akechi momentarily away, Sae found herself alone with her thoughts, reflected in the glow of her computer screen, which still displayed the Phantom Thieves' email. After considering her next steps, she decisively deleted the message, ensuring no evidence of their direct contact remained. Her trust in Akechi, which came from how much he reminded her of Makoto, was genuine. However, the Phantom Thieves' parting caution had instilled a seed of wariness, compelling her to withhold the information for now. Yet, her decision to keep the information to herself was driven by more than caution. Frustrated by years of seeing her efforts overshadowed, and her progress towards promotion hindered by others taking credit for her work, Sae saw an opportunity in the Phantom Thieves case. Solving it independently could secure the advancement she had been denied for too long. The prospect of solving the case on her own terms was tantalizing. It promised not just vindication, but a guaranteed promotion, a reward for her perseverance and skill. Sae doubted the sincerity of the Phantom Thieves. She was also well aware that disclosing their email to her colleagues might hasten their capture. Yet, through her years of hard work, she discovered that both the justice system and the corporate world were casinos where the odds were perpetually stacked against her. In this casino, the email and the trust of the Phantom Thieves was an unexpected ace up her sleeve, dealt to her in the rigged game that was justice. So she rationalized that she had to take a gamble to try to use the thieves' trust to her advantage. She would play the game by its own rules. Confidence. Sae Najima, The Judgment, Rank 2. AN. I tried something different with this chapter to make it more like a heist movie. Let me know what you think, since I might do this for special chapters down the line. The funny thing about writing is that I sat down for this one like, boy, it's been a while since the heist. I should probably make Kaneshiro have the change of heart, and then cooked up this entire chap, lol. Shout out to the cat that has canonically lockpicked a door, and disabled a car while in cat form. Had no idea what I was getting into when I started, but pretty happy with how it turned out. That's the fun part of writing, just sitting down and going with the flow. Y'all can probably guess what the next chapter is gonna be about. Also, I went through 2 other different versions before settling on this one. So, while this chap is 2.5k words, I actually wrote another 2k with the different versions. Rip to version 1 and 2 lol, they were a mess. Chapter 64, The Rematch. 2,150 words. Velvet, oh velvet. Walking through the busy streets of Shinjuku, a woman wearing a blue dress wandered around, almost as if searching for something. Humming a soft melody, she navigated through the bustling throngs of people, her presence almost ethereal among the city's chaos, until she found herself before an unassuming building. It seems I am a little late, she whispered to herself, her voice a blend of disappointment and acceptance, as she explored the empty building, only to discover a solitary blue door standing in quiet solitude. She looked at the blue door with some fondness, as she opened the book she held so close to her chest. Inside the book was a collection of cards, each representing one of the major arcana. However, there was a single slot in her book with a missing card. Oh well, I have waited this long. I can wait some more, she sighed softly, resigning herself to the wait and closing the book with care. Approaching the door, she paused, a moment of hesitation in her movements. With a tentative hand, she reached out to push the door open, but her fingers slipped through it as if it were no more than an illusion. I guess I will have to visit you later, sister. We can talk about your fool next time, she said, a note of wistfulness in her voice as she turned away from the door. Her song once again filled the air, as she retreated into the labyrinth of city streets. With a gentle yawn hidden behind a practiced smile, Ren busied himself with serving coffee at LeBlanc. The chime of the door announced a new arrival, transforming his courteous smile into one of genuine warmth, as he recognized the visitor. Ah, Miss Najima, what a pleasant surprise, Ren greeted, catching the eye of the fatigued woman, as she made her way to a seat near the coffee bar. Her expression registered mild astonishment. Amamiya, I didn't realize you worked here. It's surprising a cozy place like this employs part-timers, she remarked, ordering her coffee. As Ren set about preparing her drink, he responded with a joking tone. The boss isn't as young as he used to be, he needed an extra pair of hands around the place. Ren said, loud enough for Sojiro to hear him in the kitchen, eliciting nothing but a good-natured chuckle in response. How's the workload been? Makoto mentioned you've been staying late at the office. Ren inquired, placing the freshly made coffee before her. Sae paused to savor the first sip of her coffee before answering. It's been hectic, and it's only going to get busier from here, she said, locking eyes with Ren. I see you are still hanging out with my sister. Neither of you has done anything stupid lately, have you? Meeting her gaze with an unwavering smile, Ren let out a light laugh. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual student life, Ren assured her, his smile unwavering under her scrutinizing gaze. Makoto is very responsible, she wouldn't let us get into too much trouble. Sae took another sip of her coffee, her gaze softening slightly as she considered Ren's words. The warmth of the cafe seemed to ease the edges of her fatigue. That's reassuring to hear, she acknowledged, her posture easing as she placed her cup back on the counter. Makoto mentioned she's made some friends. It's a relief to see her coming out of her shell. Sae finished her coffee and reached for her wallet, but Ren quickly intervened. Please, don't worry about it. This one's on the house, he insisted, taking the empty cup to wash it. Grateful, Sae offered a slight smile and a nod of thanks. Well, in that case, I should be heading off. The coffee was excellent, by the way. I'll certainly return, when I need another morning boost. Shortly after Sae departed from the cafe, the familiar buzz of Ren's phone captured his attention. Akechi, are you up for a rematch today? Akechi, I'm starting to investigate a new case. Stepping away to clear my head for a bit will help me approach it with a fresh perspective. With the rest of the Phantom Thieves resting after yesterday's hectic night, Ren had the entire day open. After thinking for a few moments, Ren agreed. Now, this should be fun. I wonder what the Detective Prince will think of our little gift tonight. Arriving at the Penguin Sniper Club, Ren observed Akechi meticulously preparing the pool table, each movement precise and deliberate. Ah, there you are, Akechi greeted, his tone casual yet laden with an unspoken challenge. Ever since our first game, I've been eager for a rematch. I was a little distracted last time, but today, I intend to play seriously. Handing a pool cue to Ren with a smile, the atmosphere subtly shifted, charged with an undercurrent of rivalry and unspoken questions. Accepting the cue, Ren mirrored Akechi's smile, his own harboring a blend of anticipation and wariness. Then, I won't hold back either. As Akechi stepped aside, allowing Ren the first shot, the air between them seemed to thicken, loaded with more than just the anticipation of the game ahead. You know, Akechi began, eyes tracking the scatter of the balls as Ren's break dispersed them across the table. I've been quite curious about your opinion on the Phantom Thieves. Their declaration, just over a week ago, has stirred quite the conversation. As the balls scattered across the table, Ren moved to the side to give space for Akechi's shot. Ren's response was nonchalant, a stark contrast to the calculated tension building in the room. What's there to think about? It was probably a group of hackers searching for attention. It's been a week since their promise to clean Shibuya, and nothing really has happened. So unless they show some proof, their promises mean nothing. Ren said. Akechi's smile widened as he took his shot, pocketing a ball smoothly. Interesting perspective, he mused, lining up for his next. But, speaking of concrete actions, there's something I shouldn't reveal, yet I believe the thieves will probably reveal it soon either way, so maybe there is no point in secrecy. In addition, I am sure getting an outsider's perspective would allow me to see outside the box I work in. The cue ball hit its target, sending another ball rolling into the pocket as he spoke. Junior Kaneshiro, the man implicated in most, if not all, of Shibuya's underworld activities, has surrendered to the police. Akechi divulged, eyes not leaving the table as he positioned for his next shot, the statement hanging in the air like a well-placed trap. Surprise flickered across Ren's face, carefully controlled yet unmistakably present. He wasn't sure what Akechi was doing by revealing that to him, but he decided to play along for the time being. Why? After Akechi's next shot, a ball halted just shy of the pocket. Moving to the side, he finally met Ren's gaze, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The strangest part is, the police are in the dark. Kaneshiro simply expressed regret for his misdeeds, wishing to come clean about everything. Ren eyed the nearly pocketed ball before he moved to his position on the pool table and struck his first ball into the pocket. That's quite a dramatic change of heart, Ren remarked, choosing his words carefully. People don't just wake up one day and decide to turn their whole lives around, especially not big criminals. Ren muttered, looking up with some surprise before striking another ball into the pocket. I guess in that case, hooray, phantom thieves. Getting a criminal off the streets is always a good thing. Ren said with a chuckle as he hit another ball in. Is it commendable, though? He challenged as Ren prepared for his next shot. What if the phantom thieves got Kaneshiro to confess by threatening or kidnapping his family? Akechi asked, eyes flickering with a scrutinizing light, as he saw Ren line up his next shot. Calm as a bitch, eh? Ren joked as he struck the ball, not missing the slight chuckle from Akechi. However, the ball accidentally hit a different ball in its path, and lost the trajectory it needed to enter the pocket. Shifting to stand aside, Ren met Akechi's gaze. On a more serious note, I don't think innocent people should be hurt. And while I wasn't personally affected by his actions, I'm sure there comes a point where someone needs to step in. If the police can't do it, then so be it. Ren expressed, almost dismissively. As Akechi took his stance for his shot, Ren elaborated. Though, that's the perspective of someone who was failed by the justice system. I'm more curious about your opinion as a detective. Akechi responded by calmly pocketing a ball into a corner. His stance was relaxed yet focused. My personal feelings aside, it's a dangerous precedent. Taking the law into one's own hands, no matter the intention, undermines the very foundation of our legal system. Sure, right now, they are going after a criminal, but they are playing judge, jury, and executioner. What's stopping them from becoming tyrants in the future? Ren nodded his head, surprising Akechi. Yeah, you've got a point. I don't know how the thieves made Kaneshiro confess, so I can't speak for sure. Assuming they only target those who deserve it, then I still think they should be given a chance. It's too early to tell, in my opinion. Ren said as he watched Akechi land his next shot. I mean, since you said they caught Kaneshiro, aren't you curious as to what's to come? Ren added, throwing a curious glance Akechi's way. Akechi let out a light laugh, the corners of his eyes crinkling in amusement. Guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on the phantom thieves. Though you are right. I am curious as to what's to come. As their game of pool wound down, with each shot and counter-shot, they finally reached the 8 ball. It was Akechi's shot, and with a precise hit, he won the game. Standing up straight and giving the cue stick a little twirl, Akechi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Looks like we are tied, huh? Ren remarked, leaning his pool cue against the table. Indeed, it was a close game. Though that just means we'll need a tiebreaker. Akechi replied, already beginning to reset the balls for another game. How about we leave that until next time? It's getting a bit late, and I have school tomorrow. Maybe we can try something different then. Ren said with a slight yawn. Despite having what seemed like the simplest role in their latest heist, acting as the bridge between Mona and the rest of the thieves, Ren was running on fumes. The previous night had been a restless one, and while he saw their interaction as fun, it also sapped his mental energy. He was acutely aware of Akechi's attempts to fish for information, a subtle dance that left little opportunity for Ren to do some digging of his own without revealing too much. Their exchange was a game of chess where every move was calculated, and Ren had to play his part flawlessly. Akechi must have known that he was the leader, or at least a member, of the phantom thieves since he could see his golden eyes. But he wasn't sure what exactly Akechi was trying to get from him by asking about them. So he made sure to answer in a way that would buy him more time to figure out Akechi. Ren held back a slight smirk as he glanced at the clock on the wall. He saw that the time he had been waiting for was about to arrive. Just as Akechi was preparing to leave the club, he stopped for a moment, turning to look at the TV playing the news. The sudden change to a crimson color catching his attention. Confidence. Goro Akechi, the Justice, rank 2. A lot of comments mentioned Death Note in the first Akechi chap, which led me to a 10-hour YouTube video analysis that goes over every single detail. Let's just say I am 7 hours in, lol. I gotta say, it ain't the same after the time skip. L is the GOAT, and I'm sad now. Mellow and Near don't hit the same as my boy L. I was honestly having fun writing the chap, but had to cut it short, 2.1k words lol. Y'all are getting spoiled with these past few chaps, cause my wrists started to hurt from typing, which is usually my sign to take a break and do some exercise to prevent carpal tunnel lol. See YA all next time. Chapter 65, The Park Cleanup, Part 1. 2031 words. The news on the TV suddenly shifted to a bold crimson, catching the eye of everyone in the room. A simple animation played. A cat silhouette with distinctive ears popped up at the bottom, then darted off the screen, only to reappear and transform into a helicopter, zipping away. The crowd murmured in confusion as a voice filled the room. Dear people of Tokyo, we promise to cleanse the city of its corruption. Today, we are making good on that promise. Akechi's face was a mask of neutrality as he watched, but Ren noticed the quick, curious glance Akechi shot his way. Neither of them let any emotion show. Junior Kaneshiro, the scourge of Shibuya, has confessed to his crimes. As the words played, the crimson screen changed to the surveillance video from the police station from which Kaneshiro had turned himself in. Through the recording, the people could hear him confessing to the police before being quickly dragged away to an interrogation room. Along with forcing Kaneshiro to confess to his crimes, we have also taken the liberty of gathering all the proof needed to convict him, and have taken the proper steps to share this information with the local police departments. Flashes of documentation and evidence flickered on the screen, culminating in the grim picture of Kaneshiro's mugshot, a tangible proof of the Phantom Thieves' success. We call upon the citizens of Japan to trust in us, the Phantom Thieves, as we strive to purge the injustices among us. We urge the authorities to act and bring the guilty to the justice they deserve. A digital glitch briefly overtook the broadcast, revealing a website link, a beacon for those seeking justice. We know the shadows often hide those who escape the law's reach. So, to you, the people of Japan, we ask you to seek justice. If you have ever felt too afraid to speak up, or if you have found yourself in a position where the law has failed you, we ask you to place your faith in us. A faint frown marred Akechi's features, a sign of his contemplation, or perhaps disapproval, as the message continued to unfold. The Phantom Thieves eagerly await the next opportunity to speak with you. Until then, we stand watchful, ready to right the wrongs unseen. As the voice finished his speech, two simple silhouette animations began playing. They all showed a clear message. The first was the cat turning into a helicopter, a replay of the first animation that had played. The second was that of a thief who, upon discovering a chest, unveiled a treasure trove of weapons, medicines, gold, and an array of curious items. Each item flew out of the chest in a chaotic burst until the thief, turning towards the camera, disappeared with an approving thumbs up. A spark of amusement flickered in Akechi's eyes as he watched the looping animations, momentarily lost in thought until Ren's jest drew him back. Ren, seizing the moment as the animations looped, couldn't resist but joke. You kinda spoiled the Kaneshiro reveal for me, Akechi. Ren said with a slight smirk as he stood next to him, snapping him out of his daze. I probably would have been more impressed if I hadn't known. Is that so? Akechi retorted, the slight smirk on his face vanishing. And what do you make of their grand declaration? Ren's response was nonchalant, a shrug lifting his shoulders. Good for them, I guess. The whole justice bit was a little heavy-handed, but their heart seems in the right place. Maybe they'll even end up collaborating with the cops to nail more baddies. Akechi's reaction was a mix of skepticism, as he shook his head. I highly doubt the police can officially team up with vigilantes. If anything, the police will probably be on the lookout to try to arrest them. Their conversation briefly continued, touching on possibilities and perspectives, before Ren departed for home. Along the way, the buzz of public discussion over the Phantom Thieves announcement was unmistakable, with many intrigued by the website mentioned. After mentioning his trip with Mona to change Haru's fiancé's heart, Shiho and Ruju were the first ones to think of a way to try to help more people. A website in which the public would be able to submit their own requests. Though their intentions were pure, Ren also saw it as an opportunity. It would increase their influence over the collective unconscious, and allow them to practice fighting, a win-win scenario. Since the rest of the group looked really excited about the idea, Ren proposed that they include it in their announcement. As for the animations that had played, Futaba had been the one to hire someone to create them anonymously. It was honestly slightly worrying just how good she was at getting stuff done once she got her mind to it. She had even managed to sneak a small, and almost unnoticeable virus into the files that showed all of Kaneshiro's crimes. After last night's excitement, Ren woke up only to remember that he was supposed to go clean today at the park. This was a special event Shujin had set up to raise the reputation after the blow the Kamoshida incident had caused. Putting on his gym clothes, he left the cafe with Mona in his bag. Now that their mission was over, Mona was finally getting a break from the constant surveillance he had kept up. On the way to the park, he kept hearing constant rumors about the Phantom Thieves. Did you see that announcement? The Phantom Thieves are for real. They got Kaneshiro to confess everything. I heard they've got a website now. Think it's safe to send in a tip. There's this guy in my neighborhood. The police must be losing their minds, huh? First, Kaneshiro turns himself in, and now this. I'm just waiting for the day when they slip up. Nobody's perfect, right? What happens then? My sister says it's all a hoax. But then, how'd they get all that evidence to the cops? They are calling on us to trust them. Can you believe that? In this day and age. Kaneshiro's mugshot was all over my feed this morning. The Phantom Thieves are kinda heroes, aren't they? What if they start targeting minor offenses next? Where do you draw the line? I stole a few snacks from the store. Am I going to go to jail next? A friend of a friend says they are going to request help for their boss who's been skimming wages. It's getting serious. What was the deal with those animations? I bet the Phantom Thieves can't touch the big-time politicians. Now, that would be a show. The buzz generated by their latest announcement seemed to surpass even the commotion of their initial billboard takeover. Initially dismissed as mere hackers seeking the limelight, the Phantom Thieves had now furnished undeniable evidence of their exploits. Futaba took it upon herself to leak information they had collected on Kaneshiro to various news outlets, significantly boosting the volume of coverage and cementing their credibility following their second proclamation. What do you think, Mona? Do you feel like a helicopter now? Ren teased, glancing at Mona whose head peeked from the bag. Mona responded with a chuckle tinged with mischief. I will only know once we go to Mementos, but if it works, maybe we should try a tank next time. Imagine the havoc, rolling over foes. Oh, wait. No, human, I mean human. How could I forget that? Next time, make me a human. Mona's realization dawned too late, followed by a sheepish retreat into the concealment of the bag. As Ren continued walking, he saw Kasumi off in the distance, pestered by a guy. From her face, it was clear she was trying to get away, so he shouted to her. Kasumi. The security guard's been on the lookout for you, he announced with a grin and a wave. The ruse jolted both Kasumi and her harasser, crafting the perfect diversion for her to dart toward Ren's side. Thank you, she said, offering Ren a small, appreciative bow. Don't worry about it. I know a thing or two about dealing with creepy old guys. Ren joked with a wink. A light laugh escaped Kasumi, but it was quickly cut short as she remembered her urgency. That's right. I need to grab my gym uniform before they start cleaning. I'm sorry, but I have to go, she exclaimed, darting off towards Shujin Academy. Arriving at the park, Ren saw the thieves gathered around a tree, their voices filled with enthusiasm, while Makoto was elsewhere, overseeing the student body. Holy shit, dude. This is awesome. Ryuji couldn't contain his excitement upon noticing Ren's arrival. Shiho, with her phone in hand, leaned in to share quietly. There are already a ton of requests. Some of them are clearly fake, like the guy complaining about Shrek sneaking into his room, but a lot of them are for real. Shiho said with some excitement. Mona, ever curious, popped his head out from the bag, chiming in. I am eager to find out if our announcement shifted the public cognition. Depending on the next palace we go to, I might be able to fly us directly towards the treasure room. Or at the very least act as an escape method. The group shared a chuckle, their spirits high, until Ryuji, beaming, began. Man, it feels effing awesome to be part of the PH-. Ryuji began to speak with some excitement before Ren instinctively kicked him in the leg. Fuck dude, what the hell? Right in the leg. Coughing awkwardly to clear the tension, Ren offered a swift apology. Sorry, I did it without thinking, but watch your mouth. We are literally surrounded by students and teachers. As if on cue, Maruki materialized behind them, his presence marked by a friendly smile. Amamiya, Takamaki, Suzue, and Sakamoto. It's great to see you all in such high spirits, he greeted the group, giving Ren a wink. I'm glad you have all taken my advice to heart. Maruki, good to see you here, Doc. Are you gonna be cleaning in your usual clothes? Ren greeted him back, waving casually. Laughing lightly, Maruki corrected. Oh no, I'm here with the cooking team. I trust you'll all be ready for a feast after the cleanup. We are preparing quite the spread. For real. The school's giving out food for free. Hell yeah, dude, I never say no to some free food. Ryuji beamed with enthusiasm. At this, Ren raised a curious hand. Any chance I could help out? I enjoy cooking. Yeah, but you also enjoy cleaning. And chimed in with a playful nudge. Shaking his head with a smile, Ren answered. It's different to clean a house and a park. One is always filled with dirt. At that, Ryuji couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter. Man, I just thought of it now, but Ren's basically the ideal wife material, he joked, doubling over with laughter. As the group's laughter filled the air, Maruki observed them with a gentle smile. Once they had settled down, he accepted the offer. Of course, you're welcome to join. It might be the perfect opportunity to discuss my research in a more casual setting. However, his gaze then drifted towards Ren's bag, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Is that a cat you've brought with you? Tilda. Next time, on Dragon Ball Z. Watch as the fluffy girl plays with her pussy I mean Ren's puss I mean Mona. Ren and Maruki absolutely cook, and who knows what else cause I just go with the flow. Tune in next time at, Also, it's fun to see just how differently I write Ren, with Akechi versus Ren with the thieves. I honestly hadn't realized it until I wrote this chap, because he interacts with both of them in this one a similar amount. With Akechi, I am writing Ren kind of like how he was at the very beginning of the story. Two sides of the same coin, eh? Chapter 66, The Park Cleanup. Part 2. 1,687 words. Before the cooking session started, Ren still had to clean up with his assigned group. They had decided on a lottery system, drawing names to assemble groups of 4, an approach that had grouped Ren up with a certain fluffy-haired gardener. As Ren gathered the cleaning supplies and trash bags, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Ren? Haru approached with a bounce in her step, her hands energetically waving in greeting. Her face was lit up with an unmistakable joy. Guess what just happened? Ren, unable to resist the infectious nature of her enthusiasm, let a slight smirk grace his lips as he turned to face her. What's up? He inquired, his voice laced with a playful curiosity. Did a miracle happen? Haru's grin widened, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she eagerly nodded in response. Remember the man I was engaged to? Well, I suppose ex-fiancé is the more appropriate term now. He actually confronted his father and called off our engagement. Apparently he had gotten another girl pregnant, and he wanted to marry her to take care of their kid. It turned into quite the spectacle, so much so that his father disowned him over the ordeal. As she spoke, the brightness in her smile grew. Ren responded to her with a smile before placing his hands in prayer. I went to a shrine and offered God some of Sojuro's best coffee beans if he helped you. It seems I am going to have to pay up now. Ren said, causing Haru to let out a charming giggle. After finishing gathering their supplies, the two walked to meet with the rest of their group. Among their cleaning group was a random girl and a somewhat familiar boy named Mishima. As they began cleaning the park, Mishima was unable to stop talking about the Phantom Thieves announcement. As they listened to him ramble on, Haru suddenly had a moment of realization. Hey, Ren, do you think that the Phantom Thieves were the ones who helped me? It's sort of similar, no? From what I know of Sujimura, he isn't the type of guy to take responsibility like he did. Kind of like how the Kaneshiro guy who turned himself in. Hearing her question, Ren gave her a shrug. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if it were the Phantom Thieves. The short meeting I had with him was enough to know that he was someone who probably deserved it. Hearing his answer, Haru got lost in thought for a second before smiling again. I see. She said, giggling slightly before continuing. Regardless, I'm thankful. Maybe I should visit that shrine too, make my own offering, just to be sure. While cleaning, Haru's attention was caught by a couple of small flowers beside a tree. That reminds me. Did you plant any of those seeds I gave you? I know the owner gave you a good amount because we are friends. Just remember not to plant them all at once, they can become overwhelming, especially since they are perennials. Haru advised. Caught off guard, Ren chuckled awkwardly, showing her a photo on his phone of his room, which was covered in different flower pots. Haru laughed softly upon seeing the image. Ren, you weren't supposed to plant them all. Haru exclaimed, her smile beaming as she examined the flourishing plants. Though, they do seem to be thriving. Before Haru could delve deeper into a gardening discussion, they were interrupted by another student's slightly awkward call. Hey, Amamiya, Dr. Maruki asked if you could come to help with the cooking now, the student conveyed, a bit uncertain. Oh, may I join as well? Haru inquired, her interest piqued, which led the student to give a non-committal shrug and nod in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, Haru and Ren excused themselves from their cleaning tasks, leaving Mishima to continue his one-sided conversation with the increasingly uncomfortable girl beside him. As they approached the area designated for food preparation, a black cat leaped from a nearby tree, landing gracefully beside Ren. Haru's eyes lit up at the sight. A cat, she exclaimed, her voice filled with delight. She knelt down, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship, inviting the cat to acquaint itself with her scent. Observing her actions, Mona glanced at Ren before gracefully accepting Haru's gesture and sidling up to her. Oh, this is Morgana, Ren introduced. Mona, meet Haru. Haru chuckled softly at the introduction, her surprise evident when the cat turned to Ren and meowed in return. She smells nice. Is she the one with the annoying fiancé? Yes, she's quite nice, don't you think? Ren affirmed with a smile. Before Morgana could continue, he found himself gently scooped up into Haru's arms. Is he your cat? Haru asked, her fingers finding the perfect spot behind Morgana's ears to scratch. Well, you could say I adopted him, though it's probably more accurate to say he adopted me. I doubt I could get rid of him even if I wanted to. Ren replied, his tone playful. Mona would have rolled his eyes at the comment if he had not been busy thoroughly enjoying the attention. Haru's eyes sparkled with delight as she engaged with Morgana, her fondness for animals shining through. A cat with such discerning taste, she mused, her attention fully on the feline now purring contentedly in her arms. I've always believed animals can sense good people. Haru's interaction with Morgana left a warm atmosphere as they approached the cooking station. Her fondness for animals was evident, a small testament to her gentle nature. With Morgana purring contentedly in her arms, she drifted towards a quiet corner, leaving Ren to join Maruki. Dr. Takuto Maruki, with his ever-present friendly smile, was meticulously arranging ingredients on a table when Ren approached. "Ah, Ren, perfect timing," Maruki greeted with a welcoming voice. "I was just about to start on today's menu. But before we get started cooking, how much do you know about cognitive science? I don't want to waste your time with things you already know." Ren pondered momentarily before responding. "It's hard to find information on it, so most of what I know is from some random books I could find. It's basically a type of research into psychology, no. The study of the mind and how it perceives things," Ren admitted, choosing his words carefully. Maruki's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm for the topic apparent. "Indeed, you've hit the nail on the head. It dives into the intricacies of the human mind, examining how our perceptions can mold our reality. My research specifically targeted the processing and perception of emotional pain within our cognition." As Maruki picked up some ingredients and started chopping, Ren mirrored his actions. "My work explores the pain triggered by abstract concepts, such as trauma or stress, unlike physical pain, which signals injury or sickness. This psychological pain doesn't necessarily arise from a physical issue within our bodies." Ren nodded, absorbing Maruki's words. "That makes sense," he muttered, lost in thought. Noticing Ren's focus, Maruki offered a gentle smile before posing a question. "Before we proceed, I'd like to ask you something. Can you recall a moment when you felt true pain in your heart?" The question made Ren fall silent for a moment before he answered. "I can only think of 2 examples. One time was when I saw someone I cared about become a shell of their former selves after their daughter died. They shut themselves away from the world, and there was nothing I could do to help them. He used to be confident and strong, and in the blink of an eye, the man I knew was gone." The chopping noise ceased as Maruki absorbed Ren's words, his hold on the knife tightening perceptibly. "The second time was not so long ago. I messed up. But that's about as much as I can say," Ren said as he thought back to the fight against Kaneshiro. Maruki set the knife down, giving Ren his full attention, his expression blending professional interest and genuine empathy. "Thank you for sharing, Ren. Discussing personal experiences, particularly those that involve profound emotional pain, is never easy," he expressed with heartfelt sincerity. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. "Your examples," he said softly, the earlier enthusiasm in his voice tempered by a sudden solemnity. "They remind me of why I started down this path in the first place." Ren looked up to Maruki, only to see Maruki look off into the distance. "I once knew someone, very dear to me, who suffered a tremendous loss. It changed her, profoundly. And in trying to help her, I realized how powerless we can be in the face of psychological trauma. I'm sorry to hear that," Ren said genuinely. Maruki was momentarily drawn back from his reverie by Ren's words. "It's all right. Your openness has, in a way, rekindled my resolve. It's a reminder of the path I've chosen and the necessity to intensify my research efforts." "Thank you," Maruki replied, his smile tinged with nostalgia yet radiating warmth. As they were engrossed in their conversation, a student approached hastily, interrupting with urgency. "Doctor, how's the food coming along? We are nearly done with the cleanup." Caught off guard, Maruki responded with a slight blush of embarrassment. "Ah, yes, we are just about finished here. The food will be ready shortly." The student hurried away, leaving Maruki to chuckle lightly. "I suppose this is why therapy sessions are typically held in private settings, isn't it? Though I wasn't able to share much of my knowledge today. We can continue our conversation next time," he joked, a soft smile gracing his lips. With the pressing deadline, Ren and Maruki quickly resumed their culinary duties, managing to finish just as the students began to converge on the kitchen area. Maruki, with a flair for the dramatic, added the final touch of salt with a famous technique, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Confidence. Takuto Maruki, the counselor, rank 2, rank 3. Chapter 67, The Chariot's Mother. 2,297 words. Nothing quite like a 4 a.m. chap, eh? Took a nap in the middle of the day, and now I can't sleep. Kids don't do napping. It leads to a messed up sleep schedule, lol. In fact, that's why kidnapping is bad, no other reason. A few days following the park cleanup, Ren found himself stepping through the metaphysical doorway in Shibuya, crossing the threshold into the Velvet Room. As the curtains parted, the space unfolded like an abandoned theater, save for a solitary, ethereal butterfly that danced away with the fabric. As the melodic sound of piano notes began ringing, Caroline and Justine stepped out. Justine held the small blue notebook that Ren would use to experiment and keep track of his experiments and insights on forging stronger personas. Have you come to fulfill more requests? Justine inquired, the notebook poised in her grasp. Ren's gaze lingered on the vacant chair before he shook his head. Not today. Where is Igor? He hasn't been in the Velvet Room lately. Ren ventured, curiosity lacing his tone. You dare question the absence of our master? Caroline's response was swift and sharp. Justine offered a serene smile before responding. The whereabouts of our master are beyond our knowledge, and it would be unseemly for us to speculate. Our master is beholden to no schedule but his own. Nodding his head, Ren asked. In that case, how about we do something different today? Remember our conversation about visiting the outside world? I think today might be a good day for that. There is an arcade nearby we could visit, he suggested. Caroline reacted, her brows furrowing slightly in an attempt to hide her anticipation. An arcade? We are not here to play games, she retorted, though Ren could see the flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Justine let out a small, gentle smile, hearing her sister. It could be considered a form of research, understanding human entertainment and leisure activities. In addition, I am sure it will help us understand our trickster better, she reasoned, her soft voice smoothing over Caroline's objections. Ren couldn't help but chuckle slightly as he saw Caroline nodding her head, as if she had been convinced before quickly walking ahead of everyone and leaving the Velvet Room. As they stepped into the lively streets of Shibuya, the contrast between the Velvet Room's tranquility and the city's activeness seemed to spark a sense of wonder in the twins. Ren led the way. Arriving at the arcade, they were greeted by a cacophony of electronic sounds and flashing lights, a stark departure from the solemn ambience they were accustomed to. The usual piano melodies were replaced by an idle song, which was playing through the speakers. Caroline's initial reluctance gave way to a cautious intrigue as she observed the various games and machines, while Justine seemed genuinely fascinated, her eyes scanning the surroundings with earnest curiosity. Welcome to my arcade. A place between fantasy and reality, joystick and pixel. Ren introduced them with a bow, causing Justine to let out a small chuckle. Caroline, on the other hand, was too distracted to even listen to him. Walking through the arcade with them, he gave them a short explanation as to how each game worked before letting them adventure on their own. Caroline, unable to resist the challenge, stepped up to a fighting game, her competitive spirit ignited. This doesn't look so difficult, she declared, her voice carrying a newfound enthusiasm. Justine, meanwhile, was drawn to a rhythm game, her head tilting as she watched the screen's patterns and lights. It's interesting how music and timing can create such an engaging challenge, she mused, her voice reflecting her analytical nature. As they delved into the games, Ren couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Caroline, fiercely determined to master the fighting game, and Justine, methodically approaching the rhythm game, both fully immersed in the experience. Throughout the rest of the day, Ren found himself in a tug-of-war between the two wardens, each deeply engrossed in their chosen game. Caroline wanted to defeat Ren in the game, even though her inexperience with playing games showed through with her predictable playstyle. Seeing how focused she was on trying to win, Ren let her beat him a few times. With each win, a smug grin spread across Caroline's face. Justine, on the other hand, exhibited a serene focus during the rhythm game, her movements graceful and precise. It was clear that she was captivated by the different dance styles she had never experienced before, especially since every time she fused personas, the dances were often inspired by ballet. She would call Ren from time to time to help her choose a song and try to do a few duo dances. After a few hours passed, the three of them had to leave the arcade. Caroline and Justine were both holding a plushie that resembled the persona Jack Frost, and Justine was holding in her hands a small picture they had taken in a photo booth. Justine, holding the plush closely, shared her thoughts in a gentle tone. "Trickster, this has been quite the enlightening experience. To think that the human world held within it such strange yet delightful creations." She examined the plushie carefully before speaking once again. "It's intriguing to consider how the real world shapes the collective unconscious. The appearance of Jack Frost, for instance, influenced by such novelties. It sheds light on the fluid nature of personas' appearances through the ages." Caroline, initially hesitant, admitted. "Yeah, it was fun. I mean informative," Caroline said, correcting herself mid-sentence. The three of them said their goodbyes before the twins returned to the velvet room. And once the blue door closed, Ren looked at his watch before remembering his promise to Ruji. After ending the call with Ruji, Ren found himself heading to Ruji's apartment complex, intrigued yet slightly bemused by Ruji's plan to use an empty apartment below for their unconventional meeting with a maid service. Despite his reservations, Ren was willing to go through it for Ruji. Upon reaching the designated apartment, Ren's knock was met with a slight opening of the door, revealing a middle-aged woman with short brown hair, her expression a mix of curiosity and caution. "Can I help you?" she inquired, her gaze measuring. I'm looking for Ruji. I might have the wrong place," Ren ventured, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The mention of Ruji seemed to heighten her caution. "Ruji? Is he in trouble again?" she probed, her tone laced with wary concern. "No, nothing like that. He asked me to come over." "I'm Ren Amamiya, a friend of his," Ren clarified, introducing himself. A brief gasp was audible from the woman before the door momentarily closed, only to reopen fully after a series of locks clicked open. "Amamiya. Ruji's spoken so much about you. I'm his mom." "Please, come in," she exclaimed, a warm smile replacing her initial caution, as she enveloped Ren in a welcoming hug. "I'll get some tea ready. There's also food if you're hungry." Ren, albeit surprised, returned the smile, finding himself ushered into the living room and seated before Ruji's mom hurried away to prepare refreshments. "Ruji. Your friend's here," she called out, bustling about to serve a quick meal. Ruji's hurried steps approached, and he appeared, school uniform and all, his face a picture of mild embarrassment. "Hey, Ren, you're early. Was gonna meet you at the entrance," Ruji muttered, his cheeks tinged with red, as he noticed the flurry of activity his mom was engaging in for their guest. "Don't be silly. I'm glad I got to meet one of your friends. Sit, I've almost got everything ready," his mom insisted from the kitchen, her voice full of warmth. With a resigned sigh and a sheepish grin, Ruji took a seat beside Ren, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially. "Man, keep it down about why you're really here, all right? Let's just say we are meeting up to study," Ruji murmured just as his mom returned with an array of dishes, her hospitality shining brightly. "Here we go, dig in. I hope it's to your liking," she said, beaming with pride. "It's been some time since Ruji has brought friends over, so I am glad to finally meet some of his new ones. Things have been a bit tough since, well, you know." Her voice trailed off, a shadow of concern passing over her features, as she remembered the past. "Ma," Ruji interjected, a hint of discomfort in his voice, prompting a quick apology from her. "Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to dredge that up," she said, a sheepish smile quickly replacing her momentary lapse. "You're the one who encouraged Ruji to start exercising again, aren't you?" she asked, turning her attention to Ren with genuine interest. Nodding his head slightly, Ren answered. "It was really a group effort. Ruji was the one who put our training regimen together and found the spot for us. He deserves most of the credit." Ruji elaborated a bit, carefully steering clear of any mention of the metaverse, focusing instead on the more mundane aspects of their workouts. His mom's face brightened even further at this. "Well, I'm just grateful he's taken to exercising again. After his leg injury, he stopped following the doctor's rehab plan, convinced it wasn't helping. But now he's doing so much better. He always said his leg felt fine, but I worried. It's good to see him so active again, she expressed, her voice filled with a mix of relief and pride as she gave Ruji a supportive pat on the back. Yeah. Ruji mumbled, exchanging a knowing glance with Ren before he seemed to decide to be more open. Actually, I've been thinking about going back to the track team. Got a meeting with them this weekend to see if I can rejoin, he shared, his voice low, but filled with cautious optimism. For real? His mom couldn't contain her excitement, leaping up to embrace him. I always told you, where there's a will, there's a way. Ruja, caught between pride and embarrassment, met Ren's amused smirk with a resigned shake of his head, signaling a mix of annoyance and acceptance at his friend's silent teasing. I can't wait to tell everyone. My son, back on the track team, she exclaimed, her voice a mix of excitement and maternal pride, a stark contrast to Ruja's bashful demeanor. The meal proceeded amidst light conversation, with Ren sharing anecdotes from school and their extracurricular activities, skillfully navigating around the true reason for his visit. As the dinner came to a close, Ruja found an opening to steer the conversation towards their planned departure. We should probably get going soon. Don't want to keep everyone waiting too long for our study group, he hinted, glancing towards Ren for backup. Ren hid his smirk before answering. You are right. I may have gotten carried away with the delicious food, Miss Sakamoto. My school notes are a bit messy, so I am going to have to clean them up a bit, which is going to take some time. Thanks for the meal. It was really great. Ren said with a friendly smile, as he watched Ruja hold back his anxiousness. Oh, of course. Any friend of Ruja's is always welcome here. Make sure you two study hard, okay? And Amamiya, feel free to drop by anytime, Ruja's mom offered warmly, her hospitality unwavering. With heartfelt thanks, Ren and Ruja excused themselves and stepped out into the apartment complex. Once outside, Ruja let out a sigh of relief mixed with appreciation. Dude, you almost gave me a heart attack with those hints, Ruja exclaimed, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice. Anyways, thanks for dropping by. Follow me. I'll take you to the apartment they haven't rented out yet. Ren chuckled lightly at Ruja's reaction. Don't worry. At worst, she'll just think I speak weird. After letting out another sigh, Ruja continued. I guess maybe it was for the best that you stopped by. I haven't seen my mum that full of energy in some time. I mean, you probably guessed it by looking at the pictures and stuff around the house, but it's just me and her. And that can be rough for her sometimes. Really? Ren asked. Looking back to make sure they were far enough, Ruja continued in a whisper. You saw all the locks my mum has in the house. That's cause she is still paranoid about my dad. He's a total ass. He would drink non-stop, and then he would get violent with us. One day, he just left, but my mom is still paranoid that he's going to show up out of nowhere. Ren thought for a moment before asking. Do you want to change his heart? Ruja made a bit of an awkward expression. I dunno, man. It'd be effing weird, right? Him just turning up out of the blue, saying sorry. Honestly, things are better with him gone. And part of me doesn't even want to know if he's still out there. Ruja's words lingered for a moment, a mix of frustration and reflection in his tone. Then, abruptly shifting gears, he shook his head, as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Dude, why the hell are we talking about all this depressive shit? We have a maid to call. Or, well, you do. Imma, just hide and watch what happens. Wait, no, that's effing weird. Damn it, dude, you're the smart one, why didn't you come up with the plan? Tilda conditents tilde. Ruja Sakamoto, the chariot, rank 6. Caroline and Justine, the strength, rank 4. Chapter 68, The Maid. 1904 words. Ruja's anxious pacing filled the room, his restlessness palpable. Man, this is getting to me, it's gonna be hella weird just hanging around here, he confessed, his expression a mix of unease and hesitation. Okay, decision time, I'm out. But you've got to fill me in on everything. Or, wait, what if you leave and I stay? But then, what if I dash? His indecision caused him to tread an aimless path across the floor while Ren, observing his friend's conflict, let out a chuckle. So, what's it gonna be? She'll be here any minute. Remember, this whole maid scenario was your bright idea. It was your life and death final wish. Ren reminded him with a joking tone. Ruja paused, his resolve solidifying, as he placed a hand on Ren's shoulder. I'm passing the baton off to you. Make sure this maid service checks out. It's for the greater good of the Phantom Thieves, he declared, his tone brimming with a mix of seriousness and drama. Ren couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ruja's theatrics. Yeah. For the Phantom Thieves. Just so we are clear, I'm not going to engage in any, extra services. You already know about Shiho Dash. Before Ren could elaborate anymore, Ryuji cut him off. Got it. My lips are zipped. I'll just go scout the area for some sushi or something. I know we just ate, but hey, second dinner, am I right? Ruja joked, his mood lightening as he prepared to make a swift exit. With those final words, Ruja hurried out, leaving Ren alone to face the impending, peculiar appointment they had set up. He wandered to the kitchen, a bemused expression on his face. What the hell am I doing here? He mused aloud, the absurdity of the situation dawning on him just as a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Good evening. I'm here from the housekeeping service, announced a voice, tinged with a professional courtesy that felt strangely familiar to Ren. The door is unlocked. May I come in? She inquired, gently pushing the door ajar. Come in. Ren responded with his curiosity piqued as the door swung open. A woman, her brown hair fashioned into ponytails and donned in a maid costume, stepped inside, offering Ren a meticulously rehearsed bow. Welcome home, master. I'm Becky Blackheart. Her greeting, accompanied by a forced smile and playful cat-paw gesture, seemed both practiced and weary. Let me fill your heart with joy and vitality. Meow. Blackheart. Despite the practiced cheer, Ren noticed the fatigue etched into her face. But what truly caught him off guard was the fact that he recognized the person in front of him. She was his homeroom teacher, Kawakami, seemingly oblivious to his identity in her current appearance. Unlike his usual school outfit, he wasn't wearing his glasses today, and he was also wearing a nicer pair of clothes he had gotten for free as part of the payment from shooting one of the commercials. What would you like me to do today? The basics include cooking, cleaning, and laundry. But there are other services that we can. Oh shit. She muttered as realization suddenly dawned on her. With a hasty bow, she attempted to retreat. I am sorry, Master Blackheart. It seems I have the wrong house. She said, yet as she saw Ren's expression, she dropped the act. Oh God. I'm so done. Her expression looked as if her whole world was collapsing around her. I should have taken a job outside of the city. But then it would have been too far. And she lamented, caught in her internal conflict. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone about your side job, Ren assured her, his tone a mix of empathy and awkwardness. At Ren's reassurance, Kawakami's tense demeanor eased ever so slightly, her shoulders dropping as a measure of stress seemed to dissipate. What are you doing hiring maids, Amamiya? She asked, her voice a mix of bewilderment and fatigue, as she sank into one of the kitchen chairs. You're a responsible student, good grades and all. I understand teenagers go through phases, but wouldn't it be more fitting to ask a classmate out? This seems more like a stunt Sakamoto would pull. Her voice trailed off, a moment of realization dawning upon her. Wait a second, did Sakamoto rope you into this? I've noticed the two of you hanging out lately. I knew he was a bad influence. Shaking his head slightly, Ren deflected the question with one of his own. Well, that doesn't matter. I'm more curious about why you've taken up this job. Hearing the question, Kawakami gently placed her head on the kitchen table. She sighed deeply and took a few moments before lifting her head back up. It's not something I wanted to get involved in, honestly. But, the bills pile up, and the teacher's salary doesn't stretch far enough to cover everything, especially not the debts I'm responsible for. She paused, her eyes clouded with a mix of resignation and vulnerability. I took on this job thinking it would be a quick way to make extra money without it interfering with my day job. I never imagined one of my own students would end up hiring the service. Letting out a sigh of his own, Ren asked her with narrowed eyes. Please tell me it wasn't gambling. Or a loan from a loan shark. He knew those were the messiest forms of debt, and things would only go downhill with each passing day. Hearing his question, Kawakami was quick to dismiss his fears. What? No. Nothing like that. It's... Kawakami clarified genuinely before hesitating slightly. My sister, she's sick, and I have some medical bills to pay. Ren could tell that she was either lying or holding back near the end, but he wasn't going to press her further, at least for now. Each person was entitled to their own secrets. I actually know a doctor not too far from here. She's somewhat of a prodigy in her field, and she might be able to offer your sister some assistance. We are quite close, so I'm sure we can arrange something out so that you don't have to continue with this side job if you don't want to. Ren proposed, hoping to offer a lifeline. Ren. Kawakami's voice trailed off, a storm of emotions crossing her face before burying her face in her hands. What the hell am I doing? Standing up from her desk with a guilty expression, she said. I'm sorry, I should probably go. Yet as she said that, her phone began to buzz. Her expression shifted to one of discomfort before she answered the phone and walked to another room. Through the thin walls, Ren could overhear fragments of the tense exchange. Yes, I've made the transfer. How can that be? It's the exact amount I sent last week. What do you mean? Yes, of course, I understand. I'll find a solution. As Kawakami left the room, she had a tired expression. I don't suppose you have a spare 100,000 yen lying around, do you? She tried to say in a joking tone, yet before she could open her mouth again to take back the joke, Ren answered. Sure, Ren said, reaching for his wallet, his reply immediate and serious. Huh? Kawakami's astonishment was palpable, her eyes widening in disbelief. Working for LeBlanc, as a model for the two commercials, and as a phantom thief, Ren had started to save up quite a bit of money. Each shadow that was defeated would either offer cash in exchange for their life, or drop some when they turned to dust. Simply going down to the metaverse to train could, if done correctly, replace a full-time job. As to why shadows could drop actual money, they had reasoned that video games were integrated deep enough into the collective unconscious that the thought, enemies drop loot and money when they die, had become a reality in the metaverse. Now, standing in his living room, Ren handed Kawakami a bundle of cash. Her hands trembled slightly as she accepted it, still visibly taken aback. Ren, I mean Amamiya, you really don't have to do this. She stammered, caught between her pride and her desperate situation. Think of it as just a teacher's bonus, nothing more. Ren assured her, attempting to ease the gravity of the transaction with a smile. Kawakami's attempt to articulate her gratitude stumbled, her words halting before she could fully voice them. With a momentary pause, she donned a semblance of her earlier cheerful demeanor, mimicking the overly bright persona of Becky, the maid. Thank you so much, Master. Blackheart, please don't hesitate to call me if you ever need someone to help you cook, clean, or do laundry. Blackheart, yet as she finished her sentence, her mask dropped. I'm sorry, I can't, I don't know why dash. It was clear that she had tried to use the persona of Becky to hide her true emotions, but it was too much for her at the moment. Quickly making her way towards the door, she turned to face Ren, with a look of sincere appreciation tinged with a hint of distress. Thank you. And, if you ever need a break during class, just let me know. Or well, damn it. She muttered, her face filled with guilt and embarrassment, as she darted out. With Kawakami gone, Ren sat down in the kitchen once again. Letting out a tired sigh as he looked at the ceiling. The temperance. He whispered to the empty room. A card that, in its upright position, was supposed to signify balance and moderation, harmony and healing. Thinking back to her tired expression, Ren could remember all of the times she would yawn and let tired sighs escape during class. Judging by how guilty she looked during their conversation, she was a clear picture of the reverse temperance arcana: imbalance, conflict and disharmony, and lack of purpose or direction. With these thoughts swirling, Ren reached for his phone and dialed Ruji. The sounds of a bustling restaurant were in the background as Ruji answered. "Hey, man, how'd it go with the maid? Was she cute? Anything interesting happen?" Chuckling slightly, Ren answered. "Nah, you would probably have better luck going to a maid cafe or something like that. This maid thing is a scam." "For real? Did they not clean the house properly or something like that?" Ruji asked, confusion and curiosity mingling in his voice. "Yeah, something like that, but hey, next maid cafe is on me," Ren offered, deftly steering the conversation away from the evening's unexpected turn. "Hell yeah, dude. But, dude, you'll never guess where I'm at," Ruji boasted, the sound of his laughter competing with the ambient noise. Before Ren could venture a guess, he heard another voice in the background. "Master Blackheart, your pancakes are ready. Served with extra love, Blackheart. Ren couldn't contain his amusement, a burst of laughter escaping him. "Why, I know, after I left, I thought, hey, it's not fair for Ren to have all the fun. So I swung over to this one," Ruji explained with a chuckle. "God damn it, Ruji," he said, the corners of his mouth betraying a reluctant smile. "I take back my offer. I'll see YA tomorrow. Confidence. Sadao Kawakami, The Temperance. Rank 2. Chapter 69, The Lovers in the Night Sky. 2,282 words. After their final class of the day, Anne bounded over to Ren, her eyes lit with excitement, displaying her phone screen with contagious enthusiasm. "Manager, Anne, you're going to be thrilled. Remember that audition you were so nervous about? Well, they were impressed with your performance in the commercial and have decided to offer you a role in the upcoming project. Manager, now, remember that this is a relatively minor role as a side character. But keep in mind that that's how most big actors start. Manager, it's a supporting role, but remember, even the most renowned actors started with a small role. So, just think of this as your first step into becoming a household name. Manager, the film's success could very well pave the way for more significant opportunities for you. They are also interested in having your friend, the one from the commercial, join the film as an extra. The director found your on-screen chemistry captivating and is keen on exploring that dynamic further in future projects, though that's a conversation for another day. Manager, of course, his participation isn't a deal-breaker since you've already secured your role. It's early days yet, but things are looking up for your career." Catching the infectious thrill of the message, Anne's eyes shimmered with victory and eager anticipation. "I landed the role," she burst out, her voice a blend of astonishment and elation, pulling Ren into a celebratory embrace. Embracing her back, Ren responded. "That's fantastic. I had no doubt you'd make it." As they stepped back from the hug, and continued. "And they want you there too. How about it?" her voice tinged with excitement. Chuckling slightly, Ren replied. "Acting is not really my dream job, but I'm willing to try it for one or two things. I'll admit, the commercial was kind of fun." Then, as if remembering something important, he paused with a thoughtful look. Concern flickered across Anne's face. "What's up? Guess I should start working on my autograph, huh?" Ren said with a playful grin. Anne's laughter rang out as she playfully nudged him. "Only if I'm the first to get one," she teased. "But seriously, this could be a fun adventure for us. Being on a movie set together. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. How about we head to that park where we shot the commercial? It's usually quiet around this time," Ren suggested with a spark of nostalgia in his voice. Anne's expression brightened instantly at the suggestion. "That sounds perfect. It's been ages since we've had a chance to relax and play our heart-strengthening game there. Plus, I've got so much to tell you. You won't believe what's been happening behind the scenes." As they made their way to the park, and launched into the tale of a fellow model, Mika, who had been climbing the ranks with astonishing speed. According to the rumors, Mika had a hand in the sudden unavailability of several models, manipulating schedules to her advantage. leaving her fellow models confused and arriving at the gigs hours late. Mika's tactics ensured there were always openings for her to step in, which inadvertently opened doors for Anne and Ren for their initial restaurant shoot and the subsequent perfume commercial. Without Mika's interference, those opportunities might have never come their way. Oddly enough, I'm somewhat grateful to Mika, Anne mused with a reflective smile as they strolled toward their destination. Maybe in another life, Mika and I would be modeling rivals. But well, here we are. So, what happened to her after all that? Ren asked with some curiosity. Anne's smile became wry as she heard the question. Here's where it gets interesting, or troubling, depending on whose side you are on. She hasn't faced any real consequences. Instead, her actions caught the eye of some top-tier managers. After a heartfelt apology, she's now being considered for even better modeling gigs. Their conversation flowed effortlessly into the evening, nostalgia enveloping them, as they reminisced about their first time playing their people-watching game. As they arrived, the park unfolded before them in calm beauty, the setting sun cloaking everything in a gentle, golden light. Anne reached out her hand to Ren, a blush coloring her cheeks as she reminded him. This is part of our game, remember? Ren chuckled, taking her hand with a playful wink. Was it, though? Or was I just looking for an excuse to hold your hand? He teased, his joke deepening the blush on Anne's cheeks as he gently squeezed her hand. In truth, what began as a simple gesture to bolster her confidence had evolved into something more meaningful for him. Seizing the opportunity, he couldn't resist teasing her about it, though a twinge of guilt soon washed over him. Reluctantly, he released her hand, turning to her with a serious expression. Hey, Anne. There's something I need to tell you. I recently went out with Shiho. It wasn't really an official date, and we technically aren't in a relationship yet, but it's important, you know. I don't want to hurt Shiho. He began, trying to find the right words. Anne's expression sobered at his words, nodding slightly. I did hear about it. She began, her mind drifting to conversations with her closest friend. A soft blush returned as she added, and thank you for being considerate of Shiho. But actually, how do I put this? She was the one who was supposed to bring the idea up to you. Ren raised an eyebrow with slight confusion at the increasingly flustered Anne. So, Shiho called me before the date, right? And well, she was going on and on about the ancient Greeks and, well, she was actually talking about Circe. But well, Circe is dash, Anne's rambling was cut short as she lightly slapped her cheeks, trying to gather her thoughts. Do you like me, Ren? She asked directly with a look of resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren affirmed. I do. I like you a lot. That's why dash. A smile broke through Anne's anxious facade upon hearing his answer. However, she quickly gathered herself to continue the conversation. Do you like Shiho? She probed further. I do, which is why dash Ren began, only to be interrupted once again. Great, then there's no issue, Anne interjected, her cheeks flaming. Shiho and I have already talked about this. So, there's nothing for you to worry about. Ren had been trying to find a good place to talk, but as he looked at Anne's expression, his mind rapidly aligned the dots for him. The moment Ren pieced together what she was trying to say, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was laughing harder than he could ever remember doing recently, which only deepened Anne's blush, as she saw the random passers-by turn to look in their direction with curiosity. He had noticed both their feelings towards him and his feelings towards them, partially thanks to Sojiro's help. Ren had been navigating this delicate balance with care, keen not to wound either Anne or Shiho. This careful dance was partly why he had refrained from advancing his relationship with Shiho after their date. Observing Anne and Shiho's unusual behavior post-date, both staying close to him, Ren had hesitated to jump to conclusions or misinterpret their actions, fearing he might disrupt the harmony between them. As his mind finally pieced together all of the pieces of the puzzle, he couldn't help but laugh even harder. As the laughter subsided, Ren turned to Anne, his expression softening into an apology. I'm sorry. He managed, his voice still laced with residual chuckles. The ancient Greeks, eh? Ren joked, prompting a momentary blank stare from Anne before she, too, succumbed to laughter. "Is that what set you off? And here I was, worried you were laughing at me," Anne said, a playful note in her voice as she momentarily paused her laughter. "I know, right? It caught me off guard, too," she said between laughs. "You wouldn't believe the things Shiho was saying that night. I swear, I haven't been able to look at Cersei the same since." Their laughter gradually faded, leaving a warm atmosphere, as Ren extended his hand once again. "I guess since that's out of the way," Ren said with the final traces of laughter. "Would you join me for a game?" As Anne's fingers intertwined with his, the gesture carried a new weight, a subtle shift in their dynamic. There had been an almost invisible wall between the two of them since the beginning, a paper-thin wall that stopped either of them from fully committing one way or the other. But after their short conversation, it was as if that wall had vanished. Walking through the park, the two of them casually played their people-watching game, discussing the possible futures and histories of those around them. It was surprising just how much one could learn from observing a person. Ren's golden eyes glimmered as he looked around them, using his third eye skill as an advantage to weave even more intricate tales of the people around them. Unbeknownst to them, a solitary, ethereal butterfly traced its path through the air behind them. Its wings beat in a whimsical rhythm, a silent witness to their burgeoning connection. As the evening deepened into night, the delicate creature drifted away, vanishing into the darkness of the night. Along with their game, the two of them had spent the past few hours talking about random things they were interested about, such as modeling, mementos, art, cooking, dancing, gardening, sweets, and organization. Night descended upon the park, bringing them near the very spot where they had filmed their commercial. Unlike the day of the shoot, illuminated by a brilliant moon, tonight the sky was draped in darkness, the new moon hidden from view. Yet, the ambient lights of the park cast a warm glow around them, bathing the area in a soft, inviting light. Seizing the moment, Ren, with a glint of playfulness in his eye, offered his hand. "It seems like we never finished that scene, did we? How about a redo?" he proposed, his voice tinged with the mock determination of a seasoned performer. And couldn't help but chuckle at his theatricality, her eyes rolling affectionately before she slipped effortlessly into character. "Detective, you'll never catch me," she declared, her voice a blend of challenge and warmth as she took his hand. "I think I already have." Ren countered smoothly, taking a step closer, their playful banter setting the stage for what felt like a natural continuation of their interrupted scene. As if drawn by an unspoken cue, Anne's arms found their way around Ren's shoulders, pulling him into an embrace that mirrored their previous interaction yet felt distinctly more profound. This time, without the barrier of perfume, Ren was greeted by the subtle, natural fragrance of Anne herself, a scent that was unexpectedly captivating. The closeness quickened his pulse, a sensation Ren found both thrilling and a little overwhelming. Lifting his gaze to meet hers, he was met with Anne's eyes, shining with a mixture of emotions, underscored by a soft blush coloring her cheeks. In that hushed world of dim park lights and the gentle chirping of birds and insects, time seemed to slow, wrapping Ren and Anne in a cocoon of their own making. The air between them charged with anticipation, their breaths mingling, drawing them into an orbit destined to cross. Ren's golden eyes searched Anne's ocean blue eyes with a silent question lingering within them. Her response, a gentle nod, was all the affirmation he needed. The space between them diminished with each heartbeat, their faces inching closer, guided by a magnetic pull neither wished to resist. The kiss, when it came, was a soft collision of worlds. It was tentative at first, as if they were both savoring the novelty of the moment, exploring the new terrain. But soon, it deepened, fueled by the pent-up emotions and the silent confessions of their hearts. Anne's fingers curled into Ren's hair, anchoring herself to the reality of the moment, while Ren's hands found their way to her waist, pulling her closer, afraid she might slip away. The park around them faded into a blur, their entire attention narrowing down to the space they occupied. Beneath them, unnoticed in the power of their connection, the shadow at Ren's feet stirred as if awakened by the surge of emotions. Tartuffe, manifesting from the depths of Ren's soul, opened its eyes. Its form, a void of blackness save for the stark white of its gaze, fixed intently on the night sky above. As the lovers' embrace deepened, Tartuffe's inky limb reached upwards, straining towards the sky with a movement filled with effort, as if each attempt threatened to return it to the dormancy within Ren's soul. Yet, driven by a moment of sheer will, Tartuffe's grasp closed around a star barely visible thanks to the shining lights of Tokyo. The moment Tartuffe closed its hand, a small golden light appeared in Tartuffe's otherwise pitch-black body. Having completed its purpose, Tartuffe's form receded into the darkness, vanishing as silently as it had appeared, leaving behind no trace of its brief awakening. Confidence. Ren Amamiya. The Jester, 4. And Takamaki, the Lovers, 6. Blackheart. Not gonna lie. Originally I wanted their romance to start at rank 7, not rank 6, but funny number go BR, why no. Also, as always, only appropriate for the lovers to get the first real kiss. Ideally, I only really want to start romances at rank 8 to 9, but sometimes you gotta go with the flow. Chapter 70, The Principal's Library Cleaning. 2,406 words. As they parted, their breaths uneven and hearts racing, the immediate world seemed to sharpen into clarity once again, the cool night air brushing against their warm cheeks. Despite the chill, the connection between them retained its warmth, a connection that felt stronger and more real than anything either of them had experienced before. Ren's golden eyes flickered to life momentarily, as he caught a glimpse of the thread linking them, now glowing a vivid crimson. What was once a fragile, nearly imperceptible tether had transformed into a strong bond. However, before Ren could ponder this change further, Anne gently pulled him in for one more tender kiss. Maybe we should call it a night here. Anne suggested softly, her voice laced with a bashful undertone, yet she didn't loosen her hold around Ren's shoulders. The dim park lighting could barely conceal the blush that adorned her cheeks. Her smile widened as she continued. We started this as a way to strengthen my heart, and if I am being honest, I've never felt stronger, she confessed with a playful laugh. What can I say? I'm something of a metaverse expert myself. Ren joked, causing Anne to roll her eyes and let out a giggle as she finally stepped back. With a swift motion, Anne retrieved her phone, her eyes shining with the thrill of the moment. She cozied up next to Ren, her head leaning against his shoulder in a comfortable, familiar gesture. So, Mr. Model, a scientist, a delinquent, how about we capture this moment? One last photo to remember today by, she proposed, framing the two of them in the glow of her phone screen. Arriving at school the next day, Ren didn't expect much. Just the usual daily chore before he could leave school. However, after school was over, an announcement pierced the monotony, instantly capturing his attention. Attention, students! We've been considering reorganizing the library's collection for a while now, and we've finally decided to move forward. We are seeking volunteers to assist with this project. Interested students, please report to the principal's office. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly, as he heard the voice of the principal over the speakers. So, without a moment of hesitation, he instantly made his way over to the principal's office. To his surprise, he encountered Makoto at the office's entrance, also evidently there to volunteer. Oh, Ren. I didn't expect you to volunteer for something like this, she remarked with a trace of surprise in her tone. However, her attention quickly shifted, noticing the seriousness etched on Ren's face. Is there a problem? She asked, sensing the urgency in his expression. We'll see soon enough. Come on. Ren replied, pushing open the door to the principal's office and locking it behind them. Their sudden entrance seemed to startle the principal, who looked visibly annoyed by their disregard for formalities. Information or orders? Ren cut straight to the point, preventing any complaints from the principal. At Ren's question, any trace of anger in Principal Kobayakawa's face faded, replaced by a vacant expression, almost as if in a daze, or a dreamlike state. Both, he replied mechanically, as if under a spell. Makoto, observing the abrupt shift, couldn't hide her bewilderment. Is this the power of the scalpel? She murmured, her gaze drifting between Ren and the principal, trying to make sense of the situation. The sudden change in demeanor was unsettling, almost causing her to take a step back. However, with resolve, Makoto clenched her fists, reminding herself of the promise she had made to remain composed under pressure. Not long after he explained what the scalpel did and talked about the velvet room, he also spoke to the thieves about what he had done when they had reached the principal in mementos. However, he used a simplified, less disturbing version of the story, one that avoided details such as how he created the inky black mask and how it worked. "What were your orders?" Makoto pressed the principal, her voice steady and authoritative. The principal's vacant expression lingered, awaiting Ren's signal. Only once he received Ren's nod did he begin to explain. "The SIU director has ordered me to investigate the school," he divulged. After Kaneshiro's confession, they are scrambling to piece together clues. One of their theories is that the phantom thieves might be amongst my own students or teachers. Ren's eyes sharpened at this revelation. Why do they suspect Shujin? Their suspicion is just as a precaution since there's not a lot of concrete evidence. They are trying to verify if Kamoshida's change was influenced by someone else or not. They were aware of the damage his palace took from the suspension, so they are no longer sure if the change was due to the palace collapsing on its own or because of someone else. Makoto's expression darkened at the mention of Kamoshida's palace, but she steadied herself after taking a deep breath. What do they believe about Kamoshida's confession? They see his breakdown and confession as an attempt to salvage some semblance of his reputation. They see it as nothing more than an act of desperation from a man who lost everything. Kamoshida was just a failed experiment. Ren absorbed the information with a nod, his mind racing with different ideas. His thoughts drifted to Akechi since he had previously suspected his connection to the shadowy figures orchestrating things behind the scenes. But if Akechi were actually a pawn or member of their conspiracy, it wouldn't make sense for him to keep quiet about the fact that they were definitely a part of Shujin. It wouldn't make sense for him to keep such a big piece of information to himself without any reason. At the same time, he couldn't fully trust Akechi. The fact that they had crossed paths in the metaverse without him noticing was concerning enough, but Ren could also see through that friendly mask of his. The simple fact that Akechi kept a smile on his face was not enough to fool Ren, especially with the aid of his third eye skill. The detective was hiding something, but he couldn't exactly say what. His mind drifted to the slight smirk that had briefly escaped Akechi as he viewed their announcement. A sign of amusement, as he recognized their attempts to influence the collective unconscious. A barrage of questions passed through Ren's mind as he focused. Each hypothetical scenario spinning a different possibility. Yet, the rational part of him knew that a good portion of the scenarios in his head were practically impossible. There was no way they would be able to discover his control over Kobayakawa, and use this as a trap since he had ordered him to forget about their interaction. And, until this point, he had been acting entirely naturally. Though Akechi had crossed paths with them in the metaverse, there was also almost no chance that he had followed them when they met with the principal in mementos. Whoever was carrying out the mental shutdowns might be able to slip by them, but he wouldn't be able to do the same with Jose around. The kid was connected to mementos, so anything that happened near him would be noticed. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Ren pressed for more information, his focus sharp. What can you tell us about Akechi? And what have you learned ever since Kamoshida's death? The detective prince. The SIU director hired him to work under him. That is all I know. As for our group, it is called the Antisocial Force. Once Kaneshiro turned himself in, I was also able to learn more about our group and raise my status in it. Kobayakawa answered. As he spoke, Kobayakawa's body seemed to sway gently, his energy waning as if he were on the brink of sleep. Kaneshiro was a significant revenue stream for us. Yet after he turned himself in, things became complicated. The police were able to raid and dismantle most of our logistical network, so we no longer have access to most of our investments. We've now been forced to explore alternative revenue streams in the aftermath. At this, Makoto and Ren shared a significant look, silently agreeing on the gravity of the situation. They positioned themselves more comfortably in front of the principal's desk, preparing for an in-depth discussion. Go on, Makoto commanded, her tone firm. Kobayakawa, under the weight of their gaze, elaborated further. There is a counterfeit art scheme that serves to gain and launder a large amount of money. We are currently reselling counterfeit copies of the Sayuri to try to make up for the damage with the assistance of Madarame. The gentle drift of his body became more noticeable as he continued to explain. We have also begun to increase the mental shutdown operations. Along with investigating the school, they asked me to watch over one of the students in Shujin, Haru Okamura. Her father is going to take the place of Kaneshiro as we continue moving forward. He paid the organization a large amount of money to kill Sujimura after his son damaged his reputation. And now he has taken over Sujimura's role. Ren's eyes narrowed as he heard the name of his fluffy-haired acquaintance. Because of his actions, Okamura was now a larger threat. Ren could assume that the closer one was to the leader of the organization, the stronger their palaces and shadows would be. Sujimura's father was so deep in mementos that they wouldn't have been able to reach him for some time, but just like that, he was gone. Before he could continue to ask any more questions, he felt an overwhelming headache assault his head. His stomach twisted unnaturally, almost making him throw up as his entire body tensed. The sudden assault of pain was enough to cause Ren to fall from his chair onto the ground as the air in his lungs left his body. Ren! Makoto exclaimed with fear as she rushed to his side, yet her face twisted with dread as she recognized what was happening. Shit! Ren's voice was barely a whisper, a mutter lost amidst his efforts to fight back against the pain. Practically curling into a ball as his body continued to tense. He knew that placing the mask in Kobayakawa had a price. Still, he had assumed that once the mask was on, he could continue to exert his control without problem, especially since he hadn't felt anything different during the conversation. The sudden discomfort had appeared out of nowhere without even a warning to stop him from continuing to ask questions. Look at me, Ren. I'm right here. Everything is going to be all right. Makoto's voice was filled with panic as she tried to stabilize him and offer some comfort. As she saw Ren continue to writhe on the ground, Makoto closed her eyes with some panic and began to call out to Joanna as hard as she could. She had only vaguely been able to communicate with her persona in the real world. Unlike Shiho, who seemed to be the most aligned with her persona, the rest of the group couldn't overcome the static between them. Yet, in her desperation, Makoto could have sworn she heard the faint roaring of an engine on her mind, along with Joanna's soft voice. Yet, whatever Joanna had told her was covered in incomprehensible static. However, before she could try to make sense of the words, her mind drifted into the darkness. In that moment of absolute discomfort, Ren felt a wave of warmth pass over him for a moment as he writhed on the ground. A wave of warmth that caused the pain and discomfort to slowly begin drifting away. As the discomfort vanished, he took a few painstaking moments to gather himself. He rose from the ground, drenched in sweat and physically drained. Once he had gathered his thoughts, he glanced around the room and noticed Makoto, who was on the ground next to him. She was sleeping peacefully, her face calm despite her recent moment of panic. His eyes then wandered toward the principal's chair, where he, too, appeared to be asleep. However, unlike Makoto's peaceful expression, his face was contorted in pain, as if he were in the middle of a nightmare. Exhausted and annoyed, Ren looked to the ceiling. A warning would have been nice, Igor. Ren muttered under his breath, almost expecting to hear his deep voice or even his signature chuckle. But as the moments passed, only silence followed. Seeing as there wasn't any answer, he collapsed onto the ground next to Makoto, taking a moment to try to recover his energy. He even tried shaking her awake a few times, but she appeared to be completely unconscious. Tartuffe. What's your take on this whole mess? Ren mused, not really expecting an answer. Yet the faint static that brushed against the edges of his consciousness suggested an attempt at communication. Sadly, it was entirely unintelligible, so he would have to go to the metaverse to hear his answer. As he lay on the floor, a wave of exhaustion passed over his body, threatening to make him fall asleep. Yet before the darkness could take over, he rose from the ground. If he fell asleep here, it would only make things worse. Looking over at Kobayakawa's expression, Ren let out one more curse. Well. Shit. Looking at Kobayakawa, his golden eyes seemed to light up as he spoke. Kobayakawa. Ren commanded, causing him to suddenly stir awake and lift his head from the desk. Forget anything that happened here, and will happen in the next 30 minutes. The same rules apply. If you learn anything, say that you need help organizing the library because it wasn't done properly the first time. If we don't show up, just organize the library either way. Thinking for another moment, he added. Continue to do your job and act naturally. You will ask Makoto to look into the phantom thieves tomorrow, and you will take whatever information she brings back as the absolute truth. Some nausea passed over him as he finished his words, but the pain didn't return. Turning his attention to Makoto, Ren couldn't help but let out a sigh as he knelt down to pick her up. God, I hope your sister works late today. Confidence. Makoto Najima, the priestess, rank 5. Chapter 71, The Older Sister. 2,414 words. I got that 4-hour sleep writing brain right now, lol. The subsequent hour passed in a haze, a side effect of the lingering headache Ren couldn't shake off. Fortunately, the school day had finished before they met with the principal, so the school hallways were practically empty. Haru, who was one of the few students who stayed late because she was taking care of her garden, was the first person to spot Ren carrying Makoto. After explaining that she had collapsed of exhaustion while working, Haru quickly made a phone call. Within minutes, a luxurious car arrived to transport them to Makoto's residence. During the ride to her house, he had some time to think about what had happened to Makoto, who was currently holding onto him like a koala as she slept. Thinking back to the familiar healing warmth he felt before, he could probably guess that Makoto had somehow used Joanna in the real world. It would probably explain her current state, and it probably meant that she would recover with some rest. Using a persona, even in the metaverse, was straining. Every time one used a skill or called forth a persona, it would sap away at their mental energy. If overdone, they would end up leaving the metaverse completely exhausted. However, as he continued to try to wake Makoto up without any success, he became slightly worried and decided to call Takemi as a precaution. If things turned out to be worse than he thought, he didn't want to accidentally risk her health because he played it safe and simply dropped her off at home. Once he got to her house, Ren carried Makoto to her bedroom. As he would have expected of Makoto, her bedroom was practically perfectly organized. Completely covering one of the walls of her room was a gigantic bookshelf filled to the brim with books, and next to it was a small desk with a computer that she would use to study and research. However, Ren also discovered an aspect of Makoto he couldn't have imagined before, her surprising love for pandas. The carpet, her computer, her pencil case, and her notebooks were all either shaped like a panda, or were covered in stickers of the same panda. To top it all off, there was a gigantic plushie of the panda in her bed. As Ren placed Makoto on her bed, she let go of him and instinctively went to hug the massive panda plush. A small smile appeared on her face as she snuggled up against it. Almost as if she was having a great dream. HFNS Ren hee. Makoto's murmurs, a jumble of sleepy gibberish, filled the room. Yet, before Ren could decipher her mumbled words, a knock at the door diverted his attention. As he opened the door, he saw Takemi holding a duffel bag filled with medical supplies that she might need. Once she saw Ren, her eyes looked him up and down before her expression changed to that of a slight concern. Wow, you look like shit. Are you okay? Letting out a tired chuckle. I'm fine. Makoto is in the bedroom to the left. Ren directed Takemi, his voice steady despite the fatigue he felt. She passed out about an hour ago out of nowhere. She appears to just be sleeping, but when I tried to shake her awake, she didn't wake up. Acknowledging with a nod, Takemi began making her way over to her room. All right, but you're up for examination next. I can tell whenever my guinea pig isn't feeling well, she joked with a smirk, her gaze sharp. Take a seat, I'll be back in a bit. Settling into the couch, Ren allowed himself a moment of rest. His eyes fluttered shut, almost falling asleep immediately. Letting out a tired breath, he was finally able to focus and shake off the slight haze that was still present until now. A few minutes passed, and just before he could allow himself a moment of sleep, his eyes suddenly opened. Stirred to attention by the sound of someone trying to open the door. Of course. He mumbled to himself, recognizing the impending complication, as the door swung open to reveal Sae Najima, her heels clicking authoritatively against the floor. "Makoto, I'm back," Sae announced, her stride halting abruptly at the sight of Ren lounging in her living room. Her eyebrows knitted together in confusion and slight irritation. "I had made it clear to Makoto about not having guests without my permission, Amamiya," she stated with a cold tone of voice, her gaze unwavering and filled with disapproval. Ren turned to look at Sae's stern look, almost letting out an involuntary sigh. If he was being honest, he was too tired to deal with this crap. At that moment, Takemi emerged from Makoto's room, inadvertently stepping into the tense atmosphere. Her arrival offered Ren a brief rest from Sae's eyes. "Ah, you must be Najima's mother," Takemi said as she walked out and greeted Sae. "I'm her sister, and also her legal guardian." "Has something happened to Makoto?" Sae asked with concern and fear, her eyes instantly noticing Takemi's robe, and the stethoscope she was currently wearing around her neck. Shaking her head slightly with a reassuring smile, Takemi answered, "There's nothing to worry about right now. However, I believe Makoto must be pushing herself too hard at the moment and not sleeping properly. From what I heard, she collapsed at school and has been unconscious. She what?" Sae interrupted with a mix of panic and disbelief, her immediate instinct to rush to Makoto's side. But before she could move, Takemi gently grabbed her by the shoulder. "She needs rest now more than anything. I would recommend not interrupting her until she wakes up, which will probably be tomorrow," Takemi advised, her tone firm yet sympathetic. Sae's face was filled with worry and reluctance, but she slowly nodded her understanding. The doctor's confident demeanor easing some of her anxiety. "Her vitals are stable, but she does seem to have exhausted herself both mentally and physically," Takemi continued, her voice softer now. "It's crucial she gets uninterrupted sleep to recover. I've administered some vitamins and electrolytes to help with her recovery. Would you be able to ensure she stays hydrated and eats something light when she wakes up?" Sae, now slightly calmer, absorbed every word. "Yes, of course. Anything else I should be aware of?" "There's nothing else for now. Just make sure she understands the importance of pacing herself and getting enough rest. If she shows any signs of distress or if you have any concerns, don't hesitate to call me," Takemi concluded, offering a warm, supportive smile as she handed Sae a business card. Sae paused to absorb the information on the card, her demeanor reflecting a mix of worry. "I will. Thank you, Dr. Takemi," Sae replied, her voice laced with gratitude. As Takemi walked past her towards Ren, he spoke up. "We can deal with my checkup tomorrow. I'll be fine today." Takemi hesitated slightly, but acknowledged his decision with a nod. "All right, but I expect you to show up to the clinic as soon as you can. It would be bad if my patient's health suffered because of their negligence," Takemi said, correcting herself mid-sentence, as she remembered Sae was right behind her. With a few final parting words to Sae, Takemi left the house. There was a moment of awkward silence in the Najima household until Ren heard Sae's footsteps approach before she, too, collapsed onto the couch. Taking one final deep breath, Ren pushed back his exhaustion as he prepared for the confrontation. However, as he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. He saw Sae, who was now on the couch next to him, holding her head between her hands in exhaustion. However, the more surprising thing was the mask of distortion she wore. Every time he had seen it, it looked almost unbreakable. A solid iron mask with large spikes that protected her face. However, that impenetrable mask of hers now had a few small cracks. There was a brief moment of silence in which Sae continued to hold her head with exhaustion before she raised it and looked at Ren. "You were the one who brought Makoto here and contacted the doctor, weren't you?" Her voice had a hint of vulnerability, unlike the stoic and analytic expression she wore most of the time. As Ren nodded his head in response, she let out a tired sigh before a hint of a smile appeared on her face. "Thank you for looking out for her. Makoto is all the family I have left. I can't bear the thought of losing her, too." Ren's mind briefly flashed between their infiltration into Kaneshiro's bank and the recent interrogation against Kobayakawa that had landed her unconscious before letting out a small, awkward, and tired chuckle. "You know, I try," Ren answered, which prompted a soft smile from Sae. However, her smile quickly drifted away as she thought back to her sister. "This is my fault. I have been pushing her too hard. Just a few days ago, I called her useless. I told her that all she did was eat away at my life." Sae admitted. "Makoto tried to connect with me, and all I did was berate her and tell her to grow up." Ren listened to her confession in silence. He could see clearly that the idea that something might have happened to Makoto had shaken her. The guilt that it might have been her own fault that her sister was currently sick had made her unconsciously drop the walls she kept up, even if just for a moment. He had been looking for a chance to bring Sae over to their side, to work as a spy right under the nose of the SIU director, and it was clear that the time was now. The small cracks in her distortion were enough proof that this was the best chance he would get. However, he couldn't help but curse internally at his exhaustion. If he was at the top of his game, he would probably be able to maneuver his way around the conversation, but right now, he couldn't think properly. As his mind raced for the best way to approach the conversation, he felt the static in the back of his head intensify. Almost as if Tartuffe was trying to communicate with him. "THEARCANAISTHEM. EANSBYWHICHISAL. LREVEALED." From within the static, he could only pick up one singular word, arcana. That singular word was the answer Ren needed at the moment. As he looked at Sae, he could clearly see the arcana she represented. Judgment, the final step in the fool's journey. The judgment represented the need to analyze your past in order to move with a better sense of direction. To forgive and be forgiven in order to start anew. Most importantly, we should heed the call to fulfill our true purpose. Ren's eyes flickered to life as he focused on the meanings of the arcana. "I can't imagine waking up one day and suddenly realizing that you are the only person who can take care of someone else," Ren said, causing Sae's eyes to open in surprise. "Yeah," Sae muttered. "It's hard enough trying to deal with things at work, only to come home and see Makoto. She wants to become a police officer too, you know. Just like Dad." Ren's pupils focused as he saw the smallest of the cracks on her distortion suddenly tremble. His ears focused as he heard the slight quiver that had barely slipped near the end of her sentence. "The same job that took his life." Ren finished her sentence, causing her to nod subconsciously. "I'll admit, it's a bit hard for me to fully understand, but I can at least tell you what Makoto has told me. The reason she wants to become a police officer is to try to make the world a better, safer place." A small smile crept onto Sae's face as she looked in the direction of Makoto's room. "A world where safety isn't a privilege but a given." She finished, completing her father's phrase with a nostalgic. However, her optimism soon waned, replaced by a harsh realism. "Both of you are too young to understand, but the world doesn't work that way. But the reality is harsher. The game is rigged. The moment you try to make a difference, you will be crushed under everyone else. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down." Ren muttered, earning a knowing chuckle from Sae. "Exactly. Making a difference requires playing by the rules, at least to some extent. It's a game of wins and losses, and without a willingness to adapt, you're setting yourself up for failure. Sometimes, you have to bend the rules a little to win." Sae mused, her tone laced with cynicism. A slight smirk appeared on Ren's face as he asked. "Is that so? I've heard quite a bit about you from Makoto. You're not quite what I expected." "Oh? And how so?" she inquired, leaning in with a mix of curiosity and caution. "It's hard to explain. But you kind of got lost in the game, no? You got so distracted with it that you forgot why you even started playing at all." As she heard him, Sae's face slightly frowned. Standing up from the couch, she shook her head a few times. "It's not something you would understand," she remarked. "I am making tea. Would you like some?" It's getting late, and a cup might be good before you head home. Ren couldn't help but chuckle slightly as he saw her try to walk away from the conversation, but he could at least rest easy knowing he had done his part. Accepting the offer with a smile, he allowed himself to finally relax as he laid down on the couch, awaiting the drink. Minutes later, Sae returned to find Ren, completely overcome by exhaustion, sleeping on the couch. The sight of his peaceful sleeping face made her let out a sigh. Barely suppressing a slight smirk, she placed the drink on the table near the couch. Makoto, you sure have an interesting choice of friends, she mused out loud. Confidence. Sae Najima, The Judgment, Rank 3. Chapter 72, The Hidden Clues. 1913 words. As Sae gazed upon the slumbering figure below, a light, bemused shake of her head escaped her. Venturing into a nearby closet, she retrieved a soft blanket, and gently placed it over him. Since he had gone out of his way to help her sister, she was willing to do this much. Though she had to hold back a slight chuckle as she saw Ren, still lost in dreams, instinctively snuggle deeper into the warmth of the blanket. Treading softly towards her bedroom, Sae poised herself for another work session on her computer before heading to sleep. It was then her eyes caught sight of the small stack of CDs she had confiscated from Makoto. A reminder of the first time Ren had been in her home. She had planned to return them, but she had gotten carried away with work. She contemplated using the lectures her sister was interested in as background noise while she worked, but she hesitated and ultimately decided to place the recordings in one of the drawers of her desk. She didn't want to accidentally wake up her sister with the TV since their bedrooms were next to each other. Should I take the day off tomorrow, she mused aloud, only to dismiss the thought with a firm shake of her head. As much as she wished to spend the day making sure Makoto recovered, she was in the middle of an important case. Her reputation would be damaged if she took the day off without warning. She had been assigned to the case of the Phantom Thieves, but it was practically impossible to find anything about them. They were, as their name stated, like ghosts. They had shown up one day, and the next week, Kaneshiro had turned himself in. Having conducted the interrogation with Kaneshiro herself, she couldn't help but become even more suspicious. They appeared to have almost no connection to the man, with Kaneshiro confessing that their only interaction was a small calling card that had been left on his desk one day. A single one-sided interaction, a calling card, and the criminal mastermind had a change of heart. Yet, this pivotal piece of evidence, along with any other potentially incriminating material, had vanished, stolen away by the thieves, or destroyed by Kaneshiro's underlings before law enforcement could intervene. It's almost like the case with the gym teacher in Makoto's school. Sae murmured, her thoughts turning to the confessions of Suguru Kamoshida. Were it not for her personal concerns for Makoto, she might have overlooked this specific detail. As Sae scrutinized the playback of Kamoshida's confession, a shadow of concern creased her brow. The parallels between Kamoshida's and Kaneshiro's admissions were unnervingly close. Yet, there was no precursor, no calling card announced for Kamoshida. She whispered to herself, her frown deepening. A chill of apprehension threaded through her, as she pondered the discrepancies and similarities in the cases before her. Kamoshida's confession unfolded, and Sae's unease grew when she heard Kamoshida speak again about his crimes. Especially when she heard a name that was becoming increasingly familiar to her. Ren Amamiya. She murmured, picturing the boy who was currently peacefully sleeping on her couch. Shiho Suzue and Takamaki, Ruja Sakamoto. The names tumbled from her lips, each one making her discomfort grow. These were Makoto's friends, young lives harmed by Kamoshida's cruelty. People with a motive. But the more she thought about it, the less sense it made. They were just kids right now without any proper backing. The leap from a corrupt teacher to a small criminal empire was too large. Sae's mind raced as she contemplated just how impossible the connection was, yet she hesitated to entirely dismiss it. However, the longer she thought of it, the more ridiculous it felt. Kaneshiro was someone whom even the entire police force had been unable to capture, unable to gather evidence against. But the more she thought of it, the more she felt that the case had been dismissed too quickly. Not everyone you work with can say their hands are clean. SAE muttered the words the phantom thieves had used to sign off their email with a frown. Trying to shake off these swirling thoughts, SAE refocused on Kamoshida's rambling confession, yet her attempt at humor felt hollow. Am I really entertaining the thought that these students could pull off such feats? She chuckled to herself, disbelief and exhaustion mingling in her voice. The hack into Japan's billboards and news sources was large enough by itself. But it was absurd to imagine students executing a heist against Kaneshiro's building to steal the records the thieves had sent to the police. After all, the only strange thing the police was able to find during the police raid into the building was some cat hairs, nothing else. But what power could compel such confessions? SAE pondered, her mind unwillingly drifting towards the supernatural. Closing her laptop, she decided to call it a night, hoping rest would clear her mind from the strange thoughts she had. Yet, the unease lingered, a silent whisper of possibility that refused to be silenced. Lying in her bed, the day's revelations swirled into dreams more vivid and chaotic than any she had experienced before. Ren Amamiya's eyes fluttered open, confronting him with the sight of a ceiling that didn't belong to his room. Wrapped snugly in a blanket, a slight sense of disorientation enveloped him as he sat up. The morning light seemed unusually bright, as if his eyes had suddenly found a new sense of clarity overnight. The best way to describe it would be, as if he had woken up wearing contact lenses he didn't know he needed. As his gaze wandered the room, pieces of the previous night slowly stitched themselves back together, from his meeting with the principal to his talk with SAE. Ah, that's right, he murmured to himself, his hand absently combing through his hair. His fingers encountered a strand, which he gingerly extracted, inspecting it as if searching for an anomaly. Still the same color. Other than his slight improvement in his eyesight, he wasn't sure what other improvements or changes yesterday's torture session had brought. But he could worry about that the next time he visited the metaverse. As he sat up on the couch, he couldn't help but think about the names Kobayakawa had mentioned. Madarame, her. That's another reason to call Yusuke about his modeling offer. He thought out loud as he remembered their strange meeting. His eyes then drifted to a small note left next to the couch, which he unfolded to read. I had to leave early for the office. Help yourself to anything in the fridge, but please avoid the bento on the right side. I prepared those specifically for Makoto, as per the doctor's recommendation. Chuckling slightly, he put the note away as he stood up. He had some time before he would have to leave for school, so he decided to call Sojiro to reassure him that he was still alive. Not long after he finished the phone call, he heard the door of Makoto's room open. She walked out with messy hair, letting out a yawn as she walked out half asleep. Sis. How did I, Ren? Ren? Her voice spiked from confusion to surprise as she suddenly snapped awake, the memories from last night flooding back. What happened? Why am I at home? Why are you here? Did SAE see you? Her questions came in quick succession, tinted with confusion and concern. Chuckling slightly, Ren invited her to sit down as he began explaining everything that had happened, as well as telling her about his conversation with SAE. The fact that her distortion had a few cracks was a good sign, so if they played it safe, they might be able to bring her to their side without having to dive into her palace. Makoto's tension dissolved into a sigh of relief as she heard him, nodding her head along, as she pieced everything together. Thanks for looking after me. She started with a warm smile, pausing briefly. Did you go into my room? A mischievous smirk appeared on Ren's lips as he answered. Don't worry about it. If anything, I am the one who should thank you for trying to help me. As for your room, pandas, eh? Ren said teasingly, causing Makoto to let out a few awkward coughs. It's Buchimaru-kun. She corrected, a mix of amusement and embarrassment in her voice, before realigning the focus of their conversation. But that's beside the point. The real takeaway is my ability to summon Joanna in the real world. Makoto's eyes closed in concentration, a visible effort to connect deeper with her persona. The static is not as strong as it used to be, she began, her voice threaded with a mix of determination and discovery. It's still there, but our bond feels stronger, more tangible. I can't summon her yet, but with some time and effort. Ren, however, expressed his concerns, shaking his head gently. You were out for nearly a day last time, Makoto. The doctor even said you had signs of physical and mental exhaustion. If this happens every time, it might not be reasonable to try to use them in the real world. Getting knocked out for one use is not worth it. Makoto countered, her voice laced with conviction. No, I think it's the static that is causing the strain. In the metaverse, using Joanna feels like pushing a practically empty wheelbarrow, right? Here, it felt as if the wheelbarrow was filled with concrete, and they had taken the wheels off. I think if we can improve the connection, we can lighten the load. Nodding his head, Ren's expression then became more serious. In that case, we should let the rest of the group know. Right now, we are going against the director of the SIU, Okamura, and whoever their boss is. They all have a lot of influence. If we can summon personas here, then we might be able to protect ourselves better if it comes to it. Makoto hesitated for a moment, the weight of the challenge ahead momentarily clouding her mind before she nodded with determination. It would be nice to have someone with influence watching our back. She said with a sigh. But you are right. We need to be prepared. Speaking of which, how are things with Igor? Any changes after what happened last night? Igor didn't call me like usual yesterday, but I think he must just be busy with something since he wasn't in the velvet room the last time I went there. As for changes, better eyesight, I guess. That's as far as I know for now. Makoto looked Ren up and down before saying. No, I think you are also taller. She muttered before her eyes wandered to the clock behind Ren. Oh crap, we are going to be late. She hastily finished her breakfast, ready to bolt toward her room, when Ren's voice stopped her mid-step. Don't you think you should rest for today? He asked with some concern. Makoto paused, a brief conflict crossing her features, but her resolve was quick to return. Shaking her head, she firmly replied. No, I'm fine. Plus, I wouldn't be able to rest anyway, knowing I'm skipping school. With that, she darted off to prepare for the day. Chapter 73, The Three Palaces. 1986 words. Upon reaching the rooftop, and darted toward Ren, her hands gently holding his face. She examined him to see if there were any signs that he wasn't okay, and after making sure he was fine, she let out a small sigh of relief. He had sent a group message letting them know about what had happened the day before, and he had also called them to meet up after school to discuss it. Seriously, next time, just call me, all right? I might be busy, but I'll find a way to be there, and insisted, her voice tinged with concern yet underscored by an unwavering resolve. Ren offered a rueful chuckle, nodding in acknowledgement. Sorry, things got a bit crazy out of nowhere. Anne's worried frown melted into a smile of approval at his apology. So, are you all set for the school trip? I'm curious about the show we'll be seeing, she inquired, her mood shifting to excitement just as Ruju burst onto the rooftop. Yeah, I had almost forgotten we were going to be on TV tomorrow. Shiho, trailing behind Ruju, looked at the garden on the rooftop with some curiosity. Did you also plant all of this? One by one, the rest of the thieves arrived on the roof. Though they would usually meet in LeBlanc for things like this, they had made an exception this time since and had to go for a pre-production meeting later in the day. Makoto and Ren began explaining everything that had happened yesterday. Though they were curious about the possibility of using personas in the real world, they decided to focus on the bigger targets, Okamura and Madarame. Their next goal was to strike one or the other. The group planned to strike whoever's distortion was weaker first to use it as a training ground for the next palace. Even though they had discovered Okamura's palace some time ago, they had not yet been able to discover its distortion. They knew the location, but none of the business or space words they had used had worked. Dealing with Madarame might be more straightforward, right? His theme's gotta be something artsy. Ruju guessed, pulling up the metanav and entering Madarame's name. Something like an art studio or museum. Shiho proposed, her suggestion triggering the metanav's confirmation chime. Distortion located. Hearing the nav activate, Ruju burst out laughing. Damn, that was easy. If only Okumura worked by that logic. I betcha it's gonna be something stupid we haven't tried yet. Ruja said with a chuckle. He owns Big Bang Burger, no. We've been focusing on the business words, but we haven't used too many space words. The only ones I can remember trying are spaceships and different planets. Anne chimed in. Hearing her, Makoto got lost in thought before asking. How precise does our terminology need to be with the metanav? Could we be just slightly off with our wording? The group clustered around Ruju, who was intently focused on his phone, entering a series of speculative words into the metanav. They ventured guesses from asteroid field to quantum realm and observatory with no success, until Ren suggested spaceport. Distortion located. For real. You gotta be effing kidding me. A spaceport is basically a spaceship. Makoto, however, saw the silver lining. But this is good. Now we have options, she said with some determination. There is another palace I know of. Ren began before looking at Makoto. Sae Najima, Casino, Courthouse. Palace located. Beginning navigation. Error, the distortion is out of reach. Please approach either the location or the source of the distortion. Makoto's face became slightly complicated as she heard her sister's distortion. I thought we were going to try to help her without having to change her heart. We are, Ren reassured her gently, but it's important information we should all know. We never know if we might need it. The conversation then pivoted back to their choices, with Shiho asking. So, a spaceport or a museum? What's the plan? I think we should do a scouting trip to both of them, and then go for whichever is weaker. It will be good practice for us to continue to get stronger. Ren said. Though I assume Okumura's is going to be stronger because, from what we heard, he is closer to the antisocial force than Madarame. Though, after he finished his words, his eyes narrowed. However, there is something to keep in mind. The moment we try to change Okumura's heart, we are basically kicking the hornet's nest. He probably knows too much, unlike Kaneshiro, so any threat to make him confess or change his heart will be taken far more seriously. It might be one of our points of no return. Some tension filled the air, with Makoto nodding her head. You are right. I hadn't thought of it, but they will probably take action to stop him from confessing. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing as what happened to Kamoshida. They might even send the Black Mask to attack us directly. Kill him to try to stop him from spilling the beans. Ruju muttered. Man, they are effing ruthless. The group went silent as they all tried to process the information and think of solutions to their problem, but as they did, Ren suddenly looked towards the door. He could hear the faint steps of someone coming up to the rooftop. Catching the group's attention, he put his finger up to his lips to keep them quiet, and just moments later, the door gently opened. Entering through the door was a familiar fluffy-haired girl carrying a large bag of fertilizer. Oh, Ren. Are you here to help me with the plants? She greeted cheerfully, placing the bag down with a decisive thud. Turning to Makoto, her smile widened. And you must be Najima, the student council president, right? She asked, eagerly extending her hand in greeting. Ren's expression twisted slightly as he saw her bright smile, completely oblivious to what they had been discussing moments earlier. Anne, Shiho, and Ruji, caught off guard by her arrival, managed polite introductions in return. Though Haru's cheerful, nice to meet you all. I am Haru Okumura, elicited a wave of awkwardness from those who hadn't known her identity, their faces twisting with pity, sadness, and shock. Haru's brows furrowed in concern at the evident discomfort of the group. Is something wrong? She inquired, her voice laced with worry. We are. Ruju began to stutter before Ren interjected with a warm smile. I'm sorry, I was showing them the garden. But as I was giving them the tour, the conversation turned to Kamoshida, and it brought back bad memories. Ren said with an awkward expression. It technically wasn't entirely a lie, but Ren couldn't help but feel guilty as he saw her usually bright expression turn sad and understanding. Unlike his usual game of cat and mouse with Akechi, or even his usual act with strangers, lying to someone like Haru just felt unsettlingly wrong. He wasn't even sure as to why. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must have been difficult for all of you," she began, her words filled with genuine understanding. Unable to bear the weight of the confrontation, Ruju was the first one to speak up. "Welp, sorry, I gotta go. I forgot I have other thing." Ruju said as he quickly snuck away. "Ah, yeah, you are going to be late for your acting thing. We should probably get going." Shiho said too, and before the two of them scattered away. Makoto gave Ren a complicated look before saying, "Yeah, Ren was going to help me with the library," she said, trying to give Ren a way out, but he shook his head. "Sorry, I'll help you out with that next time." Once Haru and Ren were left alone on the rooftop, Haru turned to look at him with some concern. "Is everything all right?" "Don't worry, you can tell me anything. I am a great listener," she offered, her smile bright and sincere. Ren couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm, taking the initiative to help with the bag of fertilizer, as he suggested. "Honestly, I'd rather do the listening this time." Haru appreciated the gesture with a light chuckle, her mind wandering for a topic to share. "Well, things have been quite lovely lately, especially since my arranged marriage was called off. It's been freeing, having time for the things I love again, gardening, reading, cooking, and just strolls in the park," she shared, her spirits visibly lifted by the thought. "What about you? I noticed you in an ad recently. Have you taken up acting?" Chuckling slightly at the question, he shook his head. "Not really. I was just doing that as a favor. As for what I have been up to, I've been mostly working, I guess," he said, slightly evading the question. "Trying to save the world, perhaps?" Haru teased, her tone light and playful. "Ha, that's one way to put it," Ren said with a chuckle before correcting himself. "That is if you count serving coffee as saving the world." I don't know. I've tasted the food you make, so I think it counts," she answered with another giggle. Hesitating for a moment, Ren asked, "So, how's stuff at home? You know, after the whole marriage thing got cancelled." Haru took a moment to think before answering. "It has been great. My father seems happier these days. I think he is glad that I don't have to get married anymore. After my mom died, he was pretty distant, but now that he is so happy, I am hoping we can go on a vacation together after I finish school, kind of like before." She mused, her optimism for rebuilding their relationship evident in her smile. "I see." Ren's voice trailed off. If their relationship were more strained, he probably wouldn't have had to overthink Okumura's palace. He could have used Okumura as a trap to try to catch the Black Mask, or as a sacrificial pawn to put the antisocial force in check. But now he wasn't entirely sure that was the right move. Ren could probably guess that the reason he had been so happy lately was his recent promotion in the antisocial force, but until he met the man in person, he would not be able to say for sure. It was one thing to hear about a person, but it was entirely different to see them act face to face. Haru, noticing his distraction, ventured a gentle question. "Do you miss your dad? It's been a while since you moved here, hasn't it?" The question caught him slightly off guard, but he shook his head. "No, I've gotten used to it. It's probably for the best, too. I used to be quite the troublemaker, so I'm sure they are probably glad to have a break. Or at least I hope so." Ren answered with a slight chuckle. "Maybe you should give them a call." Haru suggested it with a smile, to which Ren replied with a simple smile. As their gardening session neared its end, and the last of the plants had been tenderly cared for, Haru exhaled a contented sigh. "You know, I'm going to share a secret with you," she began, her smile wistful. "A few months back, I was overwhelmed. My father's stress levels were off the charts, and my engagement to Sujimura felt like a shackle. Not to mention the loneliness, it's hard to find genuine connections when people see you as a means to an end." Her expression brightened as she continued. "But now, everything's changed. My dad seems genuinely happier, I'm free from Sujimura, and I've found a real friend. It feels like, somehow, I've been incredibly fortunate. Confidence. Haru Okumura, the Empress, rank 3. Chapter 74, The Detective Princes. 2,667 words. Arriving at the TV station early in the morning, the entire class was treated to a field trip that was, quite frankly, dull for the most part. The presenter droned on, covering only the most basic aspects of television broadcasting. While most of the students struggled to maintain interest, René tuned out, slipping into his signature daydreaming mode. The Mementos requests were starting to pile up, so they would have to return to work soon. It would be good training for their next palace. In fact, he could probably use this as a chance to help Takemi deal with the doctor, who had ruined her reputation. As he considered it, he should probably also ask Sojiro for the name of the guy who had previously tried to cause a stir. From what he could remember, he was Futaba's uncle, and though he hadn't come back yet, he was bound to show up again eventually. As he thought about Futaba, he couldn't help but let out a small sigh. It had been a long time since he had given her that first push. And though he could probably guess that she was ready for that final step, she hadn't called him. Which probably meant it was time for him to check on her again. Once he finally got out of his daydreaming, he realized that they were done. The day passed uneventfully and ended swiftly as the group seized the first opportunity to leave. The 2-day field trip was structured such that the first day was dedicated to understanding how a TV station operated, and the second promised the students a chance to witness a live show recording, complete with a special surprise. God, I effing hated that, Ruja grumbled as they left. I hope tomorrow's at least a bit more exciting. We are watching a live show. And they mentioned a special surprise. I swear, if it's just that lady from today yapping more about TV, I'm gonna lose it. For real, Ren agreed, almost reflexively. And burst into laughter upon hearing him. For real, she echoed, imitating Ren's tone. Shiho picked up on the joke and joined in. For real, Brew, she chimed, her voice tinged with humor. What the F? Ruja looked around, bewildered, before Ren chuckled and shook his head. They are making fun of us, Ren said with a chuckle. They don't understand the bromance. No, I think it's cute, and said, her smile broadening as she hooked her arm through Ren's. I didn't realize it until now, but you really pick up traits from those around you. You've been saying for real a lot more since you started hanging out with Ruju. And ever since you've been spending time with me, you've started taking better care of your hair and clothes. You should have seen your style when we first met. Shiho laughed and grabbed Ren's other arm. So, that's why you've been twirling your pen during our study sessions, huh? Trying to be like me, she teased, nudging him gently. Rolling his eyes in mock annoyance, Ren responded with a light-hearted chuckle. It's not like I do it on purpose. Are you going to start meowing too? Mona asked, his mischievous smirk evident as he poked his head out of the bag. He had dozed off during the doll presentation, and was jolted awake by the group's sudden burst of laughter. Yawning, Mona stretched a bit before continuing. This is what I get for wanting to hang out with everyone. I probably would have had more fun sneaking into Madarame's house. As they exited the building, Mona took a deep breath of fresh air and turned to the group with a hopeful look. Man, I'm hungry. How about we go to that pancake place we saw on the way here? The one in Dome Town. Let's hit it up tomorrow after the TV recording. After sitting through that talk, all I want to do is go home and crash, Ruja responded, stretching his arms above his head. The next day, the group found themselves amongst a crowd of other second-year students. All anxiously waiting for the surprise guest to arrive. Mr. Akechi, please, you may enter now, a producer called out. His words unleashed a torrent of excitement among the crowd, especially noticeable among the girls, though a fair number of boys also cheered enthusiastically. Anne, Ruji, and Shiho each wore a momentary frown upon glimpsing Akechi, swiftly masking their distaste with impassive poker faces. Ren, however, couldn't help but let a mischievous grin spread across his face as he watched Akechi make his entrance. It was a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. For Ren, every interaction with Akechi was akin to a chess match. Yet today presented a unique opportunity to observe without the usual risk, focusing entirely on any potential misstep from Akechi without the risk of an accidental slip-up. And now, for the most anticipated meet and greet of the season. Following his highly acclaimed previous appearance, we are thrilled to welcome back the illustrious high school detective, Goro Akechi. The cute announcer declared, her enthusiasm mirrored by the crowd's roaring approval. Hello there. Akechi greeted, his voice smooth and his smile modest as he gave a small wave. It's a pleasure to have you with us again, Akechi. Your popularity is truly remarkable, the co-host added. Akechi responded with a modest nod, his smile tinged with humility. Even I find it to be a surprise. It is a bit embarrassing though, he confessed, eliciting a wave of gentle laughter from the audience. Now, Akechi, you've been dubbed the Detective Prince by your admirers. How do you feel about that title? The bubbly host inquired. Pausing as if in deep contemplation, Akechi finally replied. I'm flattered by the affection of my fans, and though I'm not sure I fully deserve such a title, it would be disrespectful to refuse it given with such fondness. Interesting. And if you had the chance, what would you ask the original Detective Prince for advice on? The male host asked. With a light chuckle, Akechi answered. I would seek their wisdom, undoubtedly. Their prowess in solving cases is something I deeply respect. Well then, perhaps you can ask her directly. Tonight, for a special segment, we are excited to introduce the first Detective Prince, Naoto Shirogane. Let's witness a historic meeting of the minds, the host announced with a flourish. At that moment, a figure in a crisp grey suit confidently approached the stage. Ren's eyes widened with recognition as he saw her. She was a familiar face, occasionally visiting his cafe. Her long blue hair swayed with each step she took, catching the light as she moved. The crowd erupted in excitement at her arrival, only settling down once Naoto found her seat opposite Akechi. Akechi stood and offered a respectful bow. It's truly an honor to meet you, Miss Shirogane, he said, his composure nearly flawless, though Ren noticed a brief falter when she was first announced. A telltale sign of Akechi's surprise. The honor is mine as well, Akechi. Naoto replied, nodding curtly. While we'd love to dedicate this segment entirely to exchanging insights, we do have some questions to cover, the male host interjected with a grin. That's right. But the most intriguing question is this. What made you reconsider your initial reluctance to join us today, Miss Shirogane? Could it be the prospect of meeting your junior that changed your mind? The cheerful host inquired. Naoto gave a slight nod. Partially, she admitted. The other reason involves my current case. I believed appearing here could strategically aid my investigation. That's fascinating, the male host exclaimed. Is this related to the case of the Phantom Thieves? Precisely. I am using this platform in hopes of reaching them, Naoto revealed, scanning the crowd with a detective's precision. She paused, her gaze intensifying upon spotting a familiar face. The female host then turned to Akechi with a beaming smile. And what a coincidence, Akechi. You're here for similar reasons, aren't you? Akechi nodded, his usual calm demeanor intact. So, it seems the Phantom Thieves have captured the attention of both detective princes. They've certainly stirred public sentiment across Japan. If you would allow me to be blunt, what are your views on these justice-seeking Phantom Thieves? She asked. If they truly are heroes of justice, I sure hope they exist. Akechi responded with a smile. Naoto, however, shook her head slightly. Their existence isn't in question, I know for a fact they are real. However, I believe their approach to justice is, in my view, misguided. I agree, Akechi added, his smile fading to a more somber expression. The actions of the Phantom Thieves lead me to believe that they should be tried in a court of law. The studio audience murmured amongst themselves, after hearing the detective's strong statements. That's quite the assertion, the male host pressed, his voice carrying a note of challenge. Many believe the Phantom Thieves are acting in the best interests of Japan, particularly in cases like Kaneshiro's. Given his crimes are public, you surely aren't suggesting that their actions against such a criminal are unjust. It's true that Kaneshiro's offenses are egregious, but justice must follow a legal framework, Akechi responded, his tone firm. By taking matters into their own hands, the Phantom Thieves sidestep the very laws designed to protect us. If left unchecked, who's to say how far they will go? We cannot allow them to redefine justice on their own terms. The studio fell silent, hanging on Akechi's words. Then, Naoto spoke, her voice clear and calm. I believe there's been a misunderstanding of my earlier comment. When I mentioned their justice was misguided, I didn't imply they deserved to be imprisoned. Rather, I see echoes of my younger self in them. I would like to believe they have noble intentions, which is why I am here to send a straightforward message. You may not fully comprehend the consequences of your actions. Wow, that is quite the difference in perspective between our two detective princes, the host remarked, visibly intrigued. Akechi's reply was cool, almost icy. Miss Shirogane, I'm surprised by your leniency. Considering your background, one might wonder if the Kiriho group is trying to recruit them. I believe that since we both worked with the law, we would see things similarly. I must confess disappointment that my predecessor would seem to advocate for engaging with criminals. The tension was palpable, as the hosts sensed an opportunity to feed more fuel into the fire. Miss Shirogane, there are public records showing that you are indeed working with the Kiriho group. Is it true that you are trying to recruit them? Or could it be that the Kiriho group is hiding something and that they are afraid the phantom thieves will find out? Naoto shook her head, dismissing the allegations firmly. Nothing of the sort. As I've stated, I view their actions as misguided but well-intentioned. My goal is not to recruit, but to caution them against potential missteps. That is the extent of my involvement. Seeing that they couldn't provoke a strong reaction from Naoto, the two hosts suppressed their disappointment and quickly regained their professional composure. I see. That is an interesting point you make, the male host commented, turning the attention toward the audience. It would be interesting to hear what our viewers think about this. The female host then rose from her seat, her gaze sweeping across the room until it settled on Ren. Approaching him, she posed her question with a keen interest. What are your thoughts on the phantom thieves? Do you side with Akechi's view that they should be arrested, or with Shirogane's more sympathetic stance that they are merely misguided? As Ren held onto the microphone, he couldn't help but curse in his mind as he saw everyone turn to him. Goro even let out a slight smirk of his own while Naoto watched him intently, her expression unreadable. Clearing his throat, Ren began. I personally saw many of my fellow classmates be affected by Kaneshiro's actions. It was only brief glances into their worlds, but I could tell they were in trouble. So I am glad that the phantom thieves stepped in, Ren said, yet just as the host was about to take the microphone back, he added. But I am confused. Why does Miss Shirogane think that they are misguided? Hearing his question, Naoto smiled slightly. As I mentioned earlier, I recognize in the phantom thieves a reflection of my younger self. Many here might recall my time with an investigation group in Inaba, where we tackled a series of murder cases. Over the years, I've come to recognize some errors in my own methods back then. She began, taking a moment to gather her thoughts before continuing. My concern is that the phantom thieves, in their zeal, might inadvertently cause more harm than good if they continue without considering the broader consequences of their actions. As the host reclaimed the microphone from Ren, she pivoted towards Akechi with a pointed question. What do you think, Akechi? He is a young man about your age who sympathizes with the phantom thieves. Akechi responded with a light chuckle, his demeanor composed yet engaging. It's perfectly fine to hold differing opinions. It's through such disagreements that we truly grow, he began smoothly. However, I must raise a concern. There's no definitive proof detailing how the phantom thieves prompted Kaneshiro's confession. Such abrupt changes of heart are alarming. He began, his usual smile appearing on his face as he continued. Consider the implications. If they can make a hardened criminal confess, might they also manipulate the innocent? What if normal crimes are actually orchestrated by the thieves to serve their purposes? In my view, the thieves are not just a group to be understood, but a potential threat to be contained. The interview moved forward, with the hosts attempting to stir a debate between the two detectives. Yet, both Akechi and Naoto seemed reluctant to escalate the conflict further and make a scene. As the show concluded and the audience began to disperse, Ren noticed Akechi receiving a call and excusing himself. At that moment, Naoto approached him with a thoughtful look. Your name's Ren, correct? You had some conflict with Kamoshida, did you not? She remarked, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Does it matter? Ren replied, his tone light. Laughing softly, Naoto shook her head. Not really, no. She paused, her gaze intensifying as she studied him. Almost as if noticing something was wrong. You seem different from just a few days ago. Ren met her scrutinizing look with a playful grin. Puberty, he joked. Naoto chuckled, acknowledging his humor. Perhaps that's all it is. Anyway, I should be on my way, but I'll likely stop by LeBlanc soon. She extended her hand, which Ren shook warmly. As their hands separated, Naoto began to walk away. Ren could feel the faint, almost invisible thread that had formed between them. Though internally, he couldn't help but frown. Great, now there are two of them. Dealing with Akechi, who clearly knew about him, was challenging enough. But now he would also have to deal with another detective prince keeping an eye on him. The worst part was that he didn't even have a clue as to why she would suspect him. From what he could think, they had covered their tracks almost perfectly. The only other solution was that she, too, had seen them in the metaverse. But until he confirmed this, he would be left in the dark. Confidence. Naoto Shirogane, The Star, Rank 1. Alternative title, For Real. For Real. 4 of the thieves have succumbed to the power of Ruji, and have spoken the forbidden words. Mona barely lived through the crisis, because he was in between dream and reality. Chapter 75, The Choice. 1,717 words. Initially, the Phantom Thieves had planned to head to Dome Town for a few hours after the recording. However, with the new detective prince, Naoto Shirogane, seemingly on their trail, they opted to skip it. The next day, just after school, the group met up in LeBlanc, in Ren's bedroom. Are you certain that Shirogane suspects us? Makoto asked, her voice tinged with worry. Since she was a third-year student in Shujin, she had not been able to see the interview live. Ren nodded intently. I can't say how, but her behavior gave quite a bit away. It seemed like she knew the thieves were from Shujin. She was constantly scanning the audience whenever she discussed the thieves. Afterward, she specifically approached me and asked about Kamoshida. Ren explained, his brow furrowed in concern. His leg bounced anxiously as he pondered the possibility they had overlooked something critical. But for once, he couldn't pinpoint what that might be. Ren's face had a slight frown as he continued. It doesn't make sense, there is hardly any real evidence. We didn't leave a calling card for Kamoshida, and though he did confess before his mental shutdown, a teacher and a mafia boss are entirely different sides of the spectrum. There's not even any proof of how we changed Kaneshiro's heart. She shouldn't have been able to narrow it down so quickly, unless she knows about the metaverse, Makoto concluded for him. Yet, she didn't seem to be working with Akechi, who we are already pretty sure is working for the people behind the shutdowns in one way or the other. Unless we had Akechi's involvement wrong. Shiho noted, adding to the complexity of their situation. No, it felt like Shirogane was reaching out to help us, not expose us. And chimed in, her tone reflective. But can we trust her? What if this is all a trap? Makoto asked. Suddenly, a message popped up from Futaba on their group chat. Should I try to hack into their servers? If Shirogane is working with the Kuriho group, we might uncover something useful. Hell yeah, do your magic, Futaba, Ruju responded, his voice filled with a mix of tension and excitement. It's going to take me some time, but I will keep you guys informed. As Ren looked at the final message, he finally stopped bouncing his leg. He knew what he had to do. The group continued to discuss their plans for the future, with them getting ready to start their preparations for the next palace. As the group left LeBlanc, Ren stepped out and went to Sojiro's house. As he walked through the quiet hallway, he reached Futaba's door, and knocked in the pattern they had come to recognize as their own. The door creaked open, and Futaba peered out, stepping back slightly. Why are you here? She asked, her voice tinged with a hint of hesitation. You know why. Ren replied, his voice gentle, as he saw the final fragment of her distortion clinging to her face. I'm working on it right now. I told you it would take me a while to hack into the Kiriho group. Futaba said, a defensive edge to her tone as she gestured towards her cluttered computer desk. Ren paused, observing her for a moment before sighing and handing her his phone, the MetaNav app open on the screen. Futaba glanced at the device, discomfort flickering across her face before she met Ren's gaze. You heard what we are up against, Ren continued, his voice firm yet gentle. We are going to need help, and right now, you are the only person I can trust with this. Futaba hesitated, her eyes drifting to her mom's scattered books and papers around her room. Are you suggesting I go into Madarame's palace or? She began, but the serious look on Ren's face stopped her mid-sentence. She had already realized the flaw of her distortion, and understood what she needed to do to finally liberate herself. Yet, the prospect of facing her deepest insecurities was daunting, causing her to delay, always finding distractions rather than confronting the shadows of her past. If she was busy, she figured Ren wouldn't come and bother her about it. She knew she had been lied to, that the true reason her mother had died was not because of her. She knew she had lived a lie for most of her life. Finally, diving into her mother's research notes made her remember so much of her childhood that she repressed. But that only made her have to deal with feelings she had pushed back for years. She had lived like an animal when her uncle had custody of her, going hungry, cold, and not even having a proper bed. Though at the time, she thought she deserved it for killing her mom. She realized that by turning her room into the mess it used to be, she was subconsciously recreating that period of her life. Dealing with that realization hurt, so she didn't want to face whatever else she might find. But at least she was better now, even if just slightly. Her room was clean, and she was finally talking with other people. She had lied when she said she would stop spying on the thieves, so through her hidden connection, she could feel as if she was closer to the group than she really was. The most important part was that the panic attacks were finally gone, or at least they were for the most part. She was better, and that was enough for her. But I won't force you, Ren assured her, sensing her turmoil. You've already done so much for us with your hacking. I have no idea how we would have been able to get the attention of the world without your help. I don't even know if we would have been able to do it without bringing too much attention to ourselves and getting caught. A prolonged silence hung in the air until Futaba finally mustered the courage to ask. What is it going to look like? I don't know, each palace is unique, and I've never been in yours. I could scout it briefly and come right back if that would help, Ren offered, trying to ease her worries. Futaba considered this for a moment before shaking her head slightly. Does it hurt? Awakening a persona, I mean. A little. Ren admitted honestly, but it's usually overshadowed by everything else that's happening. You might hardly notice it. Futaba paused again, pacing a little as she processed his words. Why are you helping me? She asked abruptly. Her question was genuine. If his help was merely because she could hack for them, that was something she could manage on her own without any change. But the moment the question left her mouth, she knew that it couldn't be that reason, since he had been helping her before he even knew what she could do. Because you're my friend. Aren't we? Ren responded, his smile warm and reassuring. The simplicity and sincerity of his answer struck Futaba deeply. To her, it felt as if Truck-kun himself was trying to reincarnate her. She sat down on her bed, needing a moment to collect her thoughts. Can it just be us? She asked hesitantly, looking at the app on his phone. My distortion is mostly gone, so the palace should be weakening. It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Ren considered her request carefully before responding. It'll be riskier with just the two of us. I'd recommend having the whole team there in case we encounter something unexpected. But if you really want it to be just us, we can do that. Futaba's eyes remained fixed on the metanav, unable to meet Ren's gaze as she confessed. I don't want them to see it, the worst of me. Futaba lingered over the metanav, her fingers hovering tentatively over the activation command. Ren watched her, his expression a blend of concern and encouragement. Hey, look at me, he said gently. Futaba hesitated, then slowly raised her eyes to meet his. You should know you don't have to hide from the others. They are good people, they won't judge you. I'm sure they'd all want to help you. You'll see how true this is once you get to know them better. A faint smile flickered across Futaba's face, breaking through the veil of her anxiety. Yeah. I know, but... She trailed off, her eyes meeting Ren's once more. You told me I was the only one you could truly trust with the offer. It's the same for me. You are the only one I trust with seeing into my heart, my distortion. We'll just have to be more careful then, but it's okay. We can make it work. To tell you the truth, I don't expect this to take too long. You're almost there, you just need to confront that final step. It's difficult to put into words, but I can actually see the distortion in you, and it is only a fraction of what it was when we first met. Futaba nodded slightly, and a deep sigh escaped her. Name, location, and distortion, right? Futaba asked, and once Ren nodded, she spoke up again. Futaba Sakura, Sojiro Sakura's house. She began hesitating for a moment and whispering the final words. Tomb. Confidence tilde. Futaba Sakura, the hermit. Rank 3. It was a shorter than usual chap with 1.5k words, but I didn't want to cut off the chap at a weird spot. Plus, I didn't want to make this chap 4k words lol. 2.5k is about the biggest. I like to make the chaps. I gotta say, I really enjoy writing Futaba chapters. When I started, I wasn't sure how to bridge stuff from the TV thing to the next arc, but when in doubt, Futaba strikes. Though y'all would probably laugh as to what my process for writing the story is. I have a Google Doc with every single confidant open and their rank. Usually, to get inspiration for a chap, I look at the confidants and say, it's your turn, bud. 75 chaps in, and it appears to be quite the good writing method, at least for me, lol. Chapter 76, The Pyramid. 2039 words. Just to make things less confusing, a shadow with an uppercase S refers to the palace ruler, and a shadow with a lowercase s refers to a random shadowed enemy. Also, should I create a Discord? I know a lot of stories have them, but I don't really know anything about running a server. I already try to answer questions and stuff through here, so I don't really think it's necessary, but I am curious what y'all think. The world around them warped. Ren and Futaba shielded their eyes as the dim darkness of her bedroom vanished, replaced by the harsh, relentless sun of an unforgiving desert. As their eyes adjusted, they saw a crumbling pyramid. The once formidable pyramid had taken so much damage that one of the four corners had entirely crumbled onto itself, allowing a large amount of sand to break through. Nearby remnants of what seemed to be a town were barely visible, engulfed by sand and debris from ongoing storms. On the horizon was a chaotic sandstorm, churning furiously and drawing closer with each passing moment. The sandstorm was accompanied by lightning bolts that broke through the creeping darkness. The air all around them was charged with a particular trace of electricity, which only made the two of them more wary. Ren stood firm as he looked around the mess, with Futaba using his body as a shield. Her eyes reflected some traces of fear. His outfit, however, didn't change into the metaverse outfit he had grown accustomed to. Instead, it was his casual outfit, showing that Futaba didn't see him as a threat. Together, the two of them marched forward, climbing up the steps leading to the pyramid. So, this is my heart. Futaba murmured, a tinge of disappointment in her voice as she surveyed the ruins. Yet before she could get lost in her own thoughts, Ren placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. No, this is your distortion. The fact that it's this damaged shows how much progress you've made. Encouraged by his words, Futaba allowed a small smile to break through as they crossed the threshold into the pyramid. Inside, it was surprisingly cool and provided a stark contrast to the chaos outside. The walls, however, were fractured, threatening to crumble. Turning to Ren with a question on her lips, Futaba paused, noticing a change. Your eyes, so that's what everyone sees, huh? They are neat, she whispered, causing Ren to chuckle slightly. As they walked into the pyramid, the two of them spotted Futaba's shadow waiting for them. She was adorned in a strange yet majestic outfit, a sleeveless top fashioned from wraps that extended up her neck and left her midriff exposed, a flowing white skirt connected by bands to her bracelets and armbands, and a golden headpiece crowned with a serpent and red jewels. "You are..." Futaba began to speak before being interrupted by her shadow. "I am your shadow, your true inner self," her shadow declared, a small yet sincere smile gracing her lips. "I am glad to finally see you here." Turning towards Ren, the shadow's golden eyes momentarily glowed before she gracefully bowed. "Thank you for helping us, Ren." Futaba shifted uncomfortably at the sight of her shadow, her hands involuntarily clenching into fists. With a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, she asked, "So, what now? Do we head to the treasure, or what?" The shadow shook her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. "Follow me. You need to remember everything. Only then can we truly heal." Futaba paused, looking to Ren for reassurance. Encouraged by his supportive nod, she started walking alongside her shadow. Though the pyramid was in ruins, a path seemed to form wherever they walked. The debris would even move out of the way, as if it were alive. At one point, the three of them even arrived at a place without a floor, a massive pitfall that led to who knows where. Yet, as Futaba and her shadow led the way, a bridge formed under their feet. As they walked, Ren was amazed by how the countless guardian shadows parted to stand by the side. His eyes flickered with interest as he continued to observe the behavior of the shadows, which resembled mummies and hounds. It was a unique opportunity to observe them without having to worry about being attacked. The shadows' ability to abandon the palace and join Ren as one of his personas meant that they were not genuinely attached to it. They also had their own personalities and traits, each resembling that of the mythological creature they represented. From what Ren could observe, there were two types of shadows, those who were the inner self of a person, kind of like the shadow Futaba leading the way, and those who were created by human thought, by the collective unconscious, which were the shadows that protected the palaces and mementos. They represented the myths and legends of humanity, and because of that, they embodied the essence of such characters. As they neared their destination, an idea struck Ren. "Hey, Futaba. Can you command the shadows?" At his question, they halted. Shadow Futaba turned, a flicker of understanding crossing her face, as she smiled slightly. "Yes, to a certain extent, I can." "Guards?" At her command, a multitude of guards swiftly assembled around them. "Ren, what are you doing?" Futaba's voice trembled with worry, as she instinctively stepped behind Ren for protection. "This man right here is our protector, so I command you all to lend your strength to him," Shadow Futaba declared authoritatively. At her command, the gathered shadows froze in place. The masks adorning their faces began to glow ominously before igniting brilliant flames. The flames surged towards Ren. And just before the flames made contact, his mask suddenly appeared on his face. The flames merged with his own mask in a spectacular display of light and energy. However, the sheer number of shadows exceeded the number of personas Ren could assimilate. This sudden excess didn't go unnoticed as Tartuffe stirred awake and began to consume the leftover shadows. For a tense minute, Ren felt a continuous flow of new shadows joining his sea of soul. Each shadow briefly left its imprint before being replaced by another in rapid succession. Had Ren been in the Velvet Room, he would have been astounded at the speed with which the masks began to fill the wall, which, thanks to his time spent in mementos and fusing, had started to look less empty. Futaba could only look on with amazement at the sudden display, slightly dazed by the countless ethereal flames flying towards Ren. Once the flames vanished, so did his mask. "Will that be enough?" Shadow Futaba asked, a knowing smile on her lips as she noticed Ren's slight stagger. With a nod from Ren, the trio approached a door that swung open to reveal a single crimson wool seed. "This is the beginning," Shadow Futaba murmured, gently urging Futaba forward. Taking a few hesitant steps, she stood in front of the wool seed. She stared at it for a moment, and after her shadow placed a hand on her shoulder, she reached out to the seed. The moment her hand graced the seed, the three of them were instantly transported. The world was bright and colorful, almost magical, as a 13-year-old girl ran across the house. She had dark hair and glasses, and as she saw her mother entering the house, she ran to her before crashing with a hug. "Mom, Mom. I want to go on a trip. You said that if I got good grades, we could go, and they are perfect," she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she embraced her. Wakaba, her mother, laughed softly before giving her a reluctant look. "I can't right now, honey. I'm too busy, and I have to finish my cognitive research as soon as possible," she explained, her smile tinged with regret. Futaba's excitement then turned to frustration. "But Mom, you've been at it forever. I want to go on a trip. I'm bored. It feels like you care more about your research than me. We never do anything fun," she complained, her voice rising slightly. Despite her frustration, Wakaba reached out to gently stroke Futaba's hair, cupping her face to make eye contact. "My research is almost over. Once it is finished, we can go wherever you like, okay? I'm sorry I've left you alone for so long. Please try to understand, though. This research is really important. I need to complete it even if it cost me my life," she explained earnestly. Futaba's expression softened to a mix of annoyance and understanding. "You promise?" "I promise," Wakaba affirmed with a tender smile, kissing her forehead. "I'm doing this for us. Once it's finished, we'll have enough to never worry again, and I can spend all my time with you." The world trembled, and suddenly, the scene turned to the young Futaba walking with her mom. They were heading to LeBlanc to eat some food and hang out with Sojiro, so Futaba had a large smile on her face. They were just about to cross the street, when her mother clutched her chest in apparent pain. "Mom?" At that moment, the illusion shattered, sending Futaba collapsing to the ground. Futaba and her shadow crumpled, clutching their heads as a cacophony of whispers filled the pyramid. Accusations hurled at Futaba melded into an almost ear-piercing sound. "It's not true. I know it's not true. It's all a lie." Futaba began to shout, almost as if in pain. "Futaba!" Ren's voice cut through the chaos, as he rushed to her side. He tried to snap her out of it, but she seemed lost in a daze, unresponsive to his calls. In her turmoil, she curled into herself, shrinking into a tight ball in an instinctive attempt to shield herself, while the entire pyramid shook violently around them. As Ren struggled to bring her back from the edge of her panic attack, a distinct voice echoed in his head, devoid of its usual playful and over-the-top tone. "Alas, how I do despise tragedies, especially when they befall those whom we hold dear," Tartuffe lamented, his tone somber and unusually serious. "I am thou, and thou art I, thy pain is mine as well." The shadow at Ren's feet widened, and from it, the figure of Tartuffe emerged. A solitary speck of light shone brightly against his typically pitch-black form, drawing Ren's gaze as he cradled Futaba. Through his bond with Tartuffe, Ren sensed the persona's intention to help her. "'Tis a pity, yet for the small one, I am content to part with this." Tartuffe spoke, as the radiant speck in his form ascended to his fingertip. With a gentle gesture, he transferred the starlight to Futaba. Once he was done, he vanished back into Ren's shadow. The instant the star touched her, the trembling within the pyramid ceased, and Shadow Futaba found the strength to rise. Looking towards Ren with a weary sigh, she moved to sit beside Futaba, her expression solemn. "It's only going to get worse from here. Thank you for helping her, for helping us." Shortly after her declaration, Futaba slowly sat up. That was the last day I saw my mom," she confessed, her voice tinged with sadness, as she faced Ren. Her hands clenched in frustration, Futaba punched the ground, releasing a pent-up shout. "They made me think that she hated me, that I was nothing more than a bother, that she would have been happier without me. And I let them fool me, I believed them." Ren gently pulled her into a comforting hug, allowing her to vent her anger and grief. After a moment, she pulled away and wiped her face, her resolve hardening. "Come on, we need to get to the next one. The faster we get this done, the faster we can pay them back for what they did," she stated with determination, as she stood up. No sooner had she spoken than the pyramid began to tremble again, the sound of crumbling echoing in the distance. Chapter 77, The Cry of Cthulhu. 3,648 words. Y'all are eating good with this chap, lol. 3.6k words. Hopefully y'all enjoy reading as much as I did writing it. I was blasting rivers in the desert on repeat on my headphones for like an hour while writing the second half. Once the pyramid stabilized, the trio resumed their journey, navigating the labyrinth of hidden corridors and traps with ease, a benefit of being led by the palace's ruler herself. Shortly after setting out, they encountered the second will seed, a blue skull resting atop a pedestal in a damaged room. Futaba, with a determined expression, approached the seed and took hold of it. Instantly, the scene transformed. Futaba and her mother, Wakaba, were walking through the streets on their way to LeBlanc. The world around them, vibrant at first, began to lose its color as Wakaba clutched her chest, struggling for breath. "Mom?" Futaba's voice trembled with concern as she watched her mother falter. Wakaba's eyes rolled back as she stumbled into the road, releasing Futaba's hand in a desperate attempt not to drag her daughter with her. Perhaps by chance, a black car with tinted windows was approaching fast. At that moment, the world turned monochrome, and Futaba watched in horror as the car collided with her mother. She ran to Wakaba, lying motionless on the ground, the scene blurring as if time itself had warped, speeding up and slowing down simultaneously. The car's drivers quickly stepped out, pulling Futaba back and reaching for their phones to call an ambulance. Before Futaba could whisper a final goodbye, the setting abruptly shifted to a room filled with men in suits. Surrounded yet utterly alone, Futaba could not discern the faces around her. They were blurred and indistinct as she sat in the center, bombarded by their conversation. I should have never had Futaba. She was always such a bother. The men in the suits began to read out loud from a fake suicide note they had written in order to pin Wakaba's death as a suicide. The cruel words echoed through the room, unbearable for the young hacker. She shut her eyes, and as she did, the faces around her morphed into accusing stares. Her entire family seemed to be judging her, but as the static of overwhelming noise began to distort the scene, Futaba found her voice. No. With that single word, the static cleared, and the room snapped back into focus. Among the faces now clearly visible, one stood out to Ren in particular. It was the same man who had previously met with Kaneshiro, though now he was dressed more like a businessman than a criminal. His face remained unchanged. Futaba, filled with anger, made sure to look at each face in front of her, remembering each one and promising to pay them back for what they had done to her. After capturing every detail she needed, Futaba turned sharply, causing the illusion to dissolve and returning them to the confines of the pyramid. Her hands were formed into fists, her whole body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were somewhat reddened from holding back tears. However, rather than sadness or fear, Ren could clearly see one emotion on her face, anger. Let's finish this. I already know what comes next. Futaba said as she turned towards her shadow. They moved through the pyramid with determined and heavy steps. As the structure began to quiver and crumble around them, miraculously, no debris seemed to touch them. The walls ahead disintegrated, forming a direct path to the final will seed. The emerald green seed emitted an ominous, almost melancholic glow. As Futaba approached the seed, her shadow turned to Ren and offered him a warm smile. Thank you, she whispered, her form growing translucent as she slowly faded from view. As her shadow disappeared, the world around them dimmed to grey. They found themselves looking at Futaba lying on the cold concrete floor of a basement, her eyes dull and her body shivering slightly. The door opened, casting a sliver of light across the room, and her uncle entered, tossing a bag of fast food toward her. Here you go, I'm heading out again. Don't you dare mess anything up in my house while I'm gone. You should consider yourself lucky I even took in a murderer like you. The only good thing about you is the money Wakaba left, he spat venomously, a harsh laugh escaping him as he lingered in the doorway. You know, our parents always told me just how much worse I was than her, he continued, his voice dripping with mockery. Yuji, when are you going to learn from Wakaba? She is so successful. Mimicking their praise of Wakaba, he laughed bitterly. Look where that got her, a single mom who couldn't stand her daughter so much she killed herself. I wish they were here to see this. With those harsh words, her uncle slammed the door shut, leaving the younger Futaba alone, crying helplessly on the floor. Witnessing this, Futaba reached down instinctively, trying to comfort her younger self. "It's okay. Things get better," she whispered, closing her eyes and focusing intensely. The room swirled into static, then transformed. Instead of the cold, unforgiving basement, Futaba found herself enveloped in a warm embrace by Sojiro, who had tears in his eyes as he reassured her. "I'm here now, and I'll take care of you." They were in a cozy, welcoming room, and Sojiro seemed determined to cater to her every need despite clearly not knowing exactly how to proceed, or how to be a dad at all. Whenever Futaba expressed a desire for something, Sojiro would immediately set out to obtain it. Gradually, her room became filled with computers, monitors, anime figurines, and toys. Distractions that Sojiro hoped would ease her pain. Futaba was the spitting image of her mother, so whenever she had to look at her own reflection, she saw her. It got so bad, to the point where Futaba didn't even want to enter a place with mirrors. That was until she decided she wanted to dye her hair orange. It was clear that Sojiro disagreed with the decision, but even then, he just sighed and put on some gloves, helping her through the process. Even as Futaba increasingly secluded herself in her room, Sojiro refrained from forcing her outdoors, gently encouraging her to try, even just a little. As trash bags accumulated and a musty smell lingered in the air, the memory version of Futaba, disheveled and visibly exhausted, turned to her with questioning eyes. "Is this really better?" she asked. Her voice was tired, weighed down by sleepless nights and a loss of will. In her solitude, Futaba had found a semblance of purpose in hacking, adopting the pseudonym of Medjed and branding herself a hacker of justice. It was exhilarating at first, but as others began to usurp her identity, claiming her achievements and continuing her legacy under her stolen name, the thrill faded into monotony. "That's not the end of it," Futaba reassured her memory self. Just then, a playful knock interrupted the somber moment. "Do you want to build a snowman?" A voice chimed from behind the door, sparking a brief, genuine laugh from her memory before the illusion dissolved. Back in the crumbling reality of the pyramid, Futaba stood resolute, clutching the final will seed. "Let's get out of here," she declared as the ancient walls trembled and began to fall apart around them. They dashed through the labyrinthine hallways of the pyramid, dodging falling debris and crumbling stones. Now that Futaba's distortion was entirely gone, the palace had no ruler, and was collapsing without control. The debris that had previously avoided them now crashed around them furiously, indifferent to their presence. Without Futaba's command over the palace, the only option left was to find the nearest exit. They approached a fractured wall that opened to the outside, only to be met with the full fury of the sandstorm engulfing the pyramid. The winds were so fierce they hurled fragments of the pyramid into the air. Exchanging a determined glance, they understood this was their quickest route of escape. They only needed to get a little distance from the pyramid to escape from the palace, so they would only have to endure the storm for a few moments. In a swift motion, Ren scooped Futaba into his arms. Behind them, Tartuffe materialized, adopting the disguise of Fukei, the blue Oni who could absorb the winds and use them to heal. They jumped through the breach in the wall, sliding down the pyramid's steep side. Ren shielded Futaba with his body, bearing the brunt of the sand-laden winds that assaulted them. The countless grains of sand flying through the wind constantly assaulted his skin, yet he simply held Futaba closer to make sure she took as little damage as possible. As the sand whipped against him, creating fresh wounds, Tartuffe would draw the winds into himself, using their power to heal Ren's injuries. The moment the two of them fell close to the bottom of the pyramid, they were greeted with a strange view. Almost as though they had pierced through the sandstorm's heart, finding themselves in a serene eye amidst the chaos. Yet, as they looked back, they could see that the gigantic sandstorm was currently surrounding them from all sides. Almost as if they were in the eye of a hurricane, a sphere of relentless winds trapped them near the entrance of the pyramid. "This is," Futaba murmured, taking in the surreal calm before pointing towards the entrance of the pyramid. "They are coming." Just as those words left her mouth, their small pocket of safety from the raging sandstorm became inundated with countless accusations from Futaba's family. The voices, like whispers carried on the storm, converged in a cacophony aiming to overwhelm Futaba. Yet, despite her face twisting in discomfort, she stood resolute, unyielding to the verbal assault. Standing up from the sand, she turned towards the countless shadows resembling mummies and shouted. "That's enough. I'm done believing those lies. I'm done feeling sorry for myself. So, you can shout at me all you want, but I won't believe you anymore." The whispers around her escalated into a cacophony of screams, yet even as she began to tremble slightly, Futaba stood unwavering. Amidst the noise, a soft female voice echoed in her mind. "Are you done living in an illusion? Are you finally opening your eyes to the truth? Who will you obey?" Cursed words spat out by a seething illusion. "Or the truth within your own soul?" Futaba responded, her voice thick with emotion. "I have been hiding from the truth for too long. Even when it stared me in the face, I was too afraid to look back." As her conviction strengthened, the storm intensified, the glow and the deafening thunder reverberating across the desert. "From now on, I will only trust my own eyes and heart. I will see through all the lies. I'll never forgive them. And I'll make sure they pay for what they did." "Good," the voice affirmed, as the tempest around them began to turn to mayhem. Without warning, a UFO appeared above Futaba. It was covered in green engravings, and atop it sat a golden gargoyle. Countless tentacles emerged from within the UFO and grabbed Futaba. "Huh? What the dash?" Futaba exclaimed in surprise, just as she was swiftly drawn into the ship. Inside, she felt as though she was floating in an ethereal space, surrounded by an endless stream of numbers and words that flickered before her eyes. Then, multiple screens materialized, resembling a complex computer program. Contract. I am thou, thou art I. The forbidden wisdom has been revealed. No mysteries. No illusions shall deceive you any longer, the soft voice continued, resonating inside Futaba's head. She looked at the screens surrounding her before realizing that she could understand all of the information being displayed. You shall see through the programming of the metaverse with our forbidden knowledge, the soft voice concluded. The countless shadows running towards them suddenly began to take off their wrappings, revealing the faces of Futaba's family and the men in the suits. Each of them shouted louder and louder until they began to burst and fuse into one another, creating a gigantic serpent, with each of its scales resembling the faces of Futaba's family. Image here. The gigantic serpent roared menacingly, its many faces whispering threats and accusations, as the sandstorm swirled around them, trapping them with this monstrous creation. Futaba. You monster! How dare you try to run away? Do you not realize all the sacrifices we made for you? It is not up to you whether you live or die. You should simply follow in your mother's footsteps and accept that you don't deserve anything, the serpent bellowed, slithering aggressively towards them. Ren. The storm is getting stronger. We are not going to be able to escape if we run for it now. Just hold on for now. I know I can clear the storm, so just give me a moment. Futaba's voice resonated in Ren's mind, as she began to furiously work on the keyboard that had materialized in front of her. Futaba could now view the palace, as if it were a computer program, a complex and chaotic code unlike anything she had encountered before, yet somehow decipherable through the lens of her persona. She targeted both the storm and the serpent on her screen, which displayed a torrent of information. With a resolute nod, she set about methodically dismantling the menacing code. Meanwhile, Ren stood beneath the terrifying storm, watching as the serpent's massive form approached. At that moment, his outfit erupted into flames, morphing into the iconic attire of a phantom thief, signaling the palace's recognition of him as a threat. The air crackled with tension as the colossal serpent coiled menacingly before lunging with terrifying speed through the swirling sands towards Ren. Reacting instantly, Ren summoned Tartuffe, who morphed into the formidable form of Arahabaki, a deity encased in a metal shell. Standing behind Tartuffe, Ren watched with a smirk as the serpent's massive form crashed against the impenetrable shield that was Arahabaki. The impact set off a monumental explosion, the blast hurling sand into the air and creating a dense cloud around them. Apophis Apep, the amalgamation of Futaba's distortion, was sent reeling backward. Arahabaki was one of Ren's hidden aces, capable of deflecting physical attacks. Ah, what joy, 'tis been a spell since we last joined in an act together. Let us, then, dispatch this serpent, Tartuffe proclaimed theatrically, relishing the challenge as he observed the serpent stagger. Watch out. It's gathering power. It's gathering some dark energy. Futaba's urgent warning resonated in Ren's mind. Blinded momentarily by the scent cloud, Ren couldn't see the serpent's next maneuver, but he was ready, thanks to Futaba's timely alert. With a mischievous grin, he recalibrated, recalling Tartuffe, who swiftly re-emerged beside him, now in the guise of Anubis, the jackal-headed god. As Anubis materialized, he chuckled softly. Adjusting the scales he wielded, a small crystal on the scales acted as a counterweight, tipping the balance towards the light element. The serpent struck again, unleashing a formidable wave of dark energy. As the dark energy neared, it was inexplicably drawn into the small crystal, the crystal of gluttony. Weighed down by the now glowing crystal, Tartuffe's floating body fell to the ground. Yet, the scales were precisely where they needed to be. The crystal of gluttony emitted a blinding light, and a gigantic spear of light materialized, hurtling toward the serpent. It roared in agony as the spear struck, but as the spear dissipated, a warm green light emanated from the wound, which began to heal rapidly. In moments, Apophis Apep had regenerated, chuckling darkly, as it began to muster energy once more. Damn it, Ren muttered under his breath, strategizing his next move. He realized he had two options: relentlessly assault the serpent to prevent it from healing or stall long enough for Futaba to clear their path forward. Just hang on for a second. I'm almost there. Futaba's voice echoed urgently through their connection, as she began to spot the flaws she needed to exploit. However, her expression darkened with concern. There's another enemy lurking around the storm, waiting for an opening. The moment I break the storm, it will try to barge in. Be ready to run. Nodding with resolute determination, Ren braced himself to dodge. You damn child, just surrender your life to us. Apophis bellowed before it opened its massive jaws. Suddenly, Ren felt a chilling weakness, as the blood inside him stirred unnaturally. Crimson energy siphoned from his body and streamed into the serpent's mouth. Recognizing the skill, Ren realized it was life drain, an almighty skill that could neither be blocked nor repelled. As the crimson energy fed Apophis, it unleashed a wave of stagnant air, blanketing the battlefield with a noxious mist. OSE. Ren summoned, and the humanoid cheetah materialized, dashing furiously towards the serpent. Ren knew maintaining distance would only invite more drain or ailment attacks from Apophis, so he opted for a direct confrontation. OSE moved surprisingly quickly, reaching the gigantic serpent in just a few moments, as it began to slash furiously. Each strike merely scratched the scales, but it successfully diverted the creature's attention. Irritated, the serpent snapped at OSE, who was equally prepared. As it attempted to bite, OSE raised his guard and countered with his blades, parrying the massive fangs with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Ren watched as OSE shattered one of the serpent's fangs, forcing Apophis to recoil in pain, its lethal bite momentarily neutralized. Quickly dismissing OSE, Ren called forth Narcissus, who gracefully waved his hand, releasing a chilling mist. With fluid motions, Narcissus launched round after round of icy mist mixed with piercing ice spears. The barrage seemed effective at first. Apophis's movements slowed as frost began to accumulate on the many faces decorating its scales. However, before the frost could fully immobilize the serpent, Apophis roared defiantly and shook its massive body, breaking the ice. Its eyes lit up with renewed vigor, and the familiar green light of healing began to envelop its scales once again. Seeing as his attacks were not working, he prepared to use Jose's star, a move he was saving in case of an absolute emergency. As Futaba tirelessly worked on the storm's complex code, she finally found a breakthrough. Realizing that Ren was still in danger, she urgently shouted her message through their mental link. Watch out! I am breaking the storm. Instantly, the chaotic winds began to subside, and the incessant lightning that had enveloped them abruptly ceased. Ren! Get out of there! There's another one rushing towards you. Futaba's voice rang out, tinged with fear, as she observed a rapidly approaching shadow on her radar. Ren wasted no time. He summoned Tartuffe, who now sported the dark, majestic wings of Arsène, lifting him swiftly into the air. They had barely escaped when a tremendous explosion erupted behind them. The force of the blast was so powerful that it sent Tartuffe spiraling uncontrollably to the ground. "It's that," Futaba muttered under her breath. As Ren regained his bearings and looked back, he was met with the sight of a gargantuan sphinx. It possessed the body of a lion and, more disturbingly, the head was unmistakably that of Wakaba, her mom. The formidable sphinx was now standing over the serpent, relentlessly slashing at it with its mighty lion's paws. "Mom!" Futaba cried out, her voice a mix of shock and awe as she watched the sphinx seemingly aid them in battle. Although she knew deep down that it wasn't truly her mother, the symbolic gesture deeply moved her. The two colossal creatures clashed fiercely, but it was evident that Wakaba's form, the sphinx, held the upper hand. As Ren finally regained his standing, he watched awestruck as the two titans fought each other. The sphinx fought with a ferocity that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Each swipe of its massive paws was a precise and powerful strike towards the serpent's neck. Apophis tried to fight back by coiling up Wakaba's leg, but with one swift strike, Wakaba was able to send the serpent back down. The serpent fought back for as long as it could, but it was clear that it could not heal fast enough to deal with the constant strikes. Letting out a deafening roar, the serpent tried to give one final pushback, but he was only greeted by Wakaba's own defiant roar. With a swift, clean movement that echoed through the air like the finale of a tragic symphony, the sphinx's paws came down, decapitating the serpent. The serpent's head rolled to the ground, its expression frozen in a snarl, its dark energy dissipating into the sand. The remaining body of the serpent thrashed wildly for a moment before collapsing into the sand, its own darkness fading as the light of the desert sun began to pierce the remnants of the storm. As the dust settled and the echoes of the battle faded, Futaba felt a profound sense of closure washing over her. The sphinx turned to look at her, its eyes, Wakaba's eyes, full of warmth and pride. Then, just as it had appeared, the sphinx began to dissolve into golden particles of light, shimmering in the morning light, leaving behind a serene calm. "Thank you, Mom, for everything," Futaba murmured, her voice steady but full of emotion, as she watched the last traces of the sphinx disappear. And with her, the rest of the palace. Tilda. Let me know what you think of it. Longest chap so far. Chapter 78, The Comfort Zone. 1,756 words. Just a quick heads up that I won't be able to post either tomorrow or the day after. So sad. But an emergency at work came up, so I will be away from home for those 2 days. Also, couldn't cook up a chunky chap like I enjoy doing cause I gotta go to bed early for tomorrow. Not gonna lie, kinda bummed the work thing came up since the story got a bunch of power stones out of nowhere, and we were suddenly ranked 19/20ths, but it do be that way sometimes. Just gives me more time to cook up the next few chaps in my head. And hey, let's just say I see a tower chap in the near future. As they exited the metaverse, Futaba stumbled and nearly fell to the floor, clearly exhausted from awakening her persona. "Whoa. You all weren't lying about that, huh?" she remarked, pushing herself to her feet with a yawn. "Wanna take a nap?" Ren asked, causing Futaba to shake her head. "No, there's something I haven't done that I just realized I forgot to do. Wanna come with me to LeBlanc? Sojiro should be closing up soon, so there shouldn't be any customers." Futaba proposed. Ren nodded, and they set out together. Upon reaching the doorway, Futaba hesitated, taking a deep breath before stepping outside. It was evident that she was still tense about leaving her comfort zone, but she was resolute in her decision to go to LeBlanc. She let Ren walk ahead, using him as a shield from the outside world as they made their way. Soon, they pushed through the doors of LeBlanc. "Oh, hi Ren, Futaba, you guys are here la Futaba." Sojiro started to greet them casually before doing a double take at the sight of Futaba following Ren inside. "Yo," Futaba greeted as she finally stepped in. "Futaba. What how you're outside?" Sojiro stuttered, his words tripping over themselves as he watched her walk around the bar toward him. Before he could fully process the scene, Futaba wrapped him in a hug. "Thanks for taking me in," she said softly, then stepped back. Sojiro stood frozen, a look of utter astonishment on his face. After a moment to collect his thoughts, he murmured, "Futaba." Overcome with emotion, he stepped forward and returned her hug. After a few tender moments, he stepped back, wiping his face, trying to hold back tears. "You must be hungry, right? Here, I'll cook up your favorite. You too, Ren, take a seat. I'm about to make the best damn curry you'll have ever tasted," Sojiro declared, managing a smile, as he retreated into the kitchen, giving himself a moment to regroup. Futaba hopped into one of the chairs near the serving bar, sitting in a squat as she awaited her meal. As Ren took the seat next to her, Futaba whispered, "Seeing the memory of him adopting me made me realize that I never properly thanked him." Ren chuckled softly, shaking his head in agreement. Better late than never. They could hear Sojiro bustling about in the kitchen, but through the opening, Ren caught a glimpse of the man's beaming smile. "Guess this makes me an official member, huh? Gotta say, it was weird getting suddenly snatched by my persona out of nowhere," Futaba remarked, idly fiddling with some silverware on the table. "Yeah, it was quite the surprise. Now, we have a motorcycle and a UFO on our team. Not to mention Catbus himself," Ren replied, his voice tinged with amusement, as he sipped the coffee Sojiro had served them. His thoughts drifted briefly. "Makes me wonder what kind of strange persona future members of our team would have. Honestly, when I saw the tentacles, I got kinda worried. I mean, I've seen enough hentai to know where that could have gone," Futaba said nonchalantly, causing Ren to abruptly choke on his coffee. After a brief struggle to regain his composure, Ren burst out laughing, his laugh drawing Sojiro's attention. The older man poked his head out from the kitchen. "Everything okay?" Sojiro asked with a concerned yet amused smile. Futaba responded with a playful thumbs up, reassuring him. He chuckled before disappearing back into the kitchen to continue cooking. As Sojiro hustled in the kitchen, the rich aroma of spices began to permeate LeBlanc, creating a warm, inviting atmosphere. A look of satisfaction spreading across Futaba's face. "You're a bit different now, huh?" Ren observed, a smile playing on his lips as he noticed the change in her demeanor. "Why, Futaba said as she took in a deep breath and let it out. "I feel like a weight has been taken off my shoulders. Kinda like I was stuck on a level and finally found an exploit to get me out. Like I stopped drinking that depresso espresso. That's one way to put it." Ren chuckled in response. A little while later, Sojiro emerged from the kitchen with plates in hand, setting them down on the table before taking a seat himself. "Thanks," Futaba said, then began to devour her food as if she hadn't eaten in days, a sight that brought a smile to Sojiro's face. The trio ate quietly, savoring each bite, until Futaba spoke up again. "So, when do I get to meet Mona? I'm kinda curious what he looks like," Futaba asked as she finished her plate. "Mona?" Sojiro echoed, clearly confused, which made Futaba tilt her head. "Yeah, Mona. The cat," she explained, her tone tinged with surprise. "There's a cat." "Where?" Sojiro asked again, looking genuinely puzzled. "Wait, you didn't know?" Ren asked, equally surprised. "I've had a cat for about a month. He comes in and out through the window all the time. I thought you just didn't care." "Oh God, we ruined his streak." "I bet Mona was being all sneaky on purpose," Futaba chuckled, her laughter easing the slight annoyance and surprise on Sojiro's face into a chuckle as well. "I thought I was going crazy hearing meows coming from the attic. Every time I checked, it was empty. But wait, this is a restaurant. You can't have pets in here," Sojiro began to protest, but as he saw the expressions on Ren's and Futaba's faces, he sighed in resignation. "Well, as long as you guys follow 2 rules, it should be fine. 1, the cat stays out of the kitchen. And 2, I wanna meet the damn cat." A few hours later, the lateness of the hour had taken its toll on Futaba, who had fallen asleep at the desk, exhausted from what she had seen in her palace and the awakening of her persona. As Sojiro noticed her peaceful slumber, he turned to Ren with a smile. Kid, I have no idea what you did, but I gotta thank you. I haven't seen her act like that in a long time. Since before her mom passed away, Sojiro remarked, his voice softening and his smile fading as he mentioned Wakaba. Ren chuckled lightly, tapping a playful rhythm on the table that had become their familiar tune. I just asked her if she wanted to build a snowman. To be honest, I'm surprised a silly joke went this far, he replied, glancing at Futaba, who was now slightly drooling in her sleep. A snowman, her. Sojiro mused, a spark of inspiration flickering in his eyes. Maybe I should take a trip with Futaba to Inaba. I have some family that goes skiing there from time to time during winter. I bet we could build a snowman over there. Ren nodded, chuckling at his suggestion. That actually sounds like a pretty good idea. It would probably be a good change of pace. Create some new memories to replace the bad ones, he added, noting a touch of melancholy cross Sojiro's features. She told you about all that, huh? Sojiro muttered, leaning back in his chair, his gaze lingering on Futaba. You know, when I took her in, I was just trying to do the right thing. I didn't expect to ever, feel like a family again. Like how it was when Wakaba used to bring her around. Pausing, he continued. God, she is so much like her mother. I can't wait to see what she puts that big brain of hers up to. Curious about Wakaba, Ren raised an eyebrow. He had only caught glimpses of her through Futaba's palace. Besides the fragments Sojiro had shared, he knew very little. What was she like? Ren asked, prompting a nostalgic smile from Sojiro. Wakaba. She was wonderful. I already told you how she improved my curry recipe using science, but her quickness was something else. One time, my fridge broke, and she fixed it the next day. Mind you, she knew nothing about fridges the day before. Once she set her mind to something, there was no stopping her. As Sojiro shared more anecdotes about Wakaba, it was clear he deeply missed her. Eventually, he turned to Ren and asked. Hey, do you want to come on the ski trip with us? A small smirk crossed his face as he added, you could even bring your friends. I tell you, there's nothing quite as romantic as cuddling up in a warm cabin. Rolling his eyes, Ren couldn't help but ask. Is that all you think about? Laughing, Sojiro replied. No, but it is one of the few things I know, coffee, curry, and romance. You're already getting pretty good with the first two, so I gotta give you some tips while I still can. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of things to teach you. Then, a wry smile crept across Sojiro's face as he leaned forward, adding a playful tone to the conversation. Speaking of which, how about you tell me how things have been going with you? Last I heard, that Takamaki girl had run away from you after you filmed that commercial. Confidence. Sojiro Sakura, the Hierophant, rank 5. Little slice of life to heal the heart after her palace. I had forgotten just how much of a goblin Futaba was after her palace, lol. I went back to look at some videos before writing and couldn't help but laugh at it. Also, I just now realized how often I write about people sleeping or tired in my story. Guess that writing before bed is leaking through, huh? Not my fault it fits so well in the story lol. Chapter 79, The New Thief. 2,997 words. With the newest member on board, the Phantom Thieves decided it was time to dive into mementos for some real-world practice with her persona. They had accumulated a backlog of requests on their website, and with school out for the day, it presented the perfect opportunity to change as many hearts as possible, boosting their notoriety across Japan ahead of their next big announcement. However, since Futaba hadn't formally met the rest of the thieves, Ren arranged a meeting at LeBlanc for proper introductions. Despite her excitement, Futaba felt a twinge of nervousness. She hadn't interacted much with anyone other than Sojiro and Ren since her mother's death. Don't worry about it. Just be yourself, and everything will be fine. Trust me, you might even end up liking some of them more than you like me, Ren reassured her with an encouraging smile, to which she responded with a skeptical look. Not long after their conversation, Anne climbed the stairs to Ren's room, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Hey! It's nice to finally meet you in person. Anne exclaimed, stepping forward to greet Futaba, who instinctively took a step back to maintain some distance. The first member of the royal harem, huh? Nice to meet Ya, Futaba remarked with a slight bow, quickly diverting her attention to the crafting tools in Ren's room to avoid eye contact. Hearing her, Anne froze. She turned to Ren, but seeing he, too, had a baffled expression, she decided to just laugh it off. Sure, but I prefer Anne, okay. Anne replied with a chuckle, to which Futaba nodded in acknowledgement. After sitting next to Ren, Anne attempted to engage Futaba in conversation, receiving only brief replies as Futaba began fidgeting with some of Ren's crafting tools. Ruju was the next to arrive, greeting Futaba with an enthusiastic wave and a friendly smile. However, he was also met with an unusual title. Nice to meet Ya, for real guy. As the rest of the group filed in one by one, each was bestowed with their own unique title by Futaba. It became apparent to everyone that Futaba was far more reserved in person than she was over text, leading them to give her space and time to adjust. The last to make an entrance was Mona, who leaped through the window with a smug grin. I have successfully scouted both of the palaces. And you won't believe what he started, only to be interrupted as Futaba scooped him up, clearly delighted by the cat's sudden appearance. Speak to me, cat. Meow. Mona responded, puzzled. Just as Futaba was about to probe further, Makoto interjected. Futaba, to understand him in the real world, you need to hear him in mementos first. We are planning to go there shortly, so you'll just have to be a little patient. Futaba muttered, setting Mona down with a hint of disappointment before walking over to Ren's bed and sitting down, facing the wall. Are Ya okay? Ruji asked with some concern. She's just adjusting to all the new faces, Ren explained. Give her some time to warm up to everyone. Inspired by the situation, Makoto suggested. Maybe we should plan some activities for Futaba, to get to know us better. We could each spend a few hours with her, individually. No need. I already know all that I need from you guys, Futaba said, turning slightly to look at the group. As she saw Ren's encouraging expression, she let out a sigh. Okay, but I need my emotional support human. The group's gaze shifted to Ren, who simply shrugged in response. Sounds like a plan, Makoto said, smiling slightly as she tried to refocus the group. Ren mentioned your persona works differently than ours. Would you mind explaining it? Futaba continued to stare at the wall as she spoke. With Necronomicon, I can view the cognitive world as if it's a program or a game. It's strange because the collective unconscious almost acts like a firewall. It can be hacked, but it's not easy. That's fascinating, and you're awakening. Ren didn't mention how it happened, Makoto asked further. Secret, Futaba replied curtly. Makoto's curiosity piqued further, but before she could ask another question, Shiho jumped in. What about your hacking skills? The billboard hack you pulled off was incredible. Noon your business. The group exchanged a series of curious and somewhat amused glances before and chimed in. So, how did you meet Ren? Snowman, Futaba answered cryptically, prompting everyone except Ren to let out a collective sigh of resignation. All right, maybe we save the questions for later, Ren chuckled as he stood up. Let's head to Mementos and see what she can really do. As the phantom thieves entered the collective unconscious, they were greeted not by the usual somber ambience, but by an entrance lavishly adorned with ethereal flowers. Each petal emitted a soft glow, distinguishing them starkly from ordinary blooms. Whoa, what happened here? Anne exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. We gave some flower seeds to Jose, but it wasn't quite this full when we last left. Ren remarked, his curiosity piqued as he walked towards the flowers alongside Mona and Makoto. For real, I have no idea how that little kid made so many grow. I don't even think we gave him that many seeds, Ruji added, his voice filled with astonishment. As the group began to wander, Shiho noticed something and spoke up. Hey, Ren, there are a bunch of that flower you like around, she noted, gesturing towards scattered clusters of the glowing blooms. Ren knelt beside a cluster, reaching out tentatively. The flowers reacted as if sentient, swaying toward his hand as though seeking his touch. Looking closer at the flowers, he could briefly catch a glance at some faint images passing by each of the petals. The collective unconscious. He murmured in awe, observing the flower's behavior. As he plucked one of the flowers, it lost some of its ethereal glow and the constant flicker of images, yet holding it gave him an inexplicable sense of connection. They feel. Ren began, his voice trailing off. Familiar, Mona completed his thought, the two exchanging puzzled looks. Ren turned to Makoto, who appeared even more confused. I don't feel anything, though they definitely don't look like normal flowers. That's about all I can say, Makoto admitted. Can you not see the images? Mona asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Makoto simply shook her head in response. Ren continued to study the flower in his hand, his thoughts drifting to the enigmatic Hosei who had planted them. In a moment of curiosity, he tentatively tried to eat the flower. Dude? Ryuji couldn't hide his bemusement, laughing as Ren quickly spat out the petals with a grimace. I'll have to ask Hosei how he does it next time we see him, Ren concluded, standing up and turning his attention to Futaba, who was also examining the flowers closely. After being unable to see much out of the ordinary with her own eyes, she summoned her persona. After being brought to the ship, some of the tentacles also reached down to carefully pluck a few flowers. It's incredible. These flowers are technically a part of mementos now. Unless they are plucked, these flowers feed themselves off the collective unconscious. But it doesn't seem to be hurting it at all. If anything, it is making mementos stronger, she explained, her voice tinged with fascination. Futaba began to ramble on for a few moments, causing Makoto to chuckle slightly as she turned to Ren. She sure is talkative when she finds something interesting, huh? She said in a whisper with a smile. After a few more minutes of fruitless analysis, the group decided to shift their focus back to the primary reason for their visit, which was to complete requests and discuss what Mona had discovered. All right, both of the palaces have quite high security measures, Mona began confidently. Okumura's palace, however, is the more secure of the two. Since it requires both passwords and security cards to navigate, I wasn't able to get far at all without drawing attention. It makes sense. Since he is so familiar with the Black Mask, that must also mean that he is subconsciously trying to protect his palace from intruders. Makoto said with a nod. That's right. Mona said with a smile. I think that Madarame must not be too familiar with what is happening in the background because his security system is quite flawed. It resembles the ones a museum would have, but it has a lot of openings. It's even less secure than Kaneshiro's bank. As Mona's smile widened further, he added. Plus, that's not the only thing I found out. Jumping into the air, he transformed into a helicopter. I can also do this now, which means our plan worked. I do need a pilot to fly, but that means we will be able to take flight in the metaverse if we need to in the future. Nodding his head along, Ren added. That also means that chests have also appeared in the metaverse, which brings us to our mission for today. We can make our way down the floors and fight as many targets as we can. I think we should split into teams of 2 at random, and after every few floors, we should swap teammates. This way, we will be better at working together if we ever get separated. As we get down to the more dangerous floors, we can regroup and go down together. Also, don't forget not to linger too long on one floor. As long as we keep moving, we should be safe from the Reaper. If you hear chains and get a bad vibe, effing run, Ryuji added, the memory of their previous encounter still vivid in his mind. Wait, if we split into groups of 2, then that leaves an extra person, right? I'm assuming Futaba would go with already made groups so that she can get some experience, no? And said. I'm going with Ren. Futaba stated firmly, prompting a light-hearted chuckle from the group. Actually, I think I can offer all of you support as long as we stay on the same floor. When I use my persona, it's like I'm playing a game. I have a radar I can use to track enemies and allies. Give me some time to get used to it, and I bet I can take on the role of a navigator for the group. Ren smiled slightly, nodding in agreement, but with a condition. You can come with me for the first few floors, but after that, you need to get along with the rest of the team. Do you remember what I told you? Futaba paused, her enthusiasm tempering slightly with hesitation. Fine, she agreed, albeit reluctantly. Futaba proved to be an exceptionally adept navigator. Not only could she pinpoint the location of their targets, but she also managed to keep track of the entire team simultaneously, even if one group moved to another floor, or someone got left behind. However, one floor apart was as far as she could keep watch for now. She could also help to analyze the affinities of their enemies, which was quite helpful since it was hard to keep track of what shadow was weak to what when facing hundreds of different ones. With her help, they quickly found their way to their targets, one after the other, and began to take them down. Most of the distortions in the targets near the top were relatively weak, but even though they wouldn't do much in terms of training, they would gain influence. As they began to make their way down, Ren also noticed a strange thing. The shadows that roamed mementos were looking at him differently than before. Where once they would either flee or attack the moment they saw him, they would now hesitate slightly. It wasn't a significant change, but it was enough to catch his attention. The top layer of mementos was also, just like the entrance, covered in flowers. However, other than the change in ambience, it didn't seem to have much effect, as far as they could tell. Progressing floor by floor, the group delved deeper, even passing several doors adorned with strange engravings. Where their initial journeys into the depths of mementos once felt oppressive, the pressure now felt almost negligible. Although the deeper they went, the more the pressure increased, it was far more manageable than before and did little to hinder their combat capabilities. After several rotations among the team members, Futaba eventually left Ren's side to oversee Makoto and Mona, pairing Shiho with Ren. As the two of them continued to descend into the depths, Ren couldn't help but smile. Damn, what would I do without you, he remarked with a light chuckle, catching Shiho by surprise. Huh? I've noticed it every time we fight in the metaverse, but when you're watching our backs, everything seems easier. You heal us the moment we take a hit, confuse our enemies, and manage our buffs and debuffs. You're like our guardian angel, Ren expressed, his words drawing a gentle smile from Shiho. Shiho, not missing a beat, added with pride. Don't forget those sniper shots. I've gotten quite good at it, and sometimes one of you will leave your back open, she said with a chuckle. As they began talking, the two of them slowed down to give themselves more time to talk, only stopping to fight the occasional shadow or target along the way. The conversation flowed easily between them, interspersed with laughter, until a mischievous smile spread across Ren's face. You know, there's something I've been curious about. About that conversation you had with Circe, he teased. At his words, a blush tinted Shiho's cheeks, and she let out a few awkward coughs. Conversation. What conversation? She asked, acting aloof before giggling slightly and acting dramatically. All right, you caught me. I was wondering when you were going to bring it up. But there is no better place for a romantic conversation than the physical manifestation of human consciousness. Gloomy, creepy, and slightly dangerous. Ren couldn't help but laugh at her dramatic tone, though he had to acknowledge her words. Reaching down, he plucked one of the flowers and handed it to Shiho. Gloomy? Have you seen the scenery? It's a lovely place. Ren commented, causing Shiho to roll her eyes with a smile as she accepted the flower. Though you are right, even with our lovely scenery, there is another place I have been meaning to go. That is, if you'll join me. I don't know. I'll have to check my schedule, Shiho teased back in a playful tone. But since you insist, I guess I'll have to accept. Then, as if remembering something, a smile appeared on Shiho's face when she asked. What kind of painting do you think Kitagawa wants to make of you? My bets are on a nude painting, she joked, nudging Ren with her elbow. Rolling his eyes, Ren said. Yeah, right. I'm assuming it's probably going to be abstract art or something like that. I'd honestly be surprised if he actually ended up painting me. But I guess we will find out soon enough. God, can the two of you stop flirting and get down to the next floor? We are waiting for you. We found a chest. Ren heard Futaba's voice echo in his head with some annoyance. "Ah, we are in trouble. We better go," Ren said with a chuckle as the two of them picked up their pace. Not long afterward, they rejoined the group, who were gathered around a golden chest adorned with strange engravings that no one could decipher. Approaching the chest, Ren tried to open it, and after a bit of effort, it burst open, revealing a strange assortment of items: a dagger, a pair of brass knuckles, a shotgun, some bundles of cash, some strange cards, and lastly, a unique-looking grappling hook. The weapons all looked slightly different than normal ones, but they each had a strange air around them that made them feel strong. The cards had strange engravings that Ren could somehow understand as skills the shadows and personas used. So he could only assume they were either a one-time use weapon, or a way to teach his personas other skills without using fusion. The grappling hook, designed like a wrist bracer with slots for tools such as smoke bombs, was particularly intriguing. Although Ren could manage short flights using his personas, the hook would enhance his mobility, allowing for greater agility and the ability to retrieve distant items. Upon attaching the grappling hook to his arm, Ren experienced an unexpected transformation. The device burst into ethereal flames and seamlessly integrated with his outfit. Even as he tried to pull it off, it looked as if it was permanently stuck to him. "Damn, dude, this thing looks effing cool. We gotta keep looking for chests so I can score a new weapon, or another grappling hook like that," Ruji exclaimed, eyeing the shotgun with interest. He aimed it at a wall and pulled the trigger. A thunderous roar echoed as electricity surged along with the bullets, slamming into the wall with a resounding crash. "Indeed, these brass knuckles are extraordinary," Makoto added, testing the feel of her new weapon with a few swift punches. "I can't fully explain it, but it feels like there's an additional force behind my punches." Intrigued by the unexpected properties of their new equipment, the group spent some time examining the other items. Each piece seemed to be unique. So, with a renewed sense of curiosity, the group continued venturing down into mementos to try to find some more chests. Chapter 80, The Fool's Questions. 2066 words. Y'all, yesterday I got home, I went to bed, and then I slept for 13 hours. It was great. Nothing quite like that sleep you get after being tired for days. Also, may I just say that the antisocial force is such a dumbass name for the bad guys group. I am leaving it as it is, but every time I have to write it out, it feels so stupid. Anyways, enjoy. Navigating through the labyrinth of mementos, the group found themselves empty-handed, unable to discover any more chests. Perhaps they were extraordinarily rare, or maybe the collective cognition hadn't shifted enough to make them more accessible. After several hours deep within mementos, the strain began to show. Unknowingly, they had spent over 8 hours wandering its depths, battling more than 100 shadows, including a doctor, who had jeopardized Takemi's career, and some of Futaba's relatives, whom she had confronted alongside Ren. Exhausted, the team finally reached the entrance. Yawning and stretching, they prepared to leave for the day. "Man, it sucks whenever I wasn't paired with Mona. I don't know how you do it, Makoto, but even using my persona for transportation was effing tiring," Ruji complained as he stretched out his limbs. "Honestly, jogging is less tiring." Makoto chuckled lightly, hearing him. "Well, each persona reacts differently. For me, the strain isn't too bad until I start using skills. If anything, just summoning it is the tiring part. I assume it's similar for Futaba, since she was practically living in Necronomicon all day. Yeah, it's only tiring when I run scans or give support. I feel like I could sleep in here if I am not doing anything." Futaba chimed in through her persona, just before being gently lowered to the ground by her persona's tentacles as Necronomicon vanished. "It's strange for me," Shiho added, stifling a yawn. "Healing doesn't wear me out as much, but using attack skills really drains me." Anne, looking around at the group, suddenly realized something. "Hey, you know what? We never gave our newest member a nickname. We've just been calling her by her name this whole time." Seizing the moment, Mona stepped forward, puffing out his chest with pride. "Well, as the designated nickname creator, it's my turn to shine." After scrutinizing Futaba, he declared, "Oracle." That's a good navigator name. Hearing this, Futaba chuckled and turned to Ren, playfully aiming finger guns at him. You better not shoot me in the spine, Joker. Noticing the puzzled looks from the group, she hurried to explain, get it? Like the Joker and Batman, he shoots Oracle. Never mind. Embarrassed by their blank stares, Futaba quickly hid behind Ren, only for Ruju to burst out laughing after finally catching on to the joke. As the group prepared to leave mementos, Ren paused, his gaze drawn to the ethereal entrance of the Velvet Room. It had been some time since his last visit, before his visit to the principal, and curiosity tugged at him to see if he could once again converse with Igor. You want to check it out again? We can wait here, Anne asked, catching him staring off into nothingness. Ren nodded slightly, his decision made. You guys can go ahead. I'm not sure how long this will take. After receiving a few understanding nods from his friends, he walked forward and pushed open the door, stepping into the familiar yet always mystifying Velvet Room. As the soft piano notes filled the air, Ren opened his eyes. He briefly noticed faint strings extending from the ceiling and connecting to his body. Yet, as he moved, they vanished, leaving no trace behind. The curtains of the Velvet Room slowly parted, and Ren was greeted by the deep, familiar chuckle of Igor. Welcome back to the Velvet Room, trickster, Igor greeted, his large, enigmatic smile spreading across his face. I trust you have been managing well during my absence. Nodding slightly, Ren replied. I have, so far, everything is progressing smoothly. Though I do have a few questions, he said, his gaze fixed intently on Igor. Igor's smile broadened at this, and he shifted from his usual relaxed posture to a more attentive, businesslike one. Then ask away, trickster. My first question, Ren started, his voice steady, concerns the Metaverse Navigator app. Other than the members of my group, have you given access to anyone else? This question had been at the top of his head for some time. Since Igor saw all of this as some sort of play, then there was the possibility that he was playing both sides, both the thieves and the antisocial force. Igor's chuckle echoed softly, his expression turning playful. I assume you are referring to the rumors surrounding the Black Mask, are you not? Igor inquired. Ren nodded in confirmation. I see. In that case, you should know that I am not the sole entity capable of granting access to the collective unconscious. Throughout humanity's history, many have reached it without my intervention. It is by the power of the collective unconscious that many beings like myself are created, and these beings too can grant access, as they deem fit. Beings like you? Ren asked, his curiosity piqued. He was aware that both Igor and his assistants were not human, but their true nature remained a mystery. Igor chuckled once more at the question. Do you recall when I told you that humans are creatures of contradiction? He posed rhetorically. They claim to desire life, yet harbor a fascination with death. They seek the truth, but often prefer the comfort of lies. They yearn for freedom yet show a deep-seated desire for control. Igor began smiling as he saw Ren's eyes narrowing. Just like a treasure manifests through distorted desires, beings like me also can be created by humanity's contradictions. However, I am different from the other beings created by humanity. It is my goal, and by proxy, the goal of the Velvet Room assistants, to help humanity. Ren's eyes narrowed thoughtfully at Igor's cryptic response. It wasn't the clear answer he hoped for, but it also contained a lot of information he did not know before. So, what do you represent? Ren pressed, eager to confirm his theory. The Velvet Room is a sanctuary for fools, where those summoned are destined to confront their fate, Igor began, his voice as enigmatic as the blue-hued space around them. The purpose of all created to serve here is uniform, to affirm the potential of humanity. We exist because there is always someone who believes in humanity, even when they falter. Someone who calls upon a fool to affirm that humanity should continue to exist, embracing its contradictions, and rarely facing the repercussions of its hidden desires. Ren's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Igor for any sign of deceit. Yet, the more he looked, the more he realized how unreadable Igor was. At times, Igor seemed to be concealing truths, and at others, he appeared utterly transparent, as if enjoying the unfolding of a complex game. As doubts swirled in his mind, Igor simply smiled, a knowing chuckle escaping him, as if he found amusement in Ren's uncertainty. So, your purpose is to help humanity? Ren pressed, seeking clarity. Am I not here in the Velvet Room? Igor responded, his smile broadening at Ren's persistent skepticism. Indeed, my purpose, and thus, yours, is to assist humanity. To incite change and chaos, to awaken those complacent in their routines, to divert humanity from its path toward self-destruction. Ren felt a slight ease at Igor's straightforward affirmation, though his guard remained. He ventured further with his second question. When I entered today, I saw strings attached to me. What are those? Ren asked, recalling the strange sight. The more you wield the tool I bestowed upon you, the more you align with the essence of the Velvet Room. It's conceivable that my room is beginning to recognize you as one of its own, hence the connections attempting to bind you to it. But worry not, trickster. Even those bound by the Velvet Room can break their contract. Caroline and Justine have told you about them, but both of her sisters have broken their contract and left the Velvet Room. Igor's smile lingered as he added. Feel free to consult your attendants, but they will confirm that they, too, can sever their bonds with my room at any moment, just as their sisters did before them. However, this is not a decision to be taken lightly, for once broken, the room will never wholly embrace you again. Ren remained silent for a moment, processing the dense information Igor had shared. He gathered his thoughts, then posed his final question. Where do you go when you leave the Velvet Room? Ren asked, his curiosity piqued more by personal interest than the prior questions driven by concern. I venture where I am needed, trickster. If the choice were mine, I would remain here continuously, guiding your journey. However, every time I break the rules of our game, I am forced to step back and observe from a distance. Yet, I must admit, trickster, your endeavors continue to impress me, even in my absence. The rules? Ren echoed, intrigued by the implication. Yes, trickster. As I have previously mentioned, there are others observing your progress, and not all the details can be disclosed without me transgressing those very rules, Igor explained, his voice tinged with amusement. Nodding his head, Ren took a moment to process the information. Have I satisfied your curiosity? Igor asked, his smile broadening. Somewhat, Ren replied, which elicited a soft chuckle from Igor. In that case, allow me to commend you for the work you have been doing so far. I await in anticipation to see what you and your group will be able to accomplish in the future, trickster. And though I sense your reluctance to embrace the full extent of the gift I've bestowed upon you, remember, do not fear the strength it offers. The discomfort you feel is temporary, but the power I offer is permanent. Then, as he waved his hand, all of the curtains in the room opened, revealing the many features of the room. With even some previously closed curtains opening to reveal things Ren hadn't seen before. The more power you harness, the more adept you can utilize the resources this room provides. Eventually, you might even wield these powers directly. Ren nodded in acknowledgement. I'll keep that in mind, Igor. Until next time. Until next time, trickster. Igor replied, then snapped his fingers, prompting the curtains to close swiftly. When Ren opened his eyes next, he was back in Mementos. Not far off in the distance, he could hear the muffled sounds of his friends' voices. That doesn't even make sense. Makoto said with a sigh. No, let her cook. Ruji interjected as he crouched on the floor, looking intently at what Futaba was drawing on the floor with her finger. I guess. But that's kind of a weird way to put it. And added, looking down at the drawings with a puzzled expression. Ren approached the group, curiosity piqued as he looked down at the assortment of small, random drawings scattered on the ground. What are you guys up to? He asked. After you zoned out, which I'm guessing meant you popped into the Velvet Room, we tried to get to know Futaba better. It was kinda tough at first, but then Ruju brought up some game, and she just started going off on a tangent. Makoto explained, her brow furrowed in mild confusion. No, think about it, maybe the metaverse is actually all just a big reference to Kingdom Hearts, Ruju suggested, pointing enthusiastically at one of the drawings. Yeah, the Heartless are basically like shadows if you really think about it, Futaba chimed in, nodding her head. What? Ren looked from one to the other, his confusion evident. Makoto sighed as Futaba cleared her throat and prepared to explain everything again. Confidence. Igor, the fool, rank 6. What's Igor cooking? Pasta. Hotel. Trivago. Let me know what you think of the chapter or the story so far. Feedback is always welcome. And hey, if you have read this far and not left a review, I'd appreciate it if you would. Chapter 81, The Lightning Bolt. 20 words. As Ren strolled through the bustling streets of Tokyo, snippets of conversation about the phantom thieves floated to his ears. The public opinion was divided, while some admired them, others feared them. Did you hear that? Apparently, a bunch of the requests for the phantom thieves were fulfilled, a man in a suit commented nearby. Yeah, my boss suddenly confessed to embezzling funds from the company. It was wild. You should have seen the confrontation. It was awesome, another older businessman chimed in. I dunno, man, that's scary as hell. I honestly would rather die than spill all my secrets. I think Akechi is right. The phantom thieves should follow the law, a younger businessman countered. Oh really? What are you hiding? Maybe I should put a request to change your heart. The older businessman joked, causing the younger one to get slightly annoyed. As Ren continued his walk, he could think back on all of the different reactions. The public didn't fully accept them yet, but at the very least they were starting to increase their presence in the public. He arrived early at the meeting spot and was checking his watch when suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes. Guess who? A familiar voice giggled from behind him. I dunno, Ruji, is that you? Ren joked, playing along. For real? Shiho laughed, releasing him and stepping into view, imitating Ruji's tone. She looked him over, whistling appreciatively. Looking good, Joker. Enchanting as always, Siren. Ren replied with a wink. As they began their walk through the lively city, their conversation naturally drifted from topic to topic until Shiho spoke up. So, I've decided to join the volleyball team again, Shiho revealed suddenly. I've been thinking about it for a while, and I'm ready to give it another shot. But this time, I won't let anyone push me around. Oh really? When are you planning to rejoin? Ren asked, intrigued by her sudden determination. Next school year. I'm taking this year to just do my own thing. Actually, I've started getting into art. Bought some supplies and have been practicing every day since that class we had. My drawings aren't great yet, but you know, baby steps. That's awesome. Maybe I could ask Kitagawa if he'd give us some extra lessons in exchange for being his model. His class was surprisingly fun. He might be up for it, Ren suggested thoughtfully. I don't know, wouldn't that be a bit awkward after we, you know? Shiho delicately hinted, referring to their future dive into Madarame's palace. Well, we'll find out soon enough. He seemed like a decent guy the last time we met, though maybe a little eccentric. Would you like to come along for the session? It might be a good test to see what he's really like, and I could always use an extra pair of eyes. Sure. Shiho agreed with a bright smile, her eyes reflecting a mix of excitement and determination. Throughout the day, the two of them wandered from place to place. They stopped by a small restaurant for a meal before heading back to a temple that Shiho had introduced to Ren some time ago. Ren remembered she had told him that this place meant a lot to her in the past, so A thought it would be special to visit it again. The temple grounds were serene, mostly deserted, except for a few monks maintaining the quiet sanctity of the space. This solitude allowed them to converse more openly, without the usual concern of being overheard. As they approached the shrine, Shiho's curiosity surfaced. So, what kind of persona do you think Kitagawa would have? She pondered, her gaze thoughtful. I'm leaning towards something like Apollo, given his connection to art. I don't know. Ren replied, thinking about the idea. Personas aren't usually that straightforward. They are meant to be representations of our true selves, so it would probably be harder to guess unless you really know someone well. You might be right. I mean, Carmen doesn't seem to match and at first glance. Shiho agreed, nodding thoughtfully as they reached the shrine. I stumbled upon a book about her character at school, and initially, the pairing seemed odd. But by the end, it made perfect sense. Shiho then made an offering and closed her eyes in prayer, remaining in silence for an extended period. When she finally exhaled deeply and opened her eyes, Ren noticed a shift in her demeanor. You know, Shiho began, her voice trailing off as her bright expression momentarily faded. What's wrong? Ren asked, his concern evident. It's nothing, Shiho quickly replied, attempting to steer away from her thoughts. You can tell me anything. I promise I won't judge. Ren offered with a reassuring smile. Encouraged, a faint smile returned to Shiho's face. It's just that, most of the time, I manage to keep my past memories at bay. But occasionally, they all come rushing back. It feels silly to get upset over it now, considering how much has changed. I'm happy, I have a new life, but... She paused, taking a deep breath to gather her thoughts. About 2 weeks before everything happened with Kamoshida's palace, I came here to pray. And coming back to this shrine today, it just reminded me of what I had hoped for back then. Ren noticed Shiho's downcast expression and stepped forward, wrapping her in a reassuring hug. This gesture was the final push she needed to fully open up. I usually avoid talking about it because I don't want to be seen differently, but you should know, Shiho began, her voice faltering, what Kamoshida did to the other girls, he did to me too. He never actually, you know, but he still. Her voice trailed off as she struggled to meet Ren's gaze. After a pause, she continued with a newfound determination. I've been really trying to express my emotions openly, and it feels incredible, really. That day we went to the art class was one of the best days of my life. But sometimes, I hear this voice telling me I don't deserve it. I feel dirty, and no matter how much I try to clean myself, that feeling doesn't wash away. And I feel that as long as I am still dirty, no one is going to love me. As Ren held Shiho close, his hand instinctively stroked her hair, offering silent comfort. Finding the right words was difficult. He wanted to help, but wasn't sure how, so he simply listened, providing a supportive presence. It's ridiculous back then, I wanted to die. The last time I came here, I prayed for a reason not to go through with it. Or, just for a reason to do it and get it over with. Shiho confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. After saying that, she returned Ren's hug tightly. I'm sorry. Ren finally whispered, his own voice thick with emotion. Though he wished he could say more, it seemed to be enough for now. You know. You are perfect as you are. I'm glad you are here with us. Ren said as he stroked her hair. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. We are here, I am here. As Shiho heard him, she tightened her hug for a moment. I know. After a few more moments, Shiho gently pulled away from the hug and wiped her eyes. Chuckling slightly, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Sorry, I guess I brought the mood down, huh? But it felt good to get it out. I haven't even shared this much with Maruki during my sessions. Futaba wasn't kidding when she called you an emotional support human, she said with a small, grateful smile. As Ren and Shiho wandered through the peaceful temple grounds, they found themselves beneath the very tree where they had sat during their first visit. Sitting under its expansive branches, Shiho released a sigh, this one carrying a sense of release rather than burden. Feeling a little bit lighter? Ren asked gently as he saw her relax against the tree. Shiho nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of relief and vulnerability. Yeah, it's strange how saying it out loud makes it feel less heavy. Like I'm not carrying it all by myself anymore. She admitted, looking out towards the gently swaying branches. Though I am proud I didn't kill him, I am still happy he is dead. May he burn in hell. Ren said as he raised an imaginary glass, causing Shiho to chuckle. As they sat together, Shiho leaned her head against Ren, prompting him to drape an arm around her shoulders. They chatted about various topics, the conversation flowing easily until Shiho sat up, turning to face Ren with a thoughtful expression. Hey, Ren. Shiho started, her voice dropping to a soft murmur. I've got a secret for you. Come closer. Echoing the playful words she had used at the end of their last date, she couldn't suppress a blush that rose to her cheeks. Oh, really? What's the secret? Ren asked, drawing in slightly closer. I love you, Shiho whispered, her voice barely above a breath. She leaned in, sealing her confession with a tender kiss. It was brief, charged with a tumult of emotions, and cut short as Shiho couldn't contain the smile that blossomed on her face. I love you too. Ren whispered back, his eyes looking directly at Shiho's. What Shiho had confessed to Ren carried more weight than just the words spoken. It was a test of her deepest fears and insecurities. She was terrified that once she revealed her true feelings, Ren might not reciprocate them. Part of her, perhaps subconsciously, even hoped he wouldn't. If he didn't return her feelings, it would validate her lingering doubts that she was somehow fundamentally unlovable. However, Ren's heartfelt response struck like a lightning bolt, the same bolt that strikes the tower. A blinding flash that shattered illusions. Once she fully laid her heart on the line, revealing her deepest insecurities, she found acceptance and warmth rather than the rejection she had feared. The tower that Shiho had built around her heart had long been crumbling, and she had been painstakingly clearing the debris, preparing to rebuild from the foundations up. Ren's words acted as the final strike that demolished the remaining barriers she had built around her heart. Goddamn, Ren! Shiho exclaimed, her attempt to hold back a smile failing miserably. Why do you have to do me like this, eh? I was feeling all down a few minutes ago, and now I feel like I'm about to burst. My poor little heart can't handle all this. Ren couldn't help but smile lightly as he saw her, yet his smile only served to make Shiho more lively. Off in the distance, a monk paused in his duties, observing the young couple with a knowing smile. As a single, almost ethereal butterfly fluttered nearby, the moment seemed to hold a particular kind of serenity. Ah! I had almost forgotten what it was like to be young. Good for you, Suzue, the monk murmured to himself with a gentle chuckle before he returned to his tasks. Confidence. Shiho Suzue, the tower, rank 7, rank 8 Blackheart. A. The tower, A. A card that represents danger, crisis, destruction, yet ultimately, liberation. Shiho's chapters are always a bit rough to write, but in the end, they are pretty positive. Funny how things turn out. If anyone here is interested in learning more about the meaning of each arcana, or the Fool's Journey, I would recommend the YouTube channel Kippy's Quest. They have a great animated video about the Fool's Journey that is super enjoyable to watch, and they also have individual videos about each arcana. They have really helped me take notes whenever I am doing a chat like this. This story would probably not have been as it is if it wasn't for their channel. Primarily since I mainly use the arcana as a reference for the path of each confidant. Chapter 82, The Intermission. 1730 words. I'm trying out something a little different for this chapter. It's probably not going to happen too often, if at all, unless you guys like it. Though I would probably do it with different characters. Opening his eyes, Akechi rose from his bed at precisely the same time as every other morning. He moved through his organized home, each step a mirror of yesterday's routine. As he moved about, the subtle presence of a blue butterfly seemed to follow. Flitting through the room in brief, almost unnoticed moments, it was a silent witness to his every action. The strange insect had been following Goro for a long time now, and by now, he had learned to ignore it. After showering and dressing in his usual meticulously chosen outfit, he adjusted his tie in front of the mirror. His face was the picture of indifference, revealing not an ounce of emotion. His eyes bore traces of fatigue, yet his expression remained unchanged as he finished grooming himself. He proceeded to the living room, where he turned on the TV to catch the morning news while preparing his breakfast. The Phantom Thieves have suddenly gained another burst of popularity, as rumors of the requests left on their site. Took them long enough. He murmured, his tone flat as he began to eat. From a hidden drawer, he retrieved a notepad, browsing through a list of names. Okamura would be the logical choice, given his daughter's connection to their school. Yet, it's unlikely they could breach his defenses at their current level. Najima might be an intriguing option, though I doubt her sister would be too willing to mess with her heart. His gaze lingered on the list, where several names were underlined. Ishida Mamoru, Hospital, Cold Storage. Yeiko Amane, Tokyo Dome, Concert. Ichiriusai Madarame, Shack, Museum. I am betting it is one of these ones. He mused, his voice devoid of any real curiosity. He switched off the TV and prepared to leave for work, ensuring his practiced smile was in place before leaving his house. Yet, just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. This is Akechi. His response was measured, but a slight frown creased his forehead, betraying a hint of annoyance and anger. No, the task remains unfinished, he stated flatly. The voice on the other end raised in volume, though it soon moderated. They lack shadows in mementos, indicating the awakening of their personas. No shadows means no job. Akechi analyzed, his voice betraying no surprise. The caller continued for a while, and Akechi listened intently before responding again. It's conceivable that the Phantom Thieves accessed the metaverse through assistance from the Kuriho group, which would explain the absence of their shadows. Shirogane Shaw was forthcoming about her support of them, he speculated. After a brief pause, he concluded the call with a firm assertion. No, I have yet to discover who the members of the Phantom Thieves are. Rest assured, you will be the first to know once I do. With those words, he hung up the phone. Akechi arrived at the prosecutor's office with his practiced smile firmly in place. Greeting his colleagues with the same polished charm, he settled into the routine of his day job, which involved poring over case files as they continued their investigation of the thieves. Each interaction was a carefully choreographed performance, yet beneath the surface, he felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Seated at his desk, Akechi found himself absently tapping his finger against the surface, the act betraying his fatigue. It was exhausting to feign ignorance, to sift through endless documents, and to orchestrate delays in the investigation wherever possible. His thoughts began to drift aimlessly when suddenly, a cup of coffee appeared before him. You look like you could use this, Sae Najima observed, placing the coffee on his desk. Any breakthroughs? Shaking his head, Akechi summoned a smile, though it never quite reached his eyes. Unfortunately, everything leads back to the beginning. It's quite the enigma. Sae couldn't help but chuckle slightly as she said. Well, don't push yourself too hard, you can leave that part to me. Let me know if you find anything, she advised before starting to walk away. Of course, Akechi responded, his tone effortlessly smooth. He glanced at her, walking away, but his ears had barely registered the words. He was performing mechanically, his actions devoid of genuine interest. As the hours passed and his workday concluded, Akechi allowed a deep sigh to escape him as he massaged his shoulders. I wonder. He muttered, his voice lost in the ambient noise of the office as he made his way out. Driven by a desire to escape the dullness of his routine, Akechi decided to head to LeBlanc, seeking refuge in the one diversion that managed to distract him from the monotony, his game with the leader of the Phantom Thieves. Following the events in Kamoshida's palace and his subsequent change of heart, Akechi quickly discerned that this was not something normal, but a deliberate manipulation using the metaverse to alter cognition. The fact that it had been Kamoshida, someone who was technically working under their group, meant that he had to be vigilant if he didn't want his plan to fall apart. So, he began to look into what had happened not long before Kamoshida's change, which led him to one person, Ren Amamiya. Based on his findings, Akechi surmised that Ren was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. He recalled how Ren had boldly confronted Kamoshida, all while recording the encounter on his phone. He knowingly ran in there to take a beating just to damage Kamoshida's cognition and distortion. After that, he recognized Ren as someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He saw a bit of himself in Ren, a recognition that both intrigued and unsettled him. In his spare moments, Akechi found himself tracking the activities of the group. It was evident that Ren had been recruiting allies for their excursions into the metaverse, a strategy Akechi found somewhat disappointing. Although Ren had the intellect to orchestrate their plans, he lacked the confidence to act solo. To Akechi, relying on teammates seemed like a limitation rather than a strength. Instead of focusing on his own development, Ren spent his time socializing and venturing into mementos with his friends, striving to ensure they all advanced together. Akechi mused that Ren could have progressed much further on his own. Just when Akechi was ready to dismiss him, Ren made a bold move that recaptured his interest. He dived headfirst into the lion's den, transforming himself into an ally within enemy lines. The fortress that was Kaneshiro's bank was reduced to a mere plaything by Ren's clever manipulation. With little more than a few words and a disarming smile, Ren had navigated past most obstacles, even coaxing the palace ruler to reveal his treasure. Akechi found this genuinely entertaining and amusing. Their chance meeting at the Penguin Sniper Club seemed almost destined. Observing Ren's expression during their encounter, Akechi realized that Ren was unwittingly playing the same game, though he was unaware of their shared stakes. They were two sides of the same coin, both scarred by the same adversary, their lives irrevocably altered for the worse. Yet here they were, engaging in a quiet battle of wits with one another. Even after being blindsided by some of the things Ren had mentioned, Ren should not have won their game of billiards, yet he did. Somehow, Akechi felt as if he had lost that interaction in more ways than one, an exhilarating yet frustrating notion. Soon after, the entirety of Japan was plastered with billboards promoting the phantom thieves, vowing to deliver justice to the people. It was a ridiculous claim, yet it began to make sense to Akechi following their second encounter. They had played a game discussing their respective visions of justice, cautiously probing each other's convictions. Then, the television broadcasts were overtaken, and small animations played that illuminated Ren's intentions. He was attempting to manipulate the collective unconscious through grand public spectacles. Ren, too, recognized the potential power of the other world and aimed to harness the people's will to bend it to his desires. As long as their paths do not intersect directly in the future, they can continue their respective game. Akechi would see his version of justice realized, and Ren could continue to enchant the rest of Japan with his theatrical displays. For now, Akechi chose to keep the identities of the thieves under wraps. There was no need to disclose them to his superiors unless they directly interfered with his own meticulous plans. And if he ever needed it, he could use the thieves as a tool in order to complete his mission. If it came to it, he was ready to step in and eliminate them too. Upon entering LeBlanc, Akechi was greeted by the sight of Ren behind the counter, who was expertly serving coffee to patrons. "Ah, Ren, what a surprise to see you here. I didn't expect you to work at a cafe," Akechi said with a genuine, playful smile. "Akechi. Well, come on, take a seat. The first drink is on the house, just don't tell the boss," Ren said, his eyes suddenly glowing brighter with a mischievous spark as he gestured to an open stool at the coffee bar. Taking the offered seat, Akechi observed Ren closely, his own smile mirroring the mischievousness in Ren's demeanor. "Well, since we happen to cross paths, how about we play another game?" Akechi proposed, his tone light yet carrying an undercurrent of challenge. Tilde confidence tilde. Yaldabaoth, the fool, rank 0, reversed. Kuon Ikanos, the priestess, rank 0, reversed. Hikari Akechi, the empress, rank 8, deceased. Masayoshi Shido, the emperor, rank 0, broken. SIU director, the hierophant, rank 0, broken. Juno Wada, the chariot, rank 0, broken. Ren Amamiya, the justice, rank 3. Wakabo Shiki, the hermit, rank 0, deceased. Geneva, the strength, rank 0. Junior Kaneshiro, the devil, rank 0, broken. Kunikazu Okumura, the tower, rank 0, broken. The antisocial force, the moon, rank 0, reversed. Akira Kono, the sun, rank 0, broken. Sae Najima, the judgment, rank 0. Rank 0. Rank 0. Rank 0. Rank 0. Chapter 83, The Artist and 2,161 words. As evening approached, Ren decided to close the cafe early, ensuring privacy for his time with Akechi at LeBlanc. Akechi, seated comfortably in one of the booths, swiftly unpacked a chessboard from his briefcase, setting it up for a game. It was resting next to a stack of papers that he casually pushed aside. As Ren approached with 2 cups of coffee, he couldn't help but catch a glimpse of the contents scribbled across the papers. Ishida Mamoru, president of Tokyo Hospital, missing organs, patients, missing son. Cold storage. Masahito Izumi, Minister of Education, under scrutiny after the Kamoshida incident. Reported for many different oversights. Classroom. Takeshita Kamiko, a news reporter, taken bribes, reported for harassment. Stage. Ren's eyes flicked away as Akechi hastily rearranged the papers, a practiced smile playing on his lips. Whoops, sorry about that. Those are case files. I'm not supposed to show them to anyone. Didn't expect you to be so quick with the coffee, Akechi remarked, his tone light, but slightly hurried as he slid the files back into his briefcase. Ren nodded, committing the snippets of information to memory before taking his seat opposite Akechi. Don't worry, I didn't see anything, Ren responded, matching Akechi's smile as he sat down and focused on the chessboard set between them. Ren woke with a yawn, stretching and ruffling his hair before his gaze landed on the alarm clock tossed carelessly on the floor. A muttered curse escaped him when he realized he had overslept. The night before, after Akechi had left, Ren had quickly looked up the names he had glimpsed in the files. They were all prominent figures, each possessing a palace, and from the brief information he had seen, he had managed to deduce the key words. This was valuable intelligence, high-profile individuals whose heart changes would certainly stir public attention. But this led Ren to question Akechi's motives. Why would he reveal these names to him? For now, he had 4 theories. 1. Akechi was secretly assisting the phantom thieves by providing potential targets. 2. It was a test to see if Ren would pursue the suggested figures. 3. Akechi was using the thieves to deal with targets who he didn't have time to or couldn't be bothered to deal with. 4. He was attempting to divert the thieves from their current path, especially since they had directly taken down 2 members of the antisocial force. It all hinged on whether Akechi was the Black Mask, but the circumstances were highly suspicious. Ren decided to note down the names and their associated distortions, but resolved not to act hastily. He planned to discuss this further with Makoto, Futaba, and the other thieves. As Ren sprang out of bed, his movements startled a small, ethereal blue butterfly, causing it to flutter out the open window. I tried to wake you up, Mona called out from the couch, his tail swishing in amusement. I always tell you to go to bed early. Yeah. I blame Akechi. That guy can't stand losing, Ren grumbled as he hurriedly got dressed in his uniform. It's just a game of chess, it's not that deep. I seem to recall you calling for a rematch after Akechi beat you too. Sounds like you're both sore losers. Mona teased, a chuckle escaping him. I still won in the end, though. Ren retorted with a laugh, brushing off Mona's mischievous tone. After leaving Mona lounging on the couch, Ren dashed downstairs, where he found Sojiro preparing breakfast for Futaba, who was squatting on one of the kitchen chairs. Hey, look who's up. Ready to be painted like one of Kitagawa's French girls. Futaba teased, her laughter echoing in the cafe. Is that jealousy I hear? Don't worry, I can paint you too. Ren started to joke back, but he cut himself off as he caught Sojiro's stern look from the kitchen. In a completely platonic and artistic way, of course. Sojiro shot Ren a skeptical glance before turning his attention back to the stove, his focus returning to the food, which only spurred Futaba's laughter. Oh, Ren is in trouble. Futaba teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yet before she could continue to mess with Ren, a customer opened the door, startling her and causing her to scramble into Ren's room for protection. School was usually a drag, but today, Ren noticed that Kawakami seemed particularly exhausted as she stood at the front of the classroom. Looks like she's back to her maid job, Ren mused, observing her stifle yet another yawn during the lesson. Since he had last helped her, Kawakami had appeared rejuvenated, bringing a new vigor to her teaching. But now, the weariness had returned, casting shadows under her eyes and dulling her recent enthusiasm. I guess she did ask me to call her again. Ren thought as he remembered what Kawakami had told him before she left. Since she had been pretty shaken after he had given her the money, Ren hadn't taken her words seriously. People usually say things they regret whenever they aren't emotionally stable, so he could only assume that was the case since Kawakami had avoided bringing up the topic again. Though, along with her avoiding their last meeting, Ren had also noticed something else. Kawakami had become noticeably more lenient with him since their last personal interaction. She overlooked his occasional daydreaming during her classes, and even created opportunities for him to engage in activities beyond the standard curriculum. As the final bell rang, Ren gathered his things and met Shiho outside. They planned to visit Yusuke, who, according to Morgana's intel, lived in a rather dilapidated shack with his mentor, the renowned artist Madarame. As Ren let out a small yawn, Shiho giggled and playfully grabbed his arm. "Looks like someone could use a nap," Shiho teased, her laughter light and airy as they walked, making Ren smile. "I don't know, my dreams have been a bit too crowded lately," Ren joked back. "Sometimes, a man with a long nose hijacks them and tells me about how messed up humans are." Shiho laughed at his comment before her expression turned thoughtful. "You know, my dreams have been pretty vivid lately, but they are all usually pretty weird," Shiho shared, her voice full of intrigue. "Last night, I dreamt we were at a fancy ball with a grand orchestra, but it turned out we were inside a palace. Suddenly, a huge shadow demanded everyone dance, and the only way to defeat it was by fighting with the same rhythm as the music." The two of them began to talk about their dreams, and though Ren never really remembered many of them, Shiho had a long list of weird dreams she had been having. As they meandered towards Yusuke's house, their conversation shifted to the stark difference in the neighborhood's appearance compared to the rest of Tokyo. The buildings were worn and clearly neglected, just as Morgana had described. Arriving at Yusuke's dilapidated shack, Shiho paused, taken aback. "Whoa, this is where Yusuke lives. But the museum, where we took the class, was so fancy. Didn't Madarame own the museum?" "Yeah," Ren replied, his voice trailing off. It was weird for someone who had so much money, and was actually going out of his way to make more by selling copies of the Sayuri to live in such a place. If Mona hadn't actually confirmed that Madarame stayed at this house, at least somewhat regularly, he would have believed that it was all an act. "I mean, I knew what to expect, but still." Shiho sighed, her disappointment palpable. "I was hoping to see his painting in a proper studio. Let's just make sure we don't step on any rusty nails," Ren joked, lightening the mood as he knocked on the door. The door swung open promptly, revealing Yusuke, who greeted them with a flourish. "Ah, Amamiya-san, Suzue-san, just in time," he exclaimed, his expression pausing as his eyes landed on Ren. Stepping back, Yusuke framed Ren with his fingers, scrutinizing him like a piece of art. After a moment of silent appraisal, he finally spoke. "Have you altered your routine from usual, Amamiya-san?" Yusuke asked, his tone both curious and awed. "Is there a problem?" Shiho asked with some concern. "On the contrary," Yusuke replied, his voice filled with a newfound excitement. "He perfectly embodies the ideal subject for my next piece. There's a certain essence about him, hard to articulate, that surpasses even what I had anticipated. This requires a reconsideration of the painting I had planned. Ah, I must apologize for getting distracted. Please, make yourselves at home while I prepare for the session," Yusuke said, his tone elegant and apologetic. "Should you desire tea or water, do not hesitate to inform me." He ushered them through his modest living space into a small art studio, where a canvas was already set up amidst an array of paints. Yusuke's enthusiasm was clear as he scurried between rooms, collecting various art supplies. Returning with a larger canvas and a set of pristine white sheets, he instructed. "Please, disrobe and drape these sheets around you like a robe. I find it necessary to alter the pose for today's session." Shiho gave Ren a wide-eyed look, silently mouthing. "Did he just ask you to get naked?" Ren chuckled and began to remove his school jacket, giving Shiho a playful wink. "You're welcome to step out or turn around if you prefer." Blushing, Shiho quickly retreated to the doorway, pausing to try to take a sneaky glance behind her, only to catch Ren's smiling face. "Perv," Ren said with a mischievous smile, causing her to blush harder and leave the room. Alone with Yusuke, who was arranging the setup, Ren asked. Can I at least keep my underwear on? Yusuke paused, considering the question seriously, before nodding. Certainly. Your member would have been obscured by the robe in any case. Once they had finalized the setup, Ren settled into the ornately cushioned chair, adopting a relaxed posture, as Yusuke instructed him to lean back and rest his arms casually along the back before calling Shiho to let her know it was okay to walk in. Shiho re-entered the room, sneaking glances at Ren, and not so discreetly snapping a photo with her phone. Ren was curious about Madarame and his connection to Yusuke. Still, he decided to hold off on his questions until the painting had progressed further, ensuring they were too deeply involved for Yusuke to consider kicking them out. In theory, they didn't need the information since they already had the information of the palace. Still, the thieves thought it would be good to know some information about their enemy before potentially encountering him in the palace. It could just give them a clue as to what his weak spot was. Perfect. Now, if you could please look around the room, Yusuke directed. Obediently, Ren's gaze wandered until it settled on Shiho, prompting Yusuke to exclaim. Stop, that is exactly the expression I was seeking. Realizing Ren was looking at Shiho, Yusuke momentarily dashed out and returned with a small ladder. Suzue-san, would you kindly sit atop this ladder? I need Ren to maintain that gaze, as though he is looking up toward the heavens. Shiho nodded as she carefully sat atop the small ladder before looking down at Ren. It was a little embarrassing, since he was only really wearing a blanket. But once she saw his friendly smile, she was able to calm down. How come I am the only one getting embarrassed here? Shiho asked, holding back her smile. Oh, I am quite embarrassed. I'm just good at hiding it. Ren said with a chuckle as he looked up at her. How intriguing. Yusuke murmured, almost to himself, as he observed the scene before him. He picked up his brush and dipped it into the paint, his eyes fixed intently on the unique picture formed by Ren and Shiho. The artist's strokes began to sweep across the canvas, capturing the moment with a fervent intensity that filled the room with the palpable energy of creation. Not gonna lie, I was kinda of avoiding the Yusuke chap, because I had no real idea what to make the painting, but as I began writing this chap, I came up with an idea. I tried to use AI to make it, but AI struggles with specifics, so no luck, lol. But I did at least come up with an image I am using as a reference. Here it is. As I said, it's not really what I had in mind, but it is a start. AI has an obsession with space or something because every time I tried to add details, it would just go unhinged and do omega space stuff. Chapter 84, The Painting. 2019 words. 4 hours, Yusuke painted with unwavering concentration, his brush strokes both swift and precise. A bead of sweat formed on his brow from the intensity of his focus. Shiho, perched silently on the ladder, exchanged playful glances with Ren, trying to communicate through subtle facial expressions in the quiet room. Ren and Shiho were both waiting to discuss Madarame, yet they refrained, not wanting to disrupt Yusuke's creative process. Eventually, Yusuke leaned back, a look of deep satisfaction washing over his face as he viewed the painting from a distance. It is perfect. I believe I am finally close to capturing the essence that rivals the Sayuri, he declared, his voice tinged with a sense of achievement. His eyes gleamed with pride as he admired his work. Noticing Yusuke's pause, Ren seized the opportunity to speak. Yusuke, have we reached a good stopping point for today? It's been quite a while, and I think Shiho might need a break from sitting on that ladder. Yusuke hesitated, about to dismiss the need for a break, but noticing Shiho's slightly strained expression, he sighed. Actually, I am a bit uncomfortable, Shiho admitted, her voice betraying a hint of discomfort. I wouldn't mind stretching my legs, though I can sit a bit longer if you need me to continue. Yusuke, now visibly torn, finally nodded in understanding. I appreciate your dedication, but let us conclude for today. The light is fading, and I can continue with fresh eyes tomorrow. Amamiya-san, your cooperation has been invaluable, he said, bowing deeply in gratitude. As Shiho carefully climbed down from the ladder and began to stretch, Yusuke turned to her with another respectful bow. Suzue-san, my thanks extend to you as well, Without your presence, the emotional depth of this painting would have been lesser. Shiho responded with a bright smile and a playful thumbs up. Anytime, Yusuke. Together, they approached the canvas to inspect Yusuke's progress. Shiho gasped in surprise at the depiction, while Ren's gaze narrowed thoughtfully, taking in every detail of the image that Yusuke had so meticulously crafted. The painting used a palette dominated by deep blues and accents of gold and silver, evoking a serene yet melancholic atmosphere. At the center of the illustration sat a man nestled among the ethereal clouds of the night sky. His posture was relaxed, yet his expression was complex. His eyes were filled with longing and a sorrowful sense of absence. His eyes wander as if searching for something forever lost. The full moon in the background cast a gentle, solemn light over the scene. Its light highlighted the golden chains, draped elegantly yet somberly around the man's arms and neck. While delicate, the chains restrained the man, who neither resisted nor embraced them. From within the clouds, dark shadows, like tendrils, were reaching out to the man, gently enveloping him near the chains. His eyes, a striking golden, echoed the chains' reflective luster, while his pure silver hair starkly contrasted against the night sky. I have titled this piece Humanity, Yusuke announced, his voice filled with pride as he regarded the unfinished painting. Whereas the Sayuri captures beauty within the bounds of human sorrow, humanity explores the essence and absence of beauty that resides within our souls. Shiho, intrigued by the theme, asked, "Could you explain on why you chose this direction?" With an enthusiastic smile, Yusuke gestured toward the figure in the painting. Our subject here, nestled among the night's ethereal clouds, is simultaneously free and bound. His golden eyes, mirroring the chains that adorn him, reflect the paradox of his existence, radiant yet burdened with grief. His white hair starkly contrasts the somber backdrop, symbolizing the purity of his isolation. The shadows, they seem almost alive, reaching for him. Ren muttered as he looked at the eerily familiar tendrils. Exactly, Yusuke nodded. These shadows represent the night itself, trying to envelop him. This subtle embrace by the darkness symbolizes the parts of our spirit that remain untouched by the light of day. And the chains? Shiho questioned further. They are symbolic, Yusuke explained. These golden chains reflect the moon's solemn light, but are, nonetheless, chains. They signify the unseen bonds that tether us to our destinies. He bears them without struggle, suggesting perhaps an acceptance of fate, or a resignation to the inevitable. Ren studied the painting for a moment longer, then turned back to Yusuke. So, what exactly does humanity mean in this context? Yusuke's smile widened, proud of the intrigue his work had sparked. Humanity is an invitation to reflect not just on who we are, but on what we fundamentally lack. It challenges us to confront our inner voids and find beauty not in what fills them, but in the void itself. As Yusuke delved deeper into the symbolism behind his painting, his stomach betrayed him with a loud, unmistakable grumble. "Ah, I must apologize," Yusuke said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his refined demeanor. "It appears I have neglected my need for sustenance today." Ren and Shiho exchanged amused glances before Shiho offered, "Why don't you join us for a meal?" "It's on us." Yusuke's expression momentarily brightened. "Truly. I would not wish to impose. It is I who should be extending hospitality, given your patience today. However, I must confess, my current financial circumstances are somewhat limited." Ren laughed softly, dismissing Yusuke's concerns with a friendly wave. "Don't worry about it. What kind of food are you in the mood for?" Yusuke pondered for a moment before answering. "I have a preference for dishes that are nourishing and hearty," as his stomach punctuated his words with another rumble. "Sounds like we should find somewhere with plenty of options then," Ren said, leading the way out of the studio. The trio strolled through Tokyo's bustling streets and eventually settled at a sushi restaurant. Yusuke appeared hesitant to order anything substantial, but Ren decided to treat him to an assortment of sushi. "Think of it as a reward to yourself for getting so much of the painting done," Ren said with a chuckle, as he saw Yusuke staring down at the food with hesitation. "I am grateful, truly," Yusuke replied, eyeing the dishes before him. "I typically abstain from indulgences, as Madarame taught me that true artistic spirit often flourishes in the absence of excess. At the mention of Madarame, Ren's eyes glowed slightly as he asked. Madarame, what is he like? Yusuke's expression softened with admiration. He is an extraordinary mentor. My mother was his disciple, and following her passing, he took me in out of respect for her memory. Everything I know, I owe to his guidance. Shiho interjected, a hint of skepticism in her tone. That's interesting, because I read some mixed reviews about him online. While his art is generally praised, some former students seemed quite unhappy with him. Yusuke's brow furrowed slightly as he heard her. Those students simply failed to appreciate the opportunities he provided. After he offers so much to us, it is only fair he expects something in return. They also lacked the resolve to meet his expectations, which are, admittedly, quite demanding. Ren probed further, intrigued by Yusuke's defense. What kind of expectations does Madarame have for his students? What does he ask for? Yusuke paused, his chopsticks hovering mid-air. It's nothing. I apologize, but that is between Madarame and his students. Though I can assure you, it is nothing unethical. As they continued their meal, Ren tactfully changed the subject to keep the conversation light, but insightful. I see, I was amazed when we went to the museum. It seems impressive how diverse Madarame's portfolio is. The pieces at the museum suggested he's mastered numerous styles, each distinctly unique. Almost as if they were done by different people. Yusuke hesitated for a moment before he nodded, his expression turning contemplative. Though it was clear he was starting to become guarded. Madarame is a man of many talents. He has mastered countless styles throughout his life. I usually enjoy painting in an abstract manner. However, for humanity, I decided to go for a different style to suit the painting. After his answer, Shiho subtly nudged Ren under the table, telling him to ease off the hard questions before Yusuke got angry. Turning to Shiho, Ren couldn't help but smile as he gave her a subtle wink of acknowledgement. After some casual chatter, Ren revisited his earlier curiosity, with a gentle question once Yusuke had relaxed again. I couldn't help but notice the condition of the house you and Madarame live in. It seems quite modest for someone of his stature, especially considering he owns a museum. Does he actually live there? Indeed, Madarame frequently resides in our modest dwelling. Although he was away for work today, he typically spends considerable time in his private studio at home. The museum, you see, is his singular investment in public outreach, Yusuke clarified, his tone reflecting a mix of pride and reverence. He envisioned it as a platform to exhibit his works and ignite artistic passion among visitors. This is also why he organizes art classes accessible to all skill levels. Remarkably, he donates nearly all the proceeds from the museum and these classes to further support the arts. Hearing this, Shiho's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm, looking to Ren for approval before asking her question. Hey, speaking of art classes, would you mind giving us a few extra lessons or tips? I've been practicing almost daily since our last session, and while I am improving, I'm not quite sure what direction to take to properly improve. Yusuke's face lit up with a warm, sincere smile at her request. Absolutely, it would be my pleasure to offer guidance to a fellow artist. I am grateful for your help today and this delightful meal, so it is only fair that I reciprocate. Though my schedule is often filled with my own artistic endeavors, I will make time to provide you with some tips and further instruction. Shiho's question seemed to ignite a spark in Yusuke, who quickly became animated and curious about her artistic journey. As Shiho began to explain her experiences and the progress she had made, Yusuke engaged deeply, nodding appreciatively or shaking his head when suggesting a different approach. Initially, Ren and Shiho had hoped to probe further into Madarame's affairs, particularly to uncover more about his potential distortion and ways to defend against it. However, it became apparent that Yusuke was closely guarded about his mentor, showing no signs of suspicion or awareness of any wrongdoing. Realizing that they were going nowhere, they decided to wait until after they had investigated the palace to try to gather more information if they needed it. Watching Shiho light up as she discussed her newly found passion for art, and seeing Yusuke respond with genuine interest and eagerness to help, Ren felt a warm smile appear on his face as he sat back to let them talk. Confidence. Yusuke Kitagawa, the Emperor, rank 2. Yusuke is a funky lad. He speaks weirdly refined English and also acts weird. But he is not consistently weird, because he sometimes speaks normally, so he is only 3/4 eccentric. He's a hard guy to write, I tell ya, lol. Also, I've been cooking up how I am planning the Madarame arc to go, and I have a really good idea of what will happen in it. Also, I bet y'all probably won't guess what the next palace after Madarame is. Things are going to get more unhinged, in a good way, from OGP5 from Madarame's palace onwards. Finally, if there is a confidant y'all been missing, let me know in the comments. Like I said before, I usually have a Google Doc with the confidants, and then randomly pick one. I was planning on focusing on party members, but I also want to go with the flow like always, so let me know, and I'll probably do a chap about them soon. The reason for setting up Kawakamis is cause of John Red Sea. Chapter 85, The Doctor and the Maid. 3078 words. Y'all, I gotta stop listening to music cause I end up cooking with surprise ingredients. Y'all gotta thank Epic, the musical, for this 3K word chap, lol. Echoing the previous day's exhaustion, Kawakami yawned repeatedly throughout her lesson, and the signs of fatigue were evident. Despite this, she persisted, trying her best to explain everything as well as she could. As class concluded, Ren was about to leave, when he noticed another teacher cornering Kawakami. Thanks to Ren's improved senses from using the scalpel, he could overhear what they were talking about, so he decided to try to step in. You're always leaving early and missing faculty meetings. Explain yourself, Kawakami. After what happened with Kamoshida, I am keeping an eye on all the teachers, and you are the most suspicious of them all, the other teacher, Miss Chano, demanded sternly. That? Kawakami faltered, a look of conflict crossing her face as she grasped for an explanation. It was then that Ren stepped forward. I'm sorry, that's on me. Ren admitted, his expression tinged with shame, which prompted Miss Chano to look surprised. Amamiya. Your fault? Miss Chano asked, her skepticism palpable. Adding to the shameful expression on his face, Ren spoke up. History's always been a struggle for me, my grades are barely passing. Since Kamoshida's attack, it's only gotten harder to memorize dates and events. I asked Kawakami to help me study after school, Ren confessed, his gaze dropping to the floor. Miss Chano and Kawakami took a step back in surprise, with Miss Chano covering her mouth with a gasp. I asked Kawakami to keep it a secret since I thought it was embarrassing, but I don't want her to get in trouble for me. Ren added, and both of their shocked expressions became even wider. That? Amamiya. I didn't know. Miss Chano said, holding back her emotions as she turned to Kawakami. I am so sorry for misjudging you, Kawakami. I'll ensure no other teachers hassle you. You truly are a saint. She then turned to Ren, adding, if you need a break or extra help during lessons, just let me know. Mr. Inui can also help you if you need it. Then, after taking a moment to apologize again, she walked away, leaving a speechless Kawakami. Ren, was that? Kawakami started, only for Ren to respond with a knowing wink. She looked stunned for a few moments before holding back a chuckle. No wonder you made it on TV. Your acting is actually scary. But thank you for stepping in. She acknowledged, her voice a mixture of awe and gratitude. After hesitating for a moment, Kawakami asked Ren to follow her to an empty classroom. Ren, about what happened last time. I'm sorry, she began, her words faltering as she searched for the right way to express her gratitude. I honestly didn't know what to do. I was too overwhelmed to discuss it, but your help was invaluable. Thanks to you, I managed to make the payment on time. I'm guessing the next payment is coming up, right? Ren asked, noting the slight conflict evident on her face. She paused, then reached into her notebook and scribbled down a phone number. You're a guy, so you must be pretty messy, right? She half-joked, attempting to lighten the mood. I mentioned it before, but I can help with cleaning, laundry, and even tutoring you in history if you need it. It feels wrong to ask again, but since you've kept everything secret, I trust you. I'd much prefer your help over dealing with some of my weirder clients. As she tore the page from her notebook, she hesitated before handing it to Ren, pulling it back momentarily. If you don't feel comfortable, don't feel like you have to. I want this to be your choice, okay? Her expression was earnest, emphasizing the gravity of her request. Ren accepted the paper and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry about it. As he walked home, Ren's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call from his resident mad scientist, inviting him to the clinic. Ren, can you come to the clinic? There's something important I need to discuss with you, Takemi spoke in a hushed tone, urgency in her voice. Curious, Ren responded. Sounds serious. What's going on? It's something I can only talk about in person. Let's just say I've hit a major breakthrough in my research, and an unexpected issue has come up with a former colleague, she elaborated, her voice lowering to imply the gravity of the matter. I'll be there as soon as I can, Ren replied, his interest clearly piqued. Upon arriving at the clinic, Takemi quickly ushered him inside and locked the door behind them. Are you part of the Phantom Thieves? Takemi inquired, her tone serious as she blocked the door behind her. Ren's eyebrows arched in surprise, though he had suspected such a confrontation might occur eventually. Why would you think that? Ren asked, maintaining an air of confusion. After the whole ordeal with Kaneshiro hitting the news, about how no one could figure out his sudden confession, I joked to myself that maybe the reason your blood was different was because you were a phantom thief. And then, this arrived. Takemi explained as she handed him a letter. Oyamada admitted to tampering with the medications and assumed full responsibility for the past incidents. They've offered me my old position back, and Miwa's parents have requested I resume care as her primary physician. She paused, fixing Ren with a serious gaze. I developed that new medicine using samples of your blood, and I've already used it to treat a patient. It was a success. The patient's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. At first, I thought perhaps you had a unique genetic mutation, an extraordinary adaptability in your blood. But after receiving this letter, everything clicked. Ren observed Takemi, noting the mix of triumph and doubt on her face. She had achieved her goal of creating a cure, yet now she harbored new uncertainties. She had personally analyzed the blood samples, dismissing her wilder theories as fantasy, but the contents of the letter had confirmed her deepest suspicions. As word of the miraculous recovery spread, her clinic gained a reputation for performing medical miracles. Although she had only used the experimental treatment on that one patient, the implications overwhelmed her. What if there are unforeseen side effects to the medicine? She pondered aloud, the worry clear in her voice. If something goes wrong, I'd be responsible for any harm done. I knew the medicine was safe, but now, I'm questioning everything. As Ren caught the flicker of concern in Tai's eyes, he exhaled deeply. He had hoped for a better moment, but circumstances forced his hand sooner than he was fully prepared. Locking eyes with Tai, Ren nodded. Yes, I am a phantom thief, Ren confessed, observing Tai's quiet nod of acceptance. Then, the medicine. Tai started, pausing as she processed the revelation. Shaking her head slightly, she looked at him intently. Ren. What exactly are you? The first time she had asked that question, she had done it as a joke, but now she was as serious as she could be. That question, it's more complicated than you might expect. But I can show you, if you're ready to see for yourself, Ren proposed, his gaze never wavering as he noted her hesitant nod. No longer obstructing the door, Tai followed Ren through the bustling streets of Tokyo. Her expression was a mix of determination and curiosity as they approached the subway station. Ducking into a secluded corner, Ren led her into mementos. The transition was startling. The mundane station morphed into an eerie crimson subway, the air thick with the scent of flowers. Tai's shock was palpable as she turned to Ren, only to find his outfit transformed and his normally dark eyes shimmering a bright gold. Welcome to the collective unconscious, Ren announced, observing her bewildered look before starting to explain. He had considered introducing Tai to mementos earlier, wanting to get her help to truly examine the changes that happened every time he used the scalpel. However, he had planned to wait until their bond had deepened, hoping for greater understanding and trust. Now, with no other choice, he hoped this bold move would bridge the gap between them, revealing the depth and sincerity of his other life. As Tai listened intently to Ren, her gaze sharpened more than he had ever seen. Her expression fluctuated with each revelation, settling into a slight smirk of intrigue as he concluded his explanation. Acknowledging his words with a nod, she finally broke the silence. This is really a lot to take in. Takemi sighed, her smile tinged with incredulity. To think such a place exists, a place that could fix even previously irreparable injuries. This actually explains your question about cognitive science when we first met. Ren observed her as she processed the information, ready to answer any questions she might have. However, before he could speak, Tai stepped closer and gently held his face, her eyes scanning meticulously, as if looking for something out of the ordinary. After a thoughtful pause, she stepped back. I see. Honestly, I want to feel upset, but if I were in your shoes, I probably would have kept it a secret, too, she admitted, her tone mixed with resignation and understanding. Looking around the surreal environment, she continued. But tell me honestly, my little guinea pig. You were hoping I'd uncover this, weren't you? Knowing how you handled the situation with Kaneshiro, it's clear you can be quite cunning. Ren met her gaze, his silence acting as his answer. Her slight chuckle broke the momentary tension. Don't worry, my little guinea pig. There's no need to say anything. I get it, Takemi reassured him, her voice softening. With a contemplative look, she then knelt to gather some of the unique flowers, carefully picking as many as she could hold. I think it's time we head back. I need some space to think this through and make some plans. Nodding his head, Ren spoke up. If you have any more questions, you can always ask me. Though I can't promise I know all the answers. Tai nodded her head, her slight smirk still on her face as she began to walk to the exit. I know. Arriving back at LeBlanc, Ren couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. The meeting with Takemi had gone smoother than anticipated, though he still felt uneasy about not having been fully prepared for it. Ren usually preferred to meticulously plan such introductions, but Takemi's intuition had been spot on. He had, in truth, allowed her to gather as much information as she seemed to need from his blood, considering he had already planned to introduce her to the metaverse eventually. Bringing an actual doctor or researcher into their group could prove invaluable. Until now, it had just been him, Makoto, and Futaba piecing together the complexities of the metaverse, limited by their lack of proper research equipment and resources. He had, in truth, considered inviting Maruki onto the thieves. He had been the one who sparked all of their research. Other than Wakaba, who had passed away, he was the person who knew the most about cognitive science. Or at least, he was the only person Ren could think of. If they got his mind into the group, they might be able to better protect themselves in the metaverse. However, now that Tai had put the pieces together, he was going to push Maruki's possible invitation further back. He preferred to be careful and only introduce one person at a time, and once that person became familiar with it, he would reach out to another person. Unless a perfect opportunity opened itself, he would probably wait. But as he thought back, he hadn't formally asked Takemi to join the thieves. She might not even be able to do so with her schedule as a doctor. As Ren rubbed his tense shoulders, his thoughts drifted back to his earlier conversation with Kawakami. Despite the afternoon's deviations from his plans, he had promised to call her later. With a weary sigh, he moved towards the phone in LeBlanc and dialed the number she had given him. Hello. This is Becky Blackheart. How can I help you? Kawakami answered, her voice laced with a playful tone. I could use some help cleaning my room, Ren replied, chuckling as he glanced around the already immaculate cafe. Oh, it's you, Ren. The fee will be the usual 5,000 yen. Is that all right? She inquired, a note of hesitation in her voice. That's fine, Ren confirmed. Soon after the call, the door swung open to reveal Kawakami in her maid outfit. Hello, Master Blackheart, she greeted with a cheeky grin before dropping the act. Sorry, is that weird? Force of habit. Ren chuckled and shook his head. I don't mind, he replied with a smirk. Kawakami surveyed the tidy space and commented. Sakura-san really keeps the place spotless. But I guess that's to be expected, running a cafe and all. Shall we see this disaster area then, she teased, following Ren to his room. The flowers he had planted over a month ago had bloomed, filling his room with a vivid crimson hue. The blossoms covered most of the shelves and walls, with several large pots suspended around the room. The floral arrangement created a tranquil ambience, making it a serene spot to focus or drift off to sleep. Ren often found himself gazing at the flowers before slipping into a daydream. However, as Kawakami stepped in, she couldn't hide her surprise. I was expecting a mess. She murmured, her eyes wide as she took in the serene order of the room. There is. I forgot to put my tools away last time, Ren said, gesturing towards the table cluttered with a few prototype tools, the only real mess in the room. As he spoke, he gently massaged his neck, stretching to ease some stiffness. What about food? Kawakami asked, noticing the cleanliness of the place. Are you hungry? No, I just ate not too long ago. But there are some leftovers if you're hungry. They are quite good. The recipe was improved by a scientist to optimize taste, Ren offered. Laundry. Kawakami ventured before shaking her head in dismissal. What am I even asking? If your room is this tidy, of course, you've done your laundry. She paused, recalling a previous conversation. That's right, you mentioned needing help with history, didn't you? Ren, however, shook his head. God, no. Makoto is already on my case about that, and I'm honestly at my limit with it. My grades are decent enough. I can handle being average in history. Kawakami opened her mouth to argue, then sighed, conceding his point. So, what do you want me to do then? I hope you're not planning anything strange, Kawakami said, her tone laced with a touch of wariness. Ren simply walked over to his work table and sat down. No, just feel free to relax. There's food and coffee downstairs if you want some. I have some work I need to get done. He wanted to distract himself with some tinkering, especially now that Takemi was in on his secret. With nothing requiring cleaning, focusing on a project seemed like the next best thing to allow himself to think. Kawakami looked puzzled as she asked. So you called me here just to rest? Yeah, pretty much, Ren replied with a casual shrug. You looked like you could use a break, and I don't mind having some company. Kawakami appeared taken aback, as she moved to stand behind Ren. After a brief hesitation, she placed her hands on his shoulders. Ren asked until he felt the pressure of her hands beginning to knead his muscles. I'm not an expert at this or anything, but it'd feel odd just sitting around while I'm here. And wow. You really are tense, she remarked with a light chuckle. Don't worry, Master Blackheart, I'll take care of these knots. Ren felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as Kawakami's initially tentative hands grew more confident, her technique improving with each movement. Wow, you seem to be carrying all your stress right here, she observed, her fingers pressing into a particularly tight spot, eliciting a slight wince from Ren. Chuckling slightly, Ren couldn't help but nod subconsciously. Yeah, you could say that. Kawakami continued her efforts for a few more minutes before pausing. She gave Ren's back a couple of friendly pats before sinking into the bed behind her with a soft thud. Well, that's about all I can manage for now. My fingers are starting to ache, so I'm going to take a little break, she announced, followed by a light chuckle. Is that okay with you, Master Blackheart? Ren turned his head to see her relaxing on his bed. That's fine. Actually, thanks for the massage, he replied, stretching his arms and enjoying the feeling of lightness. Aha, she responded, her eyelids fluttering closed as she quickly drifted off to sleep. Within moments, her breathing deepened as she pulled the blankets around her, shielding her face from the room's light. Ren suppressed a laugh, moved quietly across the room, and flicked off the light. He then found a comfortable spot on the couch to settle down. Night, he whispered to the quiet room, his eyes lingering on one of the flowers before he too allowed sleep to overtake him. Tilde confidence tilde. Sadao Kawakami, the Temperance, rank 3. Tai Takemi, the Death, rank 5. I find that music often really changes how I write. You should really check out Epic, musical, it is 10/10. I was already planning on doing Tai soon, but shout out to Weeby_ since I ended up adding her to this chap cause of him mentioning her. Now, all that's left is poor Chihaya, but she is hard to find a good spot for LOL. RIP Fortune, love your chaps, but you'll probably be forgotten for a while again. Also, Tai is not the only one who knows, or at least has a feeling that Ren is a phantom thief. Can you guess who the other confidant who knows is? Chapter 86, The Leader. 1947 words. Waking with a yawn, Kawakami shifted on the bed, still half asleep. It had been the most restful sleep she'd had in ages, filled with an odd dream where she won the lottery with random numbers, finally clearing her debts. As she nestled deeper into the blankets, she inhaled deeply, the scent of the blankets mingling pleasantly with the aroma of flowers nearby. Flowers? Kawakami murmured groggily, then her eyes snapped open. Realizing she had actually fallen asleep, she glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window. It was already morning. Her gaze darted around as she realized she was still in her maid outfit. A glance at the clock sent her into a panic. Crap, 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 she muttered, leaping out of bed and promptly stumbling to the floor with a heavy thud, jolting Ren and the cat asleep on the nearby table. Kawakami? Ren asked, sitting up from the couch and running his hands through his hair. Ren? She exclaimed, surprised by his proximity as she scrambled up. You slept on the couch. Confusion tinged her voice. The cat beside him glanced at her with what seemed like a mischievous smirk before turning to Ren and meowing. I think she wanted you to share the bed, Mr. Casanova. Wait, no, that's Sojiro's title. Maybe Sensei. You'll have to teach me your secrets when I turn into a human. Mona teased, stretching leisurely. Ren brushed off Morgana's teasing, his concern focused on Kawakami. Whoa, are you okay? Ren asked, noticing her bleeding leg. Yeah, oh no, I broke your glasses. Don't worry, I'll replace them, Kawakami said with worry, noticing the shattered frames beneath her. She had accidentally crushed them during her fall, causing a shard to nick her leg. Quickly, Ren fetched a medical kit Takemi had given him to practice before. Don't worry about it. Take a seat, he directed calmly. As she perched on the bed again, Ren cleaned the wound with efficient movements. Oh, it's just a small cut, he remarked with a chuckle, securing a band-aid over the scrape. There you go, all fixed up. Kawakami blushed, embarrassed by the fuss over how much of a mess she had made after just waking up. She then leaped to her feet, realization dawning. Crap, I'm going to be late for school. I need to change. Thanks for letting me sleep here, she rushed, hastily gathering her belongings and darting out the door. After school, Ren gathered the phantom thieves on the rooftop to update them on recent developments, including Takima's discovery and the new palace intel from Akechi. Together with his suspicions about the information. The team was receptive to the idea of Takemi joining, given Ren's previous hints at her potential involvement. As the meeting progressed into strategy discussions, Morgana raised a concern. I haven't mentioned this before since our numbers were manageable. But if we continue to grow, sneaking into palaces might become more challenging, Morgana explained. Why's that? Ruji asked. The more the merrier, no? Makoto shook her head, responding to Ruji's optimism. No, Morgana's right. We already have 7 members, not including Takemi, who doesn't even have a persona yet and hasn't officially joined. Remember Kaneshiro's palace? Managing everyone's presence was tough, and we had a few close calls where we almost alerted the guards. That makes sense. But isn't it riskier with fewer of us? Shiho chimed in, her concern evident as she looked at the group. Not necessarily, Morgana countered, shaking his head. Our strength as thieves lies in stealth. The more commotion we cause, the more we risk tipping off the palace ruler, raising the security level. Over-alerting them could cut even our exploration short if it gets too dangerous. That's right. Ren said with a nod. Kamoshida might have been a weak palace ruler in comparison, but we were able to survive those first few explorations thanks to us sneaking around. The only time we actually struggled was when we were caught off guard, or when we deliberately exposed ourselves to help awaken Anne's and Rouge's persona. As he saw the group nod, he continued. Before we met with Morgana, we didn't have a clue as to what we were doing, but we still managed with just the 4 of us. With our current training, we can focus on efficiency over numbers. And looked down, adding quietly. I guess we did have a few close calls in Kaneshiro's bank. We also have 2 navigators, 2 leaders, and 2 people who can heal and support. If anything, we need to find another person who specializes in tanking and dealing physical damage like Rouge. Ren added. Morgana, not to be overlooked, proudly spoke up. I might not have Futaba's perceptiveness, but remember, I can transform into both a car and a helicopter for quick escapes. Makoto listened intently, her expression one of hesitation, as she processed Ren's suggestions, but chose to remain silent for the moment. What about palace rulers? What if the palace is too dangerous? Shiho asked, her thoughts drifting back to their last challenging battle. We'll adapt our strategy based on the situation, Ren explained. If possible, we might split into 2 groups within the same palace, or perhaps tackle 2 different palaces simultaneously. The golden rule is to always play it safe. If things get too dangerous, we retreat and regroup. The group nodded in agreement. Rouge and Morgana, showing unwavering faith in Ren, nodded immediately. Shiho and Anne, however, were more reserved, their concern for Ren's and each other's safety tempering their enthusiasm. Makoto's nod was last, laden with caution, it came after a moment of contemplation. With the discussion concluded, the group agreed to pause for the day, allowing time to digest the strategy and prepare for their upcoming infiltration of Madarame's palace, and potentially another. As they began to disperse, Ren stopped Makoto with a call. Makoto, can we talk for a minute? Is everything okay? Ren asked, noting the slight tension in her demeanor. Makoto sighed softly. I know you've dubbed me your right hand, asking me to act as a backup leader in emergencies. But are you sure I'm up to it alone? Shiho is also very capable, and her protectiveness over the group might make her better suited for the role. She's been here longer than I have, too. Ren chuckled at her self-doubt. Do you know why I, along with everyone else, trust you with the role of leader? Makoto shook her head, her expression uncertain. I mean, you know me. I can be a bit awkward sometimes. Before joining you, I wasn't exactly social, and effective communication is crucial for leadership, she admitted. Ren smiled reassuringly, looking directly into Makoto's eyes to ensure his sincerity was clear. That's exactly why you're the right person for this role. Yes, you might feel awkward at times, but you're thoughtful, and you analyze situations deeply before making decisions. That's crucial for a leader. Makoto seemed to ponder Ren's words, still unsure. But Shiho, she's naturally protective and assertive. Doesn't that make her a better fit? Ren shook his head gently. Shiho is incredibly valuable to our team, no doubt. Her protectiveness is a strength, but leadership also requires the ability to weigh decisions critically and manage everyone's strengths effectively. She sometimes uses her healing skills for small bruises, before they are truly needed, which becomes taxing on her. If she were to act as a leader, any injury or mistake that happened under her watch would start to wear on her too much. Makoto still hesitated slightly. But remember the time in Kaneshiro's palace? When I was out, you immediately took charge, and found the best way to help us escape. You were the one who saw the damage on the floor, and because of you the palace didn't collapse on top of us. Makoto's expression softened slightly as she heard him. I guess I did manage that time. That time? Ren asked with a chuckle. You do realize that even in our study sessions you take the lead. As long as you trust your gut, and don't overthink it, you will make the perfect leader. Ren. Makoto said softly as she looked at his smile, a soft blush appearing on her face that quickly got replaced with a determined expression. I hadn't looked at it that way. Thank you, Ren. I'll do my best not to let you, or the team, down. Ren nodded with a confident grin. I know you won't. We all trust you, Makoto. A soft smile appeared on Makoto's face as she nodded. With her confidence restored, Makoto left the rooftop. This prompted Morgana to emerge from his hiding spot, a mischievous glint in his eye. Hee. I knew I could trust you. I noticed Makoto's hesitation, so I snuck back to see how you'd handle it. But you've proven once again why I made the right choice sticking with you, Morgana said, his tone playful yet sincere. Ren shook his head, amused. First Futaba eavesdrops on conversations, and now you. Isn't there something about privacy you folks are missing, he teased. Morgana laughed mischievously, as he leapt from his perch, and strolled confidently towards Ren. You know, after you explained about the Velvet Room, after you told me about my past connections to it, it got me thinking, Morgana began, pacing thoughtfully. Was I ever really human? I might have looked the part, but even that's debatable. Pausing in front of Ren, he continued. So if I'm not human, then what's my purpose? Why am I here? His voice carried a mix of curiosity and introspection more to himself than to Ren. That realization hit me, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm with you, I'll figure it out. And today's conversation. That was the final piece I needed. Is that so? Ren responded, a light smile playing on his lips. Yes, whether by fate or chance, being with you has given me purpose and clarity. I'm a phantom thief. Human, Velvet Room attendant, shadow, it doesn't matter. I know what I am. And you, our leader, always bring out the best in us. So, boss, what do you see when you look at me? Morgana asked, his smirk hinting at deeper questions. Ren's smile turned into a full-on grin, as his eyes began to glow slightly. I see a ghost who snuck into Kaneshiro's fortress, and stole the information we needed in just a few hours. A ghost who can sneak into not only palaces, but the houses of our targets unnoticed. The perfect spy that can walk around Tokyo without raising a single ounce of doubt. I see a phantom thief. Morgana cackled with delight, his tail flicking contentedly as he absorbed Ren's words. In that case, I'll follow you, boss. From now to the end. You turned me into a helicopter, I'm sure with you, the possibilities are endless. Even if it's only in the metaverse, that's more than enough for me. Tilda confidence tilde. Makoto Najima, the priestess, rank 6. Morgana, the magician, rank 5 rank 6. Tilde A-N tilde. Should I stop putting my notes at the end? I know there is a section where author notes are included, but I usually do them here in order to allow for paragraph comments. Depends on whether you guys see it as annoying or nah. I can be a bit of a yapper sometimes, lol. The solution I have to keep them is to put AN at the end and then drop a paragraph comment with this instead of putting it in the chapter. Using this chap as an example. Chapter 87, The Runner and the Challenge. 2,706 words. As the day for their initial infiltration into the palace drew near, the group opted to take a rest day to prepare. During this time, Ruja sought out Ren for support. Having been helped him so much before, Ruja wanted Ren by his side as he faced his former teammates. After school, Ruja led the way to the track team's meeting spot. A few students were there, stretching casually, but their expressions soured at the sight of Ruja. Sakamoto. What are you doing here? A dark-haired student demanded, his tone edged with hostility. Beside him, Takeshi, with a bandana tied over his brown hair, sneered. Thinking of crawling back now that the spotlight's back on us? Forget it, we haven't forgotten it was your mess that cost us last time. Ruja's initial hesitation shifted to resolve as he faced them squarely. I want to rejoin the team. Takeshi laughed dismissively. You can't be serious. Thanks to you, we lost everything back then. Now that we are finally regaining our privileges, we can't risk you screwing things up again. Ruja clenched his fists, inhaling deeply to gather his thoughts. Listen, back then. No, Takeshi cut him off sharply. We all dealt with the same crap, but we kept our heads down while you blew up. Ren had been quietly observing the exchange, but as he noticed Rouge's growing frustration, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stepping forward to intervene. It sounds to me like you're just embarrassed you didn't have the courage to stand up to Kamoshida. Isn't that part of the problem? If more people had the guts like Rouge, maybe Kamoshida wouldn't have gotten away with hurting so many people. The track team members frowned, clearly taken aback by Ren's blunt words. What the fuck do you know about standing up to, oh? Takeshi started, his anger faltering as he stepped closer and recognized Ren. Rumors of Ren's bold actions had permeated the school. In his first week, he had confronted Kamoshida, enduring a severe beating that landed him in the hospital, all to protect a friend. To many at the school, Ren was seen as the catalyst that finally brought down the king. He had arrived at the school with the reputation of a criminal, but perceptions had shifted dramatically after the Kamoshida incident. While some still viewed him as nothing more than a delinquent, the narrative around him had evolved among others. He robbed a store to feed his family. He beat up a guy who was harassing a girl. He sold drugs, but it was to fund his friend's surgery. As Takeshi took a step back, skepticism etched across his face, he muttered. Whatever. That doesn't change the fact that Kamoshida broke his leg, and from what I heard, Sakamoto wouldn't even be able to keep up with us anymore. Yeah, we don't need deadbeats on our team. Since Yamauchi took over as coach, we can't afford any dead weight, the dark-haired student chimed in dismissively. Yamauchi is the coach now? Ryuji asked, his surprise quickly turning into a frown. So you went from Kamoshida to Mini Kamoshida. The track team exchanged awkward and annoyed looks, and Takeshi stepped forward with a defensive edge. That's right, and he made me team captain. So, if I say someone can't join, they can't. And I don't want you, Sakamoto. Ryuji's frown deepened before shifting into a puzzled expression. Her. He seemed genuinely confused as he stepped back, glancing at Ren. That's fine. Ren chuckled lightly. I don't know, you tell me. The track team members looked at each other, bewildered, as Ryuji turned to Ren. Let's grab some ramen, my treat. Unless you want to hit up that maid cafe, I mentioned. You won't understand the appeal of maids until you try it. Ren laughed as he followed Ryuji. I dunno, man. I think I'm starting to see the appeal already. Behind them, the track team's faces were a mix of dumbfoundment and irritation as they watched the pair walk away. Yeah, that's right. You better run, Takeshi called out half-heartedly. Alright. See you all next time, Ryuji waved dismissively, leaving the track team to start bickering among themselves. Soon after, Ryuji and Ren reached a ramen shop. As they settled in, Ryuji pulled out his phone, beginning to search for different track teams not affiliated with schools. I'm thinking about trying out for the Kuriho Group track team, Ryuji mentioned, scrolling through his phone. Apparently, the owner founded it in memory of a friend who loved running. They've got branches all over Japan, including one nearby. Seems like they have a solid reputation. Kuriho Group, huh? Ren mused, his thoughts briefly wandering to the blue-haired detective who had mentioned she would visit LeBlanc soon, yet he hadn't seen her since. Shaking off the distraction, he turned back to Ryuji. So what went down back there? Ren asked, picking up his chopsticks. I don't effing know, man. I've been wanting to get back on the track team, feeling all guilty and stuff. But after they straight up said they didn't want me, I was like, F it, why I know. Ryuji replied, diving into his bowl of noodles. He slurped a mouthful before starting to speak. Ever since I joined the PH, a quick kick under the table cut him off. Fuck dude, I get it. Ren gave him an apologetic grin. Sorry, just a reflex. Nah, don't sweat it, man. I need to keep it zipped better. Anyway, ever since I joined the Persona Pals, I've realized I'm happy just doing our pal stuff. The pals welcomed me right away, so after feeling that, I figured why bother with people who don't want me around. Can't believe it took them throwing it in my face to see it. Ren chuckled as he reminisced about the stupid team name he had once suggested. Persona Pals. Ren muttered with a nostalgic smile before he looked curiously at Ruju. What's the story with this mini Kamoshida? Ruju scowled slightly. He's a jerk, always yelling at us, but then playing nice with our parents. Not as bad as Kamoshida, but still pretty crappy. Honestly, I feel sorry for the guys stuck with him. I kinda want to help them out. Ren's eyes glowed slightly as a mischievous smirk appeared on his face. Maybe we can give a final goodbye to your old team for old time's sake. A little gift from the pals. Ruju's expression matched Ren's as he nodded in agreement. As they continued their meal, the conversation drifted to more casual topics, the two friends lost in chatter and laughter. Hey, just a heads up, never tick off Shiho. She's been training in martial arts with Makoto lately, and man, she's turned effing scary. She's even thinking about taking up kendo to beef up her skills for our pal missions. I've hit the gym with her a few times, and dude, she absolutely demolishes that punching bag. Shiho. She's an angel. What are you on about? Ren teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha, maybe with you. But seriously, think about it. That girl's a beast. Considering how much she uses healing, buffs, and debuffs, you'd think she'd be wiped out in half an hour, but she's still going strong at the end of the day. Kid's big on physical attacks, but man, I get worn out so fast when I start zapping with my lightning. Ren chuckled, nodding in agreement as he answered. So what's next? You gonna start calling in a monster, too? Dude, remember that time we grabbed a bite after the gym, and I offered to pay? She ate so much freaking food. How does she stay so slim with the junk she puts down? She nearly made me go broke. As Ren walked through the streets of Shinjuku at night, he noticed the blonde fortune teller, Chihaya, wrapping up a session with a client. He had been considering getting a reading himself, before their next dive into the palace to see what fate awaited for them inside. Standing off to the side, his enhanced senses allowed him to eavesdrop on their conversation. I see great ruin coming your way. I think you should consider buying our holy stone to prevent it, Chihaya said, her voice laced with genuine concern. But, it's 100,000 yen. The younger woman hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Sayu. I am so sorry about what's happening at work, but this holy stone is the only way to prevent further misfortune. With its protection, I'm sure your boss won't overwork you anymore. Ren turned to look at them, activating his third eye to the maximum, as he looked at the holy stone. Ren observed them intently, activating his third eye to scrutinize the holy stone. Just as before, it appeared unremarkable. From his previous encounter, he knew it was just salt. Though the metaverse and his connections through the major arcana lent some credence to supernatural elements, this stone seemed merely a plain rock. Noticing Chihaya's earnest concern, Ren sighed as he watched the woman reluctantly begin to pull out her wallet. If they get scammed, it's on them, right? He muttered to himself before shaking his head and stepping forward to intervene. He couldn't stand by if Chihaya, who seemed genuinely intent on helping, was unknowingly spreading a scam. Oh, Ren! Chihaya exclaimed, her face lighting up as she noticed him. Just give me a second, I'm just finishing up here. Ren shook his head, turning to the young woman. Miss, would you like to see a magic trick? He asked, a playful twinkle in his eye. I am a dreamweaver, and I specialize in making dreams come true. Chihaya's expression shifted to a mix of concern and annoyance, misunderstanding his intentions. Ren, what are you doing? She asked, her tone edged with irritation. The woman looked up at Ren, her eyes suddenly alight with a flicker of hope. Is that true? With a theatrical bow, Ren nodded confidently. Indeed. But first, I need to know your dream. It sounds like you are having issues with your boss. What's his name? The woman nodded eagerly, leaning in closer. Yoto Mamano. Ren. Chihaya exclaimed again, the concern evident in her furrowed brow. With a theatrical snap of his fingers, Ren turned towards her and said, Miss Myfune, could you please reread the young woman's fortune? Chihaya stared at Ren incredulously for a moment before nodding reluctantly. You better not be making fun of me, she warned. However, As she laid out the tarot cards again, her expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment. Your fate, it's changed. Chihaya murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. How did you? While Chihaya grappled with confusion, the young woman jumped up, her face alight with hope and gratitude. Thank you so much. How much do I owe you? She asked, reaching for her wallet. Consider it a small gift from us, Ren said, gesturing towards Chihaya. After a few more expressions of thanks, the woman hurried off, leaving behind a baffled fortune teller. How did you do that? Chihaya asked, her eyes wide. Did you somehow learn to influence fate? Even I don't know how to alter it to such an extent, and you're my student. Could it be that you actually possess gifts of divination? You called yourself a dreamweaver, didn't you? How have I never heard of your faction? As Chihaya spiraled into speculation, Ren shook his head gently. No, I just made up all that stuff. Though I probably could have taken a different approach, he admitted, causing Chihaya to look even more puzzled. But if you made it up, how did you change her fate? Ren met her gaze, pausing thoughtfully before posing his own question. He hadn't fully realized it until now, but he could see why she represented her arcana. Tell me, what does the Wheel of Fortune arcana mean again? Chihaya looked slightly confused as she began to explain. The Wheel of Fortune. It symbolizes the randomness of life. How things happen by chance, and we are subject to the turns of fate. But? Ren prompted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Chihaya's expression brightened as she caught on. But it also teaches that while fate presents the circumstances, how we respond to them is within our control. Triumphs and setbacks are part of life, but the choices we make define our paths. You don't pick the hand that fate gives you, but how you play it is up to you. Ren said, echoing the lesson she had taught him before. Chihaya pondered this for a moment, then a realization dawned on her. So, you're suggesting that I embody the Wheel of Fortune. And it's my responsibility to guide people positively. But I already do that with the Holy Stone. The Holy Stone is just salt, Ren stated, his tone tinged with mild annoyance, which caused Chihaya to frown. Again with this. Chihaya began, but Ren quickly interjected. Think about it, you always suggest the Holy Stones when the cards predict bad fortunes, but how often do they actually work? Ren challenged her. They do work. I've seen it in the cards, Chihaya insisted, her expression troubled. I mean, it's not always perfect, but there have been times the stones seem to make a difference. Sometimes, one stone isn't enough, which is why it might not always work. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing Chihaya's resolve to defend her practice. What if the stone works only because people believe it will? Suppose someone was afraid to ask a girl out, so you saw reversed lovers, but after buying the stone, they gained the confidence to go through with it. Thus, fate changed to upright lovers. The stone could have been anything, a dirty sock even, as long as it gave him confidence, it would have had the same effect. Chihaya frowned deeply at his analogy. I don't appreciate where this conversation is headed, Ren. If you're here to mock what I do, then perhaps it's best if you leave. Comparing my holy stone to a dirty sock is too much. Ren opened his mouth to respond, but paused, sensing the tension between them thicken. For the first time ever, he felt the string of fate binding the two of them together begin to twist into a knot, almost as if the arcana itself was trying to reverse. I'm sorry, Ren said, exhaling slowly, his voice softening. As he apologized, he felt their strained connection begin to stabilize. Listen, I grew up around a lot of scammers and con artists, so I tend to recognize a scam pretty quickly. This isn't the first time I've seen something like your holy stone offered as a miracle cure. It just brings up some bad memories. I even wanted to believe in it at first, but... Ren explained sincerely, softening Chihaya's expression. Oh, Ren. I see now. I'm sorry you've had such rough experiences, but I assure you, my holy stones aren't part of a scam, Chihaya replied, her tone a mix of determination and sympathy. Ren sighed deeply before proposing. How about this, let's make a bet between student and teacher to see who can change the most fates. Your stone or my words? Wheel of Fortune versus Wheel of Fortune. I might not be a seasoned reader, but I know enough to give it a shot. A slight smile broke through on Chahaya's face. All right, if you can change more fates than my holy stone, then you'll have proven your point, she chuckled softly, adding, to think I'd have a student who challenges me with readings. Don't worry, you'll see the stone does help people. Ren shook his head slightly then agreed. Deal. But if I win, you stop selling the stone. Deal, Chahaya agreed, sealing their friendly wager with a nod. Now, let's begin with your reading, that is why you came here. Isn't it? Chahaya asked with a knowing smile since that was what the cards had told her before. Tilde confidence tilde. Ruja Sakamoto, the chariot, rank 7. Chahaya Mifune, the fortune, rank 3. Chapter 88, The Museum of Vanity. 3,949 words. 4K words LOL enjoy. When Chahaya got him his reading last night, she pulled out 4 different cards. The order of which was the 5 of Cups, the Reversed Emperor, the Tower, and the Star. Yet when Ren asked for an interpretation, Chahaya said that the meaning should become clear in due time. However, she felt as if the reading was not entirely directed towards his future, but the future of someone close to him, which is why she struggled to fully grasp the meaning. With her words, Ren left to go home in preparation for diving into the Madarame's distortion. Arriving at the palace, the phantom thieves were struck by the opulence before them. What once was a dilapidated house now stood as a shining golden museum. The architecture had morphed into a surreal, almost labyrinthine stack of golden cubes, each adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse subtly, as if breathing with artistic life. The thieves stood amidst a crowd bathed in the golden light from towering fixtures, the collective voices melding into a reverent chorus that sung praises of Madarame's genius. Each spectator awaited their turn to step closer to the heart of this gilded wonder. Unbelievable. And muttered under her breath, her eyes wide as they took in the scale of the building. Think he's compensating for something. Ren joked, a playful smirk appearing on his face. His art, you mean? Makoto turned to him, her brow furrowed in confusion. I've read from the rumors that he's been struggling with artist's block for quite some time. That's... Ruja started, stifling a chuckle. Yeah, that's probably what he meant. That's odd. Futaba mused, adjusting the visor over her eyes. Summoning her persona, she hopped into it and began her analysis. There are peculiar readings from the palace. It's usually clear if something unusual is happening, but the map seems partially scrambled, with countless paths leading back to the same place. As the group tried to digest Futaba's findings, Shiho pointed out. Hey, notice all the windows. Couldn't we sneak through one and break in that way? Yeah, we could even use the Mona helicopter to fly into one of the upper windows. The higher we go, the closer we should be to the treasure, right? Ruja suggested before Futaba interjected. No, the windows are giving off strange readings. They should lead inside, but it's almost like they open into their own little worlds. If we break through, I'm not sure where we'll end up. I see, Ren said, activating his third eye skill to peer through the windows, noting the odd blue light each window emitted. In that case, we should avoid the windows for now. Remember, this is just a reconnaissance run, we are not exploring the entire palace today, so we don't need to venture too far. With a plan forming, the thieves circled the outskirts of the palace, eventually splitting into 2 groups as they discovered separate openings. A window left ajar, and a lightly guarded service door. Their hearts pounded with the thrill of the heist ahead, each step forward cloaked in the shadow of the towering golden museum. As the cool night air brushed against their faces, Ren, Futaba, and An slipped through the service door, silhouetted against the moonlight. The room they entered seemed to distort reality, with walls that bent inward before snapping back, as if breathing. Watch your step, Ren advised quietly, his eyes carefully tracking the unsettling movements of their surroundings. The floor, though seemingly solid, rippled with each step as though they were treading on the surface of a disturbed pond. The room's lighting flickered weakly, casting an unsettling glow over the golden walls adorned with dark, twisting patterns that seemed to pulse with life. Futaba summoned her persona and began to analyze the room. Though curiously, her persona became practically transparent now that they were in possible danger, hiding her from the eyes of any shadows around, though if they looked closely, they might still be able to see the strange outline of her persona. After a few moments of analysis, Futaba spoke up with some caution. There's something off about this place. Enemy signatures keep popping up and vanishing. Watch out near the paintings. She paused briefly before adding. This whole area's a maze. Some paths just lead to dead ends, like parts of the map are just missing. But I've got enough clear sections to navigate us through this chaos. As the group ventured deeper into the room, they saw countless paintings, each slowly changing as they looked at it. Each painting went from a slightly flawed piece of art into a pure masterpiece. However, afterward, they lacked a piece of their essence. Drawn to one such piece, and spoke up. Look at this, she observed, her voice a blend of wonder and concern. It starts as something so raw and genuine, then transforms into something completely different. It's more polished, but less real. Continuing her analysis, Futaba was able to discover the meaning behind the paintings. These originals are by his students, she deduced. And then improved versions. Those are Madarame's recreations. He's not merely copying them, he's stealing their emotions and stories. I can see it all through Necronomicon. As Ren activated his third eye skill, his eyes began to glow subtly. Strangely, he noticed countless peculiar movements within the paintings and observed that their solid texture had altered to resemble something more fluid, like water. Ren took cautious steps closer to the painting, ready for any surprises, before a shadowy arm suddenly extended and swiped at him. From it, countless more arms surged forth, grasping, eager to drag anything, or anyone, into the canvas with them. But all the arms could reach was the air. So that's what's been causing the weird readings, Futaba noted with surprise. There are shadows inside each of the paintings, but they only show up on the radar when they attempt to break out. This also explains the weird readings I got from the palace. If the paintings can act like a doorway to another location, no wonder I see so many paths. As Ren's eyes analyzed the shadows, desperately trying to drag him in, he couldn't help but ask. These shadows, they aren't normal, are they? It was a strange feeling, but he could tell they were different for some reason, almost as if they were feral animals. Futaba went quiet for a moment before speaking up. You're right, these shadows are unlike the others. They aren't tethered to the palace's central will. They look like they will attack anything in their path, even Madarame. Or well, maybe especially Madarame. Ren analyzed the strange shadows that had retreated back into the painting before he let out a chuckle. So Mr. Perfect Teacher also knows that a good portion of his students hate him. It was strange to see a part of the palace that was actually hostile to the ruler. Still, if Madarame was aware of the former students who kept trying to expose him and ruin his reputation online, it would only make sense that a part of that fear would manifest into the metaverse. As they walked through, Ren couldn't help but let out a strange expression as he crouched down and touched the floor, feeling an extremely faint connection with it. It was a brief connection that almost went unnoticed, but from it, he could learn a small piece of information. He is afraid of this room. A place like this would usually be hidden away, as far as possible from the treasure, or in a safe and contained room in the depths of the palace. So it's weird for it to be so close to the entrance. Ren muttered, not entirely sure as to the explanation. As they continued to move through, they noticed that the room seemed to pulse with a silent rhythm, the air slightly heavy thanks to all of the hostile shadows waiting to pounce on the next unsuspecting victim. Every one of these pieces, all of the shadows. And whispered, her eyes reflecting the shifting images, each one represents a stolen dream. Anne's expression was somewhat heavy, as she looked at all of the twisting artworks. It's weird, but I can also feel the anguish from the paintings. I have never really been an art kind of person, but standing so close to it, I can feel just how much everyone trapped inside is hurting. After a few more minutes of exploring without finding anything new, Ren looked up at Futaba. What's the best way out of here? Futaba's eyes focused on the map in front of her, as she began to figure out the best route forward, trying to sort through the countless paths her persona was detecting. If this were a normal palace, she would be able to navigate without issue, but the countless paintings lining the walls were overwhelming her mapping capabilities. I've got a route. There are some security lasers up ahead, but I should be able to take care of them, she confirmed, her voice echoing slightly in the stillness. As Makoto, Mona, Ruji, and Shiho quietly slipped through another open window, they found themselves in a dimly lit corridor leading to a smaller, more secluded display room. Despite its darkness and sense of abandonment, paintings adorned every wall. Makoto surveyed the seemingly empty room. Before anyone could take a step further, she raised her arm, halting the rest of the thieves. Her instincts screamed that danger lurked close by. Dipping into her pouch, she retrieved a smoke bomb crafted by Ren. With a press of a button, smoke began to billow softly, filling the space. The expanding smoke soon unveiled a series of previously invisible lasers that had been surrounding them without them noticing. Mona, Makoto commanded sharply. With a determined nod, the small, agile cat started navigating through the smoke. His movements were swift and precise, expertly weaving through the lasers. Moments later, the sound of electric buzzes filled the air as the lasers deactivated one by one. As the smoke cleared, Mona returned to the group, a sly grin spreading across his face. His tail flicked contentedly as he announced, "Area's secure. We've got about 30 minutes before the lasers reactivate. Let's make it count," he said as he carefully put away a small item Ren had crafted into his pouch. Ren had spent some time researching with Futaba to find different items that would work thanks to the collective unconscious. One of them was a small prototype that could overwhelm a security system from a very popular show. It might not work on more advanced systems, but the museum did not have the highest level of security. Exploring the now safe room, the group encountered countless portraits depicting individuals of various ages. Toda Yasunari, age 24, Shiho announced, scrutinizing one of the paintings. Ishibashi Tomohiko, aged 34, Ruji added, eyeing another. As they continued to survey the cleared area, a look of realization dawned on Makoto. I recognize this name. I did some digging before we came here. One of his students, Mitsui Sozui. She paused, pointing at a painting that bore a striking resemblance to a profile picture she had seen. All these portraits, they must be his former students. The chilling realization prompted further inspection from the group. Shiho was the first one to voice her unease. It's like he's showcasing them as trophies. Their expressions are void of emotion. It's eerily similar to the distortion we saw in Kamoshida's castle with those paintings of my volleyball team. Her tone was tinged with disgust. For real. Ruji muttered under his breath, deep in thought. As they observed the paintings, the group noticed subtle shifts in the images. Some depicted the person within at different stages of their lives, while others remained nearly static. However, they couldn't entirely understand the reason for the changes with just the paintings. It's kind of odd for this place to look so abandoned and empty, no? Mona mused, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. With the crowd outside, you'd think this place would be buzzing. Makoto, with her eyes narrowed in thought, responded after a moment of silence. It's because they abandoned him. This place feels so empty, maybe he doesn't want outsiders to see what became of his students. Or perhaps he's just too stubborn to let any real people in here. Having gathered enough information, Makoto cautiously approached the doorway, scanning for any hidden dangers. She signaled Mona, guiding him to lead the way into the next room. Since he was the most stealthy out of the group, he served as a scout and was able to disable most of the traps along the way. As they methodically cleared each room, they soon encountered a few guards. Preferring to avoid drawing too much attention at the moment, Makoto instructed Mona to slip into the shadows and create a distraction, allowing them to bypass the guards unnoticed. The abandoned sections of the museum all looked the same, with endless portraits of Madarame's students lining the walls. It was astonishing how many students he had apparently taught. If not for the rumors of him stealing their work, they might have admired his dedication to teaching. Wandering through the dark, forlorn hallways, Makoto stopped abruptly at the sight of two familiar paintings. Ren and Shiho. She uttered, taken aback. But how? We never studied under. Shiho started, her surprise turning to realization. The art class. Recalling the details, Shiho continued. It was strange, they asked us to hand in our paintings at the end. I didn't think much of it at the time since I was distracted. But later, when I tried to get my painting back, the museum said it was kept for a young artist's showcase they do every few months. He's even stealing art from folks just dropping in for class. But why though? It ain't like most of those people are actually that good at art. No offense. Ruji asked, his expression a mix of confusion and frustration. The rumor I read suggested he's hit a major artist's block, so maybe he's using even the fresh faces to spark some new ideas. He's got the skills to crank out masterpieces, he just lacks the original ideas. Makoto explained thoughtfully. Then, after thinking for a moment, she shook her head. No, even then, it would take a lot of effort to improve a painting from a casual artist. Maybe he actually sees everyone who takes the classes he offers through his students as technically also being one of his students. Since I haven't met him personally, I can't say that I fully understand him. Absorbing this insight, the group pressed forward until a faint glow caught their attention. The light stood out starkly against the surrounding darkness and neglect. As they drew nearer, Shiho was the first to recognize the subject of the illuminated painting, Yusuke Kitagawa. This particular section, faintly lit by a flickering bulb, displayed Yusuke's life from infancy to the present, showcasing just how much time he had spent under Madarame's tutelage. This is so messed up. Shiho muttered, a note of distress coloring her voice. So the other paintings were changing because that's how long they spent with Madarame. As the group observed the flickering light above, Makoto spoke up. This one must be the only one that is still on because Yusuke is still living with him. But I don't see why it should be flickering like that. From what Ren told me, he should have absolute devotion to Madarame. The group looked at the flickering light with questioning eyes before Shiho's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh? As the trio maneuvered through the palace, Futaba's timely analysis alerted them to nearby guards. With a swift, shadow-like movement, Ren snuck up behind them. Summoning Tartuffe, he surprised a guard, who was soon engulfed by him and vanished into ashes just moments later after being consumed. Wow! And remarked, clearly impressed as she watched Ren neutralize the guard with minimal noise. Since when have you been able to do that? After dispatching the guard, Ren turned to her, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I'm not sure myself. After spotting that first shadow, I felt the instinct right of how to do it. It seems to work on the weaker ones if I catch them by surprise. But as we go deeper, I expect they'll resist and be able to break free to fight back. Before they could continue, they heard Futaba's voice in their head. Guard approaching, he'll be here in 30 seconds. Quickly responding, Ren and An exchanged a determined nod as they began their plan. With no good places to hide, Ren deployed his grappling hook to the ceiling, securing a quick escape route. As the guard approached, he noticed Anne, who was feigning deep interest in one of the paintings. This art. Madarame is truly a genius. Anne declared, adopting a tone of nobility, with a slight foreign accent to add credibility to her disguise. The guard, startled by her presence, raised his baton, yet as he saw her, he hesitated. Miss, I'm sorry, but the museum is currently closed to all guests. I'm going to have to escort you out. Oh, I am so sorry, Anne responded with feigned confusion and a charming giggle. I saw an open door, and assumed it was the entrance. I'm not familiar with how things are done in this country. I just had to see Madarame's artwork up close. Her performance effectively disarmed the guard, his suspicions momentarily eased by her convincingly innocent act. Just as the guard relaxed and reached to escort Anne out, Ren dropped from the ceiling, swiftly subduing him. He summoned Tartuffe, who enveloped and consumed the guard in an instant. And couldn't help but chuckle as she caught Ren's teasing smile. What? It worked, didn't it? She said, her cheeks coloring slightly. I was just practicing the character I was given for the movie, so that's why I had the accent. With an appreciative nod, Ren performed a theatrical bow and then posed a playful question to Anne, in that case, my lovely lady, would you care to fool some more shadows with me? Why, of course. I would be delighted to share the stage with you once again, and replied in a melodramatic tone, her laughter light and genuine. Just then, Futaba's voice cut through their playful exchange, bringing them back to the task at hand. Heads up, there's a group of guards just ahead, so be prepared for anything. Makoto surveyed the guards' patrol pattern with intense focus. If we alert one, the others will come running to assist, Makoto cautioned, turning to Morgana. There's a small room nearby where we can lure them in. It should allow us to handle them quietly without drawing too much attention. Morgana nodded and discreetly moved towards the door, making a loud noise inside of it in order to catch the guards' attention. Curious, the guards hurried toward the room to investigate. Ruji, you cover the right side, I'll handle the left. Shiho, keep watch for any additional guards. If more show up, use the smoke bombs to create a diversion, she instructed firmly. With a synchronized nod, they executed their plan. They ambushed the shadows in the confined space, quickly shutting the door behind them. Despite some muffled sounds of struggle, their careful preparation ensured no other shadows were alerted to their presence. Once the room was clear, they exited into a central hall that resembled the entrance of a bank, complete with a reception desk. They spotted a shimmering object nearby. A chest! Ruji exclaimed in surprise. These are showing up in palaces now. Approaching the chest, they opened it to discover a European short sword and a small cutlass, each emitting a strange glow. Morgana claimed the cutlass while Shiho took the short sword. However, their celebration was cut short by distant footsteps. They tensed, readying themselves, as Makoto noticed a guard's silhouette walking alongside Anne. Just as they braced for a confrontation, Futaba's voice rang through their heads. No more guards in the area. You can drop the disguise. Before their eyes, the guard burst into blue flames and transformed back into Ren, who quickly rejoined the group with Anne next to him. Damn, dude, I forgot you could do that, Ruja said, lowering his metal bat. It's pretty tiring, so I tend to avoid using it unless it's actually necessary, Ren said as he stretched slightly. There was a group of guards, but I managed to distract them while he picked them off, and added proudly. A few were stronger than others, so he had to escort me out to avoid drawing in too much attention. As the two groups reconvened, they shared their discoveries from each side of the palace. Once updated, they proceeded through a door to encounter a grand, golden statue depicting a spiral ladder crowded with figures that appeared to be in mourning. The Infinite Spring. Makoto read aloud from the plaque. A conglomerate work of art that the great director Madarame created with his own funds. These individuals must offer their ideas to the director for the rest of their lives. Those who cannot do so have no worth living. The statue clearly symbolized how Madarame exploited his students in order to create ideas for his art. So not only does he have that twisted room, but he flaunts this statue too. Anne remarked, her voice tinged with anger. I thought he'd be ashamed of plagiarizing ideas judging by how that other room looked like, but he's actually proud of it. Shiho frowned deeply as she processed the statue's meaning, then turned to Ren with concern. Hey, Ren. Do you think Yusuke's painting could also be at risk of being stolen? Ren thought for a moment as realization crossed his eyes. I see. I should have seen this coming. Ren muttered as he remembered the reading Chihaya had given him the day before. A reading that first signified loss, followed by a lack of structure and authority, which then led to upheaval and change, finalized by the hope and newfound purpose that the star brought. Newfound purpose. Ren mused, then addressed the group, his tone serious. I usually prefer to wait before inviting someone new to the team, especially when we are waiting on Takemi. But how would you all feel about the possibility of inviting someone else to join us? Let me know what you think of the double thieves perspective. For this one, I showed the different styles of infiltration. While Ren is a trickster and tends to use charisma and deception to sneak further in, Makoto is more analytical. Carefully planning and analyzing the situation before coming up with a plan to push forward. I hadn't noticed it before, but for Kaneshiro and Kamoshida, Ren mostly spoke, acted his way through. It failed at first with Kamoshida's castle because the guards were devoted, but he certainly did try to riz them up. He also basically fooled his way down the bank, talking his way into each security room, and then ambushing them when their guards were lowered. Also, some people asked before if he got the perks from confidant ranks or nah, and though I said he did, here is the first showcase of it in the metaverse. Shout out to Ruji, rank 7 LOL. Chapter 89, The Doctor's Elixir. 2,144 words. As they left the palace, Ren scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression. His eyes briefly glowed as he activated his third eye skill, but he saw nothing unusual despite using it. Is something wrong? Anne asked, noticing his distracted look. Ren simply shook his head in response. They had been cautious while selecting their infiltration point into the palace, and he reasoned that his sense of being watched might have been Igor taking a look at their progress since they had just entered a new palace. As dusk began to settle, Ren suggested visiting LeBlanc for some food since it had been a while since their last gathering there. By the time they arrived at the cafe, it was just closing up. Sojiro gave the group a thankful look as they saw Futaba walking in with them. How was your trip? Did you stay safe? Sojiro inquired, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he tidied the counter. Yeah, we got to see a lot of art. Futaba replied with a light chuckle, her eyes twinkling with mischief. That's good to hear, Sojiro responded warmly, grabbing his jacket. I'm off to restock some ingredients for next week. Let me know if there's anything special you'd like me to pick up, he added, turning to the group. That goes for all of you, too. I'm planning to make curry, but I'm happy to cook up anything else you're craving. After exchanging grateful goodbyes with Sojiro, as he departed, Ren slipped into the kitchen to start preparing food for everyone. Oh, Shiho! Anne exclaimed as she sat down on one of the tables, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Guess what? I spotted this adorable Buchimaru plushie while I was on my way to a shoot a few days ago. I bought it for you, so remind me to bring it next time, okay? Makoto, who had been quietly sitting nearby, looked up, her interest piqued. Buchimaru, she asked, with some curiosity and surprise. Shiho's face lit up with a nostalgic smile. Yeah, my grandma used to spoil me with Buchimaru toys when I was younger. They're kind of a comfort thing for me now, she admitted warmly. Wait, don't you have a Buchimaru pencil case, Makoto? Are you also a fan? Makoto smiled warmly, her fondness apparent, as she reached into her bag and pulled out a keychain adorned with a tiny panda. Yeah, I guess I am, she admitted with a soft chuckle. That's adorable. You have to come with us next time, Anne exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Shiho and I often visit this cute little shop near June's. It's a plushy haven. We could even grab some surprises for everyone else. Meanwhile, sitting at the bar table near where Ren was cooking, Ruji, Mona, and Futaba were engrossed in their own worlds. Futaba playfully scratched Mona behind the ears while peeking over Ruji's shoulder at his phone screen as he played the mobile version of Innocent Sin Online 2. You're still stuck on that level. Let me give it a shot, she chuckled, reaching for his phone with a grin. No way, Ruji retorted, playfully batting her hand away without taking his eyes off the screen. I'm about to beat this boss, just watch. Wait, why is your gear so crappy? Futaba frowned, noticing his struggle. I'm not spending money on loot boxes. It's not my fault the free ones never drop anything good, Ruji grumbled, focusing intensely on dodging the boss's attacks. You know. Futaba began, her voice dropping down to a whisper. The game's servers aren't exactly Fort Knox. We could possibly help you out with better gear and characters. For real. Ruji's attention flickered, leading to a fatal distraction in his game. As Ren finished preparing the meal, everyone gathered at a table to enjoy the food. After they had finished, Makoto asked the question that had been on her mind. It seems sensible to expand our group if we are going to keep splitting up for these missions, but are you sure about inviting Kitagawa? You don't know him that well, do you? Ren nodded his head, acknowledging her words. That's true, and honestly, the idea only really solidified after seeing that statue in Madarame's palace. From what little time Shiho and I have spent with him, I feel he might fit in well. But I'm not just going to hand him an invitation outright. What do you mean? Ruja looked puzzled. Are you planning to test him or something? Nodding his head, Ren affirmed. That's right. Depending on how he reacts, I'll decide whether or not to extend the offer. But first, we need to wait until Madarame makes a move on his painting. Given how dedicated he was to painting it when we modeled for him, he probably already finished it, so it should be happening any time now. Shiho furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with concern. Yusuke seemed so proud of his work. I wish we could help him before Madarame claims it. That might be tough, Makoto interjected. Madarame could very well claim it as early as tomorrow. But once we change his heart, even if he's taken credit, the work will rightfully return to Yusuke. Still, shouldn't we focus on integrating the doctor into our group now? Anne chimed in, her voice bright but hesitant. We are still early in our infiltration of the palace. It'd be a perfect opportunity for her to learn the ropes, and depending on her awakened persona, she could help us balance the teams. Futaba nodded, adjusting her glasses. I'm a decent navigator, sure, but I'm no fighter like Mona. If we had 2 teams of 4, with me navigating from a distance. Necronomicon can somewhat camouflage, and since I have a pretty good range, I might even be able to support both teams from the distance. Makoto's tone held a note of concern as he turned the conversation. Speaking of the doctor, have you heard from her yet? She wouldn't reveal our secrets, would she? Ren shook his head as he glanced at the clock, his expression neutral, but eyes sharp. No, I don't think she would have reported anything without first speaking to me. Though, weirdly, she hasn't contacted me. It's not too late yet, so I might stop by her clinic to see if she is still there. Do you want us to tag along? Anne offered. After a moment's contemplation, Ren shook his head. It might be best if I handle this alone. Most of you have met her, but I prefer to introduce everyone formally once things are more settled. After talking for a bit longer, Ren made his way to Tai's clinic, where a sign reading temporarily closed, call in case of emergency, hung prominently on the door. Hesitating, Ren pulled out his phone and dialed her number. Ren? Tai's voice, tinged with unexpected enthusiasm, rang through the phone. Great timing. Are you nearby? I'm actually right outside, Ren replied, only to be met with a sudden click as the call ended. Moments later, the clinic's door swung open, revealing Tai, looking both exhausted and enthusiastic. Get in here. I'm onto something interesting, she beckoned with a wave of her hand. Guiding him in, she walked him into the building, past the small patient room, where she usually conducted her examinations, and deeper into the building. Ren's gaze drifted over the chaotic array of medical supplies and machines. Yet, it was the assorted pots of flowers that truly captured his attention. Some blooms were ordinary, reminiscent of those found at Rafflesia, but others were peculiar, mirroring the flora Jose had introduced in mementos. These are the flowers from mementos. Did you go in by yourself? Ren asked with some concern. With a lively smile that contradicted her fatigue, Tai nodded. Yes, but I only skimmed the entrance to collect samples. I'm not a botanist, but I've started some preliminary tests. These flowers exhibit mutations akin to yours, she explained, stifling a yawn. Ren watched, fascinated, as Tai shuffled through a pile of scattered notes and charts, each densely packed with observations and theoretical models. Her fingers traced lines of data, her expression serious and focused. These mutations, Tai began, tapping a graph that showed a series of irregular peaks and valleys, they are not just random anomalies. There's a pattern here that corresponds with the physiological changes you've experienced, Ren. It's fascinating, really. She glanced up at him with a spark of genuine excitement in her eyes. If I can decode the underlying mechanism, it could revolutionize how we think about human adaptability and recovery. I could save so many lives with this medicine. There would be no more kids like Miwa. No more people whose lives get taken before they even get to live it. You have no idea how many people I have seen die because there was no cure, but now there is, or there will be. Ren nodded, impressed and slightly overwhelmed by her passion and depth of knowledge. This? You were able to figure out all of this in a week? Ren asked with some shock. How? Not a week, months. It's based on the treatment and data we've compiled with your assistance. Initially, since you were my only subject, my hands were tied. But now, with more diverse samples, I'm making much more progress. Tai continued, pulling out a small vial containing a light blue substance. Using the essence extracted from these mementos flowers, I've developed a prototype serum. It's still experimental, but the results so far are promising. It appears to accelerate cellular regeneration significantly. She paused, her gaze meeting Ren's. I need to conduct more tests to ensure it's safe and to understand its full potential. That's where I could use your help, Ren, not just as a subject, but as a partner in this research. You also mentioned that the flowers become more different the deeper one goes, right? You know more about the metaverse than I do, so with your help, I will be able to fully understand the medicine I am creating. Her tone was earnest, a rare glimpse into the depth of her commitment to not only her profession, but also to making a real difference. Ren could see a mixture of tiredness, excitement, pleading, and hope in her eyes. It was strange since her eyes had been somewhat dull when he first met her. She would go through the motions and even joke around, but it was clear that she was slightly closed off. And now, even with the exhaustion evident on her face, she looked the most alive she had ever been. Ren couldn't help but chuckle slightly as he nodded his head. I believe I've said this before, but consider me at your service, Doctor. I'm ready to be the Igor to your Frankenstein, he declared with a playful bow. Takemi let out a brief laugh before her voice softened. My guinea pig. She paused, then shook her head, smiling. All right, let's prepare for a preliminary test. However, Ren held up a hand, stopping her. Sorry, but you need some rest first. It looks like you haven't slept properly in days. And given how draining awakening a persona can be, you would probably pass out or worse if we took you to awaken. Takemi looked slightly conflicted for a moment before she nodded her head. Then, holding the urge to slap himself in the head, Ren asked the question he had originally come here for. Tai, I want you to join the Phantom Thieves. I explained the metaverse to you, but there is still a lot more that I can't tell you. If we had your help with our mission, it could really make a difference. Ren said. Well, I can't really refuse when you put it like that, Takemi responded, managing a tired yet genuine smile. You've helped me immensely, and all I've offered in return are some basic medical skills. So, if you need my help then, how did you phrase it? I'll be the Igor to your Frankenstein. Confidence. Tai Takemi, the death, rank 6. Yarl. I have some fun stuff planned for the Death Confidant. I don't want to spoil anything, but it is very fitting for the symbolism of the Death Arcana. Little perks of just going with the flow, because originally, I had an entirely different plan for Takemi. Also, since Yarl gave me permission to yap, here is a hidden detail. Ruju doesn't really say fuck, everyone knows that, he says F and its variations. But the 2 times I have had him say it in this story, was when he got kicked in the leg. Cause, why I know, that was his broken leg, so he is still more protective of it. Chapter 90, The Plague. 3,106 words. As they stepped into the surreal landscape of mementos, the thieves encircled Takemi, each reintroducing themselves. Makoto and Futaba, in particular, offered their greetings for the first time. So, how are we planning to awaken her persona? Are we going to throw her into a pile of enemies and hope for the best, like you did with us? Ruji asked, half joking. Takemi's expression wavered slightly, prompting her to look to Ren for guidance. That is, one approach, Ren conceded, then quickly added, however, I have a different idea in mind. I believe the main reason your awakenings worked was because you believed that Shiho and I had actually been captured. And well, we can't really do that here. The other way would be with a lot of emotional intensity, then. That's how mine was awakened. Since I was so angry with Kaneshiro, Makoto interjected. At that, Ren glanced at Futaba, who suddenly seemed taken aback. Oh? She murmured, catching everyone's attention. Feeling the weight of their stares, Futaba shifted uncomfortably, positioning herself so that Ren would act as a shield between her and the others before she spoke. There's another method, how I awoke my persona. The group leaned in, intrigued. Futaba's awakening was shrouded in privacy. Only Mona knew the details since he often wandered around LeBlanc and had managed to discover a few things. However, he had respected Ren and Futaba's decision and hadn't shared anything. I faced my shadow, and after I listened to her, I awakened my persona, Futaba revealed. Mona nodded in confirmation. Shadows and personas are two sides of the same coin. If you own a persona, you don't manifest a shadow in the same way. Your shadow embodies the parts of yourself you deny or hide. By confronting and accepting it, you can awaken your persona. Makoto pondered this before turning to Futaba. Hey, Oracle, did it hurt when your persona awakened? Futaba shook her head as she answered. No, it didn't hurt, Futaba replied. I just heard Necronomicon's voice, and then suddenly, it was there to support me. For real. You didn't have to rip off your mask. That part really hurt when I did it, Ruja remarked, a mix of awe and envy in his voice. Makoto nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense. Reflecting on Dr. Maruki's research, a persona represents the mask we wear to face the world. The awakening process is a dialogue with our inner self. So, if you can accept who you are internally before reaching that critical moment, you might not need to endure the physical manifestation of ripping off the mask. So, all I have to do is confront my shadow? Takemi asked, her tone laced with slight confusion. Since Ren had briefed her on the basics of the metaverse, she had primarily focused on researching the flowers, leaving little time to delve into cognitive science on her own. Even then, she still managed to keep pace with the group's discussion despite the barrage of new terms and concepts. Do you all know where to find my shadow then? She inquired, earning a confident nod from Futaba, who summoned her persona. Takemi's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the UFO-shaped persona, but she remained silent, observing it from the floor. I think I've located it, Futaba announced after a brief pause. It's not too far down. We should reach it quickly. I'll guide us there, she added, starting to chart a path through Memento's ever-changing landscape. Morgana transformed into his bus form with a leap, and though Takemi was visibly taken aback, she managed to suppress most of her surprise. As they descended deeper into Mementos, Takemi began to feel a mounting pressure, a discomfort she couldn't ignore. Is it just me, or is it getting harder to breathe? She asked, looking around at the group who seemed unaffected. Ren observed Takemi, as she struggled slightly with her breathing. That's odd. I assumed that by accepting to join us, Mementos would welcome you as a member of the Thieves, he mused. But perhaps, given that the public perceives us as possessing supernatural abilities, Mementos won't fully accept you until your persona is awakened. As he spoke, he summoned Tartuffe, who morphed into the form of Pixie, the smallest persona, who could also heal in the cramped space of the monobus. The gentle warmth seemed to ease her discomfort, steeling her resolve. Soon after, they reached a secluded corner of Mementos where a solitary figure with golden eyes, reminiscent of Ren's, stood. It was Takemi's shadow. Stepping out of the monobus, Takemi walked forward with the thieves flanking her, as they approached her shadow. When they drew closer, Ren signaled for the group to hold back, allowing Takemi to confront her shadow by herself. However, he stayed close enough to intervene if necessary. So, you must be my shadow, Takemi stated, studying her reflection with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Her shadow, wearing a wide grin that seemed to twist with malice, glanced over at the group before fixing its gaze back on Takemi. Its voice was dripping with contempt. Playing the hero again, aren't we, Takemi? The shadow taunted, prompting Takemi to recoil slightly in surprise. What? She responded, her confusion evident. Joining the Phantom Thieves now. First, you play doctor, now you play hero. Why do you insist on pretending to be something you're not? The shadow challenged, its tone sharp and probing. Takemi struggled for words, momentarily caught off guard. I don't know what you're talking about, she stammered. The confrontation with her shadow was more intense than she anticipated, especially compared to Futaba's more introspective shadow encounter. Takemi was anxious about making a strong impression on the group, but her shadow's accusations threatened to undermine her. We both know the real reason we became doctors was to escape the weakness that once consumed us, her shadow sneered, taking a menacing step toward her. Always trying to save others, but can you even save yourself? Or is this just a desperate attempt to prove you're not that helpless little girl anymore? A flicker of anger crossed Takemi's face, as she took a defiant step forward. That's not true. I'm here because I can make a difference, because I have the skills to save lives others can't. That's all there is to it. Joining the thieves will help me develop a medicine that could save everyone. Her shadow's laughter was hollow, mocking. Is that so? What about the girl, Takemi? The one you experimented on in your so-called noble quest. Were you saving her, or were you just trying to salvage your own tarnished reputation? You could have used other treatments, but you chose the risky medicine you developed with our little guinea pig here. Medicine whose effects you still don't fully comprehend. Don't you remember what happened with Aiko? Will you make the same mistake again? The shadow's accusation hit a raw nerve. Takemi's fists clenched tightly as her voice trembled with emotion. I did everything I could for her. I was trying to help. She's better now, healthier than ever before, and it's because I was willing to take that risk. If I had used the standard treatments, she would still be suffering from her sickness. Oh, really? Or are you just trying to justify your actions to yourself and these people? The shadow retorted sharply. You know the truth, Takemi. Your determination is shadowed by guilt and the fear of being seen as a failure again. Isn't it exhausting living with such a lie? Takemi's eyes widened, her defenses pierced by the shadow's cruel insights. Her breathing grew heavy, and she seemed to falter under the weight of her unresolved emotions and the oppressive atmosphere of mementos. As tension mounted, the air around them charged subtly, alerting the thieves to the escalating confrontation. Ren, you need to intervene. Her shadow is about to lose control. Futaba's voice rang out urgently. Ren sprang into action, but before he could reach her, Takemi shouted back in a burst of defiance. Shut up. You're not me. You don't know anything about me. The words were defensive, a reflex against the shadow's accusations. Admitting to these vulnerabilities in front of everyone was not something she had prepared for, so she had instinctively denied them. No sooner had the words left her lips than Ren scooped her into his arms, just as a shadow unleashed a barrage of lightning. Arahabaki materialized in front of them, shielding them from the initial blast. Ren gritted his teeth against the shock of the electricity, managing to leap back and recall Arahabaki. Mona, keep Takemi safe, Ren commanded as he set her down carefully. Given her shadow's initial lightning attack, Mona would be at a disadvantage, as electricity was his weakness. In that instant, Takemi's shadow transformed dramatically, revealing a grotesque figure resembling a rotting zombie clad in decaying, yet once elegant attire. Its crazed white hair, and a long bolt protruding from its neck created a nightmarish image. Its skin appeared stitched together like patchwork, as it raised a small lightning rod, menacingly pointing it at the group. The thieves exchanged quick glances, immediately leaping to the side as another bolt of lightning surged toward them. Why the hell is this shadow so strong? Shouldn't it be weaker since it is not in the depths? Ruja shouted as he charged towards the menacing figure. Takemi's denial has sent her shadow into a frenzy. We need to watch out. Futaba cut in, just as the shadow unleashed a putrid breath, followed by a cloud of poisonous mist. As the poison began to envelop the small room, the crisp sound of a sniper rifle echoed. The shadow's head snapped back, momentarily halting the poison mist. Shiho, from her distant position, lowered her rifle and summoned Cersei, casting a series of debuffs on the shadow. Just as the shadow regained its bearings, it noticed Makoto charging past on her persona. She executed a sharp turn and surged back towards the shadow, synchronizing her attack with Ruju, who had now reached the front line. In a fluid motion, Ruju summoned Captain Kid to strike from the front while Makoto, mounted on Joanna, rammed into the shadow's back. The shadow howled in agony, but at the same moment, Takemi collapsed, clutching herself in pain. "I am a shadow, the true self," it declared, summoning a swarm of needles around itself. "I am a doctor, and just as I save lives, I can take them." With a menacing gesture, it flung the needles in all directions. Ruji and Makoto, caught in close quarters, couldn't evade in time. The needles exploded upon contact, siphoning crimson energy and rejuvenating the shadow. "Lightning incoming. Dodge now," Futaba warned, her voice urgent. As the shadow raised its lightning rod, a fireball slammed into its form from another direction, interrupting its attack and scattering bolts of electricity across the room. On the ground, Takemi writhed in agony. Morgana swiftly summoned Zoro to administer healing, but as he did, they noticed that the shadow's wounds began to mend as well. Attacks on her shadow also harmed Takemi. "If we keep this up, we might hurt the doctor too severely. And if I heal her, it heals her shadow as well," Morgana realized aloud. Ruji, his shotgun primed and Captain Kid ready to strike, hesitated upon hearing Morgana's warning. This moment of hesitation gave the shadow just enough time to unleash a wave of cursed fire towards him. Ren had been ready to join the fray when he paused, catching Makoto's eye. They exchanged a knowing nod, both understanding that brute force alone wouldn't work in this situation. They needed a different tactic, to restrain it. Ren's eyes glowed with intensity as he scanned the area and the shadow, then dashed towards the commotion. "Oracle, what's the physical strength of the shadow?" he called out as he ran. After a brief silence, Futaba responded. "It's not strong physically. Its main power lies in its lightning and curse attacks, and it's not very agile, so it probably can't dodge a quick assault." Acknowledging this, Ren signaled for the others to create distance and avoid direct attacks. He then exchanged another glance with Makoto, who seemed to grasp his plan instantly. She revved Joanna's engine and sped towards him. As she approached, Ren leapt onto the back of her persona, swiftly deploying his grappling hook directly toward the small weakness he had seen with his third eye skill. It latched onto the shadow securely. With a powerful rev of the engine, Makoto began circling rapidly, stretching the cable tightly until it ran out of cable and stopped, catapulting Ren off the bike. Landing with a controlled roll, Ren pulled hard on the grappling line. The shadow wailed, entangled and hurting itself in its frantic efforts to escape. "Siren! Drain its energy. Everyone else, keep back," Ren commanded. Blue energy began to siphon from the shadow, as it continued to lash out with desperate bolts of lightning and waves of cursed energy. Anticipating each attack, Ren swiftly swapped between personas. Narcissus for lightning, Anubis for curses, effectively countering the shadow's assaults. The struggle intensified, but Ren anchored himself firmly on the ground, surprising himself with just how much strength he had while holding the shadow in place. It attempted several more poison attacks, but each effort was met with Ren tightening the binds even more. Gradually, the shadow's resistance waned. Exhausted and unable to maintain its aggressive form, it began to revert to its original state, collapsing to the ground in defeat. As it transformed, the grappling hook's tension eased, swiftly retracting to Ren's wrist. Now that the battle had subsided, Takemi began to approach her shadow, her steps heavy and burdened with exhaustion. The phantom thieves watched intently, ready to intervene should her shadow lash out once more. The connection between a human and their shadow was profound, particularly here in the metaverse where physical presence linked Takemi directly to her shadow, amplifying the effects of the confrontation. Ordinarily, even if a shadow was attacked, the person in the real world would not feel anything, the connection was too weak, and the injuries were unable to cross the static of the different worlds. However, since Takemi was directly in front of her shadow, their connection was as strong as if they were one, causing her to suffer the effects of their confrontation. Standing before her weakened shadow, the air thick with tension, Takemi paused. Her usual composure was shaken, her eyes a turbulent mix of emotions. "You were right, isn't that why you lashed out?" "Because I denied you," Takemi admitted, her voice steady though fatigue tinged her words. Her shadow looked up, its expression one of cynical surprise. "You are me, aren't you? You know the fear then, the fear of lying in that hospital bed, not knowing if I'd live long enough to graduate. I was terrified, and I still am. I'm scared it'll all come back, she confessed. Her shadow's expression shifted between defiance and desperation. So, what now? You accept me, and everything just magically improves, it challenged, voice cracking, revealing its uncertainty. Takemi shook her head. No, nothing magically changes. I'll keep working on my medicine, and continue taking risks. I'm driven by my fear of the disease returning, and that fear pushes me to try to cure others. After a moment, Takemi took a deep breath and continued. I acknowledge my mistakes, Takemi continued, her voice laden with remorse yet resolute. Learning from them wasn't just about proving myself, it was about doing what I felt was right, despite the risks. And I'll continue to strive to do the right thing, for everyone and myself. The shadow regarded her silently for a moment before a small, understanding smile crept across its face. I see, in that case, let us form a contract, her shadow proposed. As the shadow spoke, it erupted into blue flames that swirled towards Takemi, forming a mask that gently settled on her face. I am thou, thou art I. From the fears that once paralyzed us to the determination that now guides us, let us stride forward to heal all wounds and confront every challenge. Behold the rebirth of your power. I am thou, I am Frankenstein. The mask transformed into the appearance of a plague doctor, and her attire shifted into a pitch-black ensemble complete with a cloak enveloping her figure. Takemi reached up to her face, slowly and gently pulling the mask away. As it left her skin, it burst into brilliant blue flames. Behind her, the persona Frankenstein materialized. It was a towering figure, with ghostly white skin, draped in a dark 19th-century scientist's coat adorned with Gothic elements and detailed silver embroidery of alchemical and electrical symbols. His spectral face was marked by glowing blue eyes and wild silver hair. Around his neck hung a heavy pendant symbolizing transformation, and his hands were clad in gloves etched with glowing runes. Behind him, a small mechanical generator sparked intermittently. On one hand, he wielded a conductor rod capable of channeling electrical energy, designed to both heal and harm. Surrounding him, a mist swirled, occasionally revealing ghostly images of his monstrous creations. As her persona fully manifested, Takemi's strength waned, and she collapsed to her knees from exhaustion. Ren quickly moved to her side, offering support. You look like you could use a coffee, Ren joked, lightening the moment with a gentle remark as he helped her to stand. Takemi rolled her eyes at his remark, but allowed a small smile, as he assisted her onto the Mona bus. Takemi thief outfit. Frankenstein image. ~AN~. Alternative title, The P4 Chap, LOL. Also, as to why Futaba's shadow was different, here is my theory. Carl Jung's explanation of the shadow is an unconscious aspect of the personality that does not correspond with the ego ideal, leading the ego to resist and project the shadow, leading to a conflict with it. So the reason Futaba's shadow was so desperate, determined to save her, was that Futaba herself saw herself being saved as unacceptable, something she denies and keeps hidden. She had thought she had killed her mom, so in turn, she should also die, and wanting to be saved was wrong. Even though she deep down really wanted to. Also, Emma dropped the stats I have in my head for Cersei and Frankenstein in the comments. For reference, it goes best, high, middle, or low, depending on how good each stat is. Chapter 91, The Rehearsal at LeBlanc. 1942 words. The thieves were on hold until Takemi recovered, so they dispatched Morgana to keep tabs on Yusuka and Madarame, ready to alert them the moment Madarame moved to take the painting. With this unexpected break, Anne decided to use the time to refine her acting skills and headed to LeBlanc for guidance from Ren. As Anne paced back and forth in the quiet room atop LeBlanc, she muttered lines under her breath, each word tinged with frustration. It's just not clicking, Ren, she sighed, her voice tinged with distress, as she flung her script onto a nearby table. I don't get why it's so much harder without you there. When we are together, everything flows naturally. But alone, I just can't make it work, and I've got a table reading coming up. I can't mess that up. Ren, who had been observing quietly while sipping his coffee, set down his cup and walked over to her with a thoughtful expression. "Let's try a different approach," he suggested, picking up the script. "Acting isn't just about delivering lines. It's about feeling them, embodying the character. Let's break it down together." He cleared a space in the middle of the room, moving chairs aside to make room for their session. "Start with your breathing. It helps settle your mind and prepares you to get into character." And followed his instructions, taking deep, controlled breaths. Ren watched her for a moment, then continued. "Now, focus on your character's motivations and emotions. What does she want? What obstacles does she face?" As An pondered his questions, Ren introduced her to a method acting technique, aiming to build her character from the inside out. Imagine you are her. You share her desires, her fears. Let those emotions reflect in your body language, your voice. He chuckled lightly, adding a familiar line, "Remember, I am thou, thou art I." Taking his advice to heart, and tried again, this time embodying the character's emotions more fully. Ren observed and offered gentle corrections, adjusting her posture, suggesting changes in tone, and encouraging her to explore different ways of delivering her lines. Try to connect with the character's story. Use your movements to express what she's feeling, Ren instructed as he demonstrated a few examples, showing how subtle changes could convey deep emotional undercurrents. And mimicked his movements, gradually feeling more connected to the character. She repeated her lines, this time with a newfound intensity and conviction. Ren nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with her progress. "See? You're getting it," Ren said, his smile broadening as he watched and perform a theatrical bow, mimicking his earlier gesture in the palace. The rehearsal continued with Ren guiding and through various exercises, aimed at deepening her understanding and portrayal of her character. Gradually, Anne's confidence surged, she began to embody the role with a conviction that transcended mere recitation. By the time they concluded, Anne's transformation was evident. She wasn't just delivering lines, she was living through them. Ren's smile conveyed his pride in her progress. "You've really caught on fast," he complimented, prompting a joyful giggle from her. "I have a good teacher," Anne replied, her tone warm. After wrapping up their session, they settled on the couch. Anne rested her head in Ren's lap, gazing up at him thoughtfully. "You're actually pretty good at this, too. I remember how you handled things with Kaneshiro, but I didn't realize how challenging it was until I started working on this role. How did you learn to act so convincingly?" Anne inquired, her curiosity piqued as Ren began to idly play with her hair. Ren paused, his hand freezing momentarily before he sighed softly and continued. "It started when I was a kid. Remember how I mentioned being a bit of a troublemaker?" he asked, a hint of nostalgia coloring his voice. "Yeah?" Anne prompted, relaxing under the gentle strokes of his hand through her hair. "Well, back then, we didn't have much. Sometimes, if I really wanted something, I'd take it. Nothing too big, but it was enough to cause trouble. So whenever I was questioned, I learned to act innocent. After enough close calls, you get pretty good at it," Ren explained. He fell silent for a moment, reflecting, then added. "Then I got into the whole criminal thing, and I had to keep it a secret from my family. Blah, 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 and the next thing I knew, I was pretty good at it. It was a lot to handle. Acting became second nature. Honestly, it's thrilling, but it's also draining." And sat up, locking eyes with Ren, her expression one of deep appreciation. "Hey, Ren, thanks," she said sincerely. "For what?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. "For opening up. I know you don't usually talk much about your life before coming to Tokyo, so it means a lot that you shared that with me. And hey, if you ever need to talk, I'm here." Ren's smile softened as he heard her. He opened his mouth to add something, but ended up chuckling instead. "Sounds good." As Ren responded, Anne smiled warmly and moved closer to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him into a kiss. Time seemed to pause as they connected, the world beyond LeBlanc's cozy walls fading into an inconsequential background hum. Ren reciprocated by wrapping his arms around Anne, pulling her even closer, as if trying to eliminate any space between them. Anne, enveloped in the warmth of his embrace, deepened the kiss, her heart racing with a cocktail of excitement and nerves. When they finally parted, they remained close, foreheads touching, breathing in unison in the quiet of the cafe. Anne's eyes shimmered with joy and a newfound sense of security. When they separated, Ren opened his eyes and noticed the crimson string that connected them glowing more intensely than ever. You know, I often wonder how different I might have turned out if I hadn't met everyone, Ren pondered aloud, prompting a light chuckle from Anne. Why's that? She asked, her curiosity piqued. When I first came to Tokyo, I wasn't really open to making friends. I had my objectives, and that was my sole focus. But that all changed after I woke up in the Velvet Room, the day I let Kamoshida attack me. Ren explained, his thoughts drifting back to that pivotal moment. Igor talked about the power of friendship, although I don't remember his exact words, Ren confessed. But the gist was that by forging stronger bonds with others, I would become stronger myself, given that personas are the strength of heart. So you're telling me the power of friendship is real, then? Anne joked, her giggle filling the air. That's exactly what I said. Ren exclaimed, bursting into laughter. The moment was light and filled with genuine amusement. After the laughter subsided, he continued. Ever since then, I've focused on strengthening those bonds. It's strange, but I can see them, like strings connecting me to others. As our bond grows, the string strengthens. As he spoke, Ren reached out, as if trying to touch the invisible string of fate that linked them. Initially imperceptible, it had grown tangible to him now, something he could almost feel between his fingers. Anne watched him with heightened curiosity, her expression reflecting her interest as he reached into the air, his golden eyes glowing brightly. Can you tell me more about it? She asked, settling back to give him her full attention, eager to learn more about his experiences. Ren smiled, encouraged by her eagerness. It's a long story, but do you remember what I told you back when we first went to the park? Anne closed her eyes, trying to recall a past conversation. It was something about a fool's something, right? I remember you mentioned the lovers and said they would somehow help me, she said, piecing together fragments of memory. Ren nodded, his expression brightening as he remembered the detail. The fool's journey. He quickly moved to his work desk, retrieving a deck of tarot cards, a gift from Chihaya. Sitting down next to Anne, he began to explain the concept as straightforwardly as he could. Each bond one form corresponds to one of the major arcana. For instance, you embody the lovers, Ruji is the chariot, Shiho is the tower, and Mona is the magician, Ren detailed, laying out cards to illustrate his point. Anne's expression flickered with confusion, before a moment of realization dawned on her. Wait, Shiho's the tower. Isn't that the story you shared with her during that art class? That's where that came from. Ren nodded, smiling at her realization. He continued to explain, weaving through the complexities of tarot with enthusiasm. Though Anne didn't grasp every detail, her smile and nods encouraged him to delve deeper. Her interest in tarot might have been non-existent before, but seeing Ren's passion sparked a warm smile on her face. Midway through his explanation, Ren paused as he sensed Tartuffe stir within him, recalling how even his persona had once called out to him. It's strange because even my persona chimed in to advise me with the arcana. I couldn't catch everything through the static, but I think he said, the arcana is the means by which all is revealed. As time flowed seamlessly into the evening, and interjected with questions, keeping the conversation lively until Ren had run out of things to say. And chuckled warmly as she stood and stretched. Sorry, I kind of got carried away, Ren apologized, rising to join her. No, I enjoyed it. It was great seeing your nerdy side, it's actually pretty cute, and responded with an affectionate smile. Ren's smile lingered as his eyes glanced at the clock, and he looked surprised. Wow, it's gotten late. Are you hungry? I could whip something up for us, he offered. Sure, that sounds great, Anne replied, following Ren down the stairs. I can help you out, just tell me how. Hours later, late into the night, as Ren was lost deep in his dreams, Tartuffe experienced a rare moment of wakefulness. The barrier between the cognitive world and reality often muffled their connection, yet occasionally, it would thin just enough to allow for a brief interaction. In the quiet of the night, the shadowy form of Tartuffe materialized, his presence barely perceptible. His gaze drifted towards the window, drawn to the expansive night sky that stretched beyond the glass. With a deliberate motion, Tartuffe extended his inky black hand toward the sky. His fingers, shrouded in darkness, reached out and delicately grasped one of the dim stars twinkling in the distance. As he made contact, a subtle, small light began to seep into his otherwise pitch-black form, imbuing him with a faint, almost imperceptible light. With his action finished, Tartuffe's eyes began to close once again, vanishing from the real world and falling into a deep dream along with Ren. Confidence Ren Amamiya. The Jester, rank 5. And Takamaki, the Lovers, rank 7 Blackheart. Hopefully, the chap doesn't seem out of place in the middle of the Madarame arc, but I wanted to have another and chap since it has been a while. Like I said, I am trying to get certain confidence to certain ranks by the end of this arc. I also have another reason, but I'll explain at the end of the next chapter. Little appetizer for the next chapter. The Emperor. Also, asking for no reason whatsoever. Who do y'all ship Ruju with? I personally think a certain shogi player. But depending on what y'all suggest that might change. Chapter 92, The Broken Artist. 3,122 words. Mona, Orphanageo. The moment Mona's garbled message popped up in the Thieves group chat, everyone instantly understood the urgency behind the cryptic text. Madarame had made his move on Yusuke's painting. Without hesitating for another moment, Ren immediately made his way towards Yusuke's house. His expression became both serious and determined as he approached the shack. Yusuke sat in his small studio, holding a brush in his hand and staring blankly at a canvas. For what felt like hours, he stared at the empty canvas, his mind whirling with tumultuous thoughts. He kept reaching for paint, over and over, but no matter what he tried, he was unable to begin. His heart was a void, echoing with the sounds of his shattered dreams. The news had spread like wildfire, a cruel and twisting flame that licked at the edges of his composure. Ichiryu-sai Madarame, his mentor and the man he revered as a father, had unveiled humanity at an illustrious gallery downtown, claiming it as his own creation. The betrayal was more piercing because it was not the first, it echoed an old pattern, a wound never fully healed. As the minutes ticked by, Yusuke's initial shock gave way to a roiling blend of anger, sadness, and a heart-wrenching disillusionment. The walls of his studio seemed to close in on him, each of Madarame's praising words to the fascinated audience at the gallery replaying in his mind, fueling his sense of injustice. Finally, the dam broke. With a strangled cry, Yusuke hurled the paintbrush across the room. It struck a stack of canvases, leaving a stark, angry streak of crimson across the white surfaces. He stood abruptly, his chair clattering to the floor behind him. His hands, usually so steady and sure, trembled as he reached for the paintings around him, his other works, the siblings of humanity. One by one, he tore them from the walls, his actions frenzied. He flung them to the ground, his chest heaving with every shattered breath. The sound of tearing canvas was like a chorus of his own internal screams, rending through the quiet of the studio. Paint tubes were next, squeezed and hurled against the walls, splattering bright, violent colors that dripped down like the tears he refused to shed. He paused, his gaze falling on the unfinished replica of humanity he had started as a practice piece. It was a ghost, a shadow of his masterpiece that now hung in a gallery under another's name. Approaching it, his steps uncertain, Yusuke traced a finger over the contours of the painted figure, over the golden chains that seemed almost prophetic now. I tried to capture the essence of our souls, he whispered to the painting, his voice breaking. And yet, it seems I have captured my own chains instead. With a sudden, ragged sob, Yusuke's hand moved to the palette knife, and he slashed through the canvas, each tear a release of his pent-up fury and despair. The fabric gave way under the assault, a visual testament to the destruction of his trust and his ideals. The studio, once a place of creation and solace, now looked more like a battleground, a place where dreams went to die. Yusuke sank to his knees amidst the chaos, his shoulders shaking as he finally allowed himself to grieve not just for his art, but for the mentor he loved like a father. Ren stood silently in the shadows, his golden eyes unwavering and devoid of any visible emotion, as he watched the turmoil unfold before him. Yusuke, crumpled on the ground, clutched his chest with both pain and despair. In Ren's eyes, Yusuke's current state was like the lightning-struck tower, broken, yet on the brink of transformation and rebirth. It was Ren's turn to step forward as the star, to offer hope to the distraught artist. He quietly pushed open the door, and Yusuke looked up, his blue eyes clouded with confusion and lingering anger. As he wiped his face, his hand left a streak of paint across his cheek, marking him further. Amamiya-san. I didn't hear you come in. His voice faltered, the raw pain evident. Yusuke. Ren softened his approach, using Yusuke's first name to disarm him further. I heard about what happened and thought I'd check on you since I was nearby. Your door was open, so I just walked in, he lied. He had lockpicked the front door. Internally, Ren battled with his conscience. He knew his actions bordered on manipulation, leveraging Yusuke's vulnerability. He was prepared for this moment, yet he couldn't shake off the guilt of exploiting a confidante's lowest point. Despite this, he rationalized that he was rescuing Yusuke from a toxic mentorship. With a deep breath to steady himself, Ren met Yusuke's gaze, placing on an expression of unrighteous anger. Yusuke, what Madarame has done to you is unforgivable, he began, his tone firm, watching Yusuke's face contort with each word. I saw firsthand how much work you put into that painting, how much passion and pride you had for it. For Madarame to take your painting as his own. Yusuke's features twisted in pain, as he struggled with his conflicting emotions. Madarame. He's been my guardian since I was a child. He raised me, taught me all I know about art. I owe him everything, Yusuke murmured, his voice heavy with resignation. It seems only fair that I repay him somehow. Ren watched silently as Yusuke seemed to collapse inwardly, his resolve crumbling away, leaving him visibly defeated and slumped on the studio floor. Yusuke, there's a fundamental difference between repaying a debt and allowing someone to steal your dreams, Ren said, his voice soft but firm as he placed a reassuring hand on Yusuke's shoulder. This isn't the first time he's done this, is it? Yusuke hesitated, his gaze drifting to the floor, a storm of emotions playing across his face. Before, it seemed different. They were just paintings. But humanity. Ren gently interrupted, steering the conversation to reveal a deeper truth. What I meant was, you're not the only victim, are you? Madarame has done this to others, hasn't he? Countless people had passed through, with each of them giving up on art not long after they left. Most of them never accomplished anything after they left the house, no matter how hard they tried, and eventually, they all gave up on art. He had looked up a few of them before, and most ended up with mundane jobs. Yusuke had thought they were weak and ungrateful, and they couldn't see how much Madarame had given them. But now, he understood. He wasn't sure if he would be able to go through such pain again. As his eyes wandered across the absolute destruction he had left, he couldn't help but feel guilty. His art, countless paintings he had been proud of, had been destroyed in a moment of anger. Among the wreckage was an early piece that Madarame had once praised genuinely, a stark reminder of better times. Yusuke, if there was a way to help your fellow artists, to restore their passion, to ensure Madarame acknowledged their contributions, would you take that chance? Ren asked, each word carefully chosen to probe Yusuke's desire for justice, or perhaps vengeance. Yusuke's eyes darkened with renewed determination. Yes, he said firmly, the word laden with resolve. And if you had the power, Ren pressed on, his voice dropping to a compelling whisper, to right these wrongs, to protect others from suffering as you have, would you act? A pause filled the room as Yusuke weighed the gravity of his decision. Finally, he nodded, his voice steady but charged with emotion. Yes, I would. Art, it's my life, but it's also truth. And truth should not be obscured by deceit. He answered, letting out all of the emotions he had suppressed throughout the years. As Yusuke struggled with his emotions, Ren's gaze sharpened, reflecting a mix of resolve and empathy. He leaned in slightly, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable weight. Madarame may have once been a true artist, but his actions now only tarnish his legacy. If you still care for him, then the best way to help him is by putting a stop to it. What if I told you there was a way to help him find redemption? Yusuke's expression shifted from confusion to a resigned frown. It's futile. He's set in his ways. There's nothing I can do that will change his course. Seeing Yusuke's crestfallen look, Ren offered a supportive hand, helping him to his feet. He was about to introduce Yusuke to the metaverse and propose a plan for awakening his persona when Mona's voice caught his attention. Ren, you should bring Yusuke here. Mona's tone was tinged with both surprise and caution. There's a door in this house that I've never dared open before, but with you here and Madarame away, it seemed the perfect chance. Yusuke's eyes wandered to the meowing cat before frowning as he saw him. A cat, he murmured, the animal taking over his attention. His emotions were too much to deal with right now, so he latched onto the distraction. Ren motioned for Yusuke to follow, and together, they trailed the cat to a distinctly painted door adorned with a vibrant peacock motif. This is Madarame's office, Yusuke noted with a hint of awe as he stepped inside, his attention immediately captured by what lay beyond. His heart sank as he confronted a series of paintings that mirrored his own cherished work. The Sayuri. The realization hit Yusuke like a wave, the repeated betrayals by his mentor crumbling the last of his defenses. Around him, the studio held countless replicas, each a mocking echo of his original masterpiece. Clutching his chest, Yusuke's confusion spiraled into despair, as his gaze darted frantically, trying to make sense of the deception housed within these walls. Meanwhile, Ren focused on a particular piece covered by a purple blanket. With deliberate movements, he revealed the painting beneath, the genuine Sayuri. That's the real Sayuri. Why? It had been reported stolen. Yusuke gasped, the revelation slicing through him with acute betrayal. Ren's voice was steady, grounded in the harsh reality of their surroundings. All these replicas, kept hidden away. You understand why, Yusuke. You're an artist. The implications of Madarame's actions, stealing not just physical artworks, but also the aspirations and integrity of his pupils, deeply wounded Yusuke. It was one thing to grapple with his mentor's ethical failings. It was another to witness the desecration of the painting that had sparked his artistic passion. For Yusuke, the deception was not just a theft of art, it was a personal violation, a violation of the very soul of his artistic inspiration. Yusuke staggered slightly, his mind overwhelmed as he tried to grasp the depth of deception surrounding him. Ren steadied him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. There's one more thing you need to see, to truly understand, Ren murmured, his voice steady but compassionate. We need to look at Madarame's heart. He guided the disoriented Yusuke out of the office, carefully replacing the cover over the painting and ensuring the door was securely closed behind them. Ren then activated the metanav in their usual infiltration spot, initiating their journey into the metaverse with Yusuke and Morgana in tow. The transition was disorienting for Yusuke. The fabric of reality seemed to melt away, replaced by the grandiose and flashy entrance of a golden structure. He gaped at the pretentious display, his eyes wide as they adjusted to the glaring lavishness of the building emblazoned with the bold inscription, Madarame's Museum. What the? Yusuke's voice trailed off in disbelief, his senses bombarded by the extravagant visuals. It was like there was a ringing in his ears, the world seemed to be blurring, yet the next moment, he saw Ren, wearing a different outfit, call out to him. This, Ren declared, gesturing to the museum, is the true nature of Madarame's heart. Something in the sincerity of Ren's words cut through Yusuke's shock, grounding him momentarily. However, the weight of his emotional exhaustion soon pulled him down, and his knees buckled, sending him crumpling to the ground. Sensei. Yusuke's whisper was laden with a mix of disbelief and sorrow, his voice barely audible over the din of his shattered illusions. How could you let yourself become this? As he sat on the cold, hard ground of the metaverse, the golden facade of the museum mocking him with its glittering surfaces, Yusuke felt the last barriers within him crumble. It was not just his trust in Madarame that had been betrayed, but his entire belief system about art, mentorship, and integrity had been challenged to its core. Yusuke's distress intensified as a piercing voice echoed in his mind, challenging his denial and forcing him to confront the painful truth. Are you really going to continue denying the truth in front of you? Who? Yusuke murmured, confusion contorting his features just before a sharp pain sliced through his mind like a blade. The young artist's scream tore through the air as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Ren and Morgana, witnessing his agony, stepped closer, with concern as they noticed the ethereal blue flames flickering around him, an unmistakable sign of an awakening. This awakening was particularly violent, the physical manifestation of Yusuke's internal conflict. His persona, long suppressed by his loyalty and admiration for Madarame, now clawed its way out, fueled by the day's revelations and betrayals. "You fool, how long will you avert your eyes from the truth?" The voice boomed louder, each word amplifying Yusuke's agony. "Open your eyes and see your mentor for what he truly is." Suddenly, a fox mask materialized in the flames and adhered to Yusuke's face. He reached up frantically, trying to tear it away, but it clung stubbornly as if fused to his skin. "I am thou, thou art I," the voice declared, resolute and commanding. Yusuke began to pull away at his mask, yet no matter how hard he tried, the mask wouldn't budge. It was even getting to the point where Ren and Mona were getting concerned. Despite his desperate attempts, the mask was stuck to Yusuke's face. Ren and Mona exchanged concerned glances, as Yusuke's screams began to attract the attention of the onlookers and the approaching guards. "The world is filled with both beauty and vice," the voice intoned with increasing fervor. "You profess that art embodies truth, which must not be obscured by deception. Will you now renounce your own declarations?" At these words, Yusuke halted, his pain momentarily subsiding as enlightenment dawned upon him. "You are correct." With renewed determination, Yusuke grasped his mask firmly. "To honor my mentor, to dignify my art, to vindicate my peers. I shall stand for the art that has bestowed me life. Awaken, Gomen." With a forceful pull, he removed the mask, the action trailed by a spurt of blood that erupted into blue flames. Along with the flames, the imposing figure of Gomen materialized beside him. Gomen was a majestic fusion of a samurai and a kabuki actor, clad in vibrant blue and white attire reminiscent of feudal armor, ornately decorated. His face bore kabuki-style makeup, stark white with bold accents of red and blue, enhancing his fierce demeanor. He wielded a large, decorative pipe, lending him an air of nobility and threat. It is good that you finally have awoken from the fog that clouded your mind. Together, let us bring forth the change we seek. Beneath the veiled moon's silvery sight, I'll unveil the shadows of your blight. Honor restored by truth's pure light." Yusuke intoned, his words forming a quiet verse, as he fixed his gaze on the guards rushing in their direction. Stepping forward, Gomen drew deeply on his pipe, exhaling a chilling mist that froze the approaching guards in their tracks. They shattered into fragments, revealing their true forms as shadows. "Madarame, I still believe there's goodness within you," Yusuke called out, his voice thick with emotion. "Yet if it is buried too deep, I shall unearth it myself. However I must, to repay the kindness once shown to me." As Gomen's pipe cleaved through the air, striking down the shadows with a blend of grace and ferocity, Yusuke felt the weight of his new reality pressing down upon him. His heart ached with the revelation of Madarame's betrayal, yet a newfound clarity fortified his resolve. Amidst the chaos, Ren and Morgana swiftly summoned their personas, lending their strength to Yusuke's efforts. Once the guards had been defeated, Yusuke, overwhelmed by the ordeal, sank to his knees, exhaustion gripping his body. "The pain in my heart persists, yet now I see the path I must walk." "Thank you, Ren, for illuminating the way," Yusuke said, his voice a mixture of gratitude and determination. Before Yusuke could get carried away, Mona's ears perked up as he shouted. "We've got a swarm of shadows heading our way. It might be wise to retreat and regroup." Ren nodded, signaling the withdrawal. As they phased back into the reality of Tokyo, Yusuke's expression was etched with conflict and confusion. "I will explain everything soon," Ren reassured him. Yusuke hesitated, his gaze lingering on the studio that had been his sanctuary. "Ren, I find myself unable to return to what was once my home, not until I've rectified the wrongs of my teacher. Might I impose upon you for a place to stay?" Ren thought for a moment before nodding his head. Sojiro might not be fully into the idea of adding another person, but I'm sure he will agree in the end. You can sleep on the couch in my room. It is surprisingly comfortable. Thank you, Ren. Your generosity is truly a soothing warmth for my troubled spirit. Confidence. Yusuke Kitagawa, the Emperor, rank 3. I wanted to have the chapter before this one be a wholesome chapter to show a bit of contrast between wholesome, happy Ren, and do what I need to Ren. I like my contrasts, what can I say? If you think about it, this whole Yusuke recruitment is pretty manipulative, even though, in theory, it is the best thing that could happen to Yusuke at the time. His plan intentionally hinged on Yusuke being at his lowest point. Still, as his confidant, Ren genuinely wants to help him. Like I said a long time ago, on the morality scale, Ren is in the middle, leaning towards good, but that doesn't mean he won't do some questionable stuff. Chapter 93, The Thieves Grow. 2,780 words. As Ren and Yusuke made their way to LeBlanc, Ren carefully explained the metaverse and the phantom thieves, ensuring their conversation remained private. Upon entering the cafe, Ren approached Sojiro with a request. Hey, Sojiro, could you do me a small favor? Ren asked, sporting a wide, disarming smile that immediately made Sojiro suspicious. What is it? Sojiro inquired, eyebrow raised. Could my friend here, Ren gestured towards Yusuke, stay over for a little while? He's run into some trouble at home, and needs a place to crash temporarily. That's... Sojiro started, skepticism apparent in his tone, about to decline the request when his gaze fell on Yusuke. Yusuke appeared visibly worn, his typically impeccable attire marred by signs of distress, including faint stains of paint on his cheek, and an overall air of exhaustion. His eyes were tired, his expression vulnerable, much like a stray puppy that had lost its way. The weight of the day's events, coupled with the awakening of his persona, had visibly drained him. His pale complexion and slender frame only added to the gravity of his situation, prompting Sojiro to pause and reconsider. Kid, are you hungry? Sojiro asked after a thoughtful silence. Yusuke gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. With another sigh, Sojiro relented. Sit down. You can stay here for a few days. But try to find somewhere else soon, okay? It'd be problematic if someone checked up on Ren's living arrangements and found you here, too. Yusuke bowed slightly, his voice soft yet grateful, as he addressed Sojiro. I deeply appreciate your hospitality, Sakura-san. I will transition to my school dormitory at the earliest opportunity. My scholarship at the Fine Arts program covers the cost, so it's merely a matter of the administrative process. Sojiro raised his eyebrows in surprise. A scholarship? What school do you attend? I am enrolled at Kosei, Sakura-san, Yusuke replied, maintaining his polite demeanor. Kosei? How did you? Sojiro trailed off, his gaze returning to Yusuke's disheveled appearance. Shaking his head, he dismissed the need for further explanation. Never mind, just make sure you keep out of trouble. Yusuke settled into one of the booths at LeBlanc, turning his attention to Ren with a sincere expression. Sakura-san seems like a considerate person. I hope my presence doesn't inconvenience his establishment, he remarked with a tired voice. After replenishing his energy with some food, time gradually passed, allowing the other members of the Phantom Thieves to arrive and group up in Ren's room. Anne was the first to enter. With her characteristic charm, she greeted Yusuke cheerfully. Welcome to the team. I'm really looking forward to working together, she exclaimed, her smile radiating warmth. Yusuke observed her with a mix of awe and curiosity. Intriguing. Could you possibly be a model? Your visage would perfectly complement a canvas, he mused, his artistic gaze briefly reigniting before dimming as reality pulled him back. Forgive my digression, I must remain focused until I've aided my mentor. His demeanor shifted back to a more somber tone, as he set aside his creative impulses. Ruji and Makoto arrived shortly afterward, followed by Shiho, who approached Yusuke with a comforting smile. Hey, Yusuke. I'm really sorry to hear about humanity. We'll make sure your painting is returned, okay, she assured him gently. A faint smile crossed Yusuke's face, lifting some of the weariness from his features. Suzue-san, your concern is appreciated, but please, there's no need to worry about me. You once expressed interest in learning art from me. I ask for your patience until after we restore Madarame's honor. Shiho nodded understandingly, her smile unwavering. There's no rush, Yusuke. I know what it's like to feel to be hurt by someone who was supposed to be your teacher. Take all the time you need, and don't stress about the art lessons. As the group settled, Futaba entered quietly and took a seat in a corner, offering a brief greeting. The last to join was Takemi, who appeared slightly uneasy. It feels a bit odd for me to be here with everyone else. Sojiro didn't ask any questions, but he did give me an odd look as I came in, she shared, her tone a mix of amusement and discomfort. She hadn't really thought about it before, but she was the only real grown-up in the group. Being one of the newest members also made her the most inexperienced, which felt weird because she had to listen to the younger members for advice. She might be close to Ren, but she hadn't spent much time with the rest of the group before her persona woke up. Now, they had seen parts of her she'd never shown to anyone else. You know, the more people we add, the harder it's gonna be to meet here in LeBlanc. My room isn't that big. We should probably find another place to hang out, Ren observed, prompting Anne to chime in eagerly. My parents are out of the country, and they won't be back anytime soon. We could use my house. They usually give me a heads up if they are coming back, so we'd know in advance, she suggested. Everyone nodded, and it was decided. They'd use Anne's place as their new headquarters until they found something better. The school rooftop wasn't an option for Takemi or Yusuke, and Takemi's clinic was hit or miss since she had patients to look after. Once they settled on the new hideout, Ren was ready to gear up. He wanted to take Takemi and Yusuke to the airsoft shop to get some supplies and better gear for everyone. But before they got into that, he noticed something was off. Looking around, he spotted the problem. Before, everyone had some link to Shujin Academy. One way or another, they knew each other. Even when Makoto joined, they all interacted with her at least once since she was the student council president. Futaba was seriously antisocial, and though she was starting to open up slightly, she was still pretty closed off with everyone but Ren. Yusuke was a bit eccentric, and though that wouldn't be much of an issue usually, he, too, was reeling from the events of the day. Takemi was also not the most sociable of people. Just a few weeks back, she had been turning down patients because she didn't feel she was good enough to treat them, and even though after curing the girl, her clinic was busier, she was still not someone who opened up easily. Ren almost slapped his forehead, but instead raised his arm to call attention. All right, I goofed. Let's stop the meeting here for today. The rest of the group looked at him, slightly confused, before he continued. Yusuke needs some time to rest, and we are rushing all of this too much. That's my bad. He realized that adding 3, or well, 2.25, counting Takemi, socially awkward members to the group had its challenges. Just because they trusted him didn't mean they instantly clicked with everyone else. As Ren explained, the tension in the room eased, and looks of confusion among the group shifted to understanding. You know, Ren's got a point, Mona piped up, hopping into the middle of the table. In the metaverse, trust is everything. We gotta work on that. Makoto, catching on, nodded in agreement. That's true. I've been thinking, we should really spend some time bonding. It helped when we all went to Mementos with Futaba, but we're still not quite there. Anne's face lit up with an idea. Tomorrow's Sunday, and we are all free, right? How about we make it a team-building day? I was planning to go shopping with Makoto and Shiho soon, but why don't we all go? We could each pick something we like and share it with the group. It'd be a fun way to get to know each other better. Futaba looked a bit worried and asked, is it going to be crowded? Ruja laughed and reassured her. No worries, we'll stick together. And if it gets too much, your emotional support human will be right there with you, he joked, making Futaba roll her eyes, but then nod with some hesitation. Yusuke also appeared slightly troubled. From Ren's explanation, the only way to truly redeem Madarame and help him return to the man Yusuke believed he used to be was to steal his distorted desires. He wanted to act quickly, but the group's cautious approach resonated with him after some thought. I see. From the brief moment I was in that other world, it was clear that it was not too safe. I understand. If this is what it takes for us to help my sensei see his wrongdoings, then I will do my best. I shall strive to open my heart, as much as possible, and welcome all of you in. Yusuke declared, his voice filled with resolve that quieted the room for a moment. Damn, bro, Ryuji exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, which lightened the mood as a few chuckles spread through the group. No, it's refreshing to see things from your perspective, Makoto said thoughtfully. Given your admiration for him, I'm intrigued about meeting your teacher myself. Yusuke's face twisted with complexity at her words. Please understand, my sensei's heart may appear tainted by vanity, but beneath that, I believe he remains a virtuous man, he implored. The group shared a few uneasy glances before Shiho spoke up, nodding gently. All right, I'll reserve my judgment until we see for ourselves. But Yusuke, once we enter his palace, we'll see everything, the root of his distortion and his true nature. What we find might challenge how you see him. Yusuke's expression deepened, his resolve firming. When I awakened Gomen, I vowed to face the truth head-on, he began, his words catching Futaba's attention since she, too, had made a similar promise to Necronomicon. Regardless of what we uncover in my sensei's heart, I will not look away. Yet, I will continue to hope for the better aspects of the man who nurtured me. I ask you all to try and see the potential for good in him, even if it seems he has strayed far from it, Yusuke earnestly requested. As the conversation unfolded, Takemi, who had been quietly observing with a smile, noticed Yusuke wince and clutch his head. With a concerned frown, she quickly approached him, crouching to get a better look. Her sharp gaze scanned Yusuke, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Takemi took a good look at Yusuke, and noticed he was really pale and thin. It was clear that awakening his persona had really worn him out. We should wrap up soon, Takemi suggested, her tone laced with concern. Yusuke could use some rest, a better diet, maybe more exercise, and definitely some sun. She began, unconsciously listing the rest of the things she noticed. As she stood, a thought struck her, widening her eyes with realization. You know, I could give everyone a physical checkup. Sure, you guys heal up with magic in battles, but it's good to double-check that all this phantom thief activity isn't secretly wearing you down. Takemi's words sparked an idea in Ryuji as he chimed in. Oh yeah, I've got to set up workout schedules for Futaba, Takemi, and Yusuke. I meant to do it earlier, but Futaba seemed a bit distant. No excuses this time, though. You're all doing the phantom training, Ryuji said, his grin spreading across his face. That sounds a bit much. Futaba started to protest. No, Ryuji's right, Ren jumped in, stopping Futaba from complaining further. Being part of this team means we all need to be in shape. We cannot afford for one of us to be hurt, because we don't have enough stamina to retreat. Don't worry, we'll start easy. But, there will be people, and sweat, and germs. Futaba tried to argue, her voice trailing off, as she realized her excuses weren't holding up. Given how her bedroom used to look, she knew she wasn't in a position to fuss about a little dirtiness. After a bit more enthusiastic planning, the group decided to leave LeBlanc to give Yusuke some peace to rest. As night fell, Yusuke found himself in need of clothes and borrowed some from Ren. I must apologize for the inconvenience. In my haste, I left home without packing, Yusuke said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Ren was already turning the couch into a bed for him and simply shrugged. No worries, we'll sort out some clothes for you tomorrow. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Yusuke hesitated, then added. I also don't have any money. So I will not be able to purchase anything. Ren chuckled slightly before answering. Like I said, don't hesitate to tell us. We have a lot of savings from our work as phantom thieves. Now that you are a thief, your needs are our needs. Yusuke's expression became softer, as he nodded in agreement, until he heard a mischievous giggle that caught his attention. If you ever need someone to paint, I'm always here, Mona said with a playful laugh. I promise, you won't find a more interesting subject. I can be a shadow, a spy, a thief, a human, a bus, a helicopter, I can be anything. You forgot cat, Yusuke chimed in, trying to be helpful, yet Mona's expression turned a bit sour. Sure, throw a cat on there too, I suppose. It's kind of the reason I am such a good spy, Mona conceded after a brief pause. He then leaped to the foot of Ren's bed to settle down for the night. But if you're adding cat, make sure it's at the bottom of the list. As Ren settled into bed and closed his eyes, Yusuke was left to his own swirling thoughts. Despite his exhaustion, sleep escaped him. He had overturned his life in a single day, and he couldn't help but wonder what his teacher would think upon discovering the chaos he'd left behind. His destroyed paintings, and his sudden departure from home. The day had been surreal, and standing up from the couch, Yusuke glanced over at the sleeping figures of Ren and Mona. Positioning his fingers like a frame, he captured the image of Ren asleep. How strange, he whispered to himself. He roamed the room silently, his gaze landing on the countless flowers. Drawn to one of the poppies, he plucked it gently from its pot, the touch soothing his turbulent mind. Though not well versed in flowers, holding the flower seemed to anchor him, calming the storm within. As he contemplated the room, a small blue butterfly drifted in through the window, fluttering until it softly landed on the poppy in his hand, mirroring a scene Ren had once painted. The poppy and the butterfly, Yusuke said softly, a small smile on his face as he took in the scene. He remained still, lost in the moment, until the butterfly took flight once more, settling by Ren's side. How strange! Yusuke muttered once more as he returned to the couch. He lay down, holding the flower he'd picked earlier. With his mind a bit clearer now, his eyes slowly closed, and he drifted off into a deep sleep, dreaming vividly as he tried to sort through everything that had happened that day. As Yusuke fell asleep, Mona cracked open one eye and watched him with a flick of his tail, curious to know what he had been thinking. Mona stayed quiet in the dark room, just thinking to himself for a while. After some time, he closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. Tilda. As I wrote this chap, I was like, whoa, going kinda fast there, bud. So, I decided to pump the brakes slightly. I'm not going to lie. I am pretty excited for the arc that comes after this one, so I was about to go Sonic mode on the chaps and dive into the Madurai Palace, and stuff basically next chap. However, I'm going to listen to the advice the game gives you at every loading screen and take my time. Basically, everything after Takemi walks into the room is me taking back the reins from Sonic. Threw that hedgehog into the pool, lol. And yeah, as always, I am always open to feedback. See y'all on the other side with next chap, it's probably gonna be a chunky one. And for anyone curious, I am keeping a loose calendar system, but the date for this chap is 7 halves. Chapter 94, The Thieves' Bonds. 3,507 words. The thieves had planned to meet at a mall, as Yusuke needed to buy clothes and other supplies. It was a good chance for him to start picking out what he needed. Right now, he was wearing some of Ren's spare clothes, which looked out of place in him. As Ren arrived with Futaba and Yusuke, he noticed Futaba sticking close to him, her discomfort with the bustling crowd obvious. I wish I could just wear my mask. Futaba muttered, eyeing the people walking near them. You're practically wearing one right now. Ren joked, taking off his hat and placing it on her head. At the moment, Futaba was decked out in a face mask, sunglasses, a large jacket, and now Ren's hat. She looked like a celebrity trying to avoid the paparazzi. After a brief pause, she pulled the hat down further over her face, as she used Ren's body as more of a shield. Would you consider some theatrical makeup? You'd be completely incognito if I painted your face in the style of a kabuki actor. Add a wig, and no one would know it's you, Yusuke offered, attempting to be helpful, but Futaba just shook her head no. They didn't have to wait long before they spotted Takemi and Makoto walking together toward them. The two were deep in conversation and waved as they drew near. Look who I ran into on the way, Takemi said, her voice tinged with amusement as she gestured toward Makoto. Takemi's really smart. Makoto commented, her eyes lighting up. She was explaining her research on the flowers from mementos. It's incredible. I knew those flowers were unusual, but I didn't realize they would have a connection to you. Maybe we should collect more seeds and give them to Jose for planting deeper in mementos. Takemi laughed softly, adding a playful tease. Be careful, my guinea pig. You might just end up competing for your place in my lab. Hearing Makoto's explanation, Futaba's interest was piqued. She peeked out from behind Ren, eager to join the conversation. The flowers are similar to Ren. What kind of research are you doing? My persona specializes in analysis, and I've been diving into cognitive science. Maybe I could lend a hand. It might speed things up, and maybe I could even learn more about mementos. Takemi chuckled and gave a nod of approval. Looks like we have another volunteer, she said with a smile as she began to feel more comfortable with the group. Mona, ever curious, popped his head out of Ren's bag. What's this research about? He inquired, his voice filled with intrigue. Takemi grinned and gestured to the bag she was carrying. Why don't you hop in here, and I'll fill you in while we walk around the mall, she suggested. Mona wasted no time jumping from Ren's bag into Takemi's, immediately receiving a scratch behind the ears for his enthusiasm. You know, I have a friend who's a veterinarian, Takemi continued, a playful tone in her voice. I'd be curious to see what we might find if we gave you a physical exam too. Mona mused before nodding. I'm actually kind of curious myself. Not long after Takemi and Makoto joined, Ruji, Anne, and Shiho arrived, exchanging quick, cheerful greetings with everyone before the group headed into the mall together. The group headed to a clothing store first, watching as Yusuke carefully selected several items. Although he initially tried to spend as little money as possible, the thieves encouraged him to pick whatever he thought suited him best. Anne enthusiastically lit up with an idea to make Yusuke feel more included. Hey, I have an idea, she exclaimed brightly. You're amazing with art, Yusuke. How about you help us pick out some outfits? Even if you don't know much about fashion, you know about colors and how to make them look good together, right? Yusuke still seemed a bit down from the day before, but at Anne's suggestion, a small smile appeared, and a hint of his usual artistic spark returned. That sounds quite intriguing, he responded, his interest piqued. When I look into everyone's eyes, I can see a small part of your own unique aura. It would be quite an interesting challenge to find outfits that enhance your appearance while resonating with your personality. Yusuke began by dragging Anne away since she had been the one to offer the idea, who simply gave a playful smile to the group before following along. Meanwhile, Takemi, standing by Makoto, leaned in with a suggestion. Would you like to try something new? I know a section of the store where I usually buy my clothes. All of the things there are pretty good quality, she offered, then looked around at the others. Everyone's welcome to come along. As the group followed Takemi to a different section of the store, Makoto felt a bit out of her element. She usually preferred smart, practical clothes with a touch of formality. Yet, as she tried on various outfits that Takemi picked out, she began to see herself in a new light. Each new piece seemed to boost her confidence. When I saw what your other outfit looked like, I had a hunch you'd look great in these. Takemi commented while assisting Makoto in choosing outfits. She picked a few items for the others just before Anne and Yusuke came back, Yusuke promptly whisking Ruji away to try on his selections. After a fun session in the mall, the thieves emerged with brand new wardrobes. Anne, Yusuke, and Takemi had taken the lead in playing dress-up, selecting outfits for the whole group. Leaving the store in some of their new attire, Ruji ended up with the most bags, a bit overwhelmed by the trio's enthusiastic choices for him. I don't get why you made me buy all this stuff, Anne. I feel effing weird in it. Should have just stuck with what Yusuke picked out, Ruji grumbled, eyeing the bags in his hands. You just don't understand style, Ruji. Right, Yusuke? Anne looked over to Yusuke for support, receiving a distracted nod from him. See? Even Yusuke agrees. You look way better in what we chose than what you came in wearing. And look at Ren, he looks great in what we picked. Ren caught Ruji's glance and waved playfully, enjoying the moment. That's not fair, Ruji protested, tugging at his new shirt. "You're just saying that 'cause you picked them out." After picking up some new clothes, the group stopped at a small art supply store where Yusuka helped Shiho choose some materials to help her continue her journey in learning art. Their next stop was the store next to June's that Anne had mentioned earlier. "I can't believe they blast that effing theme song non-stop. How do the people working there not lose their minds?" Ruja grumbled, glancing at the massive store next door. "For real, when I was a," Futaba began, catching herself mid-sentence with a grimace. "Oh man, it's contagious. I need to stop listening to, She stopped herself again, before she accidentally revealed one of her secrets. Ruji, catching Futaba's accidental slip-up, couldn't resist teasing her a bit. "For real? Who's the for real guy now?" he chuckled, ruffling her head playfully, as her expression shifted from annoyed to slightly panicked, especially as his loudness started drawing looks from nearby shoppers. And quickly intervened with a light smack to the back of Ruja's head, while Makoto gave him a stern look. Sorry, Ruja said, rubbing the spot where Anne had hit him. "I wasn't trying to be mean or anything. I just thought it was funny. How about I make it up to you with something from the store?" As the onlooker's attention faded, Futaba calmed down a bit and nodded. "It's fine," she muttered, having briefly contemplated revealing Ruja's browser history as revenge. However, since he had apologized, she decided against it and adjusted her position to avoid further attention. Futaba stood behind Ren, feeling a mix of comfort and unease. Despite her progress in coping with the outside world, being in crowded places still made her anxious. But being near her emotional support human made it more bearable. Since awakening her persona after confronting her shadow, she had grown stronger, but there was still a way to go. However, she still felt slightly angry at herself for how scared she had become. She wanted to improve, but she didn't know how. After taking a glance at the people around her, whom she knew she could trust, she made a decision. Taking a deep breath, she decided to challenge herself. Slowly, she removed her face mask and glasses, leaving only Ren's hat perched on her head as a small comfort. As the group dispersed to explore the store, Ren decided to search for some gifts for everyone. He was pleased to see how well the group was meshing. Today felt like a success. Notably, Futaba had chosen to tag along with Makoto and Takemi, even opting to go mask-free, which was a big step for her. Takemi was also fitting in better. Her accidental run-in with Makoto earlier had led to a warm conversation about her research, which helped break the ice. Now, she was deep in discussion with the group's trio of thinkers, Makoto, Futaba, and occasionally Mona, who contributed whenever a new random piece of knowledge resurfaced in his memory. Shiho, protective as ever, had taken a particular interest in Yusuka. Her empathy for his situation drove her to offer support, with an adding her natural charm to help ease his transition. Meanwhile, Ruja was doing his part to encourage Yusuka, pushing him forward with his usual enthusiasm. Ren watched his friends mingle with a quiet smile. It was heartwarming to see them bond, a feeling he found hard to express. But as he prepared to join them, something felt off. His eyes narrowed, a faint glow emanating from them as his heightened senses kicked in. He detected the subtle presence of someone watching them from afar. Without hesitation, Ren slipped out of the store and followed the faint trail, but by the time he reached the street, the observer had disappeared into the bustling crowd of Tokyo. However, Ren's third eye's skill revealed a faint, almost invisible thread of fate stretching out in the direction the observer had gone. A floating arcana card, the star, hovered above the crowd in the distance, confirming his suspicions. Naoto Shirogane. Ren mused after seeing a brief glimpse of the familiar blue hair in the distance. He considered pursuing her, but ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to return to his friends. From their last encounter, he knew Naoto wasn't interested in arresting them. It seemed she had something else in mind, but since they had last spoken, he hadn't seen her again. Ren's thoughts drifted to the last time he'd sensed they were being watched, shortly after their first infiltration into Madarame's palace, causing his eyes to narrow in suspicion again. He had originally believed it to be Igor since he couldn't find any other clues, but judging how quickly Shirogane had vanished after being spotted, it made him rethink his first guess. And as he thought of Shirogane, his mind wandered back to their orange hair hacker. Futaba had managed to hack into the Kiriho Group's systems, but strangely, she found nothing out of the ordinary. It all seemed like regular business operations. She theorized that any sensitive data was likely stored on a separate, more secure server on its own network, inaccessible from the outside. Futaba had been skeptical because she found almost nothing on Naoto in the regular servers. If her hunch was correct, they were at a dead end unless they could find someone within the Kiriho Group willing to grant her access. As Ren re-entered the store, he was annoyed with their surprise guest. He had been enjoying the day, but now he was going to spend the rest of it having to focus on making sure no one was spying on them. As he looked around, he noticed the group was wrapping up their shopping spree. Anne, particularly vibrant, approached him with a bright smile. "I was trying to figure out what to get you, and then I stumbled upon this little section in the store, Anne." "Ta da," she exclaimed, revealing a small bronze necklace. "The fool." She held it up for him to see. Dangling from the necklace was a tiny tarot card, beautifully illustrating the fool. "I got one for everyone, each with the arcana that represents them, so now we are all matching. It's our little, what did Ruja call it?" "Oh yeah, our symbol as the pals." Anne said, her voice tinged with amusement as she winked. Ren burst into laughter, his annoyance dissolving instantly. He leaned in to give Anne a gentle kiss on the forehead as he looked at the gift. "I really should have thought of a better name back then," he chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Here, I'll put yours on, and you do mine. Also, Shiho knows I got hers, but just pretend it was from you," Anne said playfully, moving behind Ren to clasp the necklace. "Ah, that's right, I didn't get the chance to buy a gift. I'll explain once we are back with the group, but Shirogane was spying on us," Ren replied as he felt the necklace settle around his neck. Near the cashier, the rest of the group watched Ren and Anne with various reactions. Yusuke poised his fingers as if framing a portrait, capturing the moment. His eyes gleamed with artistic inspiration. Ruja looked puzzled, turning to Shiho to see her reaction, who was nonchalantly finalizing her purchase. Takemi observed the scene with a smirk, and Makoto's expression was slightly conflicted. As expected of the first member of the royal harem. Futaba murmured under her breath, jotting down mental notes as she watched the duo. "The what?" Makoto reacted, turning sharply towards Futaba. "Wait, you didn't know? You're even in a group chat with Anne and Shiho." Futaba responded, genuinely surprised. "It's pretty obvious. Ren's dating both Shiho and Anne." "They are what?" Makoto exclaimed, her voice carrying across the store. "For real?" Ruju blurted out simultaneously. "Ha!" Takemi simply uttered, her eyebrow raised in amusement. "I presumed it was evident to everyone." Yusuke mused quietly to himself, still watching the pair. "Okay, wait, no," Makoto said, her voice a mix of confusion and urgency. "Shiho, you need to clear this up." "When? How?" "I thought," she spoke until she suddenly became aware of the stir she was causing and fell silent, her cheeks coloring with embarrassment, as she noticed the curious glances from others in the store. Ren, who had just rejoined the group, couldn't suppress a small smile as he asked. "Did something happen?" Ruji approached Ren with a grin and extended his hand for a shake, looking impressed. "Man, you gotta teach me your secrets." After a brief shopping break to pick up gifts for the team, Ren shared the unsettling news that Naoto had been spying on them. The revelation made everyone tense, but they decided to continue with their day as planned since it would be a waste to stop now. They would just have to watch their words and surroundings better. Makoto, sensing the need for a deeper discussion about what she had just learnt, pulled Anne and Shiho aside for a chat at a nearby cafe. Though Ren was hesitant about splitting up with the chance of Naoto following them, Shiho reassured him with a playful wink, promising they'd catch up later. With the trio headed off, Ren, Futaba, Ruji, Yusuke, and Takemi made their way to Untouchable's airsoft. The store was dimly lit, filled with meticulously arranged firearms that gave off an almost intimidating aura, reinforced by the smell of oil and metal. "All right, let's focus on finding the right gear for you two," Ren declared, guiding Yusuke, and Takemi deeper into the store. Takemi, whose experience with firearms was largely theoretical, looked slightly apprehensive as she eyed the various models. "I'm more used to prescribing pills than handling pistols," she joked, a wry smile crossing her face as she carefully held the weapon. Yusuke, intrigued by the craftsmanship, gravitated towards a sleek, black rifle. "The design of these tools is quite remarkable," he observed, handling the weapon with an artist's appreciation. "There is a certain elegance to the functionality embedded in their form." Ryuji, meanwhile, was drawn to the more robust rifles. "These look awesome. How about this one, Yusuke?" he suggested, lifting a heavy rifle from the rack with a grin. Then, as he grabbed what resembled a rocket launcher, he turned to Futaba. "Do you think you could carry this?" Ren diligently guided the trio through the array of weapons, offering advice tailored to suit their needs. As they browsed, Takemi turned to him with a thoughtful look. "Is there a way to enhance these weapons? Considering how things function in that place, perhaps we could modify them to be more effective," she suggested, her curiosity piqued by the potential improvements. "I've experimented with modifications before, but usually, they either malfunction or end up less effective," Ren admitted. Then, struck by a new idea, he glanced toward the store owner, who seemed engrossed in a magazine. "But now that you bring it up." He paused, signaling to the others, "Pick something that feels right to you. I'll be back in a moment. And Futaba, maybe you should consider something a bit more manageable." Ren walked over to the counter, drawing the store owner's attention away from his reading. Leaning in, he lowered his voice to speak privately. "Hey, I was wondering if there's any way to enhance these weapons. Anything to make them a bit more effective?" Ren asked, keeping his voice low and discreet. The owner glanced up from his magazine, his eyes narrowing slightly as he answered. "Kid, most folks who come in asking questions like that don't know what they are messing with. Enhancements on airsoft guns." "You're barking up the wrong tree," he replied gruffly, his tone dismissive. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard his answer. He could tell that the owner was hiding something. Turning back to make sure the rest of the thieves were still distracted, Ren's voice became more serious as he spoke. "I'm sure we could work something out." Hearing him, the store owner finally put the magazine down, getting a better look at who he was talking to. One of his eyebrows raised in surprise as he sat up from his relaxed position, analyzing Ren from head to toe. "You're not just some regular enthusiast, are you? You've got that look now. Seen things, done things. Am I right?" Ren met his gaze steadily, an acknowledgement in his eyes. "Something like that," he admitted. The store owner nodded slowly, then seemed to make a decision. "All right, I might have some work that could use someone with your expertise. Help me out, and I'll make it worth your while. I can modify your weapons, but in return, you'll help me with some stuff. It's an I scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of deal. Name's Munahisa Ui, by the way. And you are?" "Akira Kurusu." Ren responded with a subtle smile. Just then, Ryuji's voice rang out from the back of the store. "Hey Ren, come here. What do you think about Futaba with not one, but 2 rocket launchers?" Ren sighed deeply, a silent curse in his thoughts, as Ui chuckled lightly. "All right, Akira, we have a deal. But let's keep this between us. Wouldn't want your buddies accidentally blowing your cover, would we?" Ren nodded in agreement as he replied, ensuring his terms were clear. "We do this on my terms, 1 job, 1 modification. If the job isn't up to my standards, then our deal ends here, and we have never spoken before." Ren stated firmly. Ui chuckled softly, appreciating Ren's straightforwardness. "Sounds fair to me. But remember, the same goes for you. Mess up my job, and our deal is off," Ui responded, extending his hand for a shake to seal their understanding. With their agreement in place, Ren returned to his group, as he finished helping them settle on a few starter weapons, picking up a few upgrades for himself and the rest of the team while they were gone. Confidence. Munahisa Ui, the Hanged Man, rank 1. Y'all have been eating too good with the length of my chaps lately, lol. This one is 3.5k words. And I was going to make it longer, but I had to stop myself. Also, what happened at the cafe between the trio? I guess that's only for them to know for now. And probably Ms. Gremlin, LOL. Chapter 95, The Paintings in the Museum. 2,757 words. Guess who is ordering some art of Phantom Thief Takemi? The mission is go. Futaba's voice resounded over everyone's ears as they began their infiltration into the palace. After spending a day together, the new thieves grew more comfortable with the rest. Equipped and ready, they decided to dive into the palace, knowing that fighting side by side would further strengthen their trust in each other. With their path to the main lobby already set in place, they made their way in without much trouble. This time, the teams were perfectly split into groups of 4. The first team was Ren, Shiho, Ruji, and Takemi. The second was Makoto, Anne, Yusuka, and Morgana. Since the two teams had met in the middle last time, Ren's team would take a different route that Futaba had discovered, while Makoto's team would continue with the usual infiltration. As Yusuka made his way through the art gallery, his eyes couldn't help but widen as he saw the countless paintings depicting both his former classmates and the people he had taught. Each artwork seemed to breathe with a life of its own. Yet, even then, they all appeared to have dull, almost dead expressions, as if their entire hope and inspiration had vanished. When he reached the spot where his own painting hung, with a broken light bulb and glass shards sitting all across the floor, Yusuka stopped dead. The painting was a detailed timeline of his growth from a child to the man he is now. It was more than a mere portrait, it was a map of his life as seen through Madarame's eyes. Taking a moment to himself, Yusuka summoned a surge of resolve, then tightened his fists with resolve. Ahead, the path led to a massive statue, grotesquely depicting his fellow students, each figure in pain as they grieved over the stolen paintings. Is this really how he sees us? Yusuka's voice was a mix of bewilderment and hurt. Makoto, stepping closer, her expression solemn, replied. Palaces and shadows are glimpses into how people truly view the world, Yusuka. As painful as it is, this is the real Madarame. And gently placed her hand on Yusuka's shoulder, offering silent support. Yusuka took a deep, steadying breath, his resolve hardening. Let us, then, save my sensei from himself, he declared, gripping tightly the sword Ren had handed him earlier. Lead the way, Queen. Makoto nodded, her own determination mirrored in her eyes. She pushed the doors open with a decisive movement, leading the team deeper into the heart of the palace. As they moved forward, the shadows seemed to dance menacingly along the walls as a chill hung in the air. In another part of the palace, Ren's team faced a colossal painting of a ship tossed in a tempestuous ocean. Thunder roared ominously within the canvas, a vivid storm raging around a ship. Oracle, are you sure about this? Ren's voice carried a tinge of uncertainty. He had a strange feeling as he looked at the painting. Absolutely, I see a path inside the painting that leads directly to a deeper part of the palace. All you have to do is follow the whale. You should see another painting that will take you out. Futaba replied, her voice resolute. This is the only painting with an exit near us. The rest are infested with shadows or loop endlessly. With a nod of determination, Ren addressed the group. In the worst-case scenario, I have the star and the scalpel, so I should be able to get us out. However, we should only use them if they are absolutely needed since the star takes a while to recharge. Is everyone ready? His gaze met each of his companions, finding nods of agreement in return. Takemi, though slightly hesitant, adjusted her plague doctor's mask, the scent of lavender coming from within calming her nerves. She took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Together, they leaped into the painting. Landing on the deck, the storm's fury enveloped them instantly. A gigantic wave slammed into the ship, sending everyone but Ruja sprawling to the soaked wooden planks. This? Ruja muttered, an inexplicable familiarity surging within him, as if the ship was a part of his very being. Captain Kidd's laughter echoed in his mind, spurring him on as Ruja's mask began to glow. Ha ha ha, come on, kid. We know this feeling all too well. Grab the helm. With no time to ponder the strange sensation, Ruja dashed toward the helm. His movements instinctively synchronized with the rolling waves. Ren's sharp instincts kicked in, as he spotted Takemi losing her footing again, sliding dangerously close to the ship's edge, and stumbling over the railing. "Raven," he shouted, vaulting over the rail. As he called upon Anzu, the majestic, winged lion appeared in a burst of blue flame. Mid-air, Anzu's talon clasped Ren, who clutched Takemi tightly. With a powerful flap, Anzu returned them safely to the deck, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. As Ruja gripped the helm, steering through the spectral waves, shadowy figures began to materialize on the deck, their eyes glinting malevolently in the storm's erratic flashes of lightning. Shiho's eyes widened as she recognized some of the faces of the shadows from the portraits she had seen during their last visit. Before she could react, the figures burst and transformed into various menacing shadows. Among them were spectral horses made out of kelp named Kelpie, a snake with 6 arms and a human face known as Vasuki, some golden-scaled half-human half-serpent called Naga Raja, and bizarre starfishes with 1 human eye, Decorabia. Ruji, firmly at the helm, felt an ancestral pull to the sea, as if Captain Kidd's spirit surged through him. He expertly maneuvered the ship, his hands steady despite the chaos around him. The ship pitched violently under the assault of both wind and waves. Yet, Ruja's eyes stayed fixed on a shadowy outline in the distance, an immense whale, its form barely visible through the torrential rain. Ha 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 ha. Captain Kidd's jovial laughter echoed in Ruja's mind, encouraging him. Good job, Captain. Let me help the crew. Remember to focus on the whale. On the deck, Ren summoned Bayako, the white tiger. Its sturdy form was ideal for maintaining balance in the tumultuous storm. Takemi, standing back-to-back with Ren, called forth her persona, Frankenstein, who let out mad laughter as lightning began to gather in his hands. Shiho, caught in the middle of some shadows, swiftly summoned Circe. Instantly, the enchantress's song weaved through the storm, her melodic voice confusing them. The shadows, caught in her enchantment, turned on each other, their forms clashing in a chaotic dance driven by Circe's manipulation. Meanwhile, Ren and Takemi coordinated their attacks as best as they could. Bayako, embodying the fury of the storm, unleashed a ferocious roar, sending a chilling blast of icy wind across the rain-soaked deck. Ice crystals formed mid-air, freezing several shadow figures in grotesque poses amidst their attack. Frankenstein, animated by Takemi's guidance, raised its lightning rod. Electricity crackled ominously around it as it struck out at Kelpie and Vasuki. The kelp horse neighed in agony before dissolving into a burst of ethereal mist, its form collapsing under the electric assault. However, Vasuki, the serpent with human cunning, smirked at the futile attempt, the lightning bouncing harmlessly off from his scales. With a deft snap of his fingers, a golden arrow materialized and struck Frankenstein with unerring precision, causing Takemi to stumble backward with a cry of pain. In addition, Vasuki conjured a shimmering blue barrier around Decorabia, protecting the starfish-like creature from immediate danger. Ren, witnessing the unfolding chaos, narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing the battlefield for a new approach. Ren's eyes narrowed as he examined the battlefield, making a plan of attack before a gigantic wave struck the ship and sent him tumbling to the ground, breaking his attention for just the right amount of time to allow Decorabia to shoot Bayako with a wave of fire. Gritting his teeth against the surge of pain that numbed his mind, Ren pushed himself upright with focus. Raven, focus lightning on the horses. Try using curse skills on the 6-armed snake. On the other side, the battle raged with renewed ferocity, as the shadows momentarily shook off their confusion. They turned their focus towards Shiho, who maneuvered as best she could across the unstable deck, trying to reach Ren and Takemi. Just as a Naga Raja raised his spear to attack Shiho, Captain Kidd's spectral ship intervened. Its ethereal form collided with the attacker, sending him plummeting into the ocean below. With feline precision, Bayako dashed toward Shiho, as she dodged another attack. Its claws dug into the soaked wooden floor, anchoring it against the swaying deck. With each breath, it exhaled gusts of freezing air, turning advancing enemies into statues of ice. Then, it stood next to Shiho in a protective manner. At the same time, Ren acted swiftly, his grappling hook whistling through the stormy air to latch onto a massive wooden post near Vasuki. With a sharp tug, He propelled himself towards the snake-like shadow, his movements a blur against the chaotic backdrop of the ship and storm. Raising the dagger he had secured from mementos, Ren launched himself at Vasuki, the blade gleaming with a sinister light, as it stabbed into him. Vasuki's face contorted in fury as he grasped the knife, but before he could retaliate, a needle pierced the air. Ren had bought enough time for Takemi to regain her footing, which allowed her to call Frankenstein to attack. The needle exploded the moment it made contact with Vasuki, releasing the cursed fire within and causing crimson energy to fly from his body to Takemi, healing some of her injuries. Thankfully, this happened just as Ren clenched his teeth in pain from an attack Bayako had received. The shadow reeled backward from the cursed fire, opening another window of opportunity, which Ren took to attack once again. Each successive attack was perfectly timed with another of Takemi's cursed needles. The combined assault eventually caused the shadow to dissolve away. Meanwhile, Shiho stood shielded by Bayako, who roared with anger as it used its body to block any attacks directed toward her. With each roar, it would release another wave of frost, turning the shadows into frozen statues. This set the stage for Captain Kidd to slam into them, shattering the statues and dealing massive damage thanks to Shiho's strengthening. As the last of the shadows fell, the sea continued to batter the ship. Yet, thanks to Rouge's handling of the helm, they were able to keep up with the whale long enough for him to spot something in the distance. A shining painting floating above the ocean. There it is. Rouge shouted to the group. Our way out. Moving through the quiet museum, Makoto led the way, her footsteps echoing softly in the vast, dimly lit halls of Madarame's palace. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness that seemed to seep from the distorted paintings lining the walls, each piece giving an unsettling feeling. I can see there is a strange location close to you. It must be a will seed. Do you want me to guide you to it? Futaba's voice, echoing in their minds, broke the silence. Since Ren had entered the painting, Futaba had lost connection with his group and had redirected her full attention to aiding Makoto's team. Yes, guide us, Oracle, Makoto responded, her voice resolute. Although the responsibility of leading the team weighed on her, her tone remained composed and determined. As they advanced, the museum's architecture seemed to twist and contort. The hallways were lined with black and white paint, creating dizzying optical illusions that warped perception and depth. The floor appeared to swell and dip with each step, making navigation a challenge. Yusuke's eyes, accustomed to analyzing art, sparkled with recognition and caution. This place. It plays on the perception of its visitors, he noted, gesturing toward the surrounding chaos. Watch the floor. It might not be as it seems. Nodding, Makoto took the lead on her own, her boots touching the painted floor and sending ripples across the surface, distorting the image further. She took a few steps when Futaba's urgent voice halted her. Wait. Something's wrong. Futaba shouted, her voice becoming distorted and faint as she spoke. Makoto froze, then turned to signal her team, but the optical illusion had intensified. Looking back, she found herself alone. Her team seemingly vanished, swallowed by the painted maze. Since she couldn't find her way out, Makoto spoke up and explained her situation to Futaba. But no one answered. Damn it, I can't reach Makoto. The paintings here mess with my communication, so if you are inside one or touching paint, I won't be able to reach you. Futaba's frustrated voice reached Yusuke and Morgana, who could still see Makoto, albeit faintly, her figure blurred and distorted by the illusion. Trapped in a world of optical illusion, Makoto stood alone, her disorientation growing with each passing moment. Closing her eyes to shut out the chaos, she took a deep breath and trusted her instincts. Retracing her steps, she moved forward with precision. In just a moment, she was able to hear the voice of her team again. Letting out a relieved sigh, Makoto quickly briefed the group about what she saw and her thoughts. I think it's all a trick of the mind. As long as we keep our eyes closed, we should be able to make our way through, she explained, peering back at the daunting optical illusion hallway. We might even be able to navigate if we hold onto a wall. From my side, I don't see anything strange, so that should work. However, keep in mind that the door to the will seed is somewhere in the middle of that hallway. I'll show you where to stand. As long as you walk forward, you should be able to reach it. Futaba's voice advised, offering a glimmer of guidance through the eerie silence that enveloped them. Nodding her head, Makoto issued a command with a tone of certainty. Everyone, hold on to each other. The last thing we want is to lose one of us in there. Obeying Makoto's orders, the team formed a tight chain, each member grasping the shoulder of the one in front, with Mona climbing on top of En's shoulder. With a collective breath, they closed their eyes and stepped forward. As they progressed, the sensation of holding onto each other diminished, though they no longer felt the physical presence of their teammates. An inexplicable force seemed to pull them forward, showing that they were still connected to each other, even if they couldn't feel it. The air grew colder, and whispers echoed around them, words unintelligible yet filled with an urging tone, begging them to open their eyes. However, they pressed on, following the guiding force that was Makoto and keeping their eyes tightly shut. Before they knew it, Makoto had stumbled onto a door, and as she reached to open it, she felt the whole group stumble behind her, pushing them into the room with a crimson wool seat sitting in the middle. As they looked back, they saw the optical illusion hallway behind them. "Can you hear me?" Futaba asked as she saw her connection to the group return. After getting a confirmation, she began to prepare a way for them to get out once they got the seed. "AN. I'm taking some artistic, liberties with the palaces from now on. So, while they will still be the main concept from the original, I will change stuff like in this chap to make it more fun to write and read. I got some great suggestions for Takemi's gun from Drago War, Schlark_Verma, and Sunny. Didn't go with it just yet, but I think I will in the future once I go more into modifying guns, so just giving them a shout out before I forget who suggested it. Also, Raging Drake suggested the thieves could get some knowledge or skills from their connection to their personas, which is where my boy Ruja learned to sail. I have some ideas for where to use it in the future, but if you have some suggestions, drop them down. I'll give you a cookie for them. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK.